Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 94, The Remnants of Ninshu. Yukiheim touched her chin and thought for a moment, then nodded excitedly. Yes, I remember now. Wait, I don't know where I tossed it after I finished reading it last time. Let me look. Then, Yukiheim rolled up her sleeves and, without a shred of a princess's decorum, began rummaging through a pile of scrolls, tossing them all over the floor. A moment later, she moved on to another bookshelf. Uchiha Nagi was speechless. Well, I'll be. The culprit behind the messy state of this study has been found. Ah, found it. This is it. Here you go. Yukiheim wiped a smudge of dirt from her face and happily handed the scroll to Uchiha Nagi. Nagi opened it and took a look. It was indeed a map from several decades ago. With this, he could compare it to a current map of the Land of Wind and determine the approximate location of the Land of Roaring in the desert. Is this it? Is this it? Yukiheim asked nervously, as if she were more invested in this than Nagi himself. Yes, this is what I was looking for. I need to borrow it for a while, Uchiha Nagi said after he finished examining it and rolled it up. That's great. Then you can take it. But. Yukiheim suddenly became shy. It's easy to give away something that isn't yours. The map wasn't particularly valuable, at least not in her eyes. Is there something you want? You can tell me. As long as I have it, I can trade it with you, Uchiha Nagi said. Despite having been in this world for 20 years, Uchiha Nagi still held onto some of his modern-day principles, like not harming defenseless women and children. It was one of the reasons he had chosen to be a medical ninja and stay off the front lines during the Great Ninja War. On the front lines, if your captain ordered you to slaughter a village, what would you do when faced with the elderly, women, and children caught in the crossfire? Fair exchange was a virtue that Uchiha Nagi had managed to preserve. Yukiheim happily grabbed Uchiha Nagi's hand. Really? Then take me with you. I want to go see the world outside the daimyo city. I don't want to marry some creepy old man. He's not as good-looking as you. Creepy old man. Could it be a political marriage? Unlike the ninja villages, which were constantly fighting life and death battles, the daimyo of the various countries were freeloaders. Besides eating and waiting for death, they also intermarried. They felt that commoners were unworthy of their noble bloodline, and as for ninja, that was a joke. The ninja of the great villages would rather stay single for life than marry into a daimyo's family. The only exception would be if the daimyo himself was willing to marry his daughter out. But for a noble princess to marry into what they looked down upon as the samurai class. In the eyes of the daimyo, ninja were the modern equivalent of the samurai class, retainers and subordinates. They naturally couldn't stomach the loss of face. Besides, the kage of each village kept a close eye on their daimyo. You want to marry your daughter to one of our village's jonin? Are you trying to cultivate your own power and seize control? Like the 12 guardian ninja next door, trying to overthrow Konoha and take power in the Land of Fire. So, tradition dictated that the daimyo married the children of nobles, and their daughters also married into the nobility, including the daimyo of surrounding countries. It's the Kazekage. His wife died many years ago. Then, for some reason, when he came to the mansion, my father had me meet him. Afterward, he told me I would marry him in 2 years. Yukiheim looked at Uchiha Nagi with a pitiful expression. Take me away with you, please? Faced with this situation, Uchiha Nagi didn't know what to do. You should listen to your father. Yukiheim shook her head like a rattle. No. The corner of Nagi's mouth twitched. He considered just knocking her out and leaving. He really didn't want to be saddled with dead weight. The outside world is very dangerous, and the Kazekage is very powerful. Besides, he's not even 40, right? What's so bad about it? He's not as good-looking as you. All right, that's a very powerful argument. I'm convinced. Yukiheim touched her chin, her eyes fixed on Uchiha Nagi, her little brain working furiously to figure out how to get this man to take her with him. Oh, right. Is there anything you want to know? I've read all the books here. I even know the legends of the Land of Wind from 1,000 years ago. If you take me with you, I can tell you all the stories. They're really interesting. I heard that the Land of Wind used to be ruled by a princess who came from the moon. A thought suddenly struck Uchiha Nagi. Right. How did you manage to get in here just now without me detecting you? Yukiheim bit her index finger and blinked a couple of times. You really want to know? Then let's make a trade. You help me escape, and I'll tell you. Uchiha Nagi was speechless. I really shouldn't have mentioned trading with her. Wait a minute. You tell me first, and then I'll consider whether to help you escape. Uchiha Nagi had already activated his Sharingan and was subtly beginning his hypnosis. No way. I'm afraid you won't keep your word. You're already using Genjutsu on me. Yukihime shook her head like a rattle, refusing to budge. Uchiha Nagi was shocked once again. This girl, an ordinary person with no chakra, knows I'm using Genjutsu on her. And from the looks of it, it's not even affecting her. Genjutsu had no effect on her. After a moment of thought, Uchiha Nagi made his decision. He would take her with him and see what secrets she was hiding that made her immune to his Sharingan's Genjutsu, even if it was just the 3-tomo version. Fine, I agree. But let's be clear beforehand, I can't guarantee your safety. If something happens and you die, don't blame me. There are people hunting me. Okay, it's a deal. Let's go now. It'll be light soon, and it'll be much harder to leave then, Yukihime said excitedly. All right. Uchiha Nagi nodded. As for what happened to her later, if she died or was maimed on the road, she had agreed to it herself. It would have nothing to do with him. After they left the study, Uchiha Nagi swept her up in a princess carry and leaped out of the daimyo's mansion in a few bounds. Could it be the transparent world? On the way, Uchiha Nagi kept pondering. For her to be able to approach a powerful individual like himself without him sensing a thing, only a state similar to the transparent world could explain it. Although the name was different, the ninja world surely had its own version of the transparent world. For example, when Madara Uchiha was first resurrected, his Edo Tensei Rinnegan shattered, and yet he closed his eyes and slaughtered a large group of enemies without any pressure. Nagi would die before he believed Madara hadn't mastered that state. And then there was Gamamaru, the old toad sage who had lived for over 1,000 years and could even glimpse fragments of the future. Such a powerful old creature must have grasped that state. And the two brothers, Hagoromo and Hamura, they should have been able to as well. Could it be that this girl was a child of prophecy, born with the ability of the transparent world? At that moment, Yukihime was simply looking at the passing scenery with an excited expression. Chapter 95, the precursor to the land of wind. Hey, Temari, are you all right? You've had a cold for a few days now. I'm fine. Cough. It's strange, though. It seems like a lot of people in the village have colds lately. When I went to the hospital, I saw several others buying medicine for the same thing. Be careful. The temperature difference between day and night has been pretty big recently. Temari and Kankuro were practicing at a training ground, but they had to stop because of Temari's sudden coughing fit. Sunagakure had adopted Konoha's system, establishing medical ninja and a hospital, although their medical standards were not as advanced as Konoha's. The land of wind was situated in a desert region. In the minds of ordinary people, deserts were always hot, with daytime temperatures soaring so high that a drop of water would evaporate before it even hit the ground. In reality, it was hot during the day and cold at night. The temperature difference between morning and evening was immense, especially in winter, when it could be frighteningly extreme. At first, Temari had just thought it was a cold. But when she went to the hospital, she realized that many people had recently come down with the same illness. Still, she didn't think much of it, simply getting some medicine and leaving. Ninja had strong bodies and rarely got sick. Even if they did catch a cold, it was usually a mild case that would heal on its own with a little medicine. But more and more people started getting sick. Finally, when the first ninja became critically ill, Sunagakure's doctors began to take the situation seriously. This is. Under a microscope, a medical ninja stared in shock. He was analyzing a blood sample taken from a deceased ninja, and the results were horrifying. A type of nano-sized venomous insect, as small as a nanometer, was frantically multiplying inside the ninja's body, devouring his chakra, gnawing on his flesh and blood, and then reproducing further. Conversely, while ordinary people were also infected, they lacked chakra. Without the energy source to allow the nano-insects to reproduce rapidly, they only experienced a persistent cold that developed into a fever. Their rate of death was actually slower than that of the ninja. Inform the Kazakage-sama. Something terrible has appeared in the village. The doctor muttered to himself. An umbu was quickly dispatched to notify the fourth Kazakage, who naturally convened a meeting with the village's major clans and elders. This is definitely not a naturally occurring venomous insect, Elder Chiyo stated with grim certainty. It somewhat resembles the insect-controlling clan of Konoha. Chiyo's brother, Ebizo, said with a frown. The Abirame clan. But I've never heard of insects this small. The ones they've always controlled are of a normal size, the fourth Kazakage said, frowning in confusion. The Abirame clan were insect users, but for hundreds of years, the size of their insects had never changed much. They were all bugs, and none, big or small, were beyond the range of human perception. This was the first time they had ever seen insects of this nanoscopic size, smaller than an ant. How could they even be controlled? Whether they are from the Aburame clan or not, this is definitely man-made. It was specifically created to target ninja. As long as there is chakra, its reproduction rate is incredibly fast. Ordinary people, who lack chakra, die much more slowly. A doctor began to explain the characteristics of the insects to the Kazekage and the others. As the bugs devoured the ninja's chakra and multiplied, they also released a toxin. What made the situation even more difficult was that these nano-insects were too small to be seen with the naked eye. By the time they were discovered, they had already spread throughout Sunagekyo's large population. The water sources, the ground, everything was covered with a massive number of them. Even more terrifying was the fact that these chakra-devouring insects could survive in the air for a long time. They could withstand the 40°C heat of a land of wind day without dying, surviving for many days. Everyone, prepare for war. This must be the prelude to an attack from Konoha. These venomous insects must have been meticulously developed by Konoha's Aburame clan. But, the land of wind is nothing but sand. It's not worth Konoha launching a war over. It's been less than 10 years of peace. Are we going to war again? Who knows? Maybe they want to weaken our strength in advance. Alright, everyone. The fourth Kazekage raised a hand to quiet the discussion. First, contact Konoha and lodge a protest. Let's see their reaction. If it really is their doing, then we will have no choice but to declare war. But with so many of their ninja infected with these parasites, could they even wage a war? Elder Chiyo didn't know. But what she did know was that if they didn't find a way to solve this nano-insect plague quickly, Sunagekyo's losses would be no less than those of a great ninja war. Sensei, is this my future master's wife? Little Kimimaro asked curiously. Don't talk nonsense. She's not even an adult yet. Sensei just rescued her, Uchiha Nagi said with a dark expression. But I'm not that young anymore. Otherwise, my daimyo father wouldn't be planning to marry me off, Yukihime said, biting her finger. Alright, enough nonsense. Let's go, before they lock down the city. But then an awkward problem arose. Yukihime didn't know how to ride a horse, and as an ordinary person, her walking speed was slow. So as not to slow them down, Uchiha Nagi had no choice but to resignedly carry her again. Once they were outside the daimyo's city, he put her down. Alright, tell me. How did you manage to evade my senses? I've already helped you escape. It's time for you to fulfill your promise. Actually, I don't know either. Yukihime said, scratching her head embarrassedly. Seeing Uchiha Nagi's face grow darker by the second, she quickly continued, but, it might be because I read the Buddhist sutras so often. I read in the history books that the land of wind wasn't always a desert. It used to be a forest as lush as the land of fire. But then, I think because of a great tree, the land's energy was exhausted, and it turned into a desert. The land was devastated, and natural and man-made disasters were constant. There was a religion called Ninshu that constantly guided the people, saving them from their suffering. They left behind a large number of scriptures. Later, as time went on, all the small and large countries were wiped out by desertification, and eventually, it became the land of wind. Because my father is the daimyo of the land of wind, my family has preserved some of these records for generations. Plus, I like to read whenever I have free time. At this, Yukihime bit her index finger and blinked at Uchiha Nagi. I think it's because of those scriptures. Uchiha Nagi was stunned for a moment. What Yukihime had just said was scriptures left behind by Ninshu. As for what she had said, Nagi combined it with the memories from his previous life and roughly understood. The reason for the vast desertification of the land of wind was that the land's energy had been drained by the god tree. Chapter 96, the Konoha meeting. Uchiha Nagi eagerly had Yukihime write down what she remembered from the Ninshu books she had seen, whether it was ninjutsu or Buddhist sutras. The results, however, were a great disappointment. This is all just stuff like Buddhist and Taoist scriptures. Isn't there anything about ninjutsu training? Yukihime had already written out several volumes for Nagi, but they were all religious texts, profoundly esoteric and mostly exhorting people to do good. No, anything related to ninjutsu was hidden away by the daimyo. Otherwise, I wouldn't be an ordinary person, Yukihime said, blinking innocently. Is there anything about spiritual training? Uchiha Nagi asked with a frown. No, if there was, it would be in these scriptures. Yukihime said innocently. On the second night after helping her flee her arranged marriage, Uchiha Nagi tested her again. It was the same as before, as long as Yukihime was out of his line of sight, he couldn't sense her presence. It was truly bizarre, she was clearly just an ordinary person. Nagi then probed her further and found that her spiritual energy wasn't particularly strong. What was unexpected, however, was that it felt incredibly peculiar. It was an oddity he couldn't quite describe, as if no genjutsu could affect her. Or rather, while her spiritual world was pitifully weak, it was like a house secured with an iron-locked door. No one could get in. Unless you tore the whole house down, meaning you could kill her, but you couldn't hope to invade her mind. Afterward, Nagi tried to follow the scriptures Uchiha had given him, but he couldn't find any entry point or method for cultivation. He concluded that these scriptures left behind by ninchu were genuinely religious texts, completely devoid of any training methods. And yet, it was through years of reading these very scriptures that Uchiha had stumbled into this state, a half-step into the transparent world. Damn it. Uchiha Nagi asked Uchiha again about her daily routine and whether she had ever trained. Uchiha still insisted that she had never trained. It was just that when she read, she found it easy to concentrate. Later, she discovered she had a good memory, and so she read more and more books. Uchiha Nagi stroked his chin thoughtfully. According to her, she had inadvertently unlocked a method of cultivation. By concentrating while reading, she had unintentionally entered a state similar to a high monk in deep meditation. By pure coincidence, she had successfully cultivated the power latent within these ninchu scriptures. But it was understandable. If there had been any explicit ninjutsu or spiritual training methods written down, they would have been locked away in the treasury by the successive daimyo long ago. Only these texts, which appeared to be mere religious scriptures, could have been preserved for so long and left so casually among the other miscellaneous books in the daimyo's study. Nagi had a bold guess. The fourth Kazekage had noticed Yukihime's special condition, but also saw that she was an ordinary person with no chakra. That was why he had sought a political marriage with the daimyo, intending to make her his wife. Let's go. We'll head to the land of Roran first, Uchiha Nagi said. Okay, sensei. Okay. Just as they were setting out for the land of Roran, the daimyo was flying into a rage. The princess was missing, and not a single guard had noticed. However, he couldn't blame his mere 6 jonin. Recruiting jonin was difficult, not many were willing to retire to the daimyo's mansion. Fortunately for the daimyo, he received news that a terrible plague had broken out in Sunagakure. The wedding was postponed indefinitely. He no longer had to worry about the scandal of his daughter running away from her marriage. At that moment, Sunagakure was a land of wailing. After the first ninja death, case after case appeared. The only thing they could do was quarantine the sick. Even Temari had been infected with the nano-insects. Sunagakure's medical technology was completely unable to eliminate the bugs, they could only delay the inevitable. The longer it went on, the more ninja died. Their only recourse was to protest to Konoha and threaten them with war. I disagree, Hiruzen. Send medical personnel to Sunagakure. So they can rebuild their strength and attack the land of fire again next time. A high-level meeting was being held in Konoha's Hokage office. Leading the meeting was naturally the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with other high-ranking officials like Koharu and Danzo. The rest were the heads of the various major clans. The topic of today's meeting was singular. A large-scale plague had broken out in Sunagakure, and an investigation had revealed it to be a nano-sized venomous insect. Sunagakure, without any proof, had thrown the blame onto Konoha, claiming it was an attack and demanding to know if Konoha intended to start a war. The third Hokage spoke again. What I want to know now is whether the incident in Sunagakure was the work of Root. The high-ranking officials all turned their gazes to the head of the Aburame clan. The Aburame clan head's face was expressionless, of course, his high collar and sunglasses hid his expression anyway. Only the fist clenched tightly in his pocket, knuckles white, betrayed his current emotional state. Danzo spoke up. It was not. Root has never intended to start a war. The incident in Sunagakure has nothing to do with Root. However, I will say this, since it has happened, let it continue. Don't forget, in the several great ninja wars, Sunagakure has always been Konoha's mortal enemy. This is a good opportunity to weaken them. We've had barely 10 years of hard-won peace. If we just ignore them and let their strength be sapped, then even if another war breaks out in a few years, Konoha won't have to worry about being besieged by multiple nations. The third Hokage cut Danzo off. I believe you that it has nothing to do with Root. But I have already spoken with the Aburame clan head. Within the Aburame clan, only Aburame Toryun can control the nano-sized venomous insects. Seeing Danzo remain silent, he clearly, tacitly admitted it. The third Hokage waved his hand, annoyed. All of you, leave us. I need to speak with Danzo alone. The heads of the various large and small clans all stood, bowed, and exited, leaving the third Hokage and Danzo alone. Among them, as the head of the Aburame clan walked out of the Hokage office, he silently looked down at his hand. His fingernails had dug deep into his palm, and blood was dripping from the wounds. His hand hurt, but his heart hurt more. Because Aburame Toryun was his eldest son. The surrounding clan heads saw this and remained silent. The head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hisashi, merely sighed and patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Torian died in the land of wind, didn't he? So what mission was he on that led to the insects spreading like a plague in Sunagakure? The Abirame clan could control insects, but when the caster died, it didn't mean the insects died with their master. Chapter 97, Hiruzen and Danzo. What was the reason for Abirame Torian's death in the land of wind? And how did it lead to the nano-insects infecting the entire country? In the Hokage's office, only Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura remained. The two old comrades had been locked in a complex dance of love and hate for decades, each knew the other better than anyone. Back then, when Danzo had recruited members from the various great clans into Root, the third Hokage had known and tacitly approved. He, too, had wanted to weaken the clans to maintain a balance between them and the commoner ninja. Uchiha Nagi has appeared. Danzo finally said after a long silence. What? He's still alive? Didn't Itachi say he had already killed him? The third Hokage exclaimed in shock. Yes. The Root members witnessed him being hit by Itachi's jutsu, but they never saw a body. So, it's not surprising that he's still alive, Danzo said calmly. So you sent a squad to eliminate him? Yes. He was first spotted in the land of hot water, where he fought Tsunade and escaped unscathed. He then fled to the land of water. After he returned, Root tracked him using the arm he had lost, finally locating him in the land of wind. I never expected that the entire elite squad would be. The third Hokage frowned, the age spots on his face seeming to darken. He picked up his pipe and began puffing on it in frustration. The Uchiha clan had been planning a coup, so the third, persuaded by Danzo and the two elder advisors, had agreed to the plan to annihilate them. In the end, Itachi had done the deed himself with Root's assistance. Root had surrounded the Uchiha compound, ensuring no one escaped. He never thought one would still get away. And not only did he escape, but he also awakened the eye that reflects the heart, the Mangekyo Sharingan. The third Hokage was not yet aware that the Mangekyo had a more advanced form, but from the night of the Nine Tails attack and the village's founding by Madara, he knew the terror of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Now, a Kage-level shinobi who harbored a deep hatred for Konoha was watching them from the shadows. It was a chilling thought. The Kage-level shinobi of the five great nations had constraints. Even if their own son was killed, no matter how deep their hatred, they had to consider the bigger picture, the good of their country and village, and endure it. But Uchiha Nagi was a lone wolf, and a Kage-level one at that. This was a massive headache. Jonin couldn't defeat him, and they couldn't easily dispatch a Kage-level shinobi of their own, or rather, Konoha simply couldn't find one. Looking at Konoha, the third Hokage sighed. How glorious it had once been. The three Sannin, plus Konoha's white fang. Then came Minato Namikaze, and finally, Itachi and Shisui. And now? He was the only one left. Danzo had been severely injured, half his body crippled, and no longer possessed his former strength. The two elder advisors were old, and the various hidden injuries from their younger years of fighting meant they were barely at the Jonin level. So who could they send to eliminate Uchiha Nagi? Hiruzen didn't know that Danzo had secretly transplanted the first Hokage's cells, long since recovering his strength. Not only had he recovered, but he had also obtained a large number of 3-tomo Sharingan, allowing him to use his Anaji repeatedly. Notify Jiraiya. See if he's willing to go. Never mind. If he doesn't want to, so be it. The third Hokage said. Have the Umbu and Root monitor his movements closely. If he enters the land of fire or approaches the border, we'll see if we have an opportunity to kill him. Also, increase the bounty on his head. As for the matter with Sunagakure, you are not to interfere. I will dispatch members of the Abirame clan and medical ninja to help them cure this nano-insect plague. Hearing this, Danzo shot up as if his fur had been rubbed the wrong way, glaring fiercely. Hiruzen. This is a perfect opportunity to weaken Sunagakure, and you want to help them instead. Have you forgotten the Konoha ninja who died in past wars? Do you want Konoha to fight 4 nations at once when the next great ninja war breaks out in 10 years? The third Hokage took a few puffs from his pipe and sighed. That's enough, Danzo. I've already made my decision regarding Sunagakure. You will not interfere. Humph. Danzo threw the door open, slamming it hard against the office wall. Hiruzen, you will regret this one day. After Danzo left, the third Hokage sighed and muttered to himself, old friend, this is why you could never be Hokage. If I don't send people to help Sunagakure end this plague, what will the other ninja villages think? Even if Konoha didn't do it, once Sunagakure starts spreading the story, we'll be the scapegoats regardless. Conversely, if Konoha helps Sunagakure resolve this crisis, no one can speak ill of us. Otherwise, what if the other ninja villages feared that Konoha would do to them what they believed was done to Sunagakure, and secretly unleash a plague in their villages? What would be the result then? A preemptive great ninja war, just to avoid Sunagakure's fate. After so many years of hard-won peace, the third Hokage had no desire to start another war. More importantly, Konoha was currently suffering from a severe dearth of talent. Sigh. These are the fruits of my own actions. When it came to developing the village, the third Hokage was a professional. In the 10 years since the war ended, Konoha had prospered and flourished. When it came to shifting blame, he was also a professional. Itachi took the fall for the Uchiha massacre. Hisashi Danzo took the fall for that. For anything shady, there was Root to take the blame. The map should be correct. This way should lead to the land of Rorin. Uchiha Nagi frowned at the map. He wasn't bad with directions, but the desert was just too troublesome. There were no landmarks. The so-called landmarks were mostly oases. Most of the time, ordinary people used oases, as well as the stars and the sun, to navigate. Sensei, which way is east and which is west? Little Kimimaro asked, wiping sweat from his brow and looking around in confusion. Under the scorching sun, even a ninja with chakra could find it unbearable. It was easy to get disoriented, and the oases that served as landmarks in the desert were few and far between. Once you lost your sense of direction, it was extremely fatal. When a person loses their sense of direction, they tend to walk in a large circle and end up back where they started. This is because there is a slight difference in the length of a person's left and right strides, perhaps only a centimeter or half a centimeter. It may seem like they are walking in a straight line, but after walking for dozens of kilometers, an observer from above would see that they were not walking straight, but in a curve. Eventually, they find themselves having walked in a circle, right back where they started. Even a fast-footed ninja was in danger if they lost their sense of direction. Every morning, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, Uchiha Nagi said, silently drawing his sword and plunging it into the ground. And when it's noon and the sun is directly overhead, making it impossible to tell the direction, you use this. A sword. How do you tell the direction with a sword? Yukihime asked, also sweating and looking puzzled. Uchiha Nagi smiled. This was a bit of obscure knowledge from his previous life. The shadow. You can determine east, west, north, and south by the changing position of the shadow. Chapter 98, The Vanished Ancient Kingdom, Rorin. Uchiha Nagi pointed to the sword on the ground. See. Except for the extreme southern and northern regions, it's basically the same everywhere under the heavens. The sun always travels from east to west. So, we'll make a mark at the tip of the shadow. With that, Uchiha Nagi took another kunai and scratched a mark on the ground at the end of the longsword's shadow. Then, we wait a little while, and the shadow will move to the other side. After a short time, as the sun moved, the sword's shadow began to shift. It moved to a different spot, and Nagi once again used the kunai to mark the new position of the shadow's tip. Yukihime, ever the bookworm, understood instantly. I get it. The sun rises in the east, so the first mark you made is west. Then the sun moves towards the west, so the sunlight shines from the other direction, making the second mark you made the east, right? Uchiha Nagi nodded. Except for about an hour around noon when the sun is directly above you, you can use this method to tell the direction at any other time. See, once you've distinguished east and west, north and south become easy to identify. Yukihime raised her hand and asked, but what if I don't have a long sword? What can I use to figure out the direction then? Uchiha Nagi looked at her, a little speechless. Little Kimimaro, however, smiled. You can use a kunai, or a branch from the roadside. Or even your own shadow. As long as there's a shadow, you can tell the direction, right, sensei? Uchiha Nagi smiled and nodded. A teachable child. This is one way to tell direction during the day in the desert. At night, you can navigate by the stars. At the same time, in primeval forests or in the extreme north and south, you have to use different methods. Different geographical locations mean you can't generalize. Like a curious child, Yukihime asked, why is it different? Because the earth is round. So in different locations, the way the sun shines and the magnetic fields are different. The methods used to determine direction must naturally be different as well. Huh? How do you know the earth is round? Then why don't we fall off? Yukihime pressed on with another question. Uchiha Nagi suddenly didn't want to explain anymore. To explain the first thing, he'd have to explain countless others. How long would that take? Sensei says it's round, so it's round. Fortunately, he had a little follower in Kimimaro who worshipped him blindly and didn't ask so many whys. Otherwise, Uchiha Nagi would have gone mad. Uchiha Nagi looked up at the sun. Kimimaro and Yukihime were extremely thirsty, so he once again opened a storage scroll and took out a few water flasks, handing them to the two of them. Don't let the sun shine directly on your skin. Even if it's hot wrapped up in clothes, you must cover up. That will reduce your body's heat absorption and decrease water loss. Yukihime gulped down a whole flask of water in one go, her small stomach bulging, but she still felt incredibly thirsty. So that's how it is. No wonder I felt so thirsty no matter how much water I drank. Hearing this, Yukihime immediately used a white headscarf to wrap her head tightly. Kimimaro followed her example and covered himself as well. Although his constitution was strong, it didn't mean he was immune to the heat. After drinking water and resting for a while, the three continued on their way. It had been 3 or 4 days since they had escaped the daimyo city. For a ninja, traveling 100 kilometers a day was not a problem. If it weren't for Yukihime slowing them down, Uchiha Nagi would have been much faster. But after leaving the oasis and entering the boundless desert of the Land of Wind, their pace slowed. They had to stop from time to time to compare their position with the map and determine their direction. "Hey, sensei, look. There seems to be some kind of building over there," the sharp-eyed Kimimaro said, spotting the ruins of a structure in the distance. Let's go over. That might be our destination." The three of them walked into the architectural ruins amidst a vast wasteland. The wind and sand were fierce here, and many of the buildings were half buried. It was no wonder that many guides today no longer knew the way to the land of Rorin. Rorin. Uchiha Nagi muttered to himself, looking at the ruins. "Right, why did you have to come to Rorin? It's a small, ruined country. Is there some kind of treasure hidden here?" Yukihime asked curiously. I came to see. I heard there's a treasure here." Although Kimimaro didn't ask, his eyes also held a hint of curiosity. They had traveled all the way to the Land of Wind, snuck into the daimyo city to steal a map, and gone through so much trouble. It was because the Ryumayaku was here, a unique energy that could be used by ninja. Uchiha Nagi didn't answer, but instead tried to recall the memories hidden deep in his mind. There was a guy named Makade, who had schemed for a full 6 years, calculating every move, before he successfully claimed the Ryumayaku for his own. He then turned the Ryumayaku into a chakra battery similar to a tailed beast, with an inexhaustible supply of energy. He had completely depleted Crown Prince Naruto's blue bar. Of course, the Naruto of that time had not yet learned Senjutsu or mastered the complete Nine Tails mode. Afterward, Makade, combined with his puppet technique, could regenerate from any damage. Although his combat power wasn't strong, as long as his mana wasn't depleted, he was immortal and indestructible. He had nearly worn out both Naruto and Minato. But this was enough to prove the terrifyingly immense power of the Ryumayaku. Nagi wanted to see if the Ryumayaku, since it could be used by people, could be sealed into a human body like a tailed beast. His own chakra reserves were enormous, but after his battle with Orochimaru that night, he knew he still had a ways to go to match Orochimaru's mana pool. And Jiraiya and Tsunade had even more. Obito, with half his body made of white Zetsu cells, and Nagato, their chakra reserves were probably even more terrifyingly vast. Who would refuse a larger mana pool? Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Several jets of water instantly converged into a small pool. He tried casting a water jutsu and found that it wasn't as strenuous as it was in the deeper desert, where it required several times more chakra. This proved that there was more moisture in the air here, and likely an underground river. "You two wait here. I'm going to scout around." Uchiha Nagi pointed to the buildings. Although the ruins were ancient, they could still provide some shade from the scorching sun. Yukihime, so hot that she was sticking her tongue out without any regard for her image, immediately ran inside. "Okay, sensei." Kimimaro nodded and also went in to take shelter from the sun. Nagi then leaped away, sending out several clones to survey the surrounding terrain. As he was inspecting the central area of the ruins, he suddenly felt a strong wave of hostility and killing intent. Killing intent means an enemy. He slowly drew his Nichiren blade and a kunai. Swoosh. Before the opponent could react, several kunai with exploding tags attached were already on their way, probing the enemy's hiding place. Boom. Chapter 99, Shikatsu Miyaku's first battle. Boom. A few exploding tags ignited the smoke of battle. 2 ninja charged out, one in front and one behind, attempting to pincer Uchiha Nagi. As he dodged the exploding tags, they returned the favor, throwing several kunai of their own at him. Nagi activated his Sharingan and immediately saw the sparks on the kunai. The enemy had wrapped them with exploding tags as well. He certainly couldn't let those get close. Earth style wall. With a casual earth jutsu that consumed little chakra, he created a practical defense against the kunai bombs. The kunai embedded themselves in the wall and detonated. After the explosion, one of the ninja had already completed his hand seals. Earth style, earth dragon bullet. Uchiha Nagi frowned, not because of the jutsu itself, but because it made him think of Kimimaro, who was still resting in the shade. If there were enemies ambushing him here, then where Kimimaro was. Water breathing, third form, flowing dance. The third form, flowing dance, used flowing, water-like footwork to combine evasion and attack into a single fluid motion. Nagi used this technique to dodge the opponent's ninjutsu while rapidly closing the distance. Unfortunately for his opponent, who was unaware of Nagi's swordsmanship, he also drew his own sword, intending to engage in close combat. In a battle between ninja, it wasn't just a contest of ninjutsu. Ninjutsu consumed chakra, and once your chakra was gone, you were a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Not everyone possessed the massive chakra reserves of the Uzumaki clan. Therefore, the first wave of an engagement was often a probe with shuriken and kunai laced with exploding tags. The second wave was a test of taijutsu and ninjutsu. Only after confirming the opponent's strength would one use their true trump card. Take Kakashi, for example. In all his battles, he would first send a clone to test the enemy. Only after determining their ninjutsu and fighting style would he use his Chidori to decide the outcome. Be careful, Izumiya. This guy might be a master of kenjutsu, the other ninja shouted a warning from behind. Humph, don't underestimate me. I was a famous swordsman in the land of iron back in the day. Clang. After the sharp ring of metal on metal, the ninja before him found his entire world spinning. No, he was flying. To be more precise, his head was flying. You. As the last word left his lips, he realized he had already hit the ground. Before his eyes was his own headless body and a pair of red pupils. The Sharingan. So I was caught in a genjutsu. The man, Izumiya, opened his mouth, wanting to warn his teammate, but no sound came out. 7 or 8 seconds later, he plunged into darkness. Uchiha Nagi turned to face the remaining ninja. The genjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan was truly useful, especially against ninja who were glass cannons. In a taijutsu duel, a single moment of carelessness was enough to kill an opponent. That Jonin just now hadn't been weak. In a straight fight, his swordsmanship could have held out against Nagi for at least a few rounds. But against the Sharingan, he was caught in a genjutsu, and though it lasted only a brief instant, it was more than enough time for Nagi to take his head several times over. Danzo had a dozen 3-tomo Sharingan and 1 Mangekyo, and he still fell for Sasuke's genjutsu. In a one-on-one fight, the advantage of genjutsu was absurdly powerful. The Sharingan. You're from the Uchiha clan. The remaining ninja was stunned to see his teammate killed in a single exchange. The advantage of the Sharingan was immense. In small-scale skirmishes during the Great Ninja Wars, it was often a deciding factor. However, Uchiha Nagi had no intention of wasting his breath. Villains often gave their enemies an opening by talking too much. Water breathing, 7th form, drop ripple thrust. This was the fastest technique in water breathing, a rapid thrust towards the enemy. Damn it. Before the Jonin had time to dodge, Uchiha Nagi's blade pierced his body. But then, he strangely dissolved into an earth clone. Even more ridiculously, the earth clone was packed with several exploding tags. Sizzle, sizzle. The tags sparked and instantly detonated. Ha 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 ha, you didn't expect me to use an earth clone, did you? A triumphant voice rang out. A ninja in earth-colored clothes leaped up from the ground. He saw nothing shameless about the various treacherous tricks of a shinobi. It was the opponent's fault for being stupid enough to approach him so easily, confident in their own swordsmanship. You talk too much. Puffed. A long sword pierced through his heart from behind. The Jonin in the earth-colored clothes looked down at his chest in disbelief. How did you get behind me? Uchiha Nagi had no habit of explaining things to dead men. He pulled out his sword and headed in Kimimara's direction. He hadn't actually noticed the opponent had used an earth clone, but it was impossible for a few exploding tags to kill him. Not only could he activate his absolute defense, Susanoo, at any time, but he also had his instant movement skill, teleportation. At the moment of the explosion, he had used teleportation to move from the spot. The moment the opponent's real body was revealed, he had teleported behind him and stabbed him to death. Clean and efficient. Neither the body flicker technique nor breathing styles were as fast as a spacetime ninjutsu like teleportation. The body flicker was, in essence, just a short-range burst of superfast movement using chakra techniques. Any experienced ninja could determine the user's position by tracking the movement of their chakra, the airflow, their scent, and their killing intent. The reason he had used the chakra-intensive teleportation dojutsu to finish him off was that he was worried about Kimimara's safety. A Kage-level seed couldn't be allowed to die prematurely. Uchiha Nagi would regret that for the rest of his life. After quickly dispatching the ninja, Nagi used the body flicker technique to rush back to Kimimaro and Yukihime, only to be met with a surprising scene. Kimimaro, wielding his incredibly sharp bone sword, was fighting an elderly ninja, and he was holding his own. The old man couldn't seem to gain the upper hand. When the opponent swung his sword at Kimimaro, Kimimaro would counter with his water-breathing swordsmanship. But his experience was still lacking, and he was far inferior to his opponent. Whenever he was about to be struck, he would simply use his Shikatsumiyaku. The sharp blade, striking his skin, would only break the surface, revealing the white, bone-like defense beneath. With the superior defense of his Shikatsumiyaku, Kimimaro slowly began to gain the advantage. He was like a demon from the world of Demon Slayer. He didn't have to worry about getting injured and could focus solely on attacking. His opponent, on the other hand, had to defend while attacking. As long as Kimimaro didn't defend, his opponent was hamstrung. I didn't expect you to be so strong in taijutsu at such a young age. Combined with your shikatsumiyaku, you're not inferior to a jonin. But this is where it ends. The elderly ninja took a few steps back and smiled. If I'm not mistaken, ninjutsu must be your weakness. Take this. Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Chapter 100, The Lost Tower. Faced with the incoming ninjutsu attack, Kimimaro hurriedly swung his sword to defend. He had yet to learn any ninjutsu beyond the 3 basic academy techniques. One reason was his young age and limited chakra reserves. Even Naruto didn't develop his chakra-ton until he was 12 or 13. Kimimaro was only 2 years older than Naruto's group, and since Naruto and Sasuke were about 8, Kimimaro was only around 10 or 11. However, his Shikatsumiyaku's defense against ninjutsu other than fire style wasn't that taxing. At the same time, Uchiha Nagi had also taught him the water elemental water-breathing swordsmanship. Water breathing, 6th form, twisting whirlpool. Kimimaro's body twisted at an impossibly flexible angle, unleashing the 6th form to block all of the incoming earth dragon bullets with his bone sword. The occasional bullet that slipped through and struck his body wasn't a major issue. His Shikatsumiyaku could defend against 2 or 3 of them, as long as it wasn't a massive, concentrated barrage. Because his body was still young, it hadn't reached the strength it would have in the future, where he could withstand the pressure of Gaara's attack, which weighed dozens of tons. A barrage of earth dragon bullets, though unable to pierce his Shikatsumiyaku, could still cause severe internal damage from the physical impact. However, Kimimaro was still green. His lack of combat experience showed when, amidst the dense volley of earth dragon bullets, several exploding tags were mixed in. Clang! With the sharp ring of metal, Kimimaro's bone sword struck a kunai, with an exploding tag tied to its hilt. This is bad. Kimimaro's pupils contracted as he finally saw the tag, but it was too late. Boom. Several explosions sent Kimimaro flying. He coughed up a bit of blood. Although he had no external injuries, the force of the blast had still caused some internal shock damage. But his opponent had no intention of letting up. Several more kunai with exploding tags attached shot towards Kimimaro. At that moment, Kimimaro hadn't yet caught his breath and could only watch helplessly as the bombs flew toward him. Look out. Yukihime instinctively rushed forward, shielding Kimimaro, but she squeezed her eyes shut in fear. However, the expected attack never came. After a few explosions, Yukihime cautiously opened one eye and saw a giant, skeletal hand made of chakra blocking the way in front of them. A skeletal hand from Susanoo. The elderly ninja stared in shock at his opponent, his voice heavy. A member of the Uchiha clan. There was no other reason he would recognize him. Those red eyes were a conspicuous symbol wherever they went, just like the Hyuga clan's cataracts. Humph. Uchiha Nagi sneered, drawing his Nichiren blade, preparing to cut the man down. But at that moment, Yukihime grabbed his hand. Don't kill him. He's my father's guard, Grandpa Doichi. Uchiha Nagi was stunned. HM. The daimyo's guard. Your father sent people to kill you. He had originally thought they were bounty hunters or root, but he never expected them to be sent by the daimyo. Wasn't Yukihime his daughter? Why would he send someone to kill his own child? That's right. It was the daimyo-sama's order. However, since you are of the Uchiha clan, I don't think the daimyo-sama would object. Yukihime-sama, you can return with me. The daimyo-sama will surely be delighted. The ninja named Doichi explained that he was only here to kill Yukihime, whom he had watched grow up, because it was the daimyo's command. He felt that Yukihime, having run away from her marriage, had disgraced their family, regardless of whether her virtue was intact. For the sake of the family's honor and the Kazekage's face, he had dispatched his few trusted jonin to kill both Yukihime and the one who had abducted her. As for how they found them, Yukihime had grown up in the daimyo's mansion and left behind plenty of personal items. Coupled with the fact that Doichi was a veteran tracking ninja, it was easy for them to find their way here. Uchiha Nagi silently cursed himself. He had been so focused on himself and Kimimaro that he had forgotten to mask Yukihime's scent. A careless mistake. However, if the young lady were to marry a member of the Uchiha clan, the daimyo-sama would surely be very pleased. Young lady, please return with me and ask for the daimyo-sama's forgiveness. As long as this Uchiha gentleman is willing to stay in the daimyo city, I can guarantee that the daimyo-sama will not hold any of this against you. In fact, he will help cover up the news. The daimyo-sama has always been desperate for talent. As he spoke, Doichi's gaze on Uchiha Nagi became fervent, as if he were looking at a pile of gold. Oh, no, it was more like he was looking at a prize-breeding stud. Uchiha Nagi was speechless. I'm numb to it now. Another one who's after my body. First the hidden mist, now the land of winds daimyo. Is the Uchiha bloodline really that popular? Grandpa Edo, you've misunderstood. He's not, no, we don't have any relationship. Yukihime said, her face flushing as she stammered incoherently. Anyway, you should go back. I'm not going to marry that old Kazekage. I understand, the old ninja, Itoichi, glanced at Uchiha Nagi, a handsome, young, and powerful man, and then thought of the Kazekage, a widower with 3 children. No young maiden would choose the old man, right? Every girl dreams of a spring romance. This old man will return to report to the daimyo-sama. The young lady may return whenever she wishes. Itoichi nodded and then vanished with the body flicker technique. As for the 2 ninja Uchiha Nagi had killed, no one mentioned them. After the old man had left, Uchiha Nagi turned to face them. Are you alright, Kimimaro? Nagi asked. I'm fine, sensei. I'm sorry, I was too weak. Kimimaro said, scratching his head in embarrassment, feeling guilty for not being of any help. It's fine. As long as you're both safe. Uchiha Nagi walked over and used the mystical palm technique to check on Kimimaro. The issue wasn't serious. Although he had coughed up some blood, it was just bruised blood. His internal organs had only suffered minor shock damage from the exploding tags. With Kimimaro's constitution, he would be back to normal in a day. Good, as long as you're okay. Let's go, to the center over there. Uchiha Nagi nodded. He then led Kimimaro towards the central area of the ruins. Yukihime followed closely behind, her head full of unknown thoughts as she occasionally glanced up at his face. Sensei, why are we going to the center? Kimimaro asked. My shadow clone sent back a memory. It found something underground in those ruins, Uchiha Nagi said. The 3 of them entered the central building of the ruins. Uchiha Nagi led the way into a dark, collapsed passageway. This way, if any danger arose, he could protect them immediately. When it was Yukihime's turn, she looked at the broken passageway with a troubled expression. She couldn't make the jump. Uchiha Nagi could only silently walk back and grab her. Chapter 101, The Little Blondie with Whiskers. Yukihime stole a few glances at Uchiha Nagi. He's handsome, his height is good, his build is neither tall nor thin but very strong, and he dispatched my father's guards as easily as chopping vegetables. If he can defeat a jonin, does that mean his strength is above the jonin level? What a headache. If only he were the 4th Kazekage. I'd marry him in a heartbeat. But no, it has to be an old man. A widower with 3 children, at that. At that thought, Yukihime tapped her own head with her finger. Ugh, forget it. The more I think about it, the more my head hurts. Why are you hitting your head? Little Kimimaro asked, looking at Yukihime with a puzzled expression. It's nothing, haha. Yukihime laughed awkwardly. Kimimaro, you've learned how to wall walk, right? If any enemies appear, your job is to protect Yukihime while I fight, Uchiha Nagi said. Okay, sensei, Kimimaro nodded. Before Yukihime could even feel touched, Nagi added another cutting remark. Your own safety is also very important. If you encounter a danger you can't handle, prioritize protecting yourself before you worry about Yukihime. Yukihime was speechless. Uchiha Nagi continued scouting ahead on his own. He paid no mind to the girl behind him, who was now biting her finger and staring at him with a look of pure resentment. Even if he had noticed, he wouldn't have changed what he said. In his eyes, Kimimaro was indeed far more important than her. Her value was merely a few ninja scriptures he couldn't understand or learn from, while Kimimaro was a future Kage-level prospect. It was obvious who was more valuable. Moreover, Kimimaro had the potential to surpass the ordinary Kage level in the future, as long as Nagi could find a way to get him a pair of pure Byakugan. The inside of the structure went deep underground. Or rather, it was a tall tower, and the ground level outside had been raised by the shifting sands. The path inside wasn't difficult, because ninja could walk on walls as if on flat ground. Nagi lit a torch and led the way. His Sharingan could see in the dark, of course, but the torch wasn't for illumination. It was to test the oxygen levels. Without oxygen, even a ninja would collapse. What's more, in ancient buildings, the most dangerous thing wasn't a lack of oxygen, but poisoning from various hazardous gases. Fortunately, the journey down was smooth. When they reached the bottom, they saw signs of a massive battle. Puppet parts were scattered all over the floor, clear evidence of a fierce fight. The perceptive Kimimaro spotted a kunai on the ground, picked it up, and handed it to Nagi. Sensei, look. This kunai is so strange. Nagi took it and examined it closely. It was a 3-pronged kunai, engraved with an incomprehensible sealing formula. Could it be a flying thunder god kunai? Help me look for more of these 3-pronged kunai with curse seals on them. If you find one stuck in some kind of formation, tell me. Just then, Yukihime's voice piped up. Hey, are you talking about this? Nagi turned to look. Yukihime, at some point, had also picked up a three-pronged kunai. She had just pulled it out of the ground. It was engraved with the same kinds of curse seals as the one in his hand. You. Before Nagi could finish his sentence, the ground began to glow. A massive amount of chakra surged forth. Only then did Nagi see it clearly. The three of them were standing in the middle of a complex sealing formula. The accumulated dust of years had obscured the formation on the floor. A vast wave of energy erupted, enveloping the three of them. A moment later, after a flash of light, they vanished from the spot. Relying on his powerful spiritual energy, Nagi tried his best not to pass out. He saw a glimpse of the river of time. A second later, he succumbed to the dizziness. When he woke up again, he was in a different place. Ugh, my head hurts. What happened? Yukihime murmured, clutching her head as she slowly came to. Nagi looked at Yukihime in surprise. She had woken up even before Kimimaro. Ah. Where are we? How did we end up in a different place? Yukihime looked around and saw that they were no longer where they had been. This place was fragrant with the songs of birds and the scent of flowers, lush with vegetation, like a green city. There were even tall buildings all around. This was a sight that was completely impossible in the land of wind. Even in Sunagakure, the most densely populated and water-rich place in the country, there were very few green plants to be seen. I'm sorry. I think I did something wrong. You're not mad at me, are you? Yukihime cautiously handed the three-pronged kunai to Nagi. She now understood that it was her pulling the kunai from the ground that had caused this. It's not your fault. The formation was buried under dust. You couldn't see it and pulled it out by accident. The same thing would have happened if it were me or Kimimaro, Nagi comforted her. It was the truth. The formation was hidden by dust, its colors faded. He would have accidentally pulled it out himself. He just hadn't expected the Ryumayaku within it to transport the three of them through time. The only reason Yukihime had been able to pull it out was because the seal had weakened over time. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be the ancient land of Rorin from many years ago. Because right in front of him, a little blondie with whiskers on his face was fighting a horde of puppets. Before Nagi could even consider whether to go and save him, the damn blondie saw them and charged right over. Nagi was speechless. Just then, Kimimaro also woke up. He was a bit dazed to find himself facing a horde of puppets and a blonde kid. Kimimaro, prepare for battle. Protect Yukihime. Uchiha Nagi, at some point, had already activated his Sharingan. Yes, sensei. The blondie, being chased by a swarm of puppets from behind, shouted as soon as he got close, "Hey! Are these puppets yours? I'm not a bad guy." Uchiha Nagi resisted the urge to curse him out. You damn blondie, which one of your eyes sees us as puppeteers? Why would you think these puppets are under our control? Fortunately, the blondie paused when he saw Yukihime and Kimimaro, and finally realized his mistake. An ordinary person, a child, and an adult, this combination didn't look like people who could control so many puppets. Faced with the numerous puppets, Uchiha Nagi crouched low and took a deep breath. The blondie didn't have the Sharingan, so he couldn't see the chakra threads on the puppets' bodies. Dealing with these kinds of puppets was actually quite simple. As long as you cut the chakra threads on their bodies, they were basically just a pile of scrap metal. Or you could use Tsunade's monstrous strength fist and smash the whimpering things to pieces, one punch at a time. And both the Byakugan and the Sharingan could see the invisible chakra threads. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash, 32-fold. Chapter 102, First Encounter with the Golden Flash. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash, 32-fold. With a soft exhale, the air filled with minute sparks of lightning. Before the last word had even left his lips, Uchiha Nagi transformed into a streak of golden lightning and shot forward. At that exact moment, the blondie found himself in danger. As the puppets attacked Yukihime and Kimimaro, they ran into trouble. Yukihime was an ordinary person, and Kimimaro, having no experience fighting puppets, didn't realize they were essentially indestructible and became locked in a difficult battle. The blondie immediately stopped fleeing and turned back to help fight the puppets. But the puppets played by no rules of honor. The ones behind them fired a massive volley of poisoned needles and kunai, blanketing the area where he stood. This is bad. I can't dodge. If I do, they'll get hit. The blonde kid didn't know that Kimimaro possessed the Shikatsumiyaku and was completely unafraid of physical attacks. He only felt that he had carelessly led the enemy to them and had a duty to protect them. He stood in front of them, preparing to use his shadow clones as a shield against the wave of shuriken. At that moment, a three-pronged kunai embedded itself in the ground before him. Then, the blondie witnessed an incredible sight. A flash of yellow light leaped past him, and with a series of clangs, all the kunai and shuriken were knocked out of the air. On the other side, Uchiha Nagi, who had transformed into golden lightning, moved with the speed of a golden flash himself, severing the chakra threads of every single puppet. Without the control of the chakra threads, the dense army of several hundred puppets fell from the sky like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Kimimaro, are you all right? Uchiha Nagi asked, appearing before him. Sensei, we're fine, Kimimaro replied, nodding and holding his bone sword. He had become increasingly familiar with the water-breathing swordsmanship during this time, wielding it with ease. The style was a perfect match for his water affinity, a trait likely developed from the Kagaya clan living in the land of water for generations. Ah, Kimimaro, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Ah. The Sharingan. You're from the Uchiha clan. The blondie had only seen Kimimaro once before, and it was an adult version. What's more, he didn't think Kimimaro had even introduced himself at the time. But the Sharingan, he recognized easily. It was the same eye as his best friends. I'm sorry, everyone. I thought you were the ones controlling the puppets. It was a misunderstanding, so I ran over here. The blondie was quick to admit his mistake, a good kid at heart. But, mister, who are you? I don't remember Sasuke saying he had any other clansmen. Just then, a gentle male voice spoke. It was another, taller blondie, wearing a mask. If I'm not mistaken, you must be from the future. So don't be too surprised. This is not the era you belong to. Ah. A Konoha headband. Are you also a Konoha ninja? Hello, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. The blondie scratched his head, letting his guard down and stating his name as soon as he saw someone from his own village. That's right. When we arrived, the land of Rorin had already been destroyed, buried in ruins. So this must be a past era, Uchiha Nagi said calmly. At the same time, his eyes were fixed unwaveringly on Minato Namikaze. This was the man who was faster than the second Hokage, a man who could slit his throat in a moment of carelessness. Facing him, he couldn't let his guard down for even an instant. Hidden in the shadows with him were three others. Uchiha Nagi was very familiar with the chakra of one of them, a short individual, Kakashi Hatake. Minato Namikaze was puzzled by this Uchiha who was so wary of him. Ah. The past. The future? How is that possible? Then right now I'm. The blondie kept scratching his hair. For a simple-minded person, the concept of time travel was just too complicated. Ah, forget it. I won't think about it anymore. Ah, misters, have you seen Captain Yamato? He fell in here with me, but we got separated. I don't know where he is. Naruto scratched his head, giving up on thinking. Sorry, I haven't seen him. I have a mission to complete. We'll part ways here, Minato said with a faint smile, and then vanished in a flash. Uchiha Nagi narrowed his eyes. The Flying Thunder God. In the instant he vanished, Nagi had an idea and copied the technique with the Mangekyo Sharingan hidden under his bangs. However, just copying it wasn't enough to use it. The Flying Thunder God required coordinates, and Uchiha Nagi had yet to create his own custom Flying Thunder God kunai. He had no desire to use the same formula as Minato. What if one day, Minato Namikaze or Tobirama Senju suddenly appeared where his kunai was? But how to modify the formula? What a headache. Hey, why did he run off? Isn't he a Konoha ninja like me? Wouldn't it be better if we all stuck together and looked out for each other? Naruto asked, scratching his head in confusion. At this point, Minato had not yet taken off his mask, so Naruto didn't know he was the man carved into the Hokage rock. And Minato didn't know that this blondie was his future son, the tall blondie wasn't even married yet. They must have a more important mission. That third Hokage is up to no good. Uchiha Nagi sneered. Hearing this, Naruto was instantly displeased. How could he insult Grandpa Third? Hey, you with the red eyes, don't go too far. Grandpa Third is the Hokage, after all. You're from Konoha too, how can you talk about him like that? Naruto said, dissatisfied. Although he used to call him Old Man Third, he had respected him greatly after his death. First, this is the territory of the Land of Wind. Although the Land of Rorin is an independent small country, it is located within the borders of the Land of Wind. Second, this land is fertile and has always been the Land of Wind's largest source of grain imports. Although Konoha and Sunagekyo are currently at peace, for the third Hokage to send an elite team here, he's clearly up to no good. Uchiha Nagi finished and held up a second finger. Second, I am not a Konoha ninja. Ah, you. Naruto was at a loss, taking out a kunai. It was only then that he remembered, the Uchiha clan had been massacred. The one who lived, Itachi, was a rogue ninja. Sasuke, too, was a rogue ninja. That meant the men before him was also. Uchiha Nagi smiled and turned to Yukihime and Kimimaro. Let's go. He then left under Naruto's wary gaze. He had no grudge against Naruto, so there was no need to kill him. Besides, Naruto had the nine tails inside him. Killing him might cause some unforeseen complications. Most importantly, in his perception, someone was still watching him from the shadows. It was Minato Namikaze. He hadn't gone far. He always assumed the worst, especially when it came to the third Hokage. Why would Rorin, a country in the desert, ask Konoha for help instead of Sunagekure? Was it just because it was a time of peace? No, the truth was likely that the old schemer, the third Hokage, had sent Minato Namikaze here to seal or destroy the Ryumayaku in order to cripple Sunagekure's war potential. As long as the Ryumayaku was destroyed or sealed, this pearl of the desert would no longer be able to supply the land of wind with grain, and Sunagekure's ability to wage war would be greatly diminished. Otherwise, why did Minato never seek out Queen Sarah of Rorin during the entire process? Why didn't he even try to find the client who issued the mission? Was that normal? Moreover, the queen here had been secretly killed by Mikade long ago and turned into a human puppet. So who was it that went to Konoha to issue the mission? In short, don't be fooled by Minato's righteous appearance. At his core, he was still a ninja who put Konoha's interests first. So, even if Detective Uchiha Nagi's reasoning wasn't entirely correct, it was probably not far from the truth. Sealing. Uchiha Nagi frowned in thought. When the seal was first set, it should have been very strong. Powered by the Ryumayaku, no one should have been able to break it. But after more than a decade, the seal Minato had set had weakened, and the formulaic kunai had rusted, which was why Yukihime was able to pull it out so easily. But now Naruto was here too. 3 people from 3 different timelines gathered together. This could be a parallel world. There were many parallel worlds, after all. Later on, there was even that Boruto thing, where the power levels were a complete mess. Sometimes the Rinnegan was weaker than a 2-tomo Sharingan, and other times it was terrifyingly powerful. Boruto also had all sorts of fancy eyes. If he came here, he would probably be taught a harsh lesson. Pushing these various thoughts aside, he then walked over to the puppet army and sealed the puppets into a scroll. With no puppeteer nearby to reattach the chakra threads, they were just lumps of iron. Their individual combat power was not strong, but their strength was in their numbers. After watching them a few times, Uchiha Nagi had learned how to use the puppet technique himself. "Sensei, where are we going now?" Kimimaro asked, looking around, a little lost. If I'm not mistaken, the Ryumayaku's power was sealed for too long. When Yukihime pulled out the sealing kunai, the energy inside erupted and caused us to travel through time. There's a time limit to our stay in this era. When the time is up, the Ryumayaku's power will slowly push us out, and we will naturally return to our own world, Uchiha Nagi explained. Even if we do nothing, as the Ryumayaku's power that brought us here slowly dissipates, we will return to our own time. But one thing is certain, if we die here, we are really dead. Our bodies will automatically travel back to our own world. So you must be careful here. Prioritize your own safety. The power of time has a repulsive nature, it will slowly expel foreign invaders. Yukihime suddenly asked with interest, "Hey, does that mean that in the current land of wind, there's another my father and mother?" Uchiha Nagi nodded. Yes. And not only that, there's also another me. Kakashi doesn't have his Sharingan yet. That means the war hasn't started yet. Obito hasn't turned to the dark side. Rin is still alive. Chapter 103, Blackening Naruto. Kakashi doesn't have his Sharingan yet. That means the war hasn't started yet. Obito hasn't turned to the dark side. Rin is still alive. From the state of Kakashi's eye, one could deduce many things, or at least establish a timeline. The war hadn't begun, but the seeds had been sown. That was why the old schemer, the third Hokage, had dispatched Minato Namikaze to destroy the Ryumayaku in the land of Rorin. Under the pretext of pursuing the rogue ninja Mikade, he had quietly infiltrated Rorin, avoiding contact with Queen Sarah, and waited for an opportunity to strike. In the end, he succeeded in sealing the Ryumayaku. The land lost its energy, turning into a barren wasteland, and was eventually buried by sandstorms, becoming just another desert region within the land of wind. Although the land of Rorin was ostensibly an independent small country, in reality, it was merely a vassal state to the land of wind. Without the prosperous Rorin as a logistical granary for war, Sunagekure's war potential was greatly diminished, leading to a war that devastated its people and ultimately ended in defeat. Of course, Uchiha Nagi, a man persecuted by the third Hokage and now suffering from paranoia, might have been imagining all of this. Perhaps the third Hokage wasn't so evil, and Minato Namikaze truly wasn't here to destroy the land of Rorin. Meanwhile, the little blondie, Naruto, had stumbled upon a festival in Rorin. The entire city had gathered to celebrate the bountiful harvest. But what was chilling was that the expressions on many of the commoners' faces were extremely stiff, as if their smiles were forcibly plastered on. If someone with a Byakugan were to scan the crowd, they would discover that a large portion of them were human puppets, the kind made by Sasori of the Red Sand. These puppets, controlled by countless chakra threads, were mixed into the crowd, pretending to be civilians. Today was the enthronement ceremony of Princess Sarah. She was to become the Queen of Rorin and was standing on a high platform to receive blessings. As the princess stood on the high platform, accepting the blessings and cheers of her people, a hand suddenly pushed her from the tower. Just as she was about to fall to her death, Naruto leaped up in a few bounds, caught her in a princess carry, and saved her. But the little blondie's hands weren't so well behaved. As he held her, his hands touched a place they shouldn't have. Smack! Smack! Princess Sarah glared at him, and Naruto clutched his face, aggrieved. He hadn't even known what he was doing. He hadn't even had time to enjoy the feeling before it was over, and getting slapped twice for it was a raw deal. You. I saved you, and you hit me. Pervert. Where were your hands just now? Naruto clutched his face, feeling utterly wronged. Fortunately, the girl wasn't unreasonable. After hitting Naruto, she came to her senses and realized that he had saved her. Princess Sarah turned away, lowered her head, and said in a small voice, "Just now, thank you for saving me." Naruto, forgetting the pain in his face, said magnanimously, "It's nothing, it's nothing. What's your name?" "I'm Uzumaki Naruto." "By the way, how did you suddenly fall from up there? And that stone platform was so flimsy. What a coincidence that it all shattered." Sarah frowned and said in a low voice, "I don't know. It felt like someone pushed me from behind, and then I took 2 steps forward, and the stone platform just happened to break. Could it be a coincidence?" "It's no coincidence. It's an assassination attempt. Someone wants to kill you." As the voice finished speaking, 3 Konoha ninja appeared before Naruto and Sarah. It was the elite 3-man squad from Konoha, led by the tall blondie, Minato Namikaze. Beside him was a burly man, stout yet strong, clearly from the Akimichi clan. The other was completely wrapped up, wearing sunglasses, confirming he was from the Aburame clan. 1 for speed, 1 for reconnaissance, 1 for offense. And the first 2 were incredibly versatile ninja. What was this team for? Kakashi Hatake had another mission and wasn't here. "Huh, it's you guys. You're all Konoha ninja, too. What are you doing here?" Naruto let his guard down upon seeing people from his own village. The attire of the Aburame and Akimichi clans was too easy to recognize, mask or no mask. "Our mission is to protect Sarah and to pursue a fugitive who escaped 6 years ago. If I'm not mistaken, it's Makade, who came here through a time travel jutsu." Minato then began to explain that Makade had absorbed the Ryumayaku and its sealing formula into his body. Once Makade was defeated, Naruto could return to his own time. Just then, a voice dripping with sarcasm cut in. "How hypocritical. I never thought Minato Namikaze, with his righteous appearance, could be so deceitful, even lying to his own people." "Who's there?" Naruto exclaimed, whipping his head around to see Uchiha Nagi emerging from a corner with a sneer. Nagi was here for one reason, to tear off Konoha's hypocritical mask in front of Naruto. To hell with the will of fire. Let Naruto be blackened. "It's you. Why do you keep bad-mouthing Konoha? Who are you, really?" Naruto asked warily. "What they dare not say, I will. A mission to protect Sarah. Who issued it?" "Sarah's mother has been dead for a long time." "It was the 3rd Hokage, wasn't it?" Uchiha Nagi smiled and turned to Sarah. "Do you know why the 3rd Hokage of Konoha sent elite ninja from so far away to protect you?" Princess Sarah shook her head blankly. "Because, as has been passed down for generations in Rorin, only those of your royal bloodline can sever the Ryumayaku. Once the Ryumayaku is severed, it can be destroyed. So the 3rd Hokage sent Minato Namikaze, who knows sealing jutsu. If he couldn't destroy it, he would seal it. But he didn't expect that fellow Makade to have spent 6 years linking the Ryumayaku's energy source to his own body, right?" Minato remained silent, but Naruto was completely lost. "But don't we need to cut off the Ryumayaku to capture Makade? Otherwise, his chakra will be endless, and we won't be able to beat him," Naruto said. "Fool. The 3rd Hokage's real goal is to destroy the land of Rorin by destroying the Ryumayaku," Uchiha Nagi sneered. "Ah, what? That's impossible." Naruto and Sarah stared at Uchiha Nagi in disbelief, then turned to look at Minato. Minato had already taken out his 3-pronged kunai, and the 2 ninja behind him had also assumed combat stances. "Who are you?" "A rogue ninja from the future Uchiha clan," Minato said gravely. "What, you don't want me to continue?" "Naruto, before you traveled here, the land of Rorin was already in ruins, a barren desert, right? That's the result of the Ryumayaku being sealed or destroyed." Uchiha Nagi didn't flinch, drawing his Nichiren blade as well. He had had enough of the 20 years of fear and anxiety he had lived through in Konoha. He wanted to vent, to let out a breath of stale air. He would spare no effort in revealing Konoha's dark side to Naruto. And in the time I came from, Rorin is also a wasteland. All I can say is, the third Hokage's plan succeeded. The Ryumayaku was sealed or destroyed, and the land of Rorin was ruined, ha 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 ha. Impossible. Why would Grandpa Third do that? Naruto stared at Minato, dumbfounded, hoping to get the truth from him. Because of war, you foolish child. The land of Rorin is located in the desert of the Land of Wind. Although it's an independent small country, thanks to the power of the Ryumayaku, its land is fertile and its yields are abundant. It's the Land of Wind's largest source of grain imports. Once Rorin is destroyed, the Land of Wind's war potential will be greatly weakened in the future, right? Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Nagi laughed wildly. This. Naruto's small brain couldn't yet comprehend the dark side of Konoha. He didn't know how to process this information and was at a complete loss. You're all bad people. I won't let you destroy the land of Rorin. Never. Sarah stumbled backward in terror and ran away. Clearly, Uchiha Nagi's words had filled her with a profound fear, making her distrust anyone wearing a Konoha headband. Sarah! Naruto shouted. Naruto, you go protect Sarah first, Minato called out. Naruto looked at the two tense groups, then decided to ignore them. Protecting Sarah was more important. That's right, Naruto, you have to protect Sarah. If she dies, the Ryumayaku can't be severed, you know. And then you won't be able to destroy Rorin. Uchiha Nagi added with a cheerful smile, not forgetting to twist the knife. As Naruto chased after Sarah, he shot a furious glare at Nagi. Nagi just smiled. The little blondie's angry face was quite cute. Heh. But the tall blondie isn't so cute. Uchiha Nagi's expression turned solemn as he turned back to Minato. I don't know why your future self hates Konoha so much. Are you a rogue ninja? Minato held his three-pronged kunai, ready for battle. He didn't know what effect killing someone from the future would have on history, but an enemy was an enemy. Especially an Uchiha who harbored hatred for Konoha. Rogue ninja. What kind do you mean? Does a ninja who was lucky enough to escape after the third Hokage annihilated his clan count as a rogue ninja? Uchiha Nagi smiled, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. He couldn't afford to be careless with the tall blondie's speed, he had to face him with his strongest dynamic vision. Annihilated. The third Hokage annihilated the Uchiha clan. How is that possible? And your eyes are, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Minato said in shock. Want to know more? I can tell you. But do you dare to listen? You don't even dare to get too close to Naruto, because you've probably already guessed who he is, haven't you? Uchiha Nagi sneered. Naruto, the protagonist of one of Jiraiya's inspirational novels. Minato was a loyal fan of his sensei's work. Even more unbelievably, when he and Kushina were dating, he had said that if they had a son in the future, they should name him after the protagonist of his sensei's book, Naruto. So, when he saw this blonde-haired kid wearing a Konoha headband and named Naruto, he was shocked. He had felt a faint, inexplicable sense of familiarity. That was why, after leaving, he had secretly stayed behind to protect Naruto, to see if Uchiha Nagi would try to kill him. Chapter 104, Minato, look out. He can use Flying Thunder God. What is your purpose in coming to the land of Rorin? Minato Namikaze wore a mask, his expression hidden, but one could sense his deep conflict. He didn't want to change history, yet he was curious about what was to come. He was even hesitant about whether to eliminate Uchiha Nagi. This was different from other enemies. Uchiha Nagi was from a future timeline. Would killing him alter history? As a master of spacetime ninjutsu and sealing arts, Minato understood the laws of time and space better than anyone. If it could be avoided, history should not be changed. Before coming here, he had already decided that once the mission was over, he would seal everyone's memories of these few days. Seal even memories. Minato's sealing jutsu, of course, came from his girlfriend. The Uzumaki clan's sealing arts were renowned. With his natural talent and a girlfriend who held nothing back, he had naturally learned a wide variety of sealing techniques. He had a plan: to avoid changing history, he would first defeat this Uchiha and then seal him away. When the mission was over, Nagi would naturally return to his own world. I'm sorry. Regardless of what happened in the future to make you hate Konoha so much, before that, I will fulfill my own dream of becoming Hokage and making Konoha a better place. Right now, to prevent history from being altered, I must seal you. With that, Minato wasted no more words, made a hand signal, and threw two three-pronged kunai. The gesture was a signal to Akimichi Choza and Aburame Shibi behind him not to engage. He only wanted to seal Uchiha Nagi, not kill him. Playing with kunai in front of the Sharingan. You're showing off your meager skills before an expert. Uchiha Nagi had no intention of dodging or letting the kunai pass behind him like a Beto would. He knew everything about Minato's abilities, while Minato knew nothing of his. Therefore, Nagi's choice was to throw 2 of his own kunai, directly knocking Minato's 2 flying thunder god-marked kunai out of the air. After deflecting the kunai, Nagi used the most explosive, short-range speed technique he had, thunder breathing. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash, Godspeed. Then, before Minato's astonished eyes, he transformed into a streak of golden lightning, shooting directly through his body and cutting him in 2. Minato. Choza, seeing Minato's neck severed, was shocked and instinctively moved to attack. However, Abirame Shibi, beside him, held him back. Have faith in Minato. He's fine, Shibi said. Minato was, of course, fine. What Nagi had cut was merely an afterimage. The speed of both combatants was so extreme that it had created a mirage, deceiving Choza. Just a centimeter before the blade reached his neck, Minato had simply vanished from in front of Nagi, teleporting to one of his deflected flying thunder god kunai. Space-time ninjutsu was just that absurd. More importantly, the chakra consumption of the flying thunder god was related to the distance and the object being transported. As long as he wasn't teleporting a tailed beast or a massive sphere of chakra over a long distance, Minato could keep up these short-range teleports all day. Compared to Nagi's teleportation, which consumed dojutsu power and a huge amount of chakra, it was incredibly cost-effective. Minato, now on the other side, was also incredibly shocked. The speed at which this man moved was faster than anyone's body flicker technique, like a golden flash itself. The body flicker was a ninjutsu that used a short-range burst of speed. Every ninja from every country could use it, but only Shisui had made a name for himself with it. There was also the little-known demigod, Hanzo, whose sharp sword techniques combined with his body flicker were nigh unstoppable. His fastest feat was using it to dodge Nagato's Geto statue summon, moving so fast it was like teleportation. Your speed is incredible. Faster than any normal body flicker, yet it's not the body flicker. It's more like a combination of swordsmanship and some kind of breathing technique, Minato praised. To analyze most of my intelligence in a single exchange, you truly are Minato Namikaze. But your flying thunder god is faster, Nagi said. At the same time, he was filled with admiration for the man's combat analysis and intelligence. To deduce in one round that his thunderclap and flash, Godspeed was related to swordsmanship and a breathing method, he truly was a genius. No wonder he was the man who analyzed Obito's ability in 2 rounds and still defeated him. Nagi felt that in terms of combat intelligence, Minato was number 1, with Itachi a close second. However, since the fastest first exchange with thunderclap and flash, Godspeed couldn't defeat Minato, there was little point in continuing to use it. The explosive speed of the technique came with an equally massive cost. Even Zenitsu, for whom thunder breathing was a perfect fit, had said he could only use it twice. Nagi could only manage a few more times than Zenitsu before hitting a state of exhaustion. In that case, it was time to switch breathing styles. Wind breathing would do. Its explosive power wasn't as fierce as thunder breathing's, but its strength was in its endurance, and it was still fast enough. Uchiha Nagi narrowed his eyes, inhaling through his nose and exhaling through his mouth, beginning to change the flow of his breath. Wind breathing, first form, dust whirlwind cutter, he whispered. Minato's eyes focused. His opponent's breathing had changed. He then saw Nagi charge towards him at high speed. It was slower than the Godspeed flash from before, but still much faster than the body flicker technique. Minato, unhurried, threw a kunai into the air and retreated. A sphere of chakra, a Raiznan, had already formed in his hand, though no one knew when. Just as Nagi was about to strike him, he vanished again in a teleport. But Nagi just smirked. He didn't even have to think to guess where Minato had gone. It could only be one of the 3 locations marked by his flying thunder god kunai. Therefore, wind breathing, 5th form, cold mountain wind. His Nichiren blade instantly changed its attack, swinging from above to create massive, rotating wind blades that surrounded his body, unleashing a wide-range attack. Minato, now in midair, frowned. His Raiznan was ready to hit his opponent's back, but who knew that the man would, in an instant, no, it was as if he had predicted it before the teleport, change his attack, targeting the very position of the flying thunder god kunai behind him. Swoosh. Unsurprisingly, Uchiha Nagi's attack missed again. The Raiznan also missed its mark, hitting the empty ground nearby. Minato. Minato, are you all right? 2 concerned voices called out. Minato just smiled and waved his hand to show he was fine. But on his shoulder, a new wound had appeared, cut by an invisible blade of wind. Your swordsmanship is very special. Not only can it switch between different elemental properties, but it can also create invisible blades of wind. Truly amazing, Minato praised. Are you praising yourself? Nagi wasn't falling for that. Praising the enemy's strength, only to defeat them to make yourself look better. Invisible blades were an excellent tool for ambushes in close combat. Danzo had a treacherous move where he would spit a wind jutsu from his mouth, an invisible, colorless wind blade that could easily catch an uninformed opponent off guard. Minato looked at the wound on his shoulder. Just as the attack was about to hit him, he had sensed an invisible danger approaching and had teleported away. He hadn't expected it to be an invisible wind blade. But this didn't faze him. Minato Namikaze, a veteran of 100 battles with reflexes faster than the Mangekyo Sharingan, had never been afraid of a battle of speed. Wind breathing, third form, clean storm wind tree. Uchiha Nagi attacked again. The third form, clean storm wind tree, unleashed 3 wind blades from the user's center in an instant. The name carries the meaning of the proverb, the trees wish for calm, but the wind does not cease, evoking a sense of longing for one's deceased parents. Reach is strength. Minato, wielding a kunai against Nagi's long Nichiren blade, was already at a disadvantage in terms of distance. Coupled with Nagi's sword style, derived from various breathing styles and capable of producing invisible blades, Minato was at an even greater disadvantage in close combat. Unsurprisingly, Minato teleported away again, this time to a greater distance. He then took out a shuriken. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Uchiha Nagi was then met with a storm of metal. Thousands of shuriken, a dense cloud of them, flew towards Uchiha Nagi. This wave looked like it would turn him into a human beehive. He hadn't seen the third Hokage's version, but he had seen Orochimaru's once, and it was only a few hundred. The Minato before him had surpassed his predecessor, creating thousands. Damn it. This is enough to take on a tailed beast. You've turned a simple shuriken technique into an S-rank jutsu. Uchiha Nagi cursed aloud. He had no choice. He bit his finger and quickly formed hand seals. Summoning, Rashomon. The thousands of shuriken had no exploding tags on them. As a purely physical barrier, a single Rashomon gate would be enough. After a massive explosion, the Rashomon was left in ruins, but that didn't matter. He could just summon it again. Where did he go? Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, and a figure appeared rapidly behind him. It was Minato. Body flicker. Uchiha Nagi narrowed his eyes. Clearly, Minato had mixed a 3-pronged flying thunder god kunai in with the thousands of shuriken clones. It was impossible for all of them to have hit the Rashomon, many had flown past it to the left, right, front, and back. Minato had then teleported to one of those kunai and used the body flicker technique to rush behind him for a big Raiznon. However, if that was all it was. A mysterious smile appeared on Uchiha Nagi's lips. Minato, who was charging his Raiznon and about to hit his target, froze. He suddenly sensed that something was very wrong. Swoosh. Minato's Raiznon slammed into the ground, creating a large crater. But what shocked him even more was that his opponent had also vanished. It wasn't the body flicker, that was high-speed movement that would have displaced the air and his chakra, and Minato was a powerful sensor. He's gone. How is that possible? Minato was baffled. How did he just disappear? Watching from behind, Abirame Shibi suddenly shouted. Minato, look out. He's above you. It's the Flying Thunder God. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Tricked by Minato's Flying Thunder God, level. It's the Flying Thunder God. How is that possible? How can he use the Flying Thunder God? Minato Namikaze stared at his opponent in utter shock. It was unmistakably the Flying Thunder God technique. The man had teleported to the kunai he himself had thrown into the wall. And yet, in the next second, he vanished again. He just disappeared. An intense feeling of danger washed over Minato. Without thinking, he instinctively activated the Flying Thunder God, teleporting to another location. The instant he left, Uchiha Nagi's sword slashed down where he had been standing. It was the kunai I was carrying. Minato gave a bitter smile. It only took a moment of thought for him to understand. He never imagined that the 3-pronged kunai in his own ninja pouch would become the coordinates for his opponent's Flying Thunder God. Uchiha Nagi wasn't going to wait for him to speak. In the next second, he activated the Flying Thunder God again, teleporting behind Minato and slashing down with his sword. This time, however, Minato blocked it with a kunai. Heh, not bad, right? You like to fly behind people and stab them in the back, don't you? How does it feel to have someone fly behind you? Uchiha Nagi said with a grin. Minato, ever since learning the Flying Thunder God, had never thought to modify the formula on the kunai. That was why he and the second Hokage could share the same marked kunai. The reason was simply that no third person had ever learned the spacetime ninjutsu. He never expected to be tripped up by Uchiha Nagi today. Uchiha Nagi's Mangekyo Sharingan ability was to see through and analyze the principles of how things work. It could be weak, but its potential was also limitless. After analyzing the formula on the Flying Thunder God Kunai and watching Minato teleport several times, his copy of the technique had gone from 10% complete directly to 100%. Compared to a jutsu like Shikatsumiyaku, which required a bloodline, this spacetime ninjutsu, reputedly the most difficult in the ninja world, had no such requirement and was surprisingly easy to copy. However, after an initial moment of panic, Minato immediately calmed down. He took out most of the Flying Thunder God Kunai he was carrying and threw them out, scattering them in every corner. Akimichi Choza and Abirame Shibi then witnessed an incredible scene. Two figures, one with golden hair, like a golden flash, the other with black hair, like black lightning, flickered back and forth among the tall buildings of Rorin. 1 second they would clash blades here, the next they would exchange blows over there. Finally, in a shower of sparks from a fierce exchange, Uchiha Nagi gained the upper hand for a round. He used his Nichiren blade to slice off Minato's mask and a lock of his hair, which fell to the ground. Minato then used the body flicker technique to leap to an empty space where there were no Flying Thunder God Kunai. What? Giving up? Or just don't want to fight anymore? Nagi smiled. With his Mangekyo, his dynamic vision was stronger than Minato's. If he lost now, despite also having the Flying Thunder God, it would be a huge embarrassment. Minato smiled back. The reinforcements are coming. Let's decide this with one move, win or lose. He then formed another Raiznan in his hand, but this one was bigger. Great Ball Raiznan. Having had the most exhilarating fight of his life, Uchiha Nagi also wanted to end it. At the end of the day, his hatred was for Danzo and the third Hokage. He didn't feel the need to kill Minato. And who knew who would kill whom? Let's not forget, Minato still had the Reaper Death Seal. Who? Sun Breathing, third form, Raging Sunday. Out of respect for his opponent, Uchiha Nagi used his strongest technique, Sun Breathing. Its power was in a different league from the ordinary breathing styles. As long as he only used one move and didn't sustain it for too long, the side effects would be negligible. He then swung out a deep crimson, horizontal arc of flame directly at Minato's large Raiznan. Before he struck, he mentally scanned his surroundings. There were no Flying Thunder God Kunai anywhere. He didn't have to worry about this guy pulling a fast one and flying behind him like he did with Obito. Just as their two ultimate moves, one a flaming blade, the other a large blue sphere, were about to collide, Minato suddenly vanished from in front of Uchiha Nagi. In the next second, a large Raiznan slammed heavily into his back. Uchiha Nagi. How did he get behind me? There are no Flying Thunder God Kunai around here. A huge explosion kicked up a massive cloud of dust. Minato wiped the sweat from his brow, looking mentally exhausted. He didn't have the Mangekyo Sharingan. The ultra-high-speed teleports required him to focus his eyes and senses intensely. So, although their teleportation battle had only lasted a short while, it had taken a huge toll on him. He had never imagined that fighting someone else who could use the Flying Thunder God would be so disgusting. Now, he finally understood. What was even more disgusting was that his opponent was using the same spacetime formula as him. No, when I get back, I have to modify the second Hokage's formula. I need to make my own exclusive one. Minato, are you alright? Is he dead? Akimichi Choza and Abirame Shibi rushed over, standing by Minato's side with concern. I'm fine. Don't let your guard down. He's not dead. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause echoed from within the smoke. Then, a piece of the mask that Nagi had just cut in half was tossed out. Flying Thunder God, Level 2. Truly worthy of Minato Namikaze. To secretly inscribe the Flying Thunder God formula on your own mask, then intentionally let me get the better of you so your mask would be cut and fall to the ground. Uchiha Nagi dusted himself off and walked out. A chakra skeleton now enveloped his entire body, the Uchiha clan's absolute defense, Susanoo. The Great Ball Rasengan's power was immense, it had smashed a multitude of cracks into the skeletal Susanoo. Crack, crack. A large, dense swarm of puppets descended from the sky, raining down chakra cannons from the buildings above. Nagi looked at the puppet army and knew it was time to end this. I lost today's match. The next time we meet, I won't lose to you. He turned and left with the body flicker technique, leaving behind a sentence that shocked all three of them. Oh, wait, there won't be a next time. Minato Namikaze, if you don't want to die with your wife on the night of the Ninetales attack, then you'd better work hard to change history. Ha 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 ha. The moment Nagi left, the massive swarm of puppets surged forward. These weren't the ordinary puppets of Kankuro or Sasori. Powered by an infinite supply of chakra, Makade had equipped all of them with chakra cannons. Uchiha Nagi left in a cheerful mood. As for the conflicted Minato, whether he would seal his own memory or, because of Nagi's words, keep it and try to change history, that had nothing to do with him. Change history. Let the floods rage, what's it to me? It's your lives, you two can decide for yourselves. At the same time, this was an experiment he wanted to conduct. The later stages of the Naruto story had been ruined by the release of Boruto. In Boruto, time travel became as easy as eating a meal, and space-time ninjutsu became rampant. What was even more absurd was that an Otsutsuki named Urashiki had tried to go back in time to kill Naruto, only to be instantly killed by Naruto in his one-tailed cloak mode. How ridiculous. An Otsutsuki who could fight against the Rinnegan was one-shot by a main world Naruto in his one-tailed nine-tails mode. How weak must the people of the future world be? Uchiha Nagi thought about it for a long time and concluded that it was most likely a parallel world. Because the power levels at the end of the original series were world-destroying, it was impossible for them to become so weak just because they had a bunch of kids. The only explanation was that the people in Boruto were just that strong to begin with, and when they came to the main world, they were beaten like dogs. But that time machine, the turtle, was quite interesting. He didn't know what it was made of, but it possessed such massive energy that it could transport people through time. The Ryumayaku, even after being sealed by Minato for over a decade, had only accumulated enough energy for one round trip. As Nagi walked back to reunite with Kimimaro and Yukihime, he also thought about the Ryumayaku. Makade had traveled back 6 years, but it had taken him a full 6 years to absorb the Ryumayaku's power into his own body. However, the moment Sera severed the Ryumayaku, he immediately became a plant without roots and withered away. That meant the power of the Ryumayaku could be used, but... Shaking his head, Nagi had no desire to spend the rest of his life as a mountain king in Rorin. Even if he had infinite chakra, what was the point if he couldn't leave? He would just be a prisoner. But sealing a tailed beast inside himself? Nagi shook his head again. He didn't like the idea of having a sentient creature locked inside his body. What if he was getting intimate with his girlfriend one day? Wouldn't it be secretly watching? Besides, Black Zetsu, Nagato, and their group were definitely going to collect the tailed beasts. He wasn't confident he could take on Nagato, even an exhausted Nagato. His Rinnegan was truly powerful. The Rinnegan was the pinnacle of power in this world, and he was still far from it. Speaking of which, I wonder if I can copy the power of the Rinnegan. Uchiha Nagi touched his own eyes. If he could copy Nagato's 6 paths abilities, that would be game-breaking. However, based on his deductions, it was likely similar to the Shikatsumiyaku. Even if he copied the 6 paths abilities, he wouldn't be able to use them without the Rinnegan. Hey, you're back. Are you alright? We heard a huge battle just now. Were you fighting someone? In a civilian house, Yukihime and Kimimaro looked at the disheveled Uchiha Nagi with concern. I'm fine. A bit messy, but I wasn't injured. Nagi smiled. In fact, it was Minato who had gotten a cut on his shoulder. And he had stripped Minato's life-saving Flying Thunder God technique down to its underwear, even copying the Flying Thunder God, level 2. That old schemer. Tui. They had agreed to a head-on duel, but he had secretly added the Flying Thunder God, level 2 formula to his own mask. If Nagi hadn't been prepared with his Susanoo on standby, that Great Ball Raisnon might have taken half his life. No, it might have killed him on the spot. It's getting late. We'll rest for the night and head back tomorrow. Uchiha Nagi looked at the time outside. The sky had already darkened. Tomorrow, he would go kill Makade, freeing the Ryumayaku's power from its imprisonment. The repulsive force of time would then naturally send them back to their own world. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, There is great terror between life and death. Flying Thunder God, level 2 was a self-created technique that Minato Namikaze had improved upon, drawing inspiration from sealing arts. It added a sealing jutsu to the original Flying Thunder God, allowing the formula to be inscribed onto objects in a way that it could not be erased or removed. For example, if he marked your stomach, you could never wash it off, you would have a permanent coordinate on you for life. At any moment, Minato could fly over via that formula and slit your throat. Of course, this was just a hypothetical. If you were marked on the arm, you could just cut off the arm. There was another method, fighting fire with fire. You could use a sealing jutsu to counteract it, sealing the level 2 formula so you wouldn't have to worry about a backstabber teleporting in front of you in the middle of the night to slit your throat. After all, sealing arts were the universal solvent. If they could seal even memories, a mere coordinate was nothing. Uchiha Nagi was examining a 3-pronged kunai. Although it was engraved with a formula, this was the one from the future, the one Minato had used to seal the Ryumayaku. Because over a decade had passed, a small part of the formula had been damaged, so he didn't have to worry about Minato flying to it. However, the sealing formula used for the Ryumayaku was still intact. Nagi used his Mangekyo Sharingan to continuously analyze and deconstruct the formula, but it was a bit slow. If his Sharingan was watching someone perform a ninjutsu in person, the copy process was incredibly fast, he could master it in just 1 or 2 viewings. But conversely, for something engraved on a kunai, he had to analyze and dissect it himself after copying, which was a bit slow. The copy process would halt at a certain point. It was like no matter how many books you read, it could never compare to having an old master guide you by hand for a few days. I guess I'll have to wait for the tall blondie to use his sealing jutsu, Uchiha Nagi sighed, putting the kunai back in his pouch. He wondered if Minato would be too afraid to use his flying thunder god kunai now, for fear of being backstabbed himself. Heh. That night, Uchiha Nagi, Kimimaro, and Yukihime stayed in a civilian house. The owner seemed to have been gone for a long time, a thin layer of dust covered the floor. Yukihime and Kimimaro were happily cleaning with rags. To her, everything was novel. Leaving the daimyo city, traveling across the desert, even time traveling to the Rorin of over a decade ago. Preparing her own food, cleaning up after herself, these were things she could never have imagined before. As a princess, a useless person who had food brought to her lips and clothes put on her back, it wasn't that she didn't want to do things, but that all sorts of rules and regulations prevented her. After escaping the mansion, she had completely let herself go. Looking at Yukihime, who had gotten herself covered in dirt, Nagi said, speechless, if you don't know how to clean, just let Kimimaro do it. You're only making it dirtier. Yukihime shook her head like a rattle. No. I want to do it myself. I'm not the daimyo's princess anymore. I'm Yukihime. With that, she went back to scrubbing with renewed vigor. Nagi shook his head and paid her no more mind. He sat at a table and read a book. It was one of the remnant ninchu scriptures that Yukihime had written out for him from memory. No matter how Nagi looked at it, the text seemed no different from ordinary Buddhist classics. But Yukihime had somehow, through years of reading, stumbled into a state of oneness with nature. That meant there was nothing wrong with the scriptures. The fault lay with the reader, who couldn't comprehend them. However, Uchiha Nagi was patient. He wasn't in a hurry. It would be many years before Black Zetsu tried to rescue his mother. It was when Naruto was 18, wasn't it? In his own timeline, Sasuke was still an 8 or 9-year-old kid, several years away from even graduating from the ninja academy. Besides, all he had to do was prevent Obito from collecting the Rinnegan. Or just destroy the Rinnegan. Without it, he couldn't activate the Six Paths mode, much less cast the infinite Tsukuyomi to free Princess Kaguya. After a while, Yukihime and Kimimaro finally finished cleaning. They wiped their hands and came over to Uchiha Nagi. Yukihime asked curiously, right, at the festival during the day, there were so many people. Why does it seem like everyone is hiding at night? Uchiha Nagi said calmly, because anyone with chakra and a decent constitution has been secretly captured by Makade and turned into a human puppet. Those without value as materials have been thrown into factories as slave labor. At the festival you saw during the day, most of the people were puppets. They were already dead. They were only moving because of the chakra threads controlling them, which are invisible to ordinary people. Hiss. Both Kimimaro and Yukihime gasped. They had seen so many people in the city during the day, and they were all fake. Then didn't anyone here notice? The ninja here, the guards. Yukihime stammered. I'm afraid the guards and ninja here were dealt with by Makade long ago, Uchiha Nagi said. Sensei, if he can control so many people, why is he still hiding? Kimimaro, on the other hand, was curious about a different question. He's probably wary of Sunagekure. If Makade were to wipe out the entire land of Rorin at once, it would be strange if Sunagekure didn't go berserk. Uchiha Nagi smiled. When you've been a rat underground for too long, you can't stand the sunlight. Even though he has obtained the Ryumayaku, he's still not confident in his own strength. That's because he's all too aware of his own weakness. As long as the Ryumayaku is severed, he's a plant without roots, blown away by the wind. Makade wants to be a king. In his dreams. Away from the Ryumayaku, he was just a jonin. And from all indications, he had created something akin to Wi-Fi to draw energy from the Ryumayaku into his body. But in reality, the moment the Ryumayaku was cut, he was finished. That was why, even though he could have annihilated the small country of Rorin, he didn't dare to make a move. He even used a majority of his puppets to put on a festival, who knew who that was for, and had to make Sarah's assassination look like an accident. Truly pathetic. Then, Sensei, are we going to kill that Makade tomorrow? To avenge the people here? Kimimaro asked. Tomorrow? We'll see how things go tomorrow. If that Konoha squad doesn't get in our way, we'll just defeat Makade and go back. As long as he can't control the Ryumayaku, the repulsive force of time will automatically send us back to our own world. The land of Rorin was neither large nor small. To accommodate its growing population, many tall buildings had been constructed to reduce the residential footprint. Tall buildings weren't uncommon in the ninja world. Megakure, for example, was filled with skyscrapers. Rorin, however, had built them because the area of the oasis covered by the Ryumayaku was limited, and most of the land was needed for agriculture. The Konoha elite squad, Akimichi Chosa, Aburame Shibi, and Kakashi, who had been on another mission, were all gathered together with Minato Namikaze tonight. During the day, the 12-year-old Kakashi had gone out to gather intelligence and had discovered a wood-style user, Yamato, who had traveled through time with Naruto. He had secretly followed him, and after confirming that the other was a Konoha ninja, he hadn't made his presence known. After completing his mission of locating the Ryumayaku, he had come to report to his sensei. Before a campfire, the four of them sat together, sharing their intelligence. The food was nothing special. Besides water, there were only the incredibly bland military ration pills. When on a mission, this was what ninja usually ate. I see. So you found the location of the Ryumayaku. Good. Tomorrow, we'll go defeat Makade. Kakashi, you will secretly protect Sarah and see if you can get her to find a way to sever the Ryumayaku. Understood. After laying out all the plans, Minato still seemed preoccupied. He had retrieved his flying thunder god kunai, they were his bread and butter, and he couldn't fight without them, but as a precaution, he had placed them in his pouch and put a sealing jutsu on the outside of the bag. This way, even if Uchiha Nagi wanted to secretly fly over and slit their throats, he wouldn't be able to. The versatile sealing arts were just that game-breaking. Everyone else was asleep. Minato was on watch, staring into the campfire with a heavy heart. Choza, who was also still awake, sighed, walked over, and tried to comfort him. Minato, are you still thinking about what happened during the day? Maybe what he said was a lie. Choza said, patting Minato on the shoulder. What he said might not be true. Maybe he just wanted to mess with your mind, to affect your judgment. Minato gave a bitter smile. Perhaps. But I have a feeling that what he said is true. And it was clear that when he was fighting me during the day, he had no real killing intent. It was more like he was learning something. So, what he said at the end, maybe in the future, something major really does happen in Konoha. And it's related to the Nine Tails. And that's what leads to the Uchiha clan's destruction, and why he hates Konoha so much. But Minato raised his head with determination. No matter how terrible things get, I will face them one by one. I will protect the Konoha and the people I love. Most importantly, his girlfriend, because she was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. If something happened to the Nine Tails, something would naturally happen to her. If he had only heard Uchiha Nagi say that he would die for Konoha, he might not have been so upset. But to hear that his beloved girlfriend would die with him on the same day, he couldn't sleep. Minato's intelligence analysis was top-notch, his intellect frighteningly high, and his talent immense. He had already deduced that Naruto was related to him in some way. That familiar feeling, the blonde hair, plus the Nine Tails chakra inside him, everything was telling him that what Uchiha Nagi had said was probably true. Because only if Kushina died would the Nine Tails be transferred to a new Jinchuriki. Although he tried not to think about whether the boy named Uzumaki Naruto was his and Kushina's future child, the more he tried not to know the truth, the more he couldn't control his wild thoughts. Chapter 107, The Immortal Puppeteer. There is great terror between life and death. The first person to truly see through this terror was Orochimaru. The reason he so relentlessly pursued eternal life was that he had seen too much life and death on the battlefield and realized that if a person could not live forever, life was completely meaningless. So, his gaze jumped beyond everything else. Konoha, the title of Hokage, he didn't care about any of it. In his eyes, the so-called position of Hokage was nothing more than a flower that bloomed for a brief moment. Now, it was Minato Namikaze's turn to ponder this question. The joy he once felt slitting others' throats was now matched by his own turmoil. The Nine Tails within the little blondie confirmed he was a Jinchuriki. Then the little blondie had introduced himself as Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki. Uzumaki Kushina. That meant Kushina had died for the Nine Tails to be transferred to a new Jinchuriki. And Naruto was the name of the protagonist in his sensei Jiraiya's novel. Not long ago, he had even told Kushina that if they had a son in the future, they should name him that. From all the intelligence he had gathered, there was a 90% chance that what the other Uchiha had said was true. He and Kushina would die on a certain day in the future. At this thought, Minato's mind began to race. What kind of enemy could be so powerful that the entire village of Konoha would be no match, and he himself would die in battle? Minato, don't overthink it. Konoha belongs to everyone. If there's a problem, we'll face it together, Choza said, patting Minato's shoulder comfortingly. Minato smiled, a warmth spreading through his heart. That's right. He still had all his friends and family. If an enemy appeared, they would all face them together. Meanwhile, the little blondie, Naruto, who was protecting Sarah, had put his talk no jutsu to good use, making the heroine of Rorin trust him again. I swear on my ninja way. I will definitely protect the land of Rorin with you. I won't let that Makade guy destroy it, and that includes destroying the Ryumayaku. Naruto declared, pounding his chest. Then what if that Konoha squad wants to destroy the Ryumayaku? Sarah asked a sharp question. Then they'll have to get through me first. I'll protect the land of Rorin with you. I won't let them destroy the Ryumayaku. Naruto blurted out without a second thought, his conviction unwavering. Sarah stared blankly at this little blondie, who was brimming with positive energy. If a person's body had a magnetic field, then his was surely one of positive energy, making one feel incredibly warm and sunny. Thank you. I believe you, Naruto, Sarah said, wiping a tear from the corner of her eye, moved. Ah, don't mention it. It's our fault for bringing you trouble. If we had caught Makaid sooner, he wouldn't have come to the land of Rorin to cause all this chaos. Naruto scratched his head, embarrassed. During the day, after hearing Uchiha Nagi's words, Sarah had been terrified. She couldn't imagine the land of Rorin, the place where she was born and raised, turning into a desert. But she had firmly remembered what he said about Konoha wanting to destroy the Ryumayaku to destroy Rorin. After running away, she had been accosted by a group of masked people. Naruto, who had followed close behind, had protected her. After some questioning, it turned out to be a misunderstanding. These people were all civilians of Rorin. They were the old, the weak, women, and children. The men and youths of their families had all been captured, so they had formed a group to try and rescue them. They never expected the royal palace of Rorin to be so lightly guarded, they had mixed in with ease. It was only then that Sarah slowly began to believe what they said. The guards of Rorin, and the few ninja they had been secretly murdered by Makaid long ago. They had probably even been turned into puppets. And her own mother had likely been secretly killed by him as well. At this thought, Sarah gritted her teeth in hatred. That Makaid, he came to the land of Rorin 6 years ago. My mother saw he was capable and made him a minister to help manage the country. I never thought he harbored such wolfish ambitions. Oh, right, his name here is Anrokuzen, Sarah said. I see. So even though he was sucked into the time tunnel with us, he arrived here 6 years earlier than we did, Naruto realized. If only Captain Yamato were here. I can't figure this stuff out at all. I'm just a slacker when it comes to studying. Naruto grabbed his blonde hair in frustration. He was fine with fighting, but thinking about things like space and time was harder for him than taking the Chunin exams. Yushi. Naruto, there you are. A ninja with large eyes and a square face jumped in with a smile. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Ah, Captain Yamato, that's great. I thought you were lost. Naruto said happily, running up to him. Haha, how could I get lost? I was just checking out the surrounding intelligence, Yamato said, scratching his head. By the way, we've come to the Rorin of over 10 years ago, you know that, right? I've already confirmed that Makaid has changed his name to Anrokuzen and is now this country's minister. And that guy went from being a skinny guy to a fat one. The food here must be good. At this point, Yamato leaned in and whispered mysteriously to Naruto, guess who I ran into while I was investigating? Who? Hee, you're Kakashi-sensei. A Kakashi as small as you. Ah, a little Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi, of course, didn't know Yamato, but Yamato knew Kakashi. The moment they met, they knew from their headbands that they were from the same village. This was a common weakness in the ninja world, few people would go out of their way to impersonate ninja from other countries. Unfortunately, Uchiha Nagi was not among them. Yamato felt a great sense of familiarity with the chibi version of Kakashi and chatted with him for a while before returning to find Naruto. I see. So you've met quite a few people. A blonde-haired guy who can teleport. And an Uchiha with the Sharingan. Yamato scratched his head, unable to figure out who they were. Oh well, I'll find out tomorrow. Anyway, our target should be the same, Makaid. The next morning, as the birds were just waking up to look for worms, the civilians of Rorin, who usually rose with the sun and rested with its setting, were scarce on the streets. The constant disappearance of familiar faces had made the people uneasy lately, and they rarely went out. The festival had been a rare occasion when the most people were out and about. Sarah, trapped in her ivory tower, would probably have remained oblivious to all this if not for the arrival of Naruto's group, living day and night with a bunch of puppets. This made one worry about Makaid's intelligence. You killed the queen, so why not kill the princess too and turn her into a puppet? That way, no one could ever sever the Ryumayaku. But Makaid didn't do that. Half the people in Rorin had been turned into puppets by him, yet he had specifically left Sarah, the one person who could destroy the Ryumayaku. It could only be called plot armor. Otherwise, Makaid could have comfortably ruled Rorin as a mountain king. Anyone who came to fight him would have to consider whether they could outlast his infinite chakra and puppet army. At that moment, Sarah, in disguise, was walking down the street with Naruto. She saw that at the grand ceremony outside, another Sarah had appeared. It was a puppet made by Makaid. Since the real one had been rescued by Naruto, Makaid had to put a fake one up there. Naruto seemed to have noticed something. He leaped onto the heads of a few people and, with a chakra blade, slashed at the empty air a few times. Several civilians immediately collapsed, the disguises on their faces cracking. They were all puppets. How could this be? They're all puppets, Sarah said in shock. That bastard. I won't forgive him. Naruto said angrily. Come on, let's sneak into the factory. In the factory, there were large numbers of puppets under construction, and, more importantly, their target, the Ryumayaku. The Ryumayaku could be temporarily severed, but it could also be reconnected. If Minato Namikaze hadn't sealed the Ryumayaku, Sarah could have just reconnected it, and Rorin wouldn't have turned into a desert. But at this point, Sarah hadn't decided whether to sever the Ryumayaku. Naruto, on the other hand, comforted her, saying that one Makaid was nothing, he would defeat him. The group entered the palace to rescue the captured civilians. With Sarah, who was familiar with the layout, leading the way, they were able to sneak directly into the palace by taking a roundabout route. But they didn't expect that just as they walked into the palace, a voice would come from above. Hehe, Sarah, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Just as the voice finished, a giant puppet descended from the sky, landing in front of them. It's you, Enrokuzan. No, Makaid. You shameless bastard. My mother took you in with kindness, yet you murdered her. Sarah's eyes were red with rage. The giant puppet laughed. She was just stupid. The power of the Ryumayaku is so great, so wonderful. To use it just to nourish the land is such a waste. It would be much better given to me. Look at me now. Not only am I powerful, but I'm also immortal and indestructible. You bastard. I won't let you get away with this. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto, right from the start, used his signature technique, the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Hundreds of shadow clones instantly charged at the giant puppet, some with their fists, some with kunai. Makaid waved his hand casually, and with each swing, dozens of clones vanished in a puff of smoke. But this was just Naruto's smoke screen. Wind style, Rasen Shuriken. Naruto used his trump card, the windmill Rasengan that had killed Kakuzu. Its special property was that it incorporated multiple nature transformations, so anyone hit by it wouldn't just be cut in half, but would be destroyed from every cell in their body. When Kakuzu was dissected in Konoha, the doctors found that his body was completely worthless for research because every single one of his cells had been damaged. This showed just how terrifying the windmill Rasen Shuriken was. However, when this incredibly powerful wind style, Rasen Shuriken hit Makaid, he simply opened his large mouth and swallowed it whole. He swallowed it. That guy swallowed my Rasen Shuriken. Naruto was beyond baffled. His strongest trump card, a jutsu that not even Kakuzu could withstand, was just swallowed in one gulp. Just as a chakra cannon from Makaid was about to hit Naruto, a golden flash leaped past, whisking Naruto away from the spot. The tall blondie, Minato Namikaze, smiled at Naruto. Against him, ordinary moves probably won't work. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Naruto's Contempt for Minato. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. A single kunai was thrown and then multiplied into thousands, an exaggeration to say nearly 10,000, transforming into a literal metal storm that engulfed Makaid. Makaid was stunned, watching his body get torn to pieces. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Sugoi. We got him. Naruto cheered, pumping his fist. Minato Namikaze, however, shook his head. In his perception, the opponent's chakra hadn't diminished at all, in fact, it was growing stronger. Be careful. He can't be killed. Sure enough, no sooner had the words left his mouth than Makaid, with only half a head remaining, stood up again. A powerful surge of chakra erupted from his body, and all the surrounding puppet parts flew towards him, reassembling into a giant spider-like puppet. He then opened his mouth and fired a chakra cannon at Minato, who quickly grabbed Naruto and teleported away with the flying thunder god. He's immortal. What do we do? The simple-minded Naruto grabbed his hair in frustration, pulling out a few blonde strands. No one is immortal. He's just relying on the chakra of the Ryumayaku. As long as we sever the Ryumayaku, he can be killed, Minato explained with a smile. Fighting him with chakra is the most unwise choice. He currently possesses an immortal body and an inexhaustible supply of chakra. It also seems he has modified his own body into that of a puppet. Makaid was about to attack again, but the support team of Choza and Shibi had already stepped in. One was a tanky warrior, the other a versatile support. At the same time, Yamato also used his wood style to help, and the three Jonin managed to hold Makaid off for a time. No way. If we sever the Ryumayaku, the land of Rorin will turn into a desert. I absolutely can't let Sarah do that. Naruto shook his head without a second thought. That was his promise to Sarah, and it was non-negotiable. Naruto, when you arrived, wasn't Rorin already a desert? All you're doing is following the course of history. You have to remember, you're in the past. Whether the land of Roran exists or not is something that was decided over a decade ago. It has nothing to do with you, Minato patiently explained. Just then, an uninvited guest appeared behind Minato again, startling him and nearly making him jump out of his skin. Hey, it seems you're still a bit of a coward, Uchiha Nagi said, appearing behind the father and son. He had heard the commotion when they started fighting. It was a deafening battle, even a deaf person could have heard it. He had taken a moment to sense the situation. It seemed the tall blondie hadn't had time to modify his Flying Thunder God formula yet. And so, with a few teleports, he appeared behind Minato. However, even if he had modified it, it would have been useless. Uchiha Nagi just needed to watch him a few more times, copy him a few more times, and he could still use the same formula. It's you. The uncle with the Sharingan. Despite his words, Naruto remained vigilant. The shadow Itachi had cast over him was too large. Naruto, there's no such thing as a perfect jutsu in this world, and that includes the puppet technique. Think about Sasori of the Red Sand. No matter how he modified himself, he always had to keep a part of his body human, Nagi said. That means there must be a part of his body that is still human. If you hit that part, he will die. Besides that, there's another way. Nagi smiled. There is. What is it? As long as it's not severing the Ryumayaku and destroying the land of Roran, I'm in. Naruto said excitedly. Makade uses the puppet technique. This is a factory that produces all kinds of puppet parts. If you destroy all his puppet parts, or transport them out of the land of Roran, he'll have no parts to use and naturally won't be able to reassemble himself. Puppets need parts, of course. The same went for Makade's ability to reassemble his body. But if the puppet parts were smashed into tiny pieces, could he still reassemble them? He wasn't a nanobot, he couldn't reassemble jack squat. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? If I smash all the parts, he won't be able to use his puppet technique. Uncle with the Sharingan, you're amazing. You just casually came up with 2 ways to deal with Makade. As Naruto said this, he shot Minato a Kakashi-style side-eye. Unlike some people, who can only think of severing the Ryumayaku, as if there's no other way to defeat Makade except by destroying the land of Roran. Minato was speechless. You little brat, do you have any idea that the person you're looking down on might be your old man? Of course, it wasn't that Minato couldn't think of a better way. It was just that the primary objective of his mission was to destroy the land of Roran, which was why he couldn't stop talking about severing the Ryumayaku. Destroy the puppet parts. Naruto looked at the thousands of puppet parts in the factory, many of which were still packed in boxes, and felt a headache coming on. Was he supposed to use his Rasengan to smash them all into pieces, one by one? That would take until dawn. Right. I can just carry them all away, right? Take them out of the land of Roran. Naruto's eyes lit up as he asked Nagi. Of course. The land of Roran isn't large. Makade can clearly only act so arrogantly here. Once he's outside of Roran, he won't have the Ryumayaku's chakra supply. Forget about reviving, it's doubtful he'd even have enough chakra to control his body, Nagi said with a smile. Yash. Then watch me. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Naruto clasped his hands together, and his signature jutsu appeared. Thousands of shadow clones appeared in the factory in a dense swarm. Yash. Everyone, let's get to work. Clear out all the puppet parts. Yeah. Let's move them all out so that Makade guy can't revive. Charge. 1,000 Narutos began to charge towards the nearest puppets, grabbing them and running, all heading out of the land of Roran. Nagi watched with envy. 1,000 shadow clones, how much chakra was that? He had no idea. All he knew was that it was more than his own. And it seemed this wasn't even his limit. When the second-generation Naruto got angry, he could even draw a portion of the Ninetales nuclear power plant chakra through the seal in his body. It was truly a case of having so much mana you could do whatever you wanted. 1,000 shadow clone Narutos, full of energy, carried all sorts of puppet parts and ran outside. In one wave, they cleared out more than half the puppets in the factory. The land of Roran was a small country, so the factory naturally wasn't that big, nor did it have that much funding. This many puppets was the result of 6 years of Makade's hard work. He was still fighting Choza's group of 3. Akimichi Choza, acting as the tank and damage dealer, had astonishingly high defense. In his chakra-enhanced state, his body was as massive as Makade's, and he shattered the puppet body with a single punch. After it was shattered, the surrounding puppet parts continuously flew up and reassembled. What annoyed him the most were those damn bugs. Just like when Shino fought Kankuro, Abirame Shibi was using his insects to chew through the chakra threads during the battle. This made it very difficult for Makade to reassemble his body each time. What was even more frustrating was that these bugs could get in anywhere. The puppet's body was huge, and the gaps were large. The bugs crawled into his body, constantly gnawing at the various connection points and his chakra. If it weren't for the Ryumayaku providing infinite chakra, Makade would have been finished long ago. An Abirame and an Akimichi alone could have taken him down. Wood style, tree binding eternal burial. Yamato was using his wood style, trying to seal Makade. But the wood style, which was a natural counter to the tailed beasts, seemed to have very little effect on Makade. Of course, it could also be that he was too weak. He's reviving again. We can't kill him. Choza shouted, slowly shrinking down. His expansion jutsu wasn't a long-lasting technique, and the recent battle had consumed a great deal of his energy. Wood style, deep forest emergence. Yamato cast his wood style again, and a dense forest of trees appeared, wrapping around Makade. On the other side, Minato was still watching Uchiha Nagi, not moving, not joining the fight. You seem very wary of me, Uchiha Nagi said with a smile. Don't worry, I won't use the Flying Thunder God to sneak attack you. Besides, didn't you put a seal on your Flying Thunder God kunai? Minato opened his mouth, wanting to ask something, but didn't say it. Yash. The shadow clones have finished the first wave. Let's start the second. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. A voice full of energy came through. It turned out that Naruto's shadow clones had successfully thrown all the puppet parts into the desert outside of Rorin, and the memories had been transferred back to the original body. So, the original Naruto cast the multi-shadow clone jutsu a second time. Minato. Choza shouted from a distance. They were about to be overwhelmed. The giant puppet was already hard to fight. Ninja were glass cannons, one wrong move and they could be crushed. Now, after several major exchanges, their energy was greatly depleted, while Makade was still alive and kicking, occasionally firing a few massive chakra energy cannons at them. Minato took a deep look at Uchiha Nagi. His comrades were more important. With a body flicker, he went to help Choza and the others. He could sense that Uchiha Nagi had no ill will towards Naruto. Otherwise, with one Flying Thunder God, he could have slit Naruto's throat long ago. Against someone who could teleport just like him, there was no way to defend. Hey, uncle, aren't you going to help? Naruto asked. Uchiha Nagi rolled his eyes. If you didn't call me uncle, and called me handsome instead, I'd go help. Without a second thought, Naruto blurted out, handsome. Hot guy. Uchiha Nagi was speechless. He had forgotten that this was the guy who could seduce Jiraiya by cross-dressing. The sexy jutsu was nothing to him, let alone his pride. Oh well. He had planned to cut down Makade and return to his own timeline anyway. Uchiha Nagi silently drew his Nichiren blade and said to Naruto, when Makade is shattered later, I'll cut his chakra thread so he can't reassemble the puppet insects. You take the opportunity to move his puppet parts. Chapter 109, Estrangement between Father and Son. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Evidently, Minato Namikaze had not yet learned how to infuse nature transformation into his Rasengan by the time of his death, so he couldn't use the Rasen Shuriken. Instead, he used his S-rank ninjutsu, the Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Another reason was that Naruto had already tried using the Rasen Shuriken on Makade, and the effect was less than satisfactory, it had been swallowed without so much as a burp. A physical attack seemed to be more effective. Tens of thousands of shuriken struck Makade's giant puppet body, shattering its outer shell and scattering broken limbs and parts everywhere. The ground was littered with broken components and various wires. Makade was furious, but he remained unfazed. His body was shattered. He would just reassemble it. An infinite amount of chakra gushed out, and countless chakra threads shot out from his core, grabbing the surrounding parts and rapidly pulling them back into the giant puppet to reform it. However, someone had no intention of giving him the chance to reassemble. Destructive death, annihilation type. A figure appeared before Makade's puppet, whose shell had not yet fully reformed, and swung his sword, unleashing hundreds of air blades. The powerful, sharp blades of air struck Makade's incomplete puppet body, shattering it once again. The core, where is the core? Uchiha Nagi narrowed his eyes, searching everywhere. As talented as Makade is, can he be more talented than Sasori? Even Sasori couldn't completely transform himself into a puppet, he still had to preserve a human core. The same must be true for him. The only difference was that he had turned his core into something like a Wi-Fi receiver, allowing him to absorb the Ryumayaku's power from a distance without limit. Found it. There. Uchiha Nagi's eyes flashed. From Makade's chakra core, tens of thousands of chakra threads were being released, pulling the puppet parts back into the body to reassemble it. The Sharingan could see those chakra threads clearly. The Byakugan could have as well, but unfortunately, there was no Byakugan here. The Abirame's insects were supposed to be the natural enemy of chakra threads, but unfortunately, when the energy was too overwhelming, even fire could overcome water. Abirame Shibi looked helplessly at his swarm of insects. Each one was round and bloated, lazing about motionless. They had eaten their fill of Makede's chakra and were now stuffed. It was the first time in his life he had ever encountered such a situation. Aburaim Shibi became the first to withdraw from the battlefield. Destructive Death, Leg Type, Flying Planet Thousand Wheels. Uchiha Nagi rapidly approached Makede's chakra core and began frantically severing its chakra threads. Makede, likely sensing the danger, became even more furious. To protect his core from being harmed by Nagi, he unleashed a massive wave of energy, a shockwave that forcibly sent Nagi flying. He then used his chakra threads to quickly control one of the large cannons and fired a chakra blast at the airborne Nagi. Over here. A yellow figure quickly leaped out, throwing a three-pronged kunai, a flying thunder god marker. Although Nagi had his Susanoo ready as a backup, it was better to save energy if he could. He directly activated the flying thunder god, using Minato's marker to dodge Makede's chakra cannon. Crack, crack. Makede, by a hair's breadth, completed his reassembly once again, forming another giant puppet body. Ha 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 ha. So close, so close. Aren't you disappointed? You almost managed to hit my core. Makede laughed wildly. If his core was hit, his immortal body would be kaput. The arrogant Makede once again made his puppet body larger and thicker. He feared death more than anyone and knew that he was, in fact, a novice, which was why he deliberately made his puppet so large. Sasori wouldn't do that. The larger the body, the larger the target, and the harder it is to dodge enemy attacks. But with the inexhaustible chakra of the Ryumayaku, this weakness seemed insignificant. Huh. Wait, the puppets, where are my puppets? Just as Makede was about to enlarge his puppet again, he suddenly realized there were no more parts in the factory. The puppets were all gone. He focused his eyes and saw, in the distance, hundreds of little blondies, each carrying a puppet, running out of the land of Roran. Pfft. Makede nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had never seen such a dishonorable tactic. You. Don't run. Stop right there, you bastard. Makede panicked. He stopped tangling with Nagi's group and started running after Naruto. Without the puppet parts, he couldn't maintain his so-called immortal body. As the battle wore on, his body would get smaller and smaller until only the core was left, and then a single kunai could finish him off. As Makede tried to chase Naruto, Minato shouted to Choza, "This is our chance. Stop him." Akimichi Choza nodded, took out a box, and popped a colorful pill into his mouth. "Alright, watch this." Arg. After swallowing the colored pill, Akimichi Choza's chakra surged. He used the expansion jutsu again, growing as large as Makede, and stood in his way, blocking him from leaving. "Get out of my way, you bastards." Minato took this opportunity to shout to the real Naruto, "Naruto, use your Rasen Shuriken now." Naruto scratched his head. "But I've used the multi-shadow clone jutsu a few times. My chakra is a little low." Minato said, "I'll help you." He then went over and helped Naruto form the Rasengan, the two of them working on one together, making it bigger and bigger. Nagi looked at Makede's mountain-like body and said, "That's still not enough. His body is too large. The outer shell is enough to block most of the damage from the Rasen Shuriken. We have to break through his defense and let the wind-style Rasen Shuriken hit his interior." Minato asked, "Do you have a way?" Nagi didn't answer, but just gave a mysterious smile and threw a flying thunder god kunai onto Makede's back. Makede was still fighting Choza head-on, so a single kunai stuck in his back was less than an inch. He didn't even notice. Swoosh. With the flying thunder god, Uchiha Nagi instantly teleported onto Makede's back. Of course. The most direct method is to smash him to pieces. Monster Strength Fist. Boom. With a massive explosion, Makede's enormous body was blown apart by a single punch from Uchiha Nagi's left hand, leaving a giant crater. With her monster strength fist, Tsunade could send even Gamabunta's short sword, which looked like it weighed dozens of tons, flying with one punch. Makede's puppet body was nothing in comparison. Of course, it also depended on the force the user put out. 1 ton of force and 10 tons of force were both the monster strength fist. Nagi used about 70% of his strength in this punch, directly smashing a huge crater in Makede's back. He then changed positions and delivered another punch. Boom. After this second punch, Makede was completely stunned. His puppet body was shattered by just 2 punches. Now, Naruto. Go. Wind style, Rasen Shuriken. The Rasen Shuriken, humming with the sound of wind pressure, flew rapidly into Makede's puppet body. Just before it hit, Nagi had already teleported away with the flying thunder god. Arg. Within the giant puppet body, Makede wailed in agony. This time, he couldn't swallow Naruto's Rasen Shuriken. It was a direct hit. The wind nature chakra inside it continuously destroyed everything it could, eventually reaching Makede's core, the human part of his body he used to absorb the Ryumayaku's chakra. Although he had modified himself into a half-human, half-puppet, his brain ultimately couldn't be replaced by machinery. The wind jutsu directly destroyed every cell in his brain. Makade lost control of the Ryumayako energy he had absorbed. His body erupted in a white light. He was going to explode. Not good. He's lost control of the Ryumayako energy in his body. He's going to explode. Abirame Shibi roared. With such massive energy, if it explodes, half of the land of Rorin will probably be destroyed. If it's powerful enough, maybe the whole country will be gone, Uchiha Nagi said calmly. No. I have to stop him. Naruto, hearing this, became anxious. Red Ninetail's chakra flared around his body, and he was about to charge forward, but a hand held him back. Let me, Minato said with a smile. Swoosh. With a flying thunder god, in the next second, Makade's self-destruction happened, but outside the land of Rorin. Hey, where's the tall blondie? He didn't get blown up, did he? I still have things to ask him. Naruto said anxiously. He's not dead. Before Nagi could finish his sentence, a yellow figure appeared in front of Naruto again, having perfectly completed the task of moving Makade. That's great. We got him. Naruto said happily. Minato smiled. Makade was defeated, but the mission wasn't over. There was still one last step. What are you trying to do? Ah. Naruto. A pleasant female voice cried out. Naruto reacted quickly and ran towards Sarah, only to see Abirame Shibi and Akimichi Choza about to destroy the Ryumayako. The Ryumayako wasn't that easy to destroy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have needed someone with the Queen's bloodline. It had its own defensive sealing formula, powered by the energy of the earth itself. No one could destroy those formulas. However, if the Ryumayako was severed, it became much easier. Sealing or destroying it was simple. And just now, to support Naruto, Sarah had temporarily cut off the Ryumayako. If the surrounding formulas weren't destroyed or sealed, she just needed to restore the Ryumayako after a while. Stop. What are you doing? Naruto spread his arms, blocking their path to Sarah. Naruto, this is our mission. Please move aside. Besides, Captain Yamato, who came here with you, also said that the future land of Rorin is a desert. You'll be changing history if you do this, Abirame Shibi said gravely. Yamato also silently shook his head at Naruto. When they had arrived, the land of Rorin was indeed already a desert. The destruction of this small country was an inevitable part of history. Naruto looked at Choza and Shibi, who were intent on destroying the Ryumayako, and then at the silent Minato. The little bit of goodwill he had developed for this tall blondie vanished like an extinguished lamp. After a moment of gloomy silence, Naruto raised his head with a determined smile. I'm sorry. I promised Sarah that I wouldn't let anyone harm the land of Rorin. That's my ninja way. If I can't keep my promises, how can I become the future Hokage? Chapter 110, Minato Namikaze doesn't want to die anymore. I'm sorry. I promised Sarah I wouldn't let anyone harm the land of Rorin. That's my ninja way. If I can't keep my promises, how can I become the future Hokage? Multi-shadow clone jutsu. With a single hand sign, hundreds of Naruto's clones appeared, surrounding Minato's team and forming a protective perimeter around the Ryumayako. It was hard to say who would win if a fight broke out. Seeing the situation, Akimichi Choza and Abirame Shibi knew they couldn't get past him without a fight. How can I become the future Hokage? Faced with this boy, who might very well be a future relative, Minato Namikaze fell silent. He could be ruthless, striking down the old, the weak, and even civilians if necessary. He was a ninja of Konoha, and he fought for Konoha. But he had never considered protecting a small nation that wasn't his own. After the destruction of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina was the only one lucky enough to survive and find a home in Konoha. If nothing unexpected happened, this blonde kid named Naruto Uzumaki was very likely Kushina's child. And if there was no other man, and he and Kushina were to marry, then this kid would be his own son. Besides the blonde hair he shared, he had the same eyes, and even the Ninetail's chakra. But now, his son was standing in his way, determined to stop his mission, swearing that this was his ninja way. You need to think this through, Abirame Shibi said, his voice low and serious. We are all Konoha shinobi. Are you going to fight your own comrades? So what? I promised Sarah I wouldn't let you touch the Ryumayako and I wouldn't let Rorin be destroyed. I have to keep that promise, even if it means going against other Konoha ninja. Naruto had already recognized Choza, his build was hard to miss, and he was Choji's father. Shibi was harder to identify. The Abirame clan always kept themselves completely covered, even wearing sunglasses, making it nearly impossible to tell one from another. Well said, Naruto. This time, I'm on your side. A light, airy voice drifted down as Uchiha Nagi landed beside Naruto, a look of pure schadenfreude on his face. If they want to destroy the Ryumayaku, they'll have to get through me, too. Minato shot him an exasperated look, knowing Nagi was probably aware of his connection to Naruto and was likely doing this on purpose. Uchiha Nagi simply blinked back, his expression a defiant challenge. That's right. I am doing this on purpose. What are you going to do about it? Akimichi Choza slowly addressed Naruto. This is a mission from the third Hokage. Since you are a Konoha ninja, you should follow the Hokage's orders. The old third gets things wrong sometimes. Minato sighed and stepped forward. Naruto, you don't fully understand war. When it comes, either the people of the Land of Fire die, or people from other nations die. Everything the third Hokage does is for the sake of the Land of Fire, for Konoha. He continued, don't you see? As long as the Ryumayaku exists, the Land of Rorin can serve as a supply depot for Sunagakure. That puts much more pressure on Konoha, making the war drag on even longer. And if that happens, if you change history because of your selfishness, then even more of our comrades in Konoha will die. Hearing this, Naruto froze. More people from Konoha would die. He just wanted to protect the Land of Rorin. How could that lead to more deaths? Naruto. Sarah's soft voice pulled him back to reality. I believe that one day, everyone will be able to understand each other, Naruto said, his resolve hardening. And through that understanding, we can end all wars. But until then, I'm going to do what I believe in. I've seen the people of Rorin. If you destroy their home, what will happen to them? How is destroying the Ryumayaku any different from killing them? He stood firm. If Rorin is destroyed, they'll be homeless. They could wander off and starve to death. So, I won't let you destroy the Ryumayaku. Faced with Naruto's relentless pressure, Choza and Shibi both turned to look at their team captain, Minato Namikaze. Minato sighed again. Dealing with Naruto was one thing, but having another Uchiha who could also use the Flying Thunder God technique stirring up trouble was a real headache. The men seemed to delight in seeing Konoha ninja fight each other. Clap, clap, clap. Uchiha Nagi applauded slowly, then said with a grin, well, Minato Namikaze, it looks like your son is much better than you are. He's more suited to be Hokage. Nani? What? Minato's son. Everyone present, except for Yamato who already knew, stared in shock, their gazes flicking between Naruto and Minato. This blonde kid is Minato's son. The more they looked, the more they saw it. Both had blue eyes, yellow hair, and their faces were 80% similar. This. Sensei's son. A small figure leaped down from above. White hair, a cloth covering half his face, and that classic, insufferably cool expression. Naruto recognized the younger Kakashi instantly. Huh. Kakashi-sensei. The smug-looking Kakashi was bewildered, pointing at himself. Me. Sensei. Minato glared daggers at Uchiha Nagi. You knew, but did you have to say it out loud? Now look at this mess. The awkwardness was one thing, but the immediate problem was how to handle the situation. Was he supposed to have a father-son reunion right here? He wasn't even married yet, still a virgin, for crying out loud, and he was suddenly a father. What was he supposed to do now? Uchiha Nagi couldn't care less. Messing with history didn't concern him. If things got too weird, he could always just hop back to the world of Demon Slayer. Shouldn't you be thanking me? A father and son reunited, what a touching scene. Aren't you going to thank me, Naruto? He's really my father. A stunned Naruto was, well, stunned. He looked at Minato, who was silent but smiling, which seemed to confirm it. However, reality was often cruel. Before Minato could respond, a white light began to emanate from Naruto's body, and from Uchiha Nagi's as well. It seems the power of time is rejecting us, Uchiha Nagi stated calmly. Those who don't belong in this era are being sent back to their own worlds. Wait, hold on. I still have so many questions. Naruto said, panicking. Hey, I'm sure we'll meet again in the future, Minato said with a smile. It won't be too late to ask me then. But for now, to prevent history from being changed, I think it's best if we seal these memories. He pulled out a three-pronged kunai, placed it on the ground, and began weaving hand signs. Seal my memories? Are you kidding me? Nagi thought. I finally managed to copy the Flying Thunder God, and you want to seal it away. That would make this whole trip pointless. I even copied Naruto's Rasen Shuriken. I'm not sure if I can even use it, but still. Hey, you can forget about sealing my memories. I'm not a fan of being sealed, Uchiha Nagi said. With a swoosh, he vanished using the Flying Thunder God. Minato was helpless against someone who also knew the technique. Chasing him now was pointless, especially since they were about to be sent back. He decided to let it go. Besides, this Uchiha Nagi wasn't from his time, he was from the future. Minato's sealing jutsu enveloped everyone around him, Kakashi, Shibi, Choza, and himself. Smack. Yamato landed a solid punch on Kakashi's head, grinning mischievously. You were always picking on me back then. It feels good to finally get you back once. Kakashi clutched his head, his trademark dead fish eyes staring at Yamato, determined to burn this image into his mind. He decided then and there that he would beat this guy to a pulp every time he saw him in the future. Wait, I still have so many things I want to ask you. Naruto pleaded. Ah, don't worry, Minato said kindly. When we meet in the future, I'll tell you everything. With a final smile, Minato completed his hand signs. The catch-all sealing jutsu instantly erased the past few days from their memories. As for Uchiha Nagi and his two companions, there was nothing Minato could do. The moment the sealing was complete, Naruto was transported back to his own time by the force of time. The fate of Nagi's group was left to chance. Ah. What happened? Sensei. Kakashi shook his head, coming to. The feeling of having his memory sealed was unpleasant, like a piece of his life had been cut out. It's nothing. It was probably related to changing history, so I sealed our memories, Minato explained. The mission should be complete. Let's pull out. He glanced at the still unconscious Sarah, then led his team away from Rorin. Before leaving, Minato looked back at the Ryumayaku, thinking to himself, I won't let you down, Naruto. In the end, Minato Namikaze gave up on destroying the Ryumayaku. He merely sealed it for a few years to report back to the third Hokage. He figured that after a few years, the war would hopefully be over, and the seal on the Ryumayaku would conveniently release itself. If Uchiha Nagi had seen this, he would have roared with laughter. That guy Minato not only didn't destroy the Ryumayaku, but he didn't even seal his own memories. Uchiha Nagi had no idea that his random meddling had caused a small but significant twist in history. Minato Namikaze had not sealed his own memory. Of course, even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. The protagonists of this world were just jutsu couriers for him. Now, aside from lacking the first Hokage's massive chakra reserves and Madara's Rinnegan, he feared no one. And if he couldn't win a fight, couldn't he just run? With the cheap and effective Flying Thunder God technique, combined with the dynamic vision of his Mangekyo Sharingan, he could be as fast as he wanted, even rivaling Minato Namikaze to a certain degree. For now, his vision was faster than Minato's, but his body lagged slightly behind. Minato's greatest strength was that his physical body could keep up with his speed. The human eye is like a camera, capturing about 30 frames per second, while movies are typically 24 frames per second. He hadn't tested how many frames the Sharingan could process, but it was definitely more than double that of an ordinary person. A 2-tomo Sharingan would be even more, and a 3-tomo or Mangekyo was likely on the level of a 100-fold increase. And Minato, a man without a Sharingan, could somehow keep up with that speed. His eyes must have evolved through his years of intense physical training. Otherwise, no matter how fast he moved, the world around him would appear stationary, because his body would be moving faster than his eyes could process. A body could be trained and enhanced like Might Guy's, but could eyes be trained in the same way? Chapter 111, Strongest Form, Perfect Susanoo. If eyes couldn't be trained, then any ninja whose speed surpassed 30 frames per second would see the world as a static painting, awkwardly becoming blind to motion. Sensei, I think we're back. Kimimaro looked around. The once lush land of Rorin was once again a scene of desolation and ruin. They had reappeared in the same rubble-strewn area where they first fought the daimyo's ninja, with nothing but a vast desert outside. Hey, it's true, we're back. What a shame, I never even got a chance to visit the daimyo's mansion and see what my father looked like when he was young, Yukihime said wistfully. It's a good thing you didn't stay there for long, Uchiha Nagi said, shaking his head. That version of the world is in the middle of a great ninja war. The land is devastated, and the people are suffering. If you had left Rorin, you would have seen horrors you'd never want to witness in your lifetime. He turned to his student and Yukihime. Wait here. I'm going inside to check on something. Understood, Sensei, Kimimaro nodded. He never questioned his teacher's orders, he simply obeyed. What are you going in there for? Yukihime asked, curious. I want to see if the Ryumayaku can be absorbed, Uchiha Nagi stated plainly, making no attempt to hide his intentions. He entered the underground structure alone. Regarding this time-traveling trip to the Lost Tower, Nagi had a theory: this was likely a parallel world. There were several reasons for this. The first, and most flimsy, was the rogue ninja Makade. Minato Namikaze knew that Makade was a time traveler who had arrived 6 years prior, and he even knew that Makade's original timeline was more than a decade in the future. This raised a question: if the third Hokage sent Minato to eliminate Makade, why was Makade still a wanted man more than 10 years later? Shouldn't the incident have been recorded in an S-rank file and dealt with immediately? How was he still around for Naruto's team to chase all the way to Rorin? Furthermore, Minato had sealed everyone's memories. When he returned to his own time, he wouldn't have been able to give a detailed report. He wouldn't even know that Naruto had been there. Only the third Hokage would have known the full story. And there was another thing. In all their interactions, both after his death and in the series finale, neither Naruto nor Minato ever recalled this experience. Even after Naruto gained the sage's body, the memory never returned. The idea of a sealing jutsu erasing memories from the brain was a bit far-fetched to begin with. It was hardly as potent as the Sharingan's hypnosis. How strong could a sealing jutsu, hastily placed on their minds by Minato, truly be? As time passed and their own powers grew, they should have broken through such a seal long ago. However, Uchiha Nagi blinked. The last time he copied Tsunade's Ine seal, he had only gotten halfway through. It was a shame he never got to see her release it and use Creation Rebirth. But now, with Minato's sealing jutsu, he might be able to combine them. That's right. He planned to drain the Ryomayaka's energy and seal it away to use as a personal battery. The difference between this and a tailed beast was that a tailed beast was like a renewable nuclear power plant. Inside a Jinchuriki, even if their chakra was completely depleted, they would be fully replenished in a few days. It was absurd how they could recover such immense chakra without eating or drinking. According to popular speculation, tailed beasts instinctively absorbed natural energy from the world and converted it into chakra. That was how they produced limitless energy. In essence, they were a part of the God Tree, and what was the nature of the God Tree? To absorb natural energy and convert it into chakra. But the Ryomayaka was different. It was subterranean energy, drawn from the earth itself. As heaven-defying as Uchiha Nagi was, he couldn't possibly seal the entire planet's ley lines into his body. Mountains and rivers weren't like tailed beasts, which could be converted into chakra and sealed within a spiritual world. So, the only thing Nagi could do was what Tsunade did, draw out the Ryomayaka's energy all at once and store it in his body using the Ine seal. He could then unlock it in an emergency for a backup power source. Once it was used up, it was gone. He would have to recharge it. Still, it was better than nothing. Especially after seeing Naruto, Nagi was both envious and jealous. The sheer amount of blue chakra that Naruto wasted like water was a shameful disgrace. Naruto's reserves were more than double Nagi's, and his recovery rate was terrifyingly fast. After a battle, while others were still catching their breath, he would have already recovered half his chakra. Truly worthy of a protagonist who would one day wield chakra by the ton. This is the place. It seems the seal has recovered nicely over the past decade or so. Uchiha Nagi took out Minato's marked kunai and a scroll. He placed the scroll on the ground and began to draw various formulas on it with a brush. This was Minato's sealing jutsu. On the other side of the scroll, he inscribed a different set of formulas, the ones Makade had invented. That's right. He had analyzed and copied Makade's Ryomayaku absorption jutsu as well. During their fight, he had kept his Mangekyo spinning constantly, analyzing the formula and the principles behind it. When he finally shattered Makade's body, he had seen the formulas carved onto the exterior of his core. For a puppet body to absorb the Ryomayaka's energy, it obviously needed a conversion method. Makade was a genius among geniuses, to have invented a jutsu that could wirelessly transmit the Ryomayaka's power like a Wi-Fi receiver. What was even more brilliant was his ability to receive the Ryomayaka's energy and store it in his body, turning himself into a being like a tailed beast. Combined with his countless puppets, he could have become an immortal puppet army, just like Sasori. If, one day, Makade had managed to build his Wi-Fi base stations far enough, he could have ruled that entire territory. But there were no more ifs. It all belonged to Uchiha Nagi now. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Uchiha Nagi created a clone to begin his experiment. First, he used Makade's jutsu to draw a small amount of energy from the unsealed Ryomayaku and sealed it into the shadow clone. Then, the clone performed Tsunade's Ine seal, fusing it with Minato's sealing jutsu. It worked. Uchiha Nagi looked at the shadow clone with delight. To his surprise, it succeeded on the first try. The Ine seal's diamond mark was visible on the clone's forehead. How do you feel? Uchiha Nagi asked the clone. Not bad. There's a lump of something in my body. Even though I know it's the Ine seal, I feel like I could last a long time without dispelling the jutsu, thanks to this. The shadow clone closed its eyes to sense the feeling. The seal requires a little bit of energy to maintain its stability, but only a little. If you leave an opening in the seal and periodically channel chakra into it, it could probably last a very long time. Uchiha Nagi nodded. Alright, I understand. Now I'm going to dispel you and see what happens. With a hand sign, the shadow clone vanished, its memories flowing back to the original. At the same time, something unexpected happened. After the clone was dispelled, the small ball of Ryomayaku energy sealed inside it didn't return to the main body. Instead, it dissipated into the air along with the disappearing clone and Ine seal. Nagi pondered this for a moment. Based on the clone's feedback and his own experience, the Ryumayaku's power was very gentle, usable by the human body just like a tailed beast's energy. In fact, it was even milder than a tailed beast's chakra, which was why Makade had been able to absorb it. However, it would be best to filter it through something, just as Makade had. He created several more shadow clones and ran the experiment again. The results were all the same. The Ryumayaku's energy couldn't be transferred back to his main body upon the clone's dispersal. This meant that if he really wanted to absorb the Ryumayaku's power, he would have to use his real body. He added Makade's formula to the outside of the Een seal to filter the incoming Ryumayaku energy. Then, he prepared Minato's sealing jutsu as a final lock. With everything ready, Uchiha Nagi began the creation of his artificial nuclear battery. After setting up a barrier at the entrance to the underground chamber to prevent anyone from intruding, Uchiha Nagi took a deep breath. Here we go. He formed a few hand signs and pressed his hands onto the scroll. This was Makade's jutsu for absorbing the Ryumayaku. A vast, pure energy began to pour into his body, gathering at his dantian and forming a seal similar to a Jinchuriki's. After 10 minutes, Uchiha Nagi frowned. The power of the underground Ryumayaku was unexpectedly immense. Perhaps because it had been sealed by Minato for over a decade, it was now gushing out like a floodgate had been opened. Before long, the energy surging into his body was already equivalent to that of a tailed beast. Uchiha Nagi gritted his teeth. It was too late to stop now, he had to persevere. He formed several more hand signs and pressed them against his own stomach, activating Minato's sealing jutsu to lock down the massive energy and prevent it from going berserk. This is bad. At this rate, I'll be torn apart before I can finish absorbing and sealing it. Nagi realized he had been too arrogant. Unlike when Makade had absorbed the Ryumayaku, the ley line had now accumulated over a decade's worth of energy. Once the seal was released, it was like a dam bursting, impossible to hold back. Susanoo. Nagi's eyes snapped open, his Mangekyo blazing as he unleashed the chakra-intensive Susanoo to vent the excess energy. Boom. A massive explosion rocked the underground chamber. Outside, Kimimaro and Yukihime looked up to see a colossal, mountain-sized skeletal giant materializing before the Ryumayaku. Arg. Get out. Uchiha Nagi roared, his eyes shot with blood. The immense chakra began to construct the skeletal giant's body, first flesh and blood, then skin, and finally armor and a weapon. The Susanoo's body grew at a frantic pace, its frame swelling from the size of a hill to that of a great mountain. Finally, a perfect Susanoo, as vast and ancient as a titan, stood in the center of the ruined land of Rorin. The red giant threw its arms wide, its mouth agape, and like a returning god, it let out a furious roar at the heavens. Reborn. Chapter 112, the fourth Kazakage's acting skills. Reborn. The red giant threw its head back and let out a furious roar. The sound startled Kimimaro and Yukihime. Yukihime's face went pale as she stared at the mountain-sized titan. What is that monster? And your teacher is over there. Will he be in danger? She asked Kimimaro, her voice filled with worry. I think that is my teacher. Kimimaro murmured, though he wasn't entirely certain. The Susanoo he had seen during the fight with Orochimaru hadn't been this massive. It also hadn't been clad in armor or covered in flesh, that night, it had been a mere skeleton. But the immense chakra emanating from this colossal Susanoo felt unmistakably like Uchiha Nagi's. Not enough. It's still not enough. Uchiha Nagi controlled the enormous perfect Susanoo and began to channel its energy outward. Itachi Uchiha had once used his Susanoo to hurl a Yasaka Magatama at Nagato's planetary devastation. In the end, it was just another form of chakra nature transformation. Kakashi, later in his life, used his Susanoo to launch Kemui Shuriken, which was also a fusion of energy and ninjutsu. Therefore, Uchiha Nagi chose swordsmanship. The red Susanoo giant drew its sword of Tatsuka, crouched low, and unleashed a powerful attack into the distance. Destructive death, final form, blue-silver chaotic afterglow. The sword of Tatsuka swung, unleashing thousands of flying blades. The entire desert erupted as if it were being bombarded by modern fighter jets, a series of deafening explosions echoing across the landscape. Boom. Boom. It was as if the desert was being hit by a barrage of miniature-tailed beast balls. Small mushroom clouds bloomed one after another. The intense energy and heat instantly crystallized the sand, leaving behind a vast field of shimmering, crystalline earth. The ground looked as if it had been plowed over, marked by long, uneven furrows. It wasn't a pretty sight. After unleashing that massive amount of energy through the Susanoo and his destructive death technique, Uchiha Nagi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Standing on the ground below, he could feel that the Ryumayaku's excess energy had been mostly vented. It was finally time to lock it down. A look of joy on his face, he began to form hand signs. Seal. After a few signs, the Ein seal on his body began to lock, securely storing the converted and absorbed Ryumayako energy. Unlike Tsunade, Nagi not only had the 5 elements and 8 trigrams seal on his abdomen but also a mark on his forehead. Because this energy wasn't his own, he couldn't store it all between his eyebrows like Tsunade. In both Buddhism and Taoism, the space between the eyebrows is called the Sea of Consciousness, which roughly corresponds to the spiritual world. The Dantian, however, has been the traditional place for storing energy since ancient times. It's also where the tailed beasts are sealed, yet not exactly. Sasuke was able to enter Naruto's spiritual world with the 9 tails through his eyes. So it was hard to say for sure whether the tailed beasts resided in the spiritual world of the head or the Dantian of the abdomen. But the Ein seal on Nagi's forehead was just a lock. The Ryumayaku's power was still stored in his abdomen. If someone wanted to unlock it, they would first have to break the Ein seal on his head, then get through the Uzumaki clan sealing jutsu he had learned from Minato, and only then would they reach the core, the formula Mikade had used to lock away the Ryumayaku's power. With 3 different types of sealing formulas combined, an ordinary person would have no hope of breaking it. Only Uchiha Nagi, the owner, could undo it. And just like Minato, he had left a small opening in the seal to allow for circulation. If his body grew stronger, he could channel more energy into storage. If his chakra was depleted, he could draw power from it. Only in a true emergency would he completely release the Ein seal on his forehead. Uchiha Nagi created a shadow clone to examine the new mark. This pattern. Why does it kind of look like Erlang Shen's? On the surface, it resembled a human eye, but upon closer inspection, it was 3 interlocking formulas, their heads and tails connected yet distinct. It looked remarkably similar to the tattoo on Erlang Shen's forehead. TN, referring to the depiction of Erlang Shen by Jiao and Juan in a popular TV series. Whatever. I'll just grow my bangs out a bit longer, Uchiha Nagi decided, dismissing it. He glanced back at the Ryumayaku. He had drained over a decade's worth of accumulated energy in one go, but that didn't mean the Ryumayaku was gone. The energy within it was still slowly regenerating, nourishing the land of Rorin. He was sure that in a few years, plants would begin to grow here again. It wouldn't even take a decade for it to return to the lush, verdant country it once was. With the Ryumayaku as his personal backup nuclear battery, Uchiha Nagi finally felt a sense of security. He no longer had to worry about running out of chakra and being forced to flee. While the Ryumayaku's energy in his body couldn't automatically recharge like a tailed beast's, it was more than enough as an emergency reserve. He had never seen how much energy a tailed beast had, but he was certain that the Ryumayaku energy now stored in his Ein seal was greater than that of the one tail. That was dangerous. I almost got killed. In the ruins of a building less than a kilometer away from Uchiha Nagi, White Zetsu's head slowly emerged from the ground. White Zetsu had the ability to travel underground. Although moving through the sand of the Land of Wind was more difficult, it was still manageable. Uchiha Nagi's spatial awareness was incredibly unique, a kind of primal, beast-like intuition. The moment Zetsu got even a little too close, Nagi would frown and start looking around, scaring Zetsu into keeping his distance. This time, he had nearly been caught in the blast of Nagi's destructive death technique, which had the force of a small-tailed beast ball. Lucky, so lucky I ran fast. But being too far away, he couldn't monitor what Uchiha Nagi was doing. Oh well. Toby only told me to find him, he never said I had to listen to what he was saying, right? After a moment's thought, White Zetsu decided it was best to just keep following from a safe distance, hidden deep within the earth. An explosion of that magnitude within the borders of the Land of Wind naturally couldn't be hidden from the nation's Umbu. A blast comparable to a tailed beast ball should have triggered an immediate investigation by shinobi. But this time, strangely, nothing happened. The Kazekage of Sunagakure didn't send out a single person. The reason he couldn't even be bothered to investigate a potential enemy invasion was because Sunagakure was facing a crisis of its own. Most of the village was in mourning. Since the plague, the one caused by the nano-sized insects, had started to spread through Sunagakure, it had moved with terrifying speed. The more chakra a ninja used, the more severe their poisoning became. Now, the majority of the dead were ninja. A third of their forces were already gone. Finally, as white mourning cloths hung from every door, Konoha's medical support team arrived, fashionably late. It was hard to say if the third Hokage had delayed them on purpose. Given a ninja's speed, they could have arrived a week earlier without any issue. But beggars couldn't be choosers. Swallowing his pride, the fourth Kazekage invited the support team into their hospital. Everyone, the most critical patients are in here, including my own daughter. I'm leaving them in your capable hands, the fourth Kazekage said respectfully. You're too kind, Lord Kazekage. Just give us some time. I'm confident this won't be a major issue, replied the team leader, Abirame Shibi, the father of Abirame Shino. After entering the hospital, he and several other members of the Abirame clan, along with the medical nin, began to extract the nano-insects. Using the Aburame clan's own insects, they began to cultivate a counteragent. Within a few hours, they had bred an insect that was immune to, or could even suppress, the poison bugs. They combined this with a specially prepared antidote, and after administering it to the first patient, he was quickly cured. As soon as the first patient was healed, Tsunagekyu's medical staff anxiously requested that Shibi treat Temari. Because of her young age, she didn't have a large amount of chakra, so the nano-insects hadn't multiplied as much inside her. But after being poisoned for so long, she was on the verge of death. Seeing that they had cured Temari, the Kazekage's precious daughter, they immediately invited Shibi to the Kazekage's office. Because the Kazekage himself had also been infected. Tsunagekyo had used its limited medical resources to suppress the poison in his body, but he was not cured. When they arrived at the office, Shibi released his newly bred counter-insects, which suppressed the nanobugs in the Kazekage's body. After drinking the antidote, the poison was finally cleared from his system. Thank you all so much. Without you, I don't know what would have become of Tsunagekyo, the fourth Kazekage said gratefully. From now on, Tsunagekyo and Konoha will be allied as brother nations. If Konoha ever needs anything, Tsunagekyo will offer its unconditional support. Shibi, his face hidden by his clothes and sunglasses, bowed slightly. You are too kind, Lord Kazekage. Matters of alliance must be decided by the Hokage. Since you have recovered, I will return to the hospital to treat the other patients. The fourth Kazekage nodded. Yes, I'll have to trouble you then. Baki, please see our guest out. This way, please. Shortly after Shibi left, the fourth Kazekage's face darkened. His hands clenched into tight fists, his eyes fixed with venom on the direction Shibi had departed. Konoha. You hypocritical bastards. Don't think I don't know you were behind this plague. Sooner or later, I will make Konoha pay back this blood debt for every person Tsunagekyo has lost, with interest. It's said that those who rise to the top are all masters of deception. Just moments ago, he had been the picture of tearful gratitude. Now, his face was a mask of irreconcilable hatred. It seems that even if Konoha didn't release those nano-insects, the Aburame clan is undeniably connected to them, a hoarse, elderly voice said. The figure of Chiyo slowly emerged from the shadows. Yes. No other clan could cultivate such small poison insects, the fourth Kazekage agreed, his face grim. So, what are your plans now? Chiyo sighed. Tsunagekyo has suffered heavy losses this time. Most of our jonin have died from these insects. We can't win a war, even if we were to start one. Besides, they just sent a medical team to help us. If we were to attack now, we would have no moral high ground whatsoever. Her own son and daughter-in-law had died at Konoha's hands. Her hatred ran deep, and her grandson was missing. But a war between nations was not something to be decided by her personal grudges. Chapter 113, quietly now. We've caught a wild Zetsu. I know. I won't act on impulse. For now, we can only endure. From now on, Tsunagekyo will increase its funding for medical development so we are no longer at the mercy of others. At the same time, we will invest more in the Ninja Academy to raise the next generation as quickly as possible and compensate for our lack of jonin. Have the Umbu begin secretly stockpiling food, explosive tags, and other war materials. The moment the time is right, we will strike Konoha. As for the funding gap, if we're out of money, we'll get it from the daimyo. The Land of Wind has supported him for long enough, it's time he contributed. If he can't, we'll just get a new daimyo. After the fourth Kazekage had finished speaking, Chiyo simply stated, even if you squeeze the daimyo dry, it won't be enough to cover such a large funding gap. The Land of Wind has always been poor. The fourth Kazekage's voice was filled with a brutal resolve. I will go into the desert and pan for gold myself to make up the difference. A Kazekage, the leader of a great village, forced to personally pan for gold just to support his people. Was there any other Kage as tragic as him? But he had no choice. Magnet release wasn't easy to learn. From the time the first Kazekage captured Shikaku and began studying it, only the third Kazekage and he had managed to learn the technique. Gaara. Gaara controlled sand, not magnet release. If he sent Gaara into the desert to pan for gold, he likely wouldn't find much. And so, he, the mighty fourth Kazekage, had to become a common gold panner to feed his village. I heard there was a massive explosion in the ruins of Roran, one that looked like a tailed beast ball. Are you going to send someone to investigate? Chiyo asked. Send who? So many of Tsunagekyo's ninja have died. Where do we have the manpower to worry about other things? As long as they don't approach the village, we leave them alone. Sending ninja out there only to have them die would be even more trouble. We need to preserve our strength right now. But what if they launch a long-range tailed beast ball at Tsunagekyo? At this, the fourth Kazekage fell silent. He was well aware of the tailed beast ball-like explosion that had occurred within the borders of the Land of Wind. This was precisely why tailed beasts were rarely deployed. If an enemy could control a tailed beast and launch a few long-range attacks, the war would be over the moment one of them hit the village. The tailed beasts were nuclear weapons, not to be used lightly. The Kage was the final trump card, the ultimate guardian of the village, and could not leave easily. All right. I will send Gaara, Kankuro, and Baki to investigate. I will remain here to defend the village. After some thought, the fourth Kazekage proposed the most prudent solution. With Gaara as a Jinchuriki, who could transform into the One-Tail, he was the most powerful weapon in the ninja world before the Akatsuki's emergence. Sending him was a logical choice. Meanwhile, he needed to stay in the village. To put it bluntly, if someone truly did launch a tailed beast ball at Sunagakure, he was the only one with the ability to stop it. He could probably block one, at least. Probably. After Sasuke had his eyes transplanted, he had 6 white Zetsu clones hidden inside his body without even realizing it. It was Orochimaru who had sensed them. It wasn't that Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan was weak, but that white Zetsu's abilities were exceptionally unique. He was plant-like, and as long as he didn't emit any killing intent, even someone with Sasuke's immense spiritual power couldn't detect him. But Orochimaru, who had frequently transferred his soul between bodies, was keenly aware of their presence. It just went to show that different people had different ways of perceiving the world. Uchiha Nagi had also sensed it. The moment white Zetsu tried to get close, he had felt something. But due to Zetsu's plant-like nature, Nagi's keen intuition only told him that someone was following him, he couldn't pinpoint who or where. And it seemed white Zetsu was aware of the approximate range of Nagi's perception, so he didn't dare get too close. Nagi, having no good way to catch him, could only pretend he didn't know. Nagi didn't leave right away. Before departing, he used a portion of his chakra to create an irrigation reservoir for the land of Rorin, drawing water from an underground river. It was his way of giving back for taking the Ryumayuka's energy. At the same time, he restored the Ryumayuka's defensive formulas to how they were before Sarah had severed them. This way, even if someone came to destroy it again, it wouldn't be so easy. The Ryumayuka itself supplied endless energy to its defensive seals, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to break through. In a decade or so, Rorin could once again become the lush, green oasis it once was. Hey, Nagi-san, why are we going this way? Did that giant of yours do all this? Just taking a look on our way out. Uchiha Nagi, Yukihime, and Kimimaro walked through the area scorched by extreme heat. The ground was covered in furrows of crystallized earth. This was the result of his perfect Susanoo's attack from the day before. The ground was still warm, but the sight was spectacular. These rocks are so pretty. I have to take some with me. Yukihime exclaimed, eagerly picking up the crystallized stones. When her hands were full, she even had Kimimaro help her carry them. Halfway through the field, Uchiha Nagi suddenly stopped. He quickly threw a handful of kunai, startling Yukihime so much that she dropped all her stones. What's wrong? Are there enemies nearby? Yukihime looked around but saw no one. Of course there are, Uchiha Nagi said with a mysterious smile, his lips curling upwards. But not an enemy. More like a rat. A rat that likes to scurry around underground. At that moment, hidden deep beneath the earth, White Zetsu's heart leaped into his throat. He couldn't have found me, right? It should be impossible. Even a Mangekyo Sharingan isn't supposed to be able to detect my stealth technique. But his fears were immediately realized. Uchiha Nagi suddenly began to form hand signs. A jolt of panic shot through White Zetsu. He had thought keeping a kilometer's distance was safe, but now he felt it wasn't nearly far enough. He immediately turned to flee. The next second, swoosh, the flying thunder god technique. Uchiha Nagi appeared in the air directly above White Zetsu, slamming a 3-pronged kunai into the ground below. The all-purpose sealing jutsu activated. Ah. What's happening? I can't get out. As the seal took hold, Nagi raised his left fist and brought it down with a monstrous strength punch. The incredibly hard, crystallized ground shattered into pieces. Nagi leaped down into the crater and pulled out a white figure. After dragging him out, without a second thought, he slapped a variety of seals all over his body. You, how did you find me? White Zetsu cried out in terror. What a wonderful specimen. I was just worrying about a lack of materials, and Toby sends one right to my doorstep. Ha 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 ha. Nagi laughed heartily. Damn it. If it weren't for this crystallized ground, you never would have caught me. White Zetsu struggled. What do you think? Did you think I led you this way for no reason? Nagi said, a triumphant grin on his face. It's precisely because the ground here was crystallized by my Susanoo's intense heat. It's much harder for you to move through this than through soil, isn't it? You did this on purpose. How did you know about me? How did you know the details of my stealth technique? Chapter 114, Chapter 114, Shikaku. A specimen doesn't need to ask so many questions. It's not like you're the original, anyway. Uchiha Nagi couldn't be bothered to chat. He sealed the Zetsu's mouth shut, tossed it into a storage scroll, and didn't worry about whether it could survive inside. White Zetsu spent most of its time underground, so it probably didn't need to breathe. It shouldn't suffocate. And if it did, it didn't matter, as long as the body remained intact. He had done it on purpose. White Zetsu's stealth technique was practically a cheat code when it was in the soil. It was almost impossible to catch. Aside from the ocean, there was hardly a place it couldn't go. After unleashing that massive wave of energy with his Susanoo, Nagi had already been plotting how to eliminate the Zetsu that was monitoring him and, at the same time, capture it as a test subject. After thinking for a while, the crystallized terrain gave him the perfect opportunity. The ground had been fused into a crystalline state by the intense heat, so even if White Zetsu could move underground, its speed would be severely limited. Not to mention, Nagi had carved deep furrows across the landscape. And so, with a combination of the Flying Thunder God and his sealing jutsu, he had successfully captured a White Zetsu. A cause for celebration. Unfortunately, it wasn't the number one White Zetsu he had caught. That one, the original, was the mother lode, capable of endlessly producing more Zetsu clones. Among the White Zetsu that Madara had created, besides the original, there was another special one, Tobi, the one who liked to play with poop and first appeared by attaching himself to Obito as a biological enhancement suit. The first White Zetsu could also use a spore technique, creating copies of itself and planting invisible seeds that could parasitize any ninja with chakra. Aside from those two, the other White Zetsu were nothing special. Night fell. A bonfire crackled in the vast desert. With the endless expanse of sand, there was no need to worry about a surprise attack. Anyone approaching would be seen from miles away. Still, being cautious, Nagi had dug a pit to shield the firelight, preventing it from being seen from a distance. You should get some sleep, Kimimaro. Don't worry, I'll take the first watch, Uchiha Nagi said. Understood, sensei. Wake me when it's time to switch. After a long day of travel, the desert climate was draining. Kimimaro was already exhausted and fell asleep almost as soon as he lay down. As for Yukihime, she had eaten and fallen asleep even earlier. Nagi shook his head. The princess was surprisingly resilient. Her feet were covered in blisters, but she remained as cheerful as ever. She was delicate, but not pampered. So far, getting along with her had been pleasant enough. Nagi began to study the wind release, Rasen Shuriken, the jutsu that Naruto Uzumaki had worked so hard to complete. This technique was a true superweapon. It struck its target with countless microscopic wind needles, formed from wind nature chakra, that cut everything from the skin down to the cellular level. The resulting vortex would then expand, destroying the opponent's organs from the inside out and leaving them completely immobilized. When Naruto had first succeeded, his arm was nearly crippled. During the release, his hand had come into contact with the jutsu, and the damage was unavoidable. Later, as he grew more proficient, he either used a shadow clone to launch it or developed enough control to keep it from getting too close to his own hand, thus avoiding crippling himself. If he used this move on Muzan, he wouldn't have to worry about him splitting into 1,800 pieces to escape. The jutsu would destroy him at a cellular level. Even if he split into 10,000 pieces, it would be useless. The real problem with a Bu-like opponent like Muzan wasn't his strength, but his cowardice and tendency to run. The creature had not a shred of a warrior's dignity, and that was what made him so difficult to deal with. Whir. 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 Swoosh. Uchiha Nagi threw the Rasen Shuriken, sending it flying into the desert sand. The recoil felt manageable. With his left arm made of white Zetsu cells, even if it sustained some minor damage from the wind nature chakra, it could recover as long as he didn't use the jutsu constantly. Once his control and physical conditioning improved, he wouldn't have to worry about injuring himself. Nagi clenched his right fist. He still lacked a powerful and effective body conditioning technique. Relying on conventional training was too slow. It would take ages to reach the physical level of Tsunade or Gai. The third Reikage. Uchiha Nagi muttered to himself. The pinnacle of physical conditioning for a ninja wasn't Gai, but the third Reikage, a man who had tempered his body to the absolute limit. After being brought back by Edo Tensei, he had tanked Naruto's Rasen Shuriken without any ninjutsu reinforcement and hadn't taken a scratch. Some might argue that his Edo Tensei body couldn't be destroyed, but it was a fact that not a single speck of dust had flaked off his body when the Rasen Shuriken hit him. It seems that after the Land of Iron, I'll have to make a trip to the Land of Lightning. The Flying Thunder God technique gave Nagi the confidence to escape any situation. Against the fourth Reikage, with the enhanced dynamic vision of his Mangekyo Sharingan, he was confident his speed would not be inferior. If he was already unbeatable before a fight even began, why not be a little reckless? Once he copied the Raikage clan's lightning release chakra mode body conditioning technique and continued to strengthen his physique, he would probably soon be able to use the monstrous strength fist with his right hand as well. Once his right hand could use it, so could his feet. Then, he could use Akaza's destructive death techniques as much as he wanted without restraint. It was a form of torture to possess so many powerful taijutsu techniques but not be able to use them frequently due to a lack of physical strength. Suddenly, Uchiha Nagi sensed something strange. Someone was approaching. Could it be another white Zetsu? No, a Zetsu's presence was plant-like, different from a human's. Beast breathing, 7th form, spatial awareness. In an instant, 3 chakra signatures entered Nagi's perception. One of them was particularly distinct, evil, cold, and powerful, like a concentration of all the world's negative emotions. There was only one type of person who could possess such a powerful and malevolent chakra signature, a Jinchuriki. Interesting. Uchiha Nagi stood up, left a flying thunder god kunai on the ground, and vanished with a body flicker. On the vast, empty desert, a red-haired boy with dark circles around his eyes was walking with 2 other figures, Kankuro and Baki. On the Kazekage's orders, they had come to investigate the massive explosion. Although Gaara's skills at this time were still around the level of a genin, even the Jonin Yoshimaru had been unable to harm him. If provoked, the Shikaku within him would go on a rampage, and even a Kage-level expert wouldn't be guaranteed to win against it. Not everyone had the ability to block a tailed beast ball. The 3rd Hokage. Before the Akatsuki came into the picture, the tailed beasts were terrifyingly powerful entities. Even the Kage of a village couldn't say with 100% certainty that they could take one on single-handedly. After all, their sheer size was a weapon in itself, a single stomp could crush any high-offense, low-defense ninja. Stay sharp, Gaara, Kankuro. The enemy might not be far. We'll observe first. Even if we find them, don't engage rashly, said the team's leader, Baki, who was the teacher of the Kazekage's children. He was also the one who would later support Gaara's rise to Kazekage and become his right-hand man. Enough of your lectures. It hasn't tasted blood in a long time. It craves it. I want to kill someone, Gaara said, his dark gaze unsettling even a Jonin like Baki. The main reason was the evil-tailed beast chakra emanating from his body, which was enough to make anyone's blood run cold. This was why Naruto had been ostracized as a child. The evil aura unconsciously released by a tailed beast, no matter how faint, was enough to make humans deeply uncomfortable. I understand, but you have to control it. Our mission is reconnaissance, not combat. Find the cause and retreat immediately, Baki said sternly. Swoosh, swoosh. Before Baki could finish, several kunai came flying toward them. Watch out. Evade. The kunai hit the ground. Just as Baki dodged, a ninja appeared before him in a flash, slashing at him with a sword. Water breathing, 2nd form, water wheel. The one who had appeared so suddenly was, of course, Uchiha Nagi. One of the kunai he had thrown was a flying thunder god marker, allowing him to teleport to their side in an instant. Before they could react, he had unleashed his attack. To Nagi's surprise, he hadn't managed to cut Baki in 2. Weren't all ninja made of flesh and blood? Then he saw the skin beneath Baki's clothes and understood. In addition to the standard issue flak jacket, Baki had a layer of what looked like Earth-style armor on his skin. No wonder he wasn't dead. This must have been the same Earth-style skin armor jutsu he would later use to ambush the master swordsman, Hayate Gecko. Hey, impressive swordsmanship. A pity your sword can't move now, Baki snarled. Though his shoulder was bleeding, he had managed to grab Uchiha Nagi's arm firmly. With his other hand, he drew a kunai and thrust it at him. Fool. I don't need a sword. I have my fists. Uchiha Nagi sneered. He gathered chakra in his bandaged left hand and met Baki's kunai head-on. Baki. A fist met a kunai. The expected scene of his hand being pierced did not occur. The monstrous strength fist was not just taijutsu, it was also ninjutsu. When used, chakra enveloped the arm, providing a layer of protection to the user's body. Otherwise, for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. The force used to shatter the earth would also shatter the fist. Baki's kunai was shattered by Nagi's punch. The force of the blow continued, breaking Baki's arm before landing heavily on his body. Splat. Baki coughed up a large mouthful of blood as he was sent flying dozens of meters through the air, mortally wounded. The monstrous strength fist, it's as terrifying as they say, Nagi mused. No wonder no one ever wanted to take a punch from Tsunade. A single hit would leave you either dead or crippled. Being on the receiving end of a monstrous strength fist was decidedly unpleasant. But being the one to deliver it. It felt good. That feeling of a punch connecting with flesh, of being able to disable someone with a single blow, was exhilarating. No wonder Tsunade rarely bothered with the 5 basic nature transformations and just preferred to hammer people's chests with her little fists. It was just too satisfying. Seeing Baki defeated in a single blow, Kankuro's face went pale. "Watch out, Gaara," he shouted. The panda-eyed Gaara didn't flinch or dodge. The kunai from before had already been blocked by his automatic sand defense. Chapter 115, Mere Gravel, You Are Not Even My Equal. Heh, got you, Gaara said, his panda-like eyes wide with a bloodthirsty excitement. In the few seconds it had taken for Nagi to deal with Baki, Gaara had already activated his sand control, binding Uchiha Nagi's legs. Then came the classic moment. Gaara's face twisted into a snarl as he spread his fingers. Sand burial. A terrifying pressure erupted from all directions as the sand, moving like an extension of Gaara's own limbs, began to crush its captive, intending to squeeze him into a paste. Splat. Ha. The expected spray of gore never came. Gaara was momentarily confused. Watch out. Behind you. Kankuro yelled. Gaara spun around to see Uchiha Nagi looking down on him, an annoyed expression on his face, as if he were scolding a naughty child. If it had been Baki, he would have recognized it as the Flying Thunder God technique, having lived through the great ninja wars. But Gaara, at this time, was just a little boy who had been consumed by darkness for a few years. His knowledge of the ninja world's history was limited, and he couldn't understand how his opponent had vanished from within his sand. So you escaped. Then I'll just have to catch you again. Sand coffin. Two streams of sand shot out like living things, moving to bind Uchiha Nagi once more. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. Uchiha Nagi spoke calmly. With a casual slash of his sword, he cut through Gaara's sand as if it were nothing. Seeing this, the panda-eyed boy grew even angrier. Sand shuriken. A mass of sand floated into the air, quickly molding itself into the shape of shuriken and launching toward Nagi. Water breathing, second form, modified, horizontal water wheel. Nagi easily deflected the sand projectiles, showing no difficulty at all. Hey, little brat. If you don't start taking this seriously, I'm going to have to spank you, Uchiha Nagi taunted. And I'll use 1,000 years of death. It's gonna hurt. You. Gaara was seething. In Sunagakure, everyone fled at the sight of him. How dare this person look down on him? He was furious. In his rage, Gaara summoned a massive sea of sand, trying to envelop Nagi completely. He was still young, and his chakra reserves weren't as large as they would be in the future, but he had the one tail inside him. The amount of chakra leaking from the tailed beast was equivalent to that of several adult ninja. Fueled by his anger, Gaara unleashed the power that Shikaku had been leaking into him. Now this is a little more interesting. Sixth form, twisting whirlpool. Nagi's swordsmanship was dazzling. His mastery of the water-breathing style grew with every move, each slash a work of art. But as the volume of sand increased, weighing several tons, no matter how much he swung his blade, he was still surrounded. An ordinary person would have been helpless in this situation. Sixth form, twisting whirlpool, flow. Nagi's continuously moving blade scattered the massive waves of sand, but Gaara's control was incredibly efficient. It took him very little chakra to gather the dispersed sand back together. Eventually, a massive amount of sand, like a sandstorm, completely encircled Uchiha Nagi, forming a small dune. This time, you won't escape, Gaara said, his eyes bloodshot, his face a ferocious mask. Come on, then. Let's see just how powerful your sand burial really is, Uchiha Nagi said with a smile, allowing the sand to completely envelop him. Breaking out would have been easy. A single monstrous strength fist from his left hand could have blown it apart. He could have even killed Gaara by catching him off guard with a Flying Thunder God and a Raise Non. Gaara was still too green at this point. As long as he didn't transform, his absolute defense only brought him to the level of a Jonin at best. But at this moment, Uchiha Nagi had other ideas. He wanted to see just how big the power gap was between himself and the tailed beast. Die. Sand burial. With a clench of Gaara's fist, tons of sand compressed violently, intending to crush the person inside into a bloody pulp. Mother, you'll see it soon. You'll see the red flower bloom. Ha. The expected spray of red liquid didn't appear. Gaara pushed harder, increasing the pressure of the sand burial, but it still had no effect. Boom. With a loud crash, a giant skeletal hand made of chakra burst through the sand dune. It was followed by another, and then the upper torso of a skeletal giant emerged from within. Inside the half-body skeleton was Uchiha Nagi. Gaara was stunned. Faced with this chakra Susanoo, he felt as if he were looking at a titan from ancient times. They weren't even in the same league. Gaara, hang in there. Kankuro, who had been hiding, saw this and immediately ran with his puppets towards where Kimimaro was. He hoped to capture Nagi's companion to create a chance for his own team to survive. Uchiha Nagi glanced at him but didn't intervene. This was a chance for Kimimaro to train, and he couldn't always be there to protect him. Is that all you've got? Uchiha Nagi said with a look of disdain. He grabbed Gaara with the Susanoo's hand and lifted him up to face him. If this is the extent of your power, then you can just die. With that, he used the skeletal hand to lightly slap Gaara on the butt. Smack, smack, smack. Though he was young, Gaara knew he was being humiliated. This was an unbearable insult. In a daze, his mind entered a strange world. This world was filled with vengeful spirits. On a desolate, barren plain, a monstrous creature was trapped in a stone prison. According to legend, it was a tanuki monster born in the Nara desert, created from the piling up of sand under the influence of otherworldly magic. It was born from the vengeful spirits of those who had died, trapped by sandstorms in the desert. Its true form was that of a tanuki. It was playful by nature and liked to bury itself in the sand. The violet tattoos on its body were patterns representing the wind god. This was Shikaku. Give me your body. I'll teach him a lesson for you, he. Entering his spiritual world for the first time, Gaara understood that this giant, tanuki-like monster was likely the thing that had been living inside him all this time. But right now, he didn't care. The shame of defeat and the threat of death made him nod subconsciously. Fine. Outside, Uchiha Nagi suddenly felt a massive amount of evil, powerful chakra erupt from the Gaara he held in his hand. It was the tailed beast. The surrounding sand rapidly converged on Gaara's body. Poof. After a huge cloud of smoke, a colossal, mountain-sized monster finally appeared in the desert. Feigning sleep technique. It was a unique sealing jutsu developed by Mangekyo that allowed an imperfect Jinchuriki to release the tailed beast within them without breaking the seal. All one had to do was wake the Jinchuriki, who would be asleep on the tailed beast's head, and the beast would be sealed back inside them. But this was a jutsu of last resort. Shikaku was not on the side of the sand ninja. The most likely outcome was that it would emerge and kill the ninja on both sides. Compared to the Konoha ninja, Shikaku probably hated the sand ninja who had sealed it even more. Ha ha ha. I'm out. I'm finally out. I'm free. It was as tall as a mountain, with the body of a tanuki and strange tattoos that represented the wind god. This was the one-tail, Shikaku. A mischievous-tailed beast, whose playfulness was a massive disaster for humanity. Ha ha. The first thing I see is a detestable human. A damn little bug. I'll squash you. Shikaku saw Uchiha Nagi's half-body Susanoo, but in its eyes, the giant construct was no bigger than its foot. Is that so? Uchiha Nagi said, his voice filled with excitement. Shikaku, let's see how strong you really are. As Shikaku's giant foot came down, Nagi increased the output to his Susanoo. The half-skeleton immediately grew into a full-body skeleton, grabbing Shikaku's leg and tripping it. Huh. It got bigger. You annoying human bug. I'm going to kill you. Shikaku, enraged, took a deep breath and slapped its own belly. Wind release, drilling air bullet. A wind-style ninjutsu shot towards Uchiha Nagi. That's right, this wasn't Shikaku's signature ability, like a tailed beast ball, but ninjutsu, wind release. The 9 tails had 9 tails and the most chakra, but that didn't mean the one-tailed Shikaku was the weakest. On the contrary, it was very intelligent. It was the only tailed beast that could use ninjutsu, perform hand signs, and even use sealing jutsu. It had even combined the patterns on its body to create its own unique sealing techniques. Among the 9-tailed beasts, only Shikaku could use sealing jutsu. If it fought the 9 tails, with its unique sealing abilities, it wouldn't necessarily lose. Compared to a tailed beast ball, ninjutsu was much more efficient and fit its wind and sand attributes better, conserving its energy. First form, water surface slash. Uchiha Nagi continuously poured chakra into his Susanoo, transforming it into its second form, a giant with flesh and blood. The Susanoo giant raised its massive sword and cleaved the air bullet in two. But the amount of chakra Shikaku used for a single air bullet was minuscule, as easy for it as a human throwing a punch. For a human, however, it was a different story. An air bullet launched from Shikaku's massive body was as powerful as an A-rank ninjutsu. And for Shikaku, a technique like that was as effortless as spitting. Hey, it got bigger. This is interesting. Haha, this is so much fun. Shikaku was immediately excited. It had been a long time since it had been out. Not only could it get some fresh air, but it could also get into a good fight. It was perfect. Wind release, multiple drilling air bullets. Shikaku slapped its belly again, and a dense barrage of air bullets shot from its mouth, chasing Uchiha Nagi's Susanoo like a machine gun. Uchiha Nagi suddenly looked up and shouted at Shikaku. Mere gravel, you are not even my equal. Chapter 116, Shikaku, sob, sob. I give up. Mere gravel, you are not even my equal. Uchiha Nagi's Susanoo raised its long sword. Although the breathing styles enhanced his physical body, not the Susanoo, that didn't mean the Susanoo couldn't use his swordsmanship. Under Nagi's control, the massive construct moved like an extension of his own body, its swordsmanship no different from his own. He had completely manifested the sword of Tatsuka, the spiritual weapon of the Uchiha clan. While the Susanoo could form its own weapons, that required the third form, which consumed a far greater amount of chakra. The third form of the Susanoo, complete with weapons and armor, offered enhanced power and defense at the cost of significantly increased chakra drain. For now, Uchiha Nagi had no intention of releasing the Een seal right from the start. The Ryumayaku's energy, once used, was gone. Unlike a tailed beast, it wouldn't regenerate after a few days, he would have to manually recharge it. Therefore, maintaining the second form Susanoo was sufficient to battle Shikaku. The sword of Tatsuka unleashed the sixth form, twisting whirlpool, deflecting Shikaku's air bullets one after another. Seeing this, Shikaku increased its output. In response, Nagi elevated his swordsmanship to the sixth form, twisting whirlpool, flow. Is that all you've got, Shikaku? You can't beat me like this, Uchiha Nagi said. Annoying. I hate arrogant little bugs. I'll crush you. Seeing that its air bullets were ineffective, Shikaku narrowed its eyes and switched to what it did best, sand. With a wave of its hands, a massive amount of sand rose into the air, driven by its innate talent, and swept towards the Susanoo in an overwhelming tide. Compared to Gaara's sand waterfall funeral, this attack, launched by Shikaku's own body, was a true sandstorm great funeral. With the natural advantage of the desert, it was even more effortless. Exciting. This is the kind of battle that gets the blood pumping. I acknowledge you, Shikaku, Uchiha Nagi said with a fierce grin. Sun breathing, first form, waltz. Sun breathing, second form, blue heaven. Sun breathing, third form, raging sun, crimson mirror. Sun breathing, fourth form, parhelion rainbow. Uchiha Nagi switched to the strongest breathing style, sun breathing, and began to continuously use the Hinokami Kagura dance to break through Shikaku's sandstorm great funeral. However, the desert was Shikaku's home turf, giving it a natural advantage. Eventually, Shikaku controlled tens of thousands of tons of sand, trapping Uchiha Nagi inside a pyramid. Ha! I'll seal you. Seal you. I'll turn you into a pyramid. Shikaku cackled and clapped its hands together. The violet patterns on its body extended from its hands and spread across the pyramid, preparing to seal Uchiha Nagi inside. Sun breathing, 12th form, flame dance. Uchiha Nagi's voice echoed from within the pyramid. The strongest move of the sun breathing style shattered the structure from the inside. Flame dance had the same pronunciation as waltz, symbolizing that the progression from the first form to the 12th was a complete cycle. Therefore, the 12th form was a single move that encompassed the entire breathing style. The even more powerful 13th form was simply the continuous, cyclical execution of the first 11 forms into the 12th. To put it plainly, it was a continuous loop, but even unleashing the 12th form once was incredibly difficult, let alone sustaining the 13th. Boom. Crash. A brilliant light erupted from within the massive pyramid. The next second, a giant, like the rising sun itself, burst forth from the sealed structure. The pyramid exploded, shattering into countless pieces that scattered in all directions. Ah. My sealing jutsu. The stupefied Shikaku, which would have looked quite cute in a smaller size, now looked utterly ferocious in its giant form. Shikaku, it seems your sealing jutsu isn't all that great, Uchiha Nagi teased. Arg. I'll bite you to death. Shikaku was frantic. The last time it had been looked down upon like this was by the damn fox. It had taught itself sealing jutsu specifically to deal with that stinking fox, and now it couldn't even defeat a single human bug. When it faced the other tailed beasts, it would be laughed to death. However, a tailed beast was still a tailed beast. Apart from their innate talents, they had very little actual combat experience. In terms of physical combat, they had no equal among humans, it was a complete mismatch. Shikaku, being the most unique of them, had only managed to learn ninjutsu and sealing jutsu. As for taijutsu, watching the clumsy Shikaku lunge forward to bite him, Uchiha Nagi's Susanoo moved with the same agility as its master. It easily dodged the attack and then sliced off one of Shikaku's arms. Arg. My arm. You bug. You cut off my arm. Shikaku was enraged. Unlike the other tailed beasts, its body was made of sand. As long as it was in the desert, any part of its body that was cut off could be easily reattached or regrown. The other tailed beasts, the eight tails horn hadn't grown back for over a decade after being cut off, though its octopus tentacles could regrow freely. Each tailed beast had different abilities. Arg. You're making me so mad. I'm going to bite you to death. Shikaku charged at Uchiha Nagi, gnashing its teeth. However, what little close combat experience they had was from fighting humans. They hadn't fought their fellow tailed beasts more than a few times in hundreds of years, so their hand-to-hand combat skills were pitiful. Uchiha Nagi easily dodged Shikaku's mouth and swung his sword at its remaining arm. Swoosh! Another arm went flying into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Now, Shikaku was armless. It went completely berserk, losing all reason. It didn't even care about its missing arms and just kept attacking like a common thug. Uchiha Nagi jumped onto Shikaku's back, intending to swing his sword and cut off its massive tail. But in its frenzy, Shikaku threw its entire body backward, trying to crush him against the ground. The result was splat. 1,000 years of death. Ah. I didn't do that on purpose. Would you believe me? Roar. I'm going to kill you. Shikaku didn't care anymore. This was the last straw. Its most important back door had been stabbed. Now, even if it meant mutual destruction, it had to kill Uchiha Nagi. It opened its gaping maw, and two types of yin and yang chakra began to gather frantically. It was a tailed beast ball. While Shikaku rarely used the tailed beast ball, that didn't mean it couldn't. It was an innate ability that all tailed beasts possessed. Hey. At this range, are you trying to blow yourself up too? Uchiha Nagi pulled out the sword of Tatsuka. He looked at it. No blood, just some sand. Good, at least it wasn't disgusting. Not that a tailed beast needed to eat or drink, so he didn't have to worry about getting any crap on his sword. At this moment, Shikaku began to look smug. Haha. Scared now? It's too late to get on your knees and beg for mercy. I'm taking you down with me. I'll die, but I'll be revived in a few years. Gahaha. Now you die. Uchiha Nagi just stood there, quietly watching Shikaku form its tailed beast ball. Triple Rashomon. That could probably only block Naruto's smaller tailed beast ball. He didn't know if Naruto's small one was as powerful as a full-sized one from a complete tailed beast. Die. Shikaku happily launched the tailed beast ball at Uchiha Nagi, laughing maniacally in its mind. What an idiot. He didn't even try to interrupt me while I was forming it. Now it's too late. He would die, but he'd be back in a few years. At this range, his opponent was 100% dead. But in the next second, Uchiha Nagi simply extended the Susanu's hand. If one looked closely, one could see a kunai in its palm, marked with the Flying Thunder God formula. As the massive tailed beast ball struck the Susanu's palm, it was as if it were drawn into a black hole. The entire tailed beast ball vanished into an unseen space without a sound. Boom. In the distance, a massive mushroom cloud began to slowly rise, its light and shockwave turning the night sky into day. Ah. The tailed beast ball is gone. No, you moved it. A spacetime ninjutsu. Shikaku didn't know about the Flying Thunder God, but it knew about spacetime ninjutsu. The old sage of six paths could use it. Now, Shikaku was dumbfounded. Pow. Uchiha Nagi leaped onto Shikaku and punched it. Then he punched it again. Without its arms, Shikaku was defenseless. The enraged tailed beast had just regrown its arms when Nagi casually lopped them off again with a single slash. From a distance, it looked like a giant riding on a helpless lamb. Wah. Stop. Stop hitting me. I give up. Shikaku started crying like a beaten child, sobbing and whimpering. It had lost its nerve. Then, the sand that made up Shikaku's body began to disperse. Gaara's feigning sleep technique was being released. This was the first time Shikaku had ever voluntarily ended the technique and fled back into its Jinchuriki's body. The massive Susanoo extended a hand and caught the troubled boy, Gaara, as he fell from the sky. He seemed to be sleeping soundly. After the beating it had just taken, Shikaku was probably in no mood to disturb his sleep. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, a spectacular duel between Kimimaro and Kankuro was well underway. Kankuro had tried to capture Kimimaro to use as a hostage against Uchiha Nagi. As a puppet master, 9/10 of Kankuro's skills were in puppetry. The stronger his puppets, the stronger he was. Don't underestimate puppet masters. What if you gave one 2 human puppets made from Jonin? 2 Jonin against 1, the odds would be pretty good, right? What if you gave him 10? Then the odds would be 10 to 1, even better. And what if you gave a puppet master a human puppet made from the 3rd Kazekage? Heh. However, the founder of the human puppet technique in Mangekyo felt that it was an affront to nature, as it used living people. So, the technique was forbidden, just as the first Hokage had forbidden the second Hokage's Edo Tensei. It wasn't that the second Hokage couldn't perfect his Edo Tensei, but his older brother had banned it on the grounds that it was unnatural. Therefore, Kankuro was using pure puppets, not ones made from human bodies. A human puppet retained the strength of the deceased, if not 100%, then at least 80%. But he had run into the troublesome Kimimaro, a user of a Kekkeigenkai with maxed-out physical defense. Chapter 117, I'm taking Shikaku. The human puppet technique was originally invented by the first generation of Sunigekure ninja, likely as a counter to the second Hokage's Edo Tensei. The principle was to create puppets from the bodies of shinobi. The stronger the ninja was in life, the more powerful the resulting human puppet, capable of wielding between 80 to 120% of the deceased's original power. After death, the body could be outfitted with numerous mechanisms, and vital points that were weaknesses in life became irrelevant in puppet form. Later, due to the abuse of this technique, with living civilians and ninja being captured and turned into human puppets, Sunigekure deemed it an affront to nature and had it sealed away. But in reality, no matter how unnatural a ninjutsu was, they would always preserve it. As it happened, the scrolls detailing the creation of human puppets were kept in Chiyo's home. Her grandson, Sasori, later learned the technique and used it to secretly assassinate their own Kazekage. Now, as the son of the Kazekage, Kankuro wasn't using human puppets, but the puppets he did possess were, of course, of the highest quality. His puppet, Crow, opened its mouth and fired a volley of poison needles at Kimimaro. However, Kimimaro easily deflected them with the water-breathing, twisting whirlpool. A variety of other hidden weapons, kunai, and shuriken followed, and he blocked them all. Seizing an opportunity, Kimimaro used a piercing attack from his water-breathing style, the seventh form, drop ripple thrust, and lunged directly at Kankuro. However, in the seemingly empty desert, a puppet master is never without tricks. No puppet master would expose their true body to an enemy during a fight. If they appeared to be exposed, it was almost always a trap. Splat. No blood. As Kimimaro's sword pierced Kankuro's body, he realized something was wrong. It didn't feel like he had stabbed through flesh and blood. As he sensed the danger and tried to pull his sword back, the Kankuro before him smiled, and the makeup on his face fell away. It's not him. It's a puppet. Kimimaro realized in alarm, but it was too late. The next second, the Kankuro he had stabbed transformed into a puppet, swallowing him whole as he drew near. Clank. Clank. The puppet's mechanisms activated, trapping Kimimaro securely. At the same time, all its hidden weapons stabbed inward. Just then, a figure leaped out from behind a nearby dune. It was the real Kankuro. He had brought two puppets with him. His real body had been hiding underground, approaching stealthily, while one puppet engaged Kimimaro and the other disguised itself as him, setting a trap. The trap puppet was incredibly durable, designed so that even a jonin couldn't escape once caught. Got one. Huh. Where's the woman? She's gone. Kankuro was a bit confused. When he had first approached, he was sure there were two people, one was a normal person with no chakra, and the other was this swordsman. His plan had been to capture the ninja first and then deal with the woman. But now, she was nowhere to be found. He scanned the area. On the open desert with no obstacles, the woman had simply vanished. In reality, Yukihime was lying flat on the ground, her body curled up, completely still. If you weren't looking closely, you would mistake her for just another rock. The burlap-colored cloth of the land of wind covering her was the perfect camouflage. And at that moment, she had entered a state of merging with nature. Even Uchiha Nagi with his Mangekyo Sharingan couldn't sense Yukihime, let alone Kankuro. Right now, Yukihime felt like a rock or a plant, without any presence. Her stealth was in no way inferior to White Zetsu's. At that moment, the sound of banging from inside the puppet suddenly stopped. A low voice spoke from within. Dance of the seedling fern. From inside the incredibly sturdy puppet, hard, white bones began to grow, forcing it apart from within until it burst. Boom. With a brilliant explosion, the durable puppet that Kankuro had been so proud of was shattered from the inside out. How is that possible? How could he break the puppet from within? Kankuro stared in disbelief, not just heartbroken over his puppet, but more importantly, shocked. This puppet was so strong that even a jonin specializing in taijutsu might not have been able to break out of it. As the son of the Kazekage, he naturally had the best puppets. Kimimaro slowly walked out from the wreckage, his entire body covered in bone spikes. The dance of the seedling fern was a unique Kekkeigenkai of the Kagaya clan, and it didn't necessarily require the user to be underground. That would just be silly. Of course, the current Kimimaro was not yet an adult and couldn't match the map-covering power he would display in his future fight with Gaara. His dance of the seedling fern now only covered a radius of about 10 meters. But that was more than enough to burst the puppet and escape with ease. I'm sorry, sensei. I used the Shikatsumiyaku again. I'm so useless. Kimimaro walked out from the thicket of bone spikes, annoyed with himself. His clothes were a bit torn, but he was completely unharmed. The sharp blades inside the puppet had all been blocked by his Shikatsumiyaku-covered skin. That was the confidence that came with a maxed-out physical defense. As for the poison coating the blades, it was useless if it couldn't even pierce his skin. Kimimaro raised his bone sword and charged at Kankuro again. Realizing his opponent was more trouble than he'd expected, Kankuro gestured with his hand, and his crow puppet quickly flew in front of him to protect his real body. He then threw a smoke bomb. White smoke enveloped him, and he used an earth-style jutsu to once again hide in the sand beneath. As a ninja from the land of wind, it would be embarrassing not to know any earth release. Kimimaro fired several 10-finger drilling bullets, but they missed Kankuro, hitting the crow puppet instead. By the time he reached the smoke, Kankuro was long gone, hidden away. He then began remotely controlling the crow to fight Kimimaro once more. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Kimimaro started coughing. No. I'm poisoned. It was the smoke just now. His lack of experience was showing again. He didn't understand that a ninja needs to be cautious to survive. Kimimaro never imagined that the seemingly ordinary smoke was actually poisonous. And the breathing styles he used were particularly vulnerable to things like poison gas. Kimimaro bit his tongue, trying to stay conscious, but his body wouldn't obey, and he collapsed. Is he faking it? I should test him, just to be safe. Hiding in the sand, Kankuro didn't immediately believe that Kimimaro was poisoned. He had his crow puppet throw several poison-coated kunai at him. Just then, a slender figure leaped out from nowhere, throwing herself in front of Kimimaro to block the kunai. Ah. Yukihime squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for death. However, the expected pain never came. What are you ing about? You should have just stayed hidden. Kimimaro isn't that weak. Yukihime opened her eyes to see the men with the red eyes standing in front of her. Nagi-san, she cried out with joy. Uchiha Nagi was holding a small kid in his hand. It was the defeated Gaara. After Shikaku had been beaten into submission, it had retreated back into his body. And Gaara, who hadn't had a good night's sleep in a long time, was now sleeping like a log, even snoring. The kunai thrown by the crow were blocked by Nagi using Gaara as a shield. As expected, the sand in his gourd automatically formed a sand shield and stopped them. This was the result of his automatic defense, working even while he was completely unconscious. Uchiha Nagi watched with a click of his tongue. A ninja's chakra truly was a marvelous thing. Before Gaara's mother died, the chakra she left him had automatically formed an absolute defense that protected him at all times. To say it was love protecting him was a bit of a stretch, it was the chakra. It was just like the chakra Minato and Kushina had left inside Naruto. Sometimes, chakra could not only speak and interact like the original person but also inherit their will and pass it down through generations. Take Indra and Azura, for example. Their chakra carried their will, causing them to reincarnate and fight for generations. Gaara's mother had also infused her will to protect her child into her chakra and poured it into Gaara's body to protect him always. Hey, kid. How long are you going to hide? Huh. Uchiha Nagi looked towards where Kankuro was hiding. Puppet masters feared I-based Kekkei Genkai the most. Their invisible chakra threads were as clear as day to Nagi's eyes. Knowing he was no match, Kankuro reluctantly jumped out from the sand. He had seen the entire fight with Shikaku. It was a battle of gods. A single slap from that thing could kill 10 of him. It was like when Kakashi had faced the injured Orochimaru, the aura unintentionally released by the truly powerful could paralyze them with fear. Gulp. What do you want? We're shinobi from Sunagakure. If anything happens to us, the Kazekage won't let you get away with it. Kankuro swallowed hard, hoping the Kazekage's name still held some weight. But this guy had just defeated Shikaku. He probably wasn't afraid of the Sand Village or the Kazekage. Hey, kid. I'm taking your Jinchuriki for a while. I'll give him back later. Uchiha Nagi forcefully slapped Gaara on the butt. Ah. No. Gaara is the village's Jinchuriki. You can't take him. Kankuro shook his head instinctively. Do you think I'm asking for your opinion? Uchiha Nagi sneered. I, Uchiha Nagi, have no need to consult others when I act. If you have a problem, tell your Kazekage to come and get him for me himself. But. No buts. If you don't wake up now, that guy named Baki might actually die. Wake up. Kankuro's head spun. After a moment of dizziness, he found himself standing alone in the desert. The others were gone. He didn't know when Uchiha Nagi had left. It was those eyes, those red eyes. Kankuro thought, a wave of fear washing over him. He had only accidentally glanced at the Sharingan and had been caught. So that's the Sharingan. What a terrifying and evil eye. Right, Baki. Without another thought, Kankuro ran towards where Baki was, hoping he wasn't dead. Chapter 118, The Land of Fire, the Soft Target. Uchiha Nagi left with Shikaku in tow. The little brat Gaara couldn't harm him unless he went into his tailed beast form, but Shikaku had been scared witless and probably wouldn't be coming out anytime soon. If a ninja fought a tailed beast of the same physical size, would they have an advantage? The answer was a definite yes. A jonin is forged through countless battles, while a tailed beast's fighting experience is negligible. They were invincible because of their immense chakra, immortal bodies, and their innate nuclear weapon, the tailed beast ball. But in terms of combat experience, they were probably inferior to even a summoning animal like Gamabunta. While a summoning animal like Gamabunta might be as large as them, it didn't have as much chakra. And what could Gamabunta do to block a tailed beast ball? A water cannon wouldn't stop it. So, their actual combat experience was pitifully low. When Uchiha Nagi released his Susanoo and used his swordsmanship against Shikaku, Shikaku was completely dominated in terms of taijutsu. The reason he took Gaara with him was, of course, his curiosity about Shikaku's innate ability, magnet release. What was magnet release? It was the electromagnetic force, one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, and the most mysterious. In the right hands, combined with physics, one could create an electromagnetic railgun. But the ninja didn't know that. Although the 3rd and 4th Kazekage had observed Shikaku and invented magnet release, they could only control metal with it. If you gave magnet release to a transmigrator, who knows what kind of crazy things they could do with it. Sand control, wind release, sealing jutsu, and magnet release to control the rare metals in the sand. Shikaku really knows a lot of tricks, Uchiha Nagi sighed with emotion. Ah, sensei, are you talking about the monster inside him? The sand monster you fought in the desert last night? Kimimaro asked curiously. Uchiha Nagi had already cured his poison, and now the group was traveling at a leisurely pace. Last night, after trapping Kankuro with his Sharingan, he had casually asked him for some intel on Sunagakure. To his surprise, a terrifying plague had broken out in the village, caused by Abirame Toryun's nano-insects. The Sand Village's ninja forces had suffered heavy casualties and were in no position to pursue him. So, Uchiha Nagi had changed his plans on the spot and unceremoniously taken Shikaku with him. As for the mischievous Shikaku, the Mangekyo Sharingan was the bane of the tailed beasts. He wasn't worried about being unable to control it. And after last night's battle, he roughly understood why the tailed beasts were captured and used as weapons by ninja. They had immense chakra but little combat experience. Aside from swatting at humans with their little fists, their only other move was the tailed beast ball. Against low-level ninja, that was fine. But against high-level ninja with their endless variety of ninjutsu and sealing jutsu, the tailed beasts were a piece of cake. Yes. That thing is called Shikaku. It's one of the tailed beasts, the one with the fewest tails, Uchiha Nagi said. Are there many tailed beasts? Yukihime asked, her curiosity piqued. Yes. There are 9 in total, from the 1 tail to the 9 tails. The 1 tail has the least chakra, and the 9 tails has the most. After Hashirama Senju brought peace to the chaotic world, he captured all the tailed beasts. Konoha kept the strongest, the 9 tails, and distributed the rest to the other ninja villages to be used as Jinchuriki. The hope was that with these nuclear weapons, everyone would be too afraid to start another war. At this, Uchiha Nagi gave a cynical laugh. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The idea was good, but reality is cruel. If Hashirama had chosen to join forces with Madara and rule the entire ninja world, there would have been no more wars. But unfortunately, Azura's chakra, or perhaps his soul's influence, led Hashirama to choose the path of so-called love and understanding. The result was that after he and Madara were gone, an unprecedented great ninja war broke out, far more brutal than before. The small-scale skirmishes between clans and on missions escalated into full-blown wars between nations. And it happened once every decade or so. They would fight until their populations were decimated, take a break to recover their strength, and then start fighting all over again. Is that so? I know war is cruel, but I've never seen it. I can't even imagine how cruel it must be, Yukihime said, lowering her head. Beside her, on the camel, Gaara's eyelashes fluttered. Uchiha Nagi had bought a few camels from a merchant at an oasis. One was for Yukihime, and the one that was originally for Kimimaro was now being used by Gaara. The desert was a difficult journey for an ordinary person. You're awake. Get up. Your stomach's been growling for a while. Kimimaro, give him something to eat, Uchiha Nagi said. Kimimaro nodded and took out some flatbread and water from the camel's luggage, handing it to Gaara. Gaara took it without expression, his mind a whirl of thoughts. He then began to eat. He was indeed hungry. He had slept for a full day and night. For the first time, Shikaku hadn't disturbed his sleep. He had been awake for a while but couldn't resist the urge to sleep a little longer. The 4 of them rode their camels across the vast desert of the Land of Wind, leaving faint footprints in the sand that were quickly covered by the blowing wind. Uchiha Nagi frowned as he looked at the map. He wanted to go to the Land of Iron, but there were only a few routes. He could either take a long detour through the vast land of earth or pass directly through the land of rain. The final option was to go straight through the land of fire. Of the three, the first two, which seemed safer, were actually the most dangerous. Inoki was in his prime, nearing old age, and his dust release, Akekiai Toda, was incredibly powerful. And the land of rain, that place was Nagato, Tobi, and White Zetsu's main base. Even with the flying thunder god, Uchiha Nagi wasn't confident he could face a Superkaga-level opponent like Nagato, especially with a few followers to protect. Oh well. Pick the softest persimmon. We'll go through the land of fire, Uchiha Nagi decided. Having come from Konoha, he knew better than anyone how few Kaga-level shinobi the village had at this time. Besides the third Hokage, there was only Danzo, the king of cowards, who had regained his strength with Hashirama's cells. There were no other Kaga-level powerhouses to be found. He didn't know how strong Guy's body had become, but he definitely wouldn't open the gate of death for a rogue ninja. After all, everyone wants to live. Sensei, are we going to the land of fire? Kimimaro asked. Yes. Breathing styles are a form of swordsmanship, and they require a matching weapon. Your bone sword is sturdy enough, but it's not ideal. You can't just create a new one with your Shikatsumiyaku every time it breaks in a fight. We need to go to the land of iron and forge a suitable weapon for you, Uchiha Nagi said. The world of Demon Slayer had its swordsmith village, but their weapons were specifically designed to kill demons, made from sun steel. The ninja world, on the other hand, had chakra-conducting metal. So, Nagi planned to forge a new longsword for himself here, one that could channel his chakra. When he went to the Demon Slayer world, he would use a Nichiren blade made from sun steel. Different enemies required different weapons. He glanced at a scroll on his person. It contained the Executioner's blade. It was the only one of the 7 ninja swords of the mist that wasn't bound by a summoning contract. He wondered if it could be reforged. If not, it was pretty useless. Besides its regeneration ability, it couldn't be infused with chakra, didn't have any special abilities like the other swords, and couldn't even block a tailed beast ball. It was completely mediocre. Are there 9 more monsters like me? Out of the blue, Gaara's voice cut in. Uchiha Nagi was taken aback for a moment, then looked at him. That's right. The one tail inside you is called Shikaku. It's the weakest one, Uchiha Nagi replied. He hadn't sealed or bound Gaara. If he couldn't handle a 7 or 8-year-old kid, then what was the point? He might as well just go back to the Demon Slayer world and retire. What did you say? I'm not the weakest. Arg. That bastard. I'm going to bite him to death. Hearing this, Shikaku began to rampage inside Gaara. A torrent of violent chakra erupted, and the young Gaara, unable to withstand such a massive influx of power, collapsed to the ground, wailing in pain. Sensei, It's all right. I'll go in and teach that Tanuki a lesson. Uchiha Nagi reassured Kimimaro and Yukihime, then his red eyes opened, and he looked at Gaara. It was the same dim, barren desert. Shikaku was trapped in a stone prison, shaking the pillars frantically. Chakra poured out of its body, and the young Gaara was forced to endure this immense power. Then, a figure appeared in the spiritual world, and with him, Gaara. Huh. It's the kid. And, how did you get in here? Shikaku had just spotted Gaara when it saw the men who had stabbed it in the rear. Those red eyes, the Sharingan. You're from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Nagi smiled faintly. That's right. I am Uchiha Nagi. Hey, Big Tanuki, if you don't want to suffer, you'd better quiet down. Do you hear me? What did you say? You stinking bug. If you have the guts, come in here. See if I don't bite you to death. Shikaku thrashed and roared inside its stone prison, as if that would break it open. But the talismans on it held firm, and no matter how much it struggled, the seal didn't budge. Shut up. Uchiha Nagi's Mangekyo flared, and Shikaku instantly froze, its entire body stiffening. Although Nagi couldn't enter the seal himself, the power of his Mangekyo could still immobilize Shikaku. The paralyzed tailed beast fell to the ground with a thud, silent. The pain subsided for Gaara, and Uchiha Nagi withdrew from the sealed spiritual world. When he returned to the outside world, he found that in that short time, Gaara's skin was already severely burned, similar to how Naruto's body had been burned when he first manifested 3 tails. When a large amount of the 9 tails chakra had flowed into Naruto, manifesting as 3 tails, it had not only increased his strength but also burned his body. Chapter 119, The 4 Great Arts of Deception. And this wasn't an ordinary burn. Because the tailed beast's chakra was so unique, it was also quite difficult to treat with standard medical ninjutsu. Looking at Gaara, who looked as if he'd been skinned and boiled, Uchiha Nagi shook his head. Shikaku was truly a handful. Among all the villages with Jinchuriki, only Shikaka seemed to actively work against its host, not only refusing to help but also constantly disturbing his sleep, which was why Gaara had perpetual dark circles under his eyes. With such severe sleep deprivation, it was no wonder the boy had developed psychological problems at such a young age. He really needed a therapist. Uchiha Nagi considered himself a doctor for external wounds. He could treat the outside, but not the inside. He would have to wait until Gaara met Naruto. He was sure that under the influence of Naruto's protagonist Halo, Gaara's psychological issues would be cured in no time. Wait a minute. Uchiha Nagi suddenly remembered, wasn't Tanjiro a protagonist too? Although the power levels in the Demon Slayer world weren't as terrifying as in the ninja world, a protagonist was still a protagonist. Should he try throwing Gaara at Tanjiro for treatment? Uchiha Nagi stroked his chin. It seemed worth a try. The group of 4 arrived in the small border country, the Land of Rivers, where they planned to sell their camels and buy horses. Although the Land of Rivers wasn't very prosperous, its geographical location between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind allowed it to survive by making a profit from trade between the two. However, when war broke out, the Land of Rivers was always devastated. As a buffer zone between the two major nations, both countries cunningly chose to use the smaller country as their battlefield. For the people there, a battle between ninja was a death sentence. Buns. Hot, fragrant buns. By some, esteemed sirs. Flatbread. To all you gentlemen heading into the Land of Wind, buy some flatbread. It lasts for a long time. Tonkatsu ramen. Made with fresh ingredients from the sea. Don't miss out. The bustling market was filled with merchants coming and going, not only peddlers trying to make a living but also ragged civilians begging for alms. They were all living the ordinary day of an ordinary person. Esteemed sir, don't let the skinny appearance of these horses fool you. They can climb mountains without any trouble, and they're hearty eaters. They eat weeds, no need for fine grain. A slightly stooped merchant grinned, revealing a set of yellow-black teeth as he tried his best to sell his horses. Uchiha Nagi patted the horses. The merchant wasn't lying. The horses were sturdy, they were just lean from hard work and a diet of wild grass, lacking proper nutrition. All right, I'll buy these horses. Name your price, Uchiha Nagi said coolly. After the merchant sold the horses, the group found a small inn to stay in. Uchiha Nagi then began to give Gaara a makeover. Your red hair and the tattoo on your head are too conspicuous. They'll attract unnecessary trouble, so you need a disguise, Uchiha Nagi said. Gaara said nothing. He neither agreed nor resisted. He could act tough in front of ordinary people because he could crush them with his power. But in front of someone who could crush him even more easily, putting on an act would just be foolish. Besides, after Shikaku had been taught a lesson, he had been sleeping particularly well for the past 2 days, more comfortably than ever before. At the inn, Uchiha Nagi found himself in a familiar scene, holding hair dye. He dyed Gaara's red hair black. He didn't know if Gaara had Uzumaki blood, but his hair was as red as any Uzumaki's. After dyeing his hair, the love tattoo on his forehead was also easy to deal with. He applied a skin-like adhesive film over it, styled his bangs to hang down a bit, and put a hat on him. Perfect. You can't even tell, Uchiha Nagi said, clapping his hands in satisfaction. In a ninja world without the internet, finding a single person in a sea of people was unrealistic. Even with a photograph, a little makeup and a change of hairstyle would make someone unrecognizable. Nagi-san, the people here seem very poor. Yukihime and Kimimaro had just returned from outside, carrying a large pile of things, clean clothes, daily necessities, some pots and pans, and even cumin and other spices for outdoor barbecues. You're mistaken. It's not just the people here. It's pretty much the same throughout the entire ninja world. The only ones who can live relatively comfortable lives are the ninja, Uchiha Nagi said, adding silently in his mind, and the old world nobles like the daimyo. It will be better once we reach the Land of Fire. After all, the Land of Fire has the most fertile land in the entire ninja world, Uchiha Nagi said with a smile. But even the civilians in the Land of Fire were just getting by, not starving, and not having to worry about being casually killed by a ninja. In reality, the lower class was still the lower class. No matter how miraculous chakra was, without the advent of industrial fertilizers, crop yields couldn't keep up, and the ninja world would continue to face this situation. The result was a cycle of class oppression, and when the population exploded and resources became scarce, a great ninja war would break out, and the cycle would repeat. Uchiha Nagi was very curious about one thing: could the first Hokages would release produce food? He could make trees grow like real plants. If he could produce food, then with his chakra by the ton reserves, couldn't he feed the entire ninja world? Uchiha Nagi took out a blue-colored lens and put it in his eye, and his black eyes instantly turned the same shade of blue as Minato Namikaze's. He then applied some colored ink to his face like Kakashi and added some lines to make himself look older. Then, he dyed his own hair again, turning it from black to white. A white-haired, weathered-looking middle-aged man was freshly created. Nagi-san, why did you disguise yourself like that? Yukihime's eyes widened, a look of disbelief on her face. It's not just me. You need a disguise too, Uchiha Nagi said with a mischievous grin. Me. The 4 great arts of deception from his past life. Now that he had a chance to use them in this life, how could he pass it up? He fashioned a fake Adam's apple for Yukihime out of a skin-like material. Then, amidst her indignant protests, he cut her long hair short and dyed it blonde. Finally, he had her change into a set of men's clothing. A fresh-faced, pretty boy version of Minato Namikaze was born. Hey, this is kind of interesting. Haha, I'm a man now. The novelty of it all went straight to Yukihime's head. As someone who had rarely left her home, it was a thrilling experience, and the matter of her long hair being cut was instantly forgotten. And so, the 4 of them, disguised so thoroughly that even people who knew them wouldn't recognize them, set off. They had chosen the softest target, the land of fire, and would cut straight through it on their way to the land of iron. Chapter 120, Sasori of the Red Sand. Stop. If you want to pass, hand over all your money and your horses. Just after leaving the land of wind and the border trading town, Uchiha Nagi and his group were met by a group of legendary bandits. A dozen or so men with greedy expressions brandished knives, forks, and clubs. Except for the leader, who carried a samurai sword, the rest looked less like robbers and more like refugees. Their clothes were ragged, their faces were pale, and they were bone-thin. If you didn't look closely, you might mistake them for a group of zombies. The reason they were so bold as to try and rob Uchiha Nagi's group was, of course, because they were few in number and wore no forehead protectors. It was a well-known custom in the ninja world that every ninja, whether they had betrayed their village or not, wore a forehead protector. Nagi's group had none. Furthermore, the 4 of them were not traveling with a large merchant caravan. Finally, their group consisted of 2 children and 2 adults, and the adults looked small and unthreatening. Only one of the 4 was carrying a samurai sword. Kimimara's bone sword was too short, and he was a child, so they didn't count him. Uchiha Nagi frowned. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but if these people were truly seeking death, he wouldn't mind sending them on their way to a better reincarnation. Kimimaro, give them some food. Yukihime, give them some money. Yes, sensei. Oh. When Kimimaro took out a bag of dried rations and threw it to them, their eyes turned green with hunger. But when Yukihime took out the money, their expressions began to change. Here, there's over 100,000 ryo here. It's all yours. Yukihime extended a hand as fair as jade, counted the money, and handed it over. Although her face was disguised, she couldn't change her voice. The moment she spoke, her voice was as clear as a songbird's. The bandit leader's eyes lit up, and he grinned, revealing his yellowed, blackened teeth. And this woman. Leave the woman too, or we'll kill you all. After taking the money Yukihime had thrown, the bandit leader actually tried to grab her. Ah. Yukihime screamed and quickly stepped back. Kimimaro leaped in front of her, then looked to Uchiha Nagi, awaiting his teacher's command. Uchiha Nagi said coolly to Kimimaro, kill them all. Leave no one alive. Kimimaro nodded. Yes, sensei. He immediately unleashed his water-breathing swordsmanship and prepared for a slaughter. This was the best thing about Kimimaro, he never questioned right or wrong. He simply did as his teacher commanded. A ninja. You're a ninja. The bandit leader had some sense. The moment he saw Kimimaro's movements and swordsmanship, he knew he had picked the wrong target. Everyone, attack. Kill them. We'll have meat and grain to eat, the woman to share, and the money to split. He threw the money into the air. The refugees' eyes turned red with greed, and they charged towards Uchiha Nagi's group without any fear of death. The leader himself, however, quietly took a few steps back. 10-finger drilling bullets. Kimimaro flicked his left hand, and several chakra-infused bone bullets instantly pierced the bodies of a few refugees. He then followed up with his water-breathing, using the third form, flowing dance, a skill that combined evasion and attack with fluid, flowing footwork. Arg. Ah, my arm. My arm. Mercy, my lord. We'll never do it again. But their pleas for mercy didn't stop Kimimaro. As long as his teacher didn't say to stop, he wouldn't. Dismembered limbs flew through the air. The best he could do was give them a quick death, an early release from their suffering. Yukihime watched, her face pale. She glanced at Kimimaro, then at Uchiha Nagi, and tugged on his sleeve. What is it? Uchiha Nagi asked, a questioning look on his face. Let them go. Besides, nothing happened to me. You don't have to kill people just to stick up for me. A lesson would have been enough, Yukihime said timidly. You're mistaken. I had Kimimaro kill them, but not for you. Uchiha Nagi was speechless. He really hadn't ordered the slaughter of these refugees for Yukihime's sake. Yukihime puffed out her cheeks and glared at him. Would it kill him to say something nice to placate her? Look at them, Nagi said. It's clear they haven't been gathered here for just a day. If it were just for food, I could have given them some. But they wanted to capture you. Do you know what would happen to a woman if she were captured by them? What would happen? Yukihime swallowed nervously, her small hands clenched tightly. They would take her back to be their chieftain's wife. After they were done with her, they would kill her. And maybe not just kill her, but cook and eat her. So, if we don't kill them this time, and some ordinary people run into them later, they will suffer, Uchiha Nagi said coolly. Sometimes, killing one evil person can save a future group of people from disaster. Yukihime's face went white with fear, and she didn't dare say another word. In that short time, Kimimaro had already finished, cutting through the dozen or so refugees as if they were vegetables. Although they had scattered and fled when they realized they were outmatched, their speed was no match for a ninja's. Sensei, they've all been dealt with, Kimimaro reported. No, there's one more, Gaara suddenly spoke up. He extended his right hand towards the distance and clenched his fist. Arg. A scream echoed from the forest. The surrounding birds, startled by something, took flight in a flurry. After that little interlude on the road, they encountered no more opportunistic bandits. The group continued on their journey smoothly. If they traveled at a ninja's pace, they could cover several hundred miles in a day. But Uchiha Nagi chose to travel by horse, covering about 100 miles a day. He was in no hurry. Sometimes, traveling slowly was a better way to conceal one's identity. Halfway there, Uchiha Nagi suddenly changed direction. Yukihime asked, confused, aren't we going to the land of fire? This doesn't seem like the right way. Uchiha Nagi said calmly, yes, but before we go, I want to pick up a rock. There's a meteorite that fell from the sky there. I plan to use it to forge a sword. A meteorite? Yes. As far as I know, a village obtained a meteorite that fell from the sky a few years ago. That meteorite is suitable for forging swords. Where is it? After they got the meteorite, they renamed their village Hoshigakure, the village hidden in the stars. Uchiha Nagi was very envious of weapons with special abilities. Orochimaru's sword of Kusanagi was incredibly durable and could extend and retract. And the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, aside from the useless executioner's blade, each had their own unique properties. The most powerful among them was Samehada. That blade, which could absorb a ninja's chakra and grow infinitely stronger, could even counter a tailed beast. The story that it was just a small fish that followed the 3 tails was a bit ridiculous. It was capable of draining the 8 tails dry. If it were a follower of the 3 tails, it would be more accurate to call it a parasite living on the 3 tails. Or rather, the 3 tails was its perfect meal. But many people overlooked one point: the land of water was located in the sea, and the sea has always been a forbidden zone for humans. Who knows how many strange species have evolved in the depths of the ocean over tens of thousands of years? Humans have no idea how many large marine creatures have appeared in the vast oceans and deep trenches. And in this world where chakra exists, it's even more likely for mysterious, evolved species to appear among marine life. The ninja of Kirigakure had probably, by chance, captured Samehada from the deep sea. Then, through some incredible feat, they had managed to forge it into a living sword. Samehada was alive, yet it had been made into a sword. The world of ninja truly was a magical place. In a cave in the land of rain, 2 people were chatting. Sasori, my man, are you heading out? A handsome young man with long blonde hair, his bangs covering one eye, asked. This was Daidara. He was asking Sasori, who was currently maintaining his puppets, oiling them, loading hidden weapons, and applying poison. These were all routine tasks for a puppet master. After all, puppets were inanimate objects and required maintenance. Damaged parts needed to be replaced frequently, which was very expensive. To be honest, it really wasn't as convenient as Edo Tensei. Another reason Sasori had joined the Akatsuki was, of course, because he needed money. Being a puppet master was incredibly expensive, and the materials required were also terrifying. Yeah. I'm going out to get some materials to strengthen my puppets. After that fight with Orochimaru, I realized the 3rd Kazekage still has many areas that need improvement, Sasori said, packing his things into a scroll. When on a mission for the Akatsuki, members had to travel in pairs. But when not on a mission, they were free to go out alone. Sasori had once destroyed a small country with his performance of 100 puppets just to gather funds and materials, and he had been alone then. Oh. Where are you going? Want me to come with you? Daidara asked. If any other Akatsuki member had asked where he was going, Sasori would have been suspicious of their motives. But he trusted Daidara. The single-minded Daidara was a blockhead who pursued art for art's sake. He was straightforward and couldn't hide anything. If you were to ask which pair of partners in the Akatsuki got along the best, it would be their art duo. Deidara even affectionately called Sasori Dana. I'm going to a small village. I heard there's a meteorite there with immense energy. I want to see if I can get it as a material to strengthen my puppets, Sasori said. It's such a hassle to always have to go out and collect materials. If you ask me, Sasori, my men, you should just choose the same art as me. A fleeting moment is the truest form of eternal art, Deidara said, tossing out a small clay bird that flew around before exploding into a firework. Deidara, are you looking to die? Chapter 121, Hoshigakure. Deidara, are you looking to die? Only eternal beauty is art. Everything, no matter what it is, will one day decay. Therefore, only that which is eternal can be called art. Sasori caressed his third Kazekage puppet with an almost sacred reverence. It was his most perfect masterpiece, a puppet with Kage-level strength. According to the principles of the human puppet technique, as long as the body was preserved intact, the finished puppet could wield the full power of the person in life. However, a puppet was still a puppet. It lacked the combat experience of the deceased. Although its strength could be 100% preserved, its performance in battle was controlled by the puppet master. How much of that strength could actually be brought to bear was unknown. Take Kakashi, for example. His strength lay in his combat experience and battle intuition. If he were turned into a puppet, he would be, at best, a Jonin-level threat. But in reality, Kakashi, with the skills of a Jonin, could go toe-to-toe with Kage-level opponents entirely because of his vast battle experience. In this respect, Orochimaru's Edo Tensei was the perfect solution. The soul of the deceased was infused into the vessel, and all their subconscious combat reflexes were the habits of their past life. The drawback was that a reanimated soul with a strong will could easily break free from control. And if you erased their consciousness, they couldn't fight at their full potential. In a way, Sasori and Orochimaru were similar. Both had witnessed the fragility of life and sought immortality. The difference was that one pursued it through technological modification, while the other took a path of magic and biology. This kind of argument between Deidara and Sasori happened every few days. They were used to it. After packing his things, Sasori headed out. He preferred to hide inside a sturdy puppet, which in turn contained his true body, which he had also modified into a second puppet. At its core was his brain, the one part he could not replace. No matter how he modified himself, he still needed his brain to think, unless he could somehow turn that into a puppet as well. As the sun set, Sasori walked slowly out of the cave alone. Deidara watched his back against the setting sun and shook his head, feeling as if he might never see him again. Why does this feel so strange? Deidara watched Sasori walk away, a sense of unease creeping into his heart, as if Sasori were leaving for good. Sasori had requested leave from Pain and it had been approved. When there were no missions, Pain didn't restrict the members too much. They were all S-rank rogue ninja, proud and arrogant, not slaves. Hoshigakure? Why have I never heard of this village? Yukihime scratched her head. She had read many books but had never come across a village with that name. It's self-proclaimed. In reality, it's just a fourth or fifth-rate little village. The founder is ambitious and hopes to be like the 5 great shinobi villages, but in truth, they're just playing house in their own little corner. They can't even get out the door. Uchiha Nagi said coolly, at the very least, I've never seen anyone from Hoshigakure in any of the Chunin exams. The 5 great villages were, in essence, like the 5 rogue states of his previous life. The Chunin exams were more like a sports meet to show off military might, or a military exercise. The invited nations were at least mid-sized countries. A small village that didn't even qualify for an invitation was basically irrelevant. Not being invited to the Chunin exams showed just how small these villages were. Their territory probably wasn't even a few kilometers wide. There were many such villages with no real presence, so obscure they were hard to find even on a map. As they passed by some farmlands, a few ragged farmers saw Uchiha Nagi's group and grew visibly nervous. But when they saw that they wore no forehead protectors, they let out a collective sigh of relief. Of course, they still didn't dare get too close. From their posture, it looked as if they were ready to bolt at the first sign of danger. It had to be said that a person's vigilance was often honed through repeated escapes like this. Excuse me, uncle. Is there a village called Hoshigakure around here? Hoshigakure? You mean the Star Village? The one where the meteorite fell? Just go that way. You'll see a village with a big crater. That's it. The ragged-looking farmer, though a bit scared, still answered when he saw that it was just a small boy, Kimimaro, asking for directions. All right, thank you. Kimimaro then returned to report to his teacher. Got it. Let's go, Uchiha Nagi nodded. Meteorites fell from time to time, and the 5 great nations would occasionally pick up some remnants. So, no one found it strange that Hoshigakure had named itself that. Plus, they were very low-key and had no powerful ninja making waves outside their village, so it was normal that people didn't know about them. They only knew that this village had changed its name because of a meteorite, but they didn't know that the meteorite they had found was anything but ordinary. The village leader, after finding the meteorite, had started calling himself the Hoshikage. The reason he was so arrogant as to call himself a Kage in a place with so little land was because this meteorite possessed an immense amount of energy. The first Hoshikage had discovered that the meteorite contained an extremely large amount of energy that could be used by the human body, and his ambition had been kindled. However, Uchiha Nagi knew that while the meteorite's power was great and usable, it also contained radiation. People of this era didn't know what radiation was and had no way to separate it from the energy. So, if you absorbed too much, side effects were inevitable. Even the miraculous energy of chakra couldn't prevent the damage radiation did to the human body. In the end, those who absorbed the meteorite's energy for long periods of time all died young. Ah, so this is Hoshigakure. Sasori stood outside the village, looking coolly at the meteorite crater. Over the years, the crater had become a large lake, and not far from the lake was Hoshigakure. Sasori had learned of this place from Akatsuki's intelligence network. With White Zetsu as their #1 spy, the Akatsuki knew pretty much everything that happened in the ninja world, big or small. However, a meteorite that would kill you if you absorbed too much of its energy was naturally of no interest to the Akatsuki. Except for Kisame, none of them relied on external objects, with the exception of Sasori. So, Sasori had come to Hoshigakure with the intention of collecting the meteorite to see if it could be used as a power source for his puppets, or if it could be melted down and forged into a material for a puppet. Humph doesn't even have the strength of a Kage, yet he dares to call himself the Hoshikage. Sasori scoffed and began to walk towards the village, his puppet body moving with steady steps. In Hoshigakure, the current Hoshikage, Akahoshi, was leading a group of young children in training. To say it was training was a stretch, it was more like everyone was gathered around the meteorite, absorbing its endless energy. As for whether these children would die from radiation before they turned 30, Akahoshi couldn't care less. There were too many orphans in this era. If they died, he could just collect some more, raise them for a few years, and cultivate their loyalty. Those who aim for great things cannot be bothered with trivial matters. If, in the next great ninja war, he could expand his territory and elevate his village to the status of a mid-sized nation, or even one of the 5 great nations, the population would grow endlessly. This ever-increasing population could then replenish the ranks of the dead ninja. And the most miraculous thing about the meteorite was that it could allow even those without talent to absorb its energy and become a chunin, a jonin, or even a kage. Lord Akahoshi. Outside, there are enemies outside, a man rushed in to report. Enemies? Who is it? Akahoshi frowned. Hoshigakure had always been low-key. Who would come here to cause trouble? I don't know. The person has a strange appearance, like a beast crawling on the ground. He's wearing a black cloak with red clouds embroidered on it. Unlike the others, Sasori did not wear a forehead protector. Another one looking to die. Let's go. We'll go out and kill him together, Akahoshi said with a wave of his hand. Yes, my lord, the group of young boys and girls responded in unison. Akahoshi never trusted anyone. When he was not around, the meteorite was always put away. So, when facing an enemy, he couldn't possibly leave his subordinates here to train. What if a traitor decided to steal the stone? After resealing the meteorite and placing it within a barrier, Akahoshi led a large group of people out. He wanted to see who dared to cause trouble in Hoshigakure. Heh, a very nice specimen. To think it has the strength of a chunin. I mustn't damage it. Hiding inside his Hirako puppet, Sasori was killing someone with a poison needle. The reason he used poison was that it preserved the body intact, perfect for making a human puppet. And secondly, it was cheap and effective. Ninja were high offense, low defense. A single poison needle was all it took. On the ground lay a messy pile of corpses. Sasori couldn't be bothered to collect the bodies of genin, his performance of 100 puppets scroll was full of them. Only the bodies of chunin and jonin were worthy of being preserved as puppets. Lord Hoshikage won't let you get away with this, Ak. The man on the ground died before he could finish his sentence, pierced through the heart by Sasori's scorpion tail. More have come. 1, 2, 3, 15 specimens. Very nice. Sasori turned around nonchalantly. Just as he finished speaking, the Hoshikage, Akahoshi, arrived with a dozen or so people. You have some nerve, coming to Hoshigakure to cause trouble. Akahoshi's eyes blazed with fury as he looked at the dozen or so corpses on the ground. These were his future subordinates for conquering the world. Ninja didn't just appear out of nowhere. Not 1 in 100 civilians had the aptitude to train their chakra. And if you couldn't train your chakra, you couldn't absorb the meteorite's power. It seems you have the strength of a jonin. Very good. My collection has gained another piece today, Sasori said with satisfaction. This trip wasn't a waste. Besides the meteorite with its unknown energy, he could also collect a Jonin-level puppet. He was very pleased. Humph, collection. We'll see who's collecting whom. Ninja of Hoshigakure. The time has come to protect our village. Show them a power the outside world has never seen. Use the combination ninjutsu. Akahoshi shouted. Hi, Lord Akahoshi. The dozen or so ninja all formed the same hand sign and shouted in unison, secret technique, mysterious peacock method. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, The Opportunist. Secret technique, mysterious peacock method. A dozen or so ninja performed the jutsu in unison. The mysterious peacock method was a secret technique developed exclusively by Hoshigakure. Because most of them enhanced their chakra by absorbing energy from the meteorite, their techniques could be combined without any rejection. In fact, because their chakra shared the same origin, the jutsu became even more powerful when cast together. A massive amount of chakra formed a peacock-like pattern, fanning out like a peacock displaying its feathers, hence the name of the jutsu. Watching the super peacock jutsu approach, Sasori narrowed his eyes and quickly leaped backward. His Hirako puppet, though seemingly cumbersome, was not slow in its movements, it possessed considerable agility. Its tail was even faster than its body. Before the mysterious peacock method could strike, the tail hooked onto a large tree, using the leverage to pull the puppet out of the attack's path. Swish, swish. Even while dodging, he didn't forget to launch a volley of poison needles from within the puppet. A single hit from one of these needles was fatal. Hirako's large body naturally allowed it to conceal more complex mechanisms. However, these ninja were not so easily hit. The mysterious peacock method transformed into a chakra shield, effortlessly blocking Sasori's poison needles. It seems you lot have a few tricks up your sleeves. Sasori narrowed his eyes. It was clear now that he couldn't defeat them with Hirako alone. Continuing to hide inside Hirako, while incredibly durable, also made him an easy target. His poison needles, shuriken, and kunai were all countered by the enemy's all-in-one offensive and defensive peacock method. Boom. Sasori dodged left and right, looking somewhat battered. He quickly spat a cloud of poison smoke at them, but Akahoshi blocked it with another jutsu. Sasori's poison wasn't potent enough to corrode a jutsu constructed from pure chakra, rendering it useless. I thought a truly powerful enemy had arrived, but this is all you amount to. Die. Akahoshi had let his subordinates attack first to gauge the enemy's strength and techniques. He hadn't expected to be facing a mere puppet master. Poison smoke, flying needles, shuriken, and kunai were indeed a headache for a solo ninja, as a single poison needle could be lethal. But the mysterious peacock method, with its integrated offense and defense, had nothing to fear. So, Akahoshi decided to act himself. Secret technique, mysterious peacock method, sunset stream. The unfurled peacock-like chakra construct began firing a continuous volley of projectiles at Sasori, each one glowing like the light of a sunset. Hirako was struck several times. Although its armor didn't break, Sasori knew its internal structure had been damaged and loosened. It seems I'll have to get serious. A cruel glint appeared in Sasori's eyes, and Hirako's form somehow looked even more menacing. You'll be lucky to leave here alive. Akahoshi sneered and unleashed the mysterious peacock method again, this time enveloping the area all around Sasori's puppet, leaving him no room to escape. Boom. After a massive explosion, a figure leaped out of Hirako's wreckage. It was Sasori's true body. So, you've finally shown your real self. Akahoshi said dismissively. He had never fought a puppet master before and had nothing but contempt for their gaudy tricks. Allow me to show you my true power. It just so happens. I've never used this to wipe out an entire village before. From within the smoke, Sasori's true body, or rather, his former body, slowly took out a scroll and tossed it into the air. Performance of 100 puppets. Poof. After a burst of smoke, Akahoshi's eyes widened in disbelief at the puppets floating in the air. So many. How is that possible? How can you control so many at once? It was common knowledge that puppets were controlled by a puppet master. But while a person might be able to focus on 2 things at once, could they possibly focus on 3, 4, 5, or even 10? No. The creator of the puppet arts, Monzaemon Chikamatsu, could only manage 10 at a time. Controlling the 10 Chikamatsu puppets was an immense mental strain, requiring one to command them as if they were one's own fingers. But the number of puppets that had just appeared before them was far more than 10. There must be at least 100 of them. More than that, I think I see over 200. The dozen ninja from Hoshigakure swallowed nervously. Faced with such a terrifying number, even if each puppet was only at a genin's level, sheer numbers could overwhelm an elephant. Sasori smiled. Though his performance of 100 puppets consisted mostly of puppets made from civilians and genin, he was pleased with the prospect of acquiring some higher quality material today. It seemed the trip was well worth it. At Sasori's smile, the dense swarm of puppets descended upon Akahoshi and the handful of remaining Hoshinin. The meteorite is kept in this house, correct? Yes, my lord. Uchiha Nagi stood before an unremarkable house in Hoshigakure. Behind him was a child with vacant, unfocused eyes. The easiest way to find something was, without a doubt, to use the Sharingan to hypnotize a local and have them lead the way. Go home and get a good night's sleep. Forget everything that happened tonight. After giving his command, Nagi sent the boy home, planting a post-hypnotic suggestion to make him forget their encounter. Then, he slipped into the Hoshigakure compound to, well, steal something. As someone with the soul of a modern man, Uchiha Nagi actually preferred equivalent exchange. However, he wasn't a stickler for rules. When the other party was unwilling to trade, he didn't mind borrowing what he needed. The meteorite was the very treasure Hoshigakure depended on for its survival. Nagi didn't even have to ask to know they would never agree to a trade. So, he had infiltrated the village directly. It was a stroke of luck that an enemy had just attacked the village, drawing the attention of every ninja in the area. The pitiful village of Hoshigakure had less than 50 ninja in total, from genin to jonin. And as for jonin, it seemed they only had one, Akahoshi himself. Uchiha Nagi shook his head. For a village so lacking in presence to dream of rising up like the land of rain was simply unrealistic, unless Akahoshi himself could reach the level of Hanzo. When Hanzo first appeared, he had single-handedly fought the 3 Sannin right after they had reached Kage level and still held back. The gap between Kage could sometimes be vast, and other times, very small. Susanoo. Walking into the building where Hoshigakure kept its treasure, Nagi activated the most basic form of his Susanoo, just a single skeletal hand. Instantly, the room came alive with a dense array of traps, poisoned kunai, shuriken, flying needles, clouds of poison gas. This Hoshikage really knows how to hide his things. For his Susanoo, these traps were nothing more than a light drizzle, not even enough to tickle. Finally, when Nagi went to open the box containing the meteorite, sealing formula talismans flared to life all around it. Unfortunately, for a village of Hoshigakure's level, their Fuinjutsu was laughably weak. Break for me. Ha! With a great shout, Nagi expanded his Susanoo to its first stage half-body form. A pair of skeletal hands simply spread outward, violently tearing apart the sealing formulas that crawled over the container. The torn seals disintegrated, and Nagi chuckled as he picked up the box to examine the meteorite inside. It was a mysterious meteorite, its composition unknown, but the energy it radiated felt absolutely boundless. But then Nagi's brow furrowed. Although he felt like he could absorb the energy emanating from it, it also gave him a feeling of extreme discomfort. This was no illusion. It must contain a small amount of radiation. Absorbing its energy over a long period would definitely cause harm to the body. Fortunately, I have no intention of absorbing it myself, hee. Nagi promptly took out a lead box and placed the meteorite inside. He then took out an even larger lead box and nested the first one inside it. Finally, for good measure, he added another layer of sealing jutsu on top. Only then did he feel at ease. Though it emitted low-level radiation, he had no intention of letting this meteorite go. Forging it into a weapon shouldn't be a problem. He could make a lead-line scabbard and add several layers of seals to both the blade and sheath. When the sword wasn't in use, it would be tucked away in its scabbard, completely safe for its wielder thanks to the protection of the lead and the seals. Besides, a ninja's body, enhanced by chakra, wouldn't be so easily harmed by trace amounts of radiation, unlike the people of Hoshigakure, who absorbed the energy directly into their systems. But once the blade was drawn, a fire ignited in Uchiha Nagi's heart. He eagerly anticipated what kind of power a sword forged from such a mighty meteorite would possess. He wondered how it would compare to Orochimaru's Kusanagi blade, or the 7 ninja swords. As for the executioner's blade, if he could melt it down as part of the material, great. If not, he planned to toss it. TCH, it was bloody useless, couldn't even block a tailed beast bomb. Outside the village of Hoshigakure, the battle between Sasori and the ninja had turned into a bloodbath, leaving corpses strewn across the ground. Of course, none of the blood was Sasori's. He had merely lost a few dozen of his lowest-grade puppets to nearly annihilate Hoshigakure's entire ninja force, leaving them poisoned, dead, or maimed. The dozen or so ninja who had learned the mysterious peacock method stood no chance against Sasori's performance of 100 puppets. To put it bluntly, a ninja's body was fragile, a single poison needle was enough to do the job. A puppet, on the other hand, had no weak points. In the end, only their leader was left, the Hoshikage, Akahoshi. Panting heavily, Akahoshi was also covered in blood, though none of it was his own. When faced with the siege of Sasori's many puppets, he had grabbed a person next to him to use as a shield, narrowly escaping death. Among Sasori's 200-plus puppets, there were at least 10 of Jonin level, more than 20 of Chunin level, and 50 or 60 of Genin level, with the rest being low-grade puppets made from civilians. Even with their combined strength, Akahoshi couldn't withstand the assault of so many. Just as he was hesitating, debating whether to fight to the death, his expression suddenly changed. He sensed that the seal he had left on the meteorite had been broken. Ah! Someone stole the star stone. Akahoshi cried out in alarm. He immediately abandoned Sasori and bolted back toward the village. Sasori frowned. Someone was stealing from him. From him, Sasori of the Red Sand. He had done all the deadly work at the front, only for someone to swoop in from behind and snatch the prize he was after. He no longer bothered with the massacred ninja on the ground and quickly followed. Just as he arrived in front of a house in the center of the village, he saw a white-haired young man wearing a half-mask walking out. Bastard! You stole the star stone. Hand it over. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Are you Kakashi the Copy Ninja? Bastard! You stole the star stone. Hand it over. Though injured, the Hoshikage was not seriously wounded. He was still a Jonin-level shinobi. Are you talking to me? Sorry, but when a meteorite falls from the sky, it belongs to whoever finds it. You bastard! Faced with such a shameless thief, Akahoshi, the main villain from Hoshigakure's movie canon story, began to lose his composure. He could stand to lose his village, but losing the meteorite was a death sentence. He prepared to risk it all, unleashing a massive amount of chakra. Secret technique, mysterious peacock method. Chakra fanned out from his body like a peacock's tail as he prepared to kill Uchiha Nagi and reclaim the meteorite. But just then, something unexpected happened. Swish, swish, swish. An attack tore through the air, moving at supersonic speeds, and struck Akahoshi directly in the back. He whirled around, throwing up his all-in-one peacock method defense in front of him, but it was useless. Arg. With a final, wretched scream, the great villain Akahoshi was reduced to a pile of pulp. Uchiha Nagi looked up to see a massive block of iron sand, weighing who knew how many tons, that had not only shattered the peacock method with its sheer weight but had also crushed Akahoshi into paste. Looking into the distance, he saw two figures slowly emerge from the shadows. One was a puppet, and the other, a redhead, was also a puppet. It was Sasori and his third Kazekage puppet. What a surprise. A thief. You stole the meteorite from Hoshigakure, didn't you? Hand it over, and I might consider letting you die painlessly, Sasori said, his face an emotionless mask. Uchiha Nagi couldn't help but laugh. If I'm going to die either way, why would I hand it over? Isn't that a bit of a contradiction? If you don't, I will make your death far more painful. Sasori was displeased. Very displeased. He had been in high spirits, having just single-handedly wiped out a nation. Hoshigakure barely counted as a small country, but still. Annihilating an entire hidden village was an experience he planned to boast about for years to come. But then, this opportunist had appeared out of nowhere. He'd fought a life-or-death battle at the front, only for someone to steal his spoils from the back. Though he had modified his body into a puppet and felt no physical sensations, his emotions remained. A feeling of extreme annoyance washed over him, and he abandoned all thought of preserving Akahoshi's corpse, instead using the third Kazekage to smash him into a meat pie. As a Kage-level master who had managed to assassinate a Kazekage, Sasori's intuition was exceptionally sharp. The moment he saw Uchiha Nagi, he knew this person was likely very strong. Iron sand. Uchiha Nagi glanced at the mass still floating in midair. That must be the third Kazekage. What a tragic fate, Nagi said with a smile. To die, only to have his corpse turned into one of your puppets. No wonder he was so furious when his soul was toyed with by Orochimaru and his body was toyed with by you. Anyone would snap. Sasori's face remained impassive, but his mind was reeling. The battle between the Edo Tensei third Kazekage and his puppet version was a secret known only to him, Deidara, and Orochimaru. Who are you? How do you know about me and Orochimaru? Actually, I have some puppets of my own. Uchiha Nagi grinned, tossing out a scroll containing the puppets he'd collected after defeating Makade in Rorin. He then unsealed them. Poof. After a burst of smoke, a dozen or so puppets appeared on the ground. Nagi wasn't a puppet specialist. With the aid of his Mangekyo, controlling 10 puppets was already a decent feat. He couldn't command hundreds at once like Sasori. I didn't expect you to be a puppet master as well. Heh. Sasori's interest was piqued. Was this man trying to show off his puppet skills in front of a master? How foolish. The third Kazekage puppet retracted, standing silently behind Sasori. But Sasori simply tossed out the scroll from his back, and the performance of 100 puppets he had just used appeared once more before Uchiha Nagi. A duel of puppet masters. If you can earn my acknowledgement, I will spare your life, Sasori said, a flicker of interest in his voice. In the future, when he and Deidara attacked Sunagakure, it was because Kankuro's puppet skills had earned his respect that he had spared his life. Otherwise, Kankuro never would have survived long enough for Sakura to treat him. You've got it wrong, Nagi chuckled. I just wanted to try out this puppet technique I learned not too long ago. Then you'd better pray you can leave this place alive. If I'm in a good mood, I'll turn you into a puppet and grant you eternity. Sasori sneered. With a wave of his hand, the 100 puppets surged forward. Nagi waved his hand in turn, and the puppet techniques he had learned from Makade activated. His 10 puppets first opened the cannons in their bodies and fired a volley of chakra blasts at Sasori's forces, instantly destroying more than a dozen of them. Immediately after, the 2 swarms of puppets clashed in a chaotic melee. It was obvious that while Sasori's puppets were numerous, their quality was lacking. Before joining the Akatsuki, he had been a lone wolf, and unlike Kakuzu, he wasn't skilled at making money. Most of his human puppets were made from civilians, their quality questionable at best. Makade's puppets, on the other hand, had been mass-produced in factories using the wealth of the land of Roran. One was handmade, the other was mass-produced. If they were to be ranked, all of Makade's puppets were at least ninja level. Sasori's puppets, all handcrafted by him, were numerous but of poor quality. They didn't even have chakra cannons, still relying on the old-fashioned method of concealed launchers for kunai, shuriken, and poison needles. Hey, your control seems to be lacking. A mere 10 puppets won't be enough to protect you, Sasori mocked. Among his puppets were quite a few higher-quality ones made from Chunin and Jonin. While those puppets tangled with Nagi's, the rest were free to attack him directly. On the battlefield, Uchiha Nagi controlled his puppets while dodging left and right, evading Sasori's relentless assault. Who said I only have 10 puppets? Multiple shadow clone jutsu, Nagi used the technique, and 10 clones of him appeared. He then summoned another 100 puppets from his scrolls. This time, it was Sasori's turn to be dumbfounded. It was a massive puppet-on-puppet battle, but the key difference was that his opponent's puppets were a generation ahead. They were equipped with chakra cannons, having already entered the age of artillery, while his own puppets were still stuck in the age of cold weapons like kunai and shuriken. Boom. 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 The tables had turned. Sasori's puppets were systematically cleared out and smashed to pieces by the puppets under Nagi's control. Although the performance of 100 puppets was Sasori's weakest ultimate move, collecting and creating so many puppets was no easy task. Sasori was a craftsman, he didn't have a factory for mass production like Makade. Sasori's heart was bleeding. Those are nothing but toys. Allow me to show you my greatest masterpiece. Sasori finally couldn't stand it anymore. He recalled all his remaining puppets from the 100 puppets technique and sent out the figure standing behind him, the strongest Kazekage. Finally bringing out the big guns. Let me see the power of them, and hailed as the strongest Kazekage in Suna's history. Uchiha Nagi's gaze fell upon the Kazekage puppet. Magnet release, iron sand spear assault. The third Kazekage attacked, and a sky-blotting wave of iron sand instantly formed into a torrent of spears. Makade's puppets were nowhere near as durable as Sasori's Hiriko, nor did they have chakra shields. After this one massive attack from the third Kazekage, all 100 puppets were shattered into fragments, their parts littering the ground. Fodder would always be fodder. Against a Kage-level powerhouse, these miscellaneous puppets were useless, liable to be wiped out in a single move. Well, the iron spears are impressive, but I've always preferred swords. A myriad sword convergence is so much more stylish. Uchiha Nagi muttered to himself as he looked at the third Kazekage. The plum blossom pattern in his eyes had long since begun to spin. To see through and analyze the laws governing all things. So what if he was dead? So what if he was a puppet? Nagi could still analyze and see through the very laws of the jutsu itself, a power just as heaven-defying as Obito's Kamui. Magnet release, iron sand world method. The iron sand from the previous attack began to shift its form, coalescing into a colossal, pointed pyramid of iron. Uchiha Nagi. Why did he use a cube against Sakura, but a pointed one against him? How was he supposed to look cool by shattering it with a single punch now? The seemingly cumbersome mass of iron sand was impossible to dodge. Under the third Kazekage's control, it moved with incredible speed, as if it were as light as a feather. Faced with this enormous, fast-moving block of iron, Uchiha Nagi directly used one of Hashirama Senju's signature defenses. Double Rashomon. 2 demonic gates rose rapidly from the earth, blocking the massive attack. The first Rashomon gate shattered into pieces on impact. The second gate cracked as the iron pyramid pierced through it, finally losing its momentum and getting stuck. The third Kazekage truly lives up to his name, Uchiha Nagi said with a grin. Sasori, I wonder if you ever experienced his ultimate techniques before you killed him. Sasori, what? Magnet release, iron sand spear assault. To Sasori's utter shock, Nagi seized control of all the iron sand that had just struck the Rashomon gates. It morphed into the very same ultimate attack the third Kazekage had used just a moment ago. The only difference was that Uchiha Nagi had transformed the iron sand into long swords instead of spears. Like a true myriad sword convergence, the iron sand that had just broken through 2 Rashomon gates was repurposed by Nagi, transforming into a dense storm of blades that shot towards Sasori. Though Sasori was once again struck speechless with shock, the last time being when the Edo Tensei third Kazekage had fought his puppet version, his reaction time was still incredibly fast. He immediately commanded the third Kazekage puppet to unleash a defensive ninjutsu. Magnet release, iron sand wall. A shield wall constructed from iron sand blocked the volley of long swords. As the iron sword struck the iron wall, a resounding clang echoed, sending sparks flying. But Uchiha Nagi wasn't foolish enough to attack only from the front. He unleashed a full 360-degree barrage, forcing Sasori to transform the iron sand into a large sphere, enveloping himself and the third Kazekage puppet in an absolute defense. When the dust settled, the ground was littered with the remnants of broken swords and shattered shields. All of it was iron sand, ready to be reformed into something else the moment the magnet release was activated. Sasori and the third Kazekage puppet slowly emerged from the iron sphere. Sasori's voice was grave. White hair, a mask covering half his face, and a Sharingan, and he likes to copy his opponent's ninjutsu to defeat them. You're the copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake. Chapter 124, Analyzing and Copying the Universe's 4 Fundamental Forces, Magnet Release. You're the copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake. Uchiha Nagi. He wondered if Sasori would believe him if he said it was all just a coincidence. Sasori knew that Itachi was the rogue ninja who had wiped out the Uchiha clan, but he wasn't a bounty hunter like Kakuzu, so he wasn't aware that another Uchiha had escaped. He had, however, heard of the renowned copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake. There was another misunderstanding at play. Sasori didn't know that Kakashi only possessed one Sharingan. So, when he cross-referenced the information in his head, the only person who fit the description was Kakashi, the copy ninja whose fame had been on the rise in recent years. I swear, Kakashi, I really didn't mean to make you the scapegoat. Well, you found me out. So, what do you plan to do now? Surrender to me? As I recall, the bounty on the third Kazekage is quite high in Sunagakure. And if I were to capture his killer, I imagine they'd offer even more. You'll be lucky to leave here alive, Sasori sneered. If the truth about him killing the third Kazekage ever got out, it was easy to imagine being hunted across the entire ninja world by Sunanin. But he wasn't afraid. His boss, the leader of the Land of Rain, was Pain of the Rinnegan. To this day, not a single member of the Akatsuki had been able to force Pain to use his full power, and none of them were confident they could defeat those eyes. He had personally witnessed the last challenger, Orochimaru, get taken down in a single move by Pain. If it weren't for Orochimaru's snake-like ability to shed his skin and regenerate. So what if the news got out? Sunagakure didn't have a single ninja who could truly fight. Anyone who went to the Land of Rain would die. The Land of Rain kept a low profile, but it was home to S-rank rogue ninja from all over the world. Any one of them could be considered Kage level. If they were all deployed at once, they could easily wipe out any of the 5 great shinobi villages. But the events that followed were not so pleasant for him. Every time the third Kazekage puppet launched an attack with its iron sand, Uchiha Nagi would block it with a jutsu. And once blocked, the iron sand would fall under the control of his magnet release, which he would then use to reshape it and send it flying back. In essence, Sasori's third Kazekage puppet was fighting Uchiha Nagi for control over the iron sand. But he had no choice but to fight for it, because the offensive power of magnet release, when used to manipulate the iron sand into ninjutsu, was immense. Unlike what Uchiha Nagi had imagined from watching movies about Magneto in his past life, magnet release wasn't about controlling metal at will. In essence, magnet release used ninjutsu and chakra to control and shape a massive quantity of iron sand before launching it. Without ninjutsu to control it, the iron sand's power was minimal. It would be difficult to instantly form it into various weapons, walls, or blocks. Without that control, it would just be a pile of sand, easily dispersed by an enemy's attack or washed away by a water-style jutsu. From Uchiha Nagi's perspective, this meant their mastery of the electromagnetic force was not yet at a microscopic level. They hadn't reached Magneto's level. The 4 fundamental forces of nature were clearly not so easy to master. Even Pain was a prime example. His control over gravity was at its most rudimentary level. The third Kazekage was the same. Through years of research and development studying Shikaku, he had gained a preliminary grasp of the electromagnetic force, combining it with ninjutsu and chakra to create his own unique techniques. But his application was still at its most basic stage. If he could have developed it further, even truly mastering a fraction of electromagnetism, it would have been a power far beyond Inoki's particle style. Reversing the planet's electromagnetic field, forget destroying a continent, wiping out a single hidden village would be laughably easy. The 4 fundamental forces of the universe were nothing to scoff at. They were far superior to something like dust release, putting them in the same category was a joke. Unfortunately, although Uchiha Nagi had now copied the third Kazekage's magnet release, he couldn't just spontaneously gain a nuanced, microscopic control over electromagnetism. For now, he was just like his opponent, using it crudely, leveraging chakra through ninjutsu to barely control the iron sand and form it into clumps to hurl at each other. Sasori was losing his patience. The two of them were hurting each other with magnet release, yet they couldn't truly harm each other. As soon as the iron sand entered the other's magnetic field, it would be seized. They were just pointlessly draining each other's chakra. Try this on for size. Let's see if you can copy this. Sasori used another technique, similar to Orochimaru's striking shadow snakes. He activated a switch on the third Kazekage's arm, and from within, arm after arm extended, a dense swarm of them rushing toward Uchiha Nagi. Seeing the multiple extending arms, so similar to Orochimaru's technique, Nagi narrowed his eyes and drew his Nichiren blade. There was a slight difference, however. Orochimaru's were real snake hands, which would bleed when cut. Sasori's were puppet arms, stored together with sealing jutsu. Cutting them would only result in a pile of spare parts. Water breathing, sixth form, twisting whirlpool. Uchiha Nagi's swordsmanship was improving by the day, growing stronger and stronger. It was on a completely different level from when he had first started learning. His Nichiren blade danced, using twisting whirlpool to sever every puppet arm that came near him. Puppet parts shattered and littered the ground. A perfect chance. A sharp glint flashed in Sasori's eyes. Seizing the moment when his opponent was fully focused on his swordsmanship and couldn't be distracted by using magnet release, he quickly commanded the third Kazekage puppet to unleash its attack. Magnet release, iron sand spear assault. A colossal block of iron, over 10 meters high and weighing nearly 100 tons, came crashing down on Uchiha Nagi's head, aiming to squash him into a pulp with a single blow. Faced with the menacing iron block, Uchiha Nagi just scoffed. He had too many trump cards at this point, which had led to him being a jack of all trades but a master of none. He was using this battle to build muscle memory, to fuse all his skills together until they became an extension of his own will. That was the true path to power. Monster Strength Fist. The menacing block of iron was sent flying back just as quickly as it had descended, nearly crushing Sasori in the process. Is that Tsunade's monstrous strength fist? Sasori's eyes nearly popped out of his head. This confirmed it. This guy had to be Kakashi. He even knew Tsunade's monstrous strength fist, she must have taught him. Shuriken multiple shadow clone jutsu. Nagi didn't answer. Villains were the ones who loved to monologue, a true hero lets their fists do the talking. He formed a hand seal, unleashing the enhanced version of Minato Namike's Shuriken shadow clone jutsu. A volley of 1,000 kunai rained down on Sasori. The surrounding houses and walls were shredded as if sprayed by machine gun fire, leaving nothing but ruins in their wake. Sasori quickly commanded the third Kazekage puppet to create a magnet release barrier, a large iron sphere that sealed him in completely. But this was exactly what Uchiha Nagi had intended. Amaterasu. Black flames struck the iron sand, instantly melting it into molten iron. Trapped inside, Sasori knew he was in trouble. He quickly broke the barrier and leaped out from the back. Without its iron sand, the third Kazekage's magnet release was half useless. It was clear Sasori hadn't prepared a spare supply for his puppet. Sensing he was in a bad spot, Sasori immediately had the third Kazekage puppet fly him up into the sky. In the air, he would be in an unbeatable position. However, the next second, swoosh. A figure appeared behind Sasori. It was Uchiha Nagi. Just like Minato Namikaze, he had mixed a few Flying Thunder God kunai into his multiple Shuriken shadow clone jutsu. With the control afforded by his Mangekyo, he had deliberately thrown one onto the path directly behind Sasori. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. Before the 11th form, dead calm, this was the strongest form of water breathing. Like a coiling dragon, the blade twisted, striking the third Kazekage puppet and Sasori in a continuous series of attacks. At close range, Sasori, a long-range specialist, stood no chance against such fast and exquisite swordsmanship. Before he could even attempt to use any of his jutsu, Uchiha Nagi had already diced him into pieces. It's over. Oh, no, not yet. Uchiha Nagi looked down with a half-smile at a piece of flesh lying amongst the pile of broken parts. It was the regeneration core, Sasori's true body. A kunai shot swiftly toward the core on the ground. This time, Sasori couldn't play dead even if he wanted to. Tentacles around the core quickly contracted, dodging the kunai. However, in the next instant, a second kunai pinned it firmly to the ground. Blood slowly began to seep from Sasori's regeneration core. Your greatest mistake was modifying yourself into a puppet. The potential of the human body far exceeds your imagination. Uchiha Nagi shook his head and walked regretfully towards Sasori. Without any hacks, the limits of the human body, when fully unlocked, could be powerful enough to kick off a grand finale. It was a pity. He hadn't gotten a chance to find out what was hidden in Sasori's last scroll. The combat power of Sasori's puppet body was far inferior to that of the third Kazekage. Now that he, along with the third Kazekage puppet, had been sliced into pieces, those 3 scrolls had naturally been destroyed as well. Sasori quietly watched the white-haired young man. He'd heard his parents had died at the hands of this man's father. Now, he was about to die at the hands of the son. Uchiha Nagi raised his Nichiren blade. He had no grand ambitions or a halo for gathering followers. Since they had fought, he would just kill him. He swung the Nichiren blade down. But just as the blade was about to finish Sasori, a white figure suddenly appeared, swiftly rescuing Sasori's core and diving into the earth. Clang! The Nichiren blade missed. Sasori had been saved by White Zetsu. Damn it! White Zetsu, Uchiha Nagi grit his teeth. Just as he was about to unleash his monstrous strength fist to shatter the ground and force out the Zetsu who hadn't gotten far, he felt something strange happening to his body. Several grinning white heads emerged directly from his own body. It was White Zetsu's spore technique. In that brief delay, White Zetsu had already escaped far away. Damn it. I hate these disgusting little things more than anything. Don't let me catch you next time, or I'll lock you up and slice you into pieces. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Guy, I feel like I've seen you somewhere. The Sharingan could perceive things infused with chakra, but it wasn't omnipotent. Its vision wasn't powerful enough to see microscopic organisms. Take Torian Aburame's nano-sized poisonous insects, for example. They were completely invisible. Though controlled by their user, the insects themselves possessed virtually no chakra. Could you really expect a single insect to possess both spiritual and physical energy, then mix them to refine chakra? Keep dreaming. White Zetsu's spore technique was also exceptionally unique, behaving much like plant mycelium. It was invisible to the naked eye and, containing no chakra, it was impossible to sense. This was how White Zetsu had been able to use the technique undetected at the 5 Kage summit, surrounded by numerous bodyguards and sensory ninja, and catch several of the Kage off guard, though, of course, it couldn't cause them any significant harm. Uchiha Nagi was thoroughly disgusted by White Zetsu's little trick. No one enjoys having a human head sprout from their body. At night, it was as terrifying as any horror movie. He quickly cleared the Zetsu heads from his body, but by then, the injured Sasori had already been whisked away, sneaking off to who knows where. Uchiha Nagi frowned. This was the second time he had encountered White Zetsu. Its infiltration technique was highly unusual. His Mangekyo had already analyzed and copied it, yet he couldn't replicate its ability to move through the earth as if swimming. White Zetsu's cells came from the first Hokage, but its genetic makeup was different. Based on his analysis, he would have to replace his entire body with White Zetsu cells to use that unique infiltration jutsu. Otherwise, even if he were like Obito, with half his body replaced by Zetsu cells, he still wouldn't be able to swim through the earth. But Uchiha Nagi wasn't bothered by this. It was no great loss that a person couldn't learn everything in the world. As long as one specialized in a single area and developed it to its peak, it wouldn't necessarily be inferior to anything else. Take his gains from this encounter, for example. The greatest prize was magnet release. He had previously captured Shikaku and kept it by his side for the sole purpose of studying this ability. He hadn't expected to run into the third Kazekage's puppet while gathering materials to forge a weapon. It was a truly unexpected windfall. Compared to the arduous task of analyzing and deciphering the ability from Shikaku, it was clearly much easier to copy it from the third Kazekage, who had once been human. Magnet release was the biggest surprise of this trip. Electromagnetic force. Uchiha Nagi sheathed his Nichiren blade, scanned his surroundings, and began to walk out of the village. The most valuable item at the scene, the third Kazekage puppet, had been smashed to pieces. Although he had copied the puppetry technique, he didn't know how to repair it. Taking back a pile of junk was useless. The people of Hoshigakure were all hiding and trembling in fear, likely terrified by the battle. No one dared to come out. He wondered if the young protagonist of this place would still meet Naruto in the future. In a way, though, Uchiha Nagi had saved them. Why were all the ninja in Hoshigakure's future children? It was because their prolonged training with the mysterious peacock method, absorbing the meteorite's energy, had killed them with radiation. Now that he had taken the meteorite, those who were fated to die from radiation would have their destinies changed and survive. They might even have cause to thank him. So that's Sasori's true body. Unexpected. I never thought Sasori's real body would be so small. Traveling through the earth, one White Zetsu was chatting with another. Rescuing Sasori had been a completely spontaneous decision. After the White Zetsu that had been tailing Uchiha Nagi went missing, a new one had been dispatched to find him. By pure coincidence, just as it located Nagi, it saw him entering Hoshigakure and subsequently clashing with Sasori. The two had then engaged in a great battle. The end result was that Sasori had been defeated and nearly killed. If it hadn't been nearby. You said that the technique he used to defeat Sasori at the end was the Flying Thunder God technique, right? White Zetsu number 1 asked White Zetsu number 66. Is that even a question? That kunai had a formula on it. Who in their right mind carves formulas onto kunai for no reason? White Zetsu number 66 replied. Could he really be Kakashi? Are you stupid? He's obviously Uchiha Nagi. Kakashi is still in Konoha. But only Minato Namikaze knew the Flying Thunder God technique, and Kakashi was his student. Didn't Sasori also say he was Kakashi Hatake? How do we save him? It looks like Sasori is about to die. Let's take him back and ask Obito. If Obito agrees, we can use that to save him. That they were referring to was, of course, the demonic statue of the Outer Path. If the demonic statue could extend the life of a dying Madara, saving a near-death Sasori would certainly be no problem. Sasori had lost this battle miserably. The next morning, the group was walking on the road to the Land of Fire. Uchiha Nagi turned his head to Gaara. I'm letting you go. You can return to Sunagakure now. Gaara was stunned. He was just letting him go. Although he had been a prisoner these past few days, Uchiha Nagi hadn't restricted him in any way. In fact, without Shikaku constantly disturbing his sleep, the dark circles under his eyes had faded. Whenever Shikaku tried to keep him awake, Uchiha Nagi would enter his mind and teach the beast a lesson. Each time, in the spiritual world, Shikaku would face those red eyes like a helpless lamb. After being disciplined a few times, Shikaku understood that it, just like that damn fox, was powerless against the Sharingan. The tailed beasts could meet in the spiritual world. While they weren't exactly on friendly terms, they occasionally exchanged information. Shikaku had laughed for a long time when it heard that the Ninetales had been helplessly controlled by the Sharingan. It never imagined it would be its turn next. After being taught a lesson a few times, Shikaku understood, as long as Gaara stayed with this Uchiha, it had to keep its tail tucked between its legs. Let me go back to Sunagakure. Yes, you can go back. I believe with your strength, an average Jonin won't be able to harm you. Once you reach the border of the Land of Wind, the Sunanin will find you and someone will escort you back. Why? No reason. Uchiha Nagi certainly wasn't going to tell Gaara that he had only been keeping him around to observe Shikaku and copy magnet release. Now that he had gotten the magnet release from the third Kazekage puppet and had even copied the tailed beast bomb, Gaara had no more value. Keeping him around was just a hassle. A word of advice, if you want to sleep well, you either need to become stronger than Shikaku, strong enough to suppress it, or, if you can't beat it, you should appease it. Just treat it like a house cat. Uchiha Nagi smiled. He had experience with domestic pets. Besides, the tailed beasts were actually quite simple-minded. Compared to cunning and complicated humans, they were easy to trick. If you could coax them for a while and befriend them, you could become a perfect Jinchuriki. This was why more and more perfect Jinchuriki appeared later on. The fourth Mizukage, the 8 tails, the 2 tails, that was already 3 perfect Jinchuriki. The 3 of them slowly walked away, leaving a bewildered Gaara behind. After a long moment, Gaara picked up the bundle Uchiha Nagi had left for him and began to walk toward the Land of Wind. This was the first time he had been outside the surveillance of Sunagakure, alone, without restraint, with no one following him. Do I really want to go back to Sunagakure? Gaara murmured to himself. He didn't yet know what freedom was, but during this time, he had certainly felt what it was like. The way he felt in Sunagakure was just like Shikaku being trapped in a cage. He also understood why the beast inside him had disturbed him for years, never letting him get a good night's sleep. With a mind full of confusion, Gaara began his slow walk toward the Land of Wind. It would be a few days' journey back. He would walk slowly and take his time to think. Lord Hokage, mission complete. Thank you for your hard work. In the Hokage's office, Shibi Aburame and the medical team were reporting to the third Hokage, detailing the mission's outcome and process. After curing the plague in Sunagakure, they had returned to Konoha. The third, ever the cunning old fox, had deliberately delayed their departure by a few days, resulting in heavy casualties among Sunagakure's high-ranking ninja. However, this only applied to Sunagakure. Countries like the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning likely wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Unlike the impoverished Suna, their lands, while not as fertile as the Land of Fires, were 100 times better than the Land of Winds. The Land of Wind was mostly sand. They had to import all kinds of medicinal herbs, and they had pitifully few medical ninja. Their medical infrastructure was naturally incapable of handling a large-scale epidemic of nano-insects. This was the reason Sunagakure had suffered such devastating losses when the plague broke out. After Shibi Aburame finished his report, Sarutobi nodded and dismissed them. This mission to rescue Sunagakure had earned them a good reputation and weakened Suna's strength at the same time. It was a true win-win. As for the rogue ninja Uchiha Nagi, he didn't give him much thought. He was just one jonin. Even if his strength had increased and he had reached Kage level, the idea of him attacking Konoha alone was a joke. Well, old friend, are you satisfied now? Tsunagekyou's jonin have suffered heavy casualties, and many of their chunin are dead as well. They probably won't recover from this for at least 10 years, Sarutobi chuckled to himself. If you hadn't sent the medical team to cure them, wouldn't it have been better to let Tsunagekyo be wiped off the map of the 5 great nations? Danzo slowly emerged from the shadows, his face as sour as ever. He was still bitter about Sarutobi's decision to save Tsunagekyo. If he were Hokage, he would have sat back and watched Suna's destruction. Wouldn't it have been better to have them removed from the list of great nations? More importantly, they could have achieved it without starting a war. Hiruzen Sarutobi had given up such a golden opportunity, merely weakening Tsunagekyo. The bastard. The thought of it kept him up at night. Alas, old friend, peace is hard won. Once the balance of the 5 great villages is broken and something unexpected happens, war will come again. So, weakening Tsunagekyo is acceptable, but sitting by and watching it be destroyed is absolutely out of the question, Sarutobi sighed. One day, you will regret this, Danzo sneered, then left the Hokage's office. When he was younger, Sarutobi had delegated power to his fellow students of the second Hokage in order to secure his position. As it turned out, taking that power back was not so easy. Upon the impossibly high walls, a leaf symbol was imprinted. The streets below bustled with merchants from various countries and civilians coming to sell their wares. From time to time, a few ninja would hurry through the main gate, but the surrounding civilians didn't show the same fear as they did in other places. Although it was called a village, its population was comparable to a city's. In fact, it was the largest city in the Land of Fire. This was Konoha. Wow, so this is Konoha village. The walls are so high, and there are so many people. It's so lively. Yukihime exclaimed with delight, looking around like a country grandma visiting the big city for the first time. Yes, this is Konoha, Uchiha Nagi said calmly. Skill breeds confidence. This time, he had the Flying Thunder God technique, and with Konoha's talent pool so depleted, who could possibly stop him? Unless... Hey, wait a minute. A voice suddenly called out from behind Uchiha Nagi. He turned around, confused. He was using the face-erasing appearance technique. This was Orochimaru's exclusive secret technique, the strongest disguise jutsu in the ninja world, one that had fooled the combined forces of Konoha and Tsunagekyo when he posed as the Kazekage. It was impossible for anyone to have discovered his identity. When he turned, Uchiha Nagi froze. A guy with a bowl cut, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, clad in a green jumpsuit, was leaning in, his face less than 10 centimeters from Nagi's, staring at him with a frown. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Uchiha Nagi. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, I've been exposed. Ahem, sir, I think you have the wrong person. Uchiha Nagi said with an awkward laugh. Maybe I do. My apologies. Guy scratched his head. He'd always been terrible with faces. It was strange that he would find this particular stranger so familiar. It's no problem. Let's go, Uchiha Nagi said with a smile to Kimimaro and Yukihime. The 3 of them then continued toward the gates of Konoha. Hey, wait. Uchiha Nagi turned again, involuntarily taking a step back as his lips twitched. Guy had leaned in so close that his face was less than 5 centimeters away, staring intently at him. If he hadn't been careful, they might have accidentally kissed. You look a lot like a friend of mine. Same hair, same face mask. Are you Kakashi's long-lost twin brother? Guy asked with a dead serious expression. Honorable Ninja-sama, I don't have any brothers. You must be mistaken. Oh, my apologies. I just thought you looked so much like him. Guy scratched his head again and walked away, stroking his chin in thought. That's right, Kakashi and I grew up together, he doesn't have any brothers. But why do I still get this feeling of familiarity? Uchiha Nagi didn't move, watching him until he was gone. This guy might be face-blind, but his intuition was far too sharp. He was finally gone. If there was anyone in all of Konoha right now who could make him feel even a hint of apprehension, it was that man. However, it was only a hint of apprehension. As long as he didn't open the gate of death, Uchiha Nagi had no fear. He knew the characteristics of the 8 gates all too well. 10 minutes of open gates meant half a month in the hospital. Big brother Nagi, where are we going now? Yukihime asked, looking a little overwhelmed by the sheer size of Konoha. First, we'll enter Konoha to restock our supplies. I need to buy some spare storage scrolls. Then, we'll have a good meal before we set off again, Uchiha Nagi said. Right. For the time we're in Konoha, let's all use aliases. Kimimaro, you'll be Kimi. Yukiheim, you'll be Yuki. As for me, just call me Sure. Understood, sensei. Nagi and Sure, there doesn't seem to be much of a difference, is there? Uchiha Nagi. Konoha wasn't as heavily guarded as outsiders might think. At the main gate, the three of them simply registered their names and were allowed inside. Though called a village, it was effectively a city, with walls dozens of meters high. Naruto's favorite pastime was jumping off them. After passing through the city gates, they were met with a surging crowd of people, even more than outside. This was likely due to its geographical location in the center of the Five Nations and its incredibly fertile land, which resulted in a particularly high number of merchants traveling to and from Konoha. Buns, get your fresh buns. Ramen. Fresh ramen, made with the most tender deep-sea fish from the land of water. Come take a look. Special beef from the highlands of the land of lightning. Nutritious, delicious, and cheap. Come have a look, esteemed customers. Weapons from the land of iron, sharp and durable. After the end of the last great ninja war, Konoha had enjoyed many years of peace. Under the third Hokage's governance, the economy had begun to soar. Konoha's unique geographical position allowed it to acquire specialty goods from the other great nations. Even a pig could have made the economy prosper in this situation, but Konoha's third Hokage, though a coward in foreign policy, was a master at managing the economy. Konoha was now even more prosperous than it was before Uchiha Nagi had defected. Merchants from all over the ninja world transported all sorts of goods to Konoha for trade. By collecting just a small tax, Konoha was raking in a fortune, not to mention all the money these merchants spent on food and lodging along the way. This dango is delicious. Sir, give me 3 more skewers. Yukiheim was like a little country girl in the big city, buying anything and everything she saw. Ah, I'm sorry, excuse me. Yukiheim accidentally bumped into a woman and quickly bowed in apology. No problem. Here, your 3-color dango. A young, beautiful, and carefree female ninja wearing fishnet stockings caught the dango Yukiheim had nearly dropped and cheerfully handed it to her. Then she hurried into the dango shop, afraid they would sell out. With her 3 skewers of dango, Yukiheim ran back to Uchiha Nagi and Kimimaro. Here, Kimi, big brother Sure. This dango is sweet, but it's really delicious. Kimimaro also swallowed, taking a skewer and devouring it in single bites. His Kekkei Genkai meant he had a particularly large appetite. Any snacks Yukiheim couldn't finish were usually handled by Kimimaro. Yuki. Big sister Yuki, this is really good. Sweet, but not too rich. How come you're not eating, sensei? I am. Uchiha Nagi took a bite. The 3-color dango was indeed good. Even he, who wasn't a fan of sweets, found it quite pleasant. It's good, right? That shopkeeper is so weird, though. Business is so good, but he wouldn't let me buy more. How annoying. Haha, don't be angry. I'll take you to eat something even better. There's a really delicious ramen place here in Konoha. I guarantee you'll be singing its praises after you try it. Uchiha Nagi cheerfully led the 2 of them toward Konoha's inner city. Konoha had a rule: no non-village ninja or outsiders were allowed to jump or run on the rooftops. Violators would be treated as enemies and killed on sight. So, they could only walk slowly toward the inner part of the village. Ichiraku Ramen was, of course, in the inner city. Naruto also lived in the inner city, which was primarily where the major ninja clans resided. The security there was top-notch, though of course, the prices were a bit higher than in the outer areas. After the 3 of them had left, the beautiful young kunoichi in fishnets came out of the dango shop, holding a large bag of 3-color dango, ready to head home. Yo, Kurinai. What a coincidence. Did you just get back from a mission too? A beautiful ninja with red hair and red eyes turned at the sound of her voice and smiled. It's you, Anko. I just finished my mission and was about to report to the Hokage's office. You're eating dango again. If you eat so many sweets, you'll get fat and no one will marry you. Hey. Kurinai, I won't get fat. And you're cursing me to be single forever. As punishment, you have to get fat with me. With that, Anko Mitarashi took a dango skewer and stuffed it toward Kurinai's mouth. Kurinai laughed and accepted it, taking a bite. You've got something on your chest. Let me get that for you. Kurinai took out a handkerchief and wiped Anko's chest. It must have been that girl from before. She was in such a hurry when she was buying dango, I wasn't paying attention, and we bumped into each other. It must have gotten dirty then. Anko Mitarashi muttered as she wiped herself off. But after she finished wiping, Anko frowned, lost in thought, as if she had realized something was wrong. No, it was probably my imagination. Kurinai was taken aback and asked with concern, what's wrong? What wasn't right? Imagination. What are you muttering about? Anko snapped back to reality and said to Kurenai Yui, just now, when I was going to buy dango, I was bumped into by a girl. Logically, with the skills of a jonin like me, I shouldn't be bumped into by an ordinary person. But it was as if she didn't exist. I was in a hurry to buy dango at the time, so I didn't pay attention, and then, we bumped right into each other. But now that I think back on it, the feeling she gave me at that moment, it was as if that girl wasn't even there in front of me at all. Damn it, something's not right with that girl. I can't believe I only just realized it. Kurenai comforted her, maybe it was a coincidence, or maybe it was just an illusion because you were in such a hurry. Anko Mitarashi shook her head, then nodded. Maybe. But I still feel like I should follow them and check. It would be trouble if they're a spy with ill intentions. Kurenai thought for a moment and said, all right. I'll go to the Hokage's office to report my mission first, then I'll come find you. If it really is an enemy who has infiltrated Konoha, we'll capture her together. Okay. Then hurry, Kurenai. A chance encounter. Uchiha Nagi, who thought his disguise was flawless, had unexpectedly attracted some trouble because of Yukihime's unique nature. Inside Ichiraku Ramen. MMMPH sir, another bowl, no, 5 more bowls. Under Uchiha Nagi's guidance, Kimimaro and Yukihime had arrived at Konoha's signature ramen shop, Ichiraku Ramen. Yukihime couldn't eat more than 1 bowl because the portions at Ichiraku were very generous. Uchiha Nagi ate 2 bowls. As for Kimimaro, his small body somehow managed to put away 10 bowls. Uchiha Nagi couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The Shikatsumiyaku was truly the strongest taijutsu Kekki Igenkai. Once developed, the appetite that came with it was truly frightening. The Hyuga clan, though also a taijutsu clan, had fundamentally inherited Hagoromo's Byakugan. The physical abilities had been fully inherited by the Kagaya clan. So, while the Hyuga could eat a lot, Kimimaro could naturally eat even more. Just as they were heartily digging in, a carefree and boisterous voice called out. Old man Tucci. Give me a supersized bowl of chashu ramen, with extra meat. The curtain at the entrance was lifted, and a little blonde kid of about 8, dressed in an orange jumpsuit with goggles on his head, walked in. The key feature was the several whisker marks on his face. Uchiha Nagi narrowed his eyes. A faint, evil aura emanated from the boy's body, a very uncomfortable chakra. The chakra of a tailed beast. Uzumaki Naruto. The moment he walked into Ichiraku Ramen, Uchiha Nagi sent several figures secretly positioned around the ramen shop. If any trouble broke out inside, they would rush in immediately. They had formed a perimeter, ensuring that even if an enemy managed to capture Naruto, they wouldn't be able to leave Ichiraku Ramen right away. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly noticed the stack of bowls in front of Kimimaro. Whoa, you can really eat. You ate more than 10 bowls all by yourself. Chapter 127, memories flooding into Naruto's mind. Whoa, you can really eat. You ate more than 10 bowls all by yourself. Kimimaro looked up. A little blonde kid. Why does he feel a bit familiar? He looked like the blonde kid from their time travel to Rorin. That orange jumpsuit he seemed to wear year-round was too easy to recognize. Kimimaro felt a flicker of apprehension and glanced at his teacher. Seeing Nagi-sensei remain silent, he understood that he needed to keep a low profile in an enemy village. He ignored Naruto and went back to chowing down. Naruto didn't mind being ignored. It was how people had treated him his whole life. Whether they knew him or not, they almost always regarded him with disgust. Old man, add extra green onions for me. And more broth, too. You got it. No problem. Tucci smiled. Every time Naruto came in, he always gave him a much larger portion than anyone else. Naruto had a huge appetite, and this was one of the few small kindnesses in his life. The only other person was Irika, with whom he would form a bond after graduation. Those two were the first people to truly enter his heart like family. Soon, the specially made, supersized, extra-large ramen was served. Naruto was already salivating, drool practically pooling on the floor. Time to dig in. He grabbed his chopsticks and began slurping the noodles into his mouth at lightning speed, the searing heat doing nothing to slow him down. In no time, he had polished off the entire bowl, not leaving a single drop of broth. The broth was made from bones simmered for hours, perfect for the nutritional needs of his growing body. He didn't know anything about nutrition, but instinct always drove him to drink every last drop of the soup. Besides, the broth at Ichiraku Ramen was in a class of its own. Ah, all done. I'm so full, so full. Though he claimed to be full, his eyes secretly darted toward Kimimaro, an envious look he couldn't hide. The staring made Kimimaro a little uncomfortable. But without a nod from Uchiha Nagi, he wouldn't dare interact with Naruto. Tap. Uchiha Nagi lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Kimimaro understood instantly. Burp sensei, I think I'm full. I can't eat any more, Kimimaro said. Is that so? Then let's pay and go, Uchiha Nagi said with a smile, tossing a large denomination bill to Tucci. Keep the change as a tip. Thank you, valued customer. Please come again. Tucci called out cheerfully. Uchiha Nagi nodded and led Kimimaro and Yukihime out of Ichiraku Ramen. Huh. They're leaving without finishing. What a waste. That's awful. If it were me, I'd get it to go even if I couldn't finish it. Naruto grumbled indignantly. Tucci just smiled. Naruto was still too young to understand the world, but he saw what was happening. Naruto, that customer still had 2 bowls of ramen they hadn't been served yet. I'll just give them to you. Ah, really? You promise, old man? That's great. Today's my lucky day. I found money on my way here, and now I get free ramen at the ramen shop. Ha 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 ha. Naruto was overjoyed. He always was a king when it came to luck. In the future, he'd even hit the jackpot on a slot machine. Naruto comfortably plopped down in the seat Kimimaro had just vacated, holding his chopsticks and eagerly awaiting the ramen. However, before the ramen even arrived, his mind suddenly went blank. Strange images seemed to flash before his eyes. In an oasis in the middle of a desert, there was a tall blonde man, zipping back and forth. The kid who was a little older than him was there too. Uchiha Nagi was in disguise. Finally, he saw himself standing with his arms outstretched in front of a girl, shouting and cursing at the tall blonde man and the Konoha ninja leading the team. Naruto. Naruto. Your ramen's here. What are you spacing out for? Tucci called. Oh. Sorry, old man. Time to eat. Naruto shook his head, trying to clear the strange images that had suddenly flooded his brain. He started digging in. Ramen was far more important than some weird curiosities. After leaving Ichiraku Ramen, Uchiha Nagi headed to a ninja tool shop to buy some supplies, especially storage scrolls. Storage scrolls came in various sizes and had different shelf lives. Just like appliances, some high-quality scrolls could last for several years, while cheaper ones were only good for a few months. Every storage scroll was made from the hide of a beast that possessed chakra. Only these special hides could serve as the medium for storage scrolls. Even if Uchiha Nagi knew how to make them, he wouldn't be able to find the right materials in the Demon Slayer world. After buying the storage scrolls, he bought a batch of explosive tags. How could a ninja fight without explosive tags? Since it wasn't wartime, the price of explosive tags wasn't high, and the ninja world was far from peaceful. Traveling merchants often needed to restock these consumable weapons. So when Nagi bought a large quantity of them, the shopkeeper, far from being suspicious, was delighted. He even waived the odd change and gave him a coupon for a 5% discount on his next purchase. Afterward, Uchiha Nagi and the other 2 found an inn to stay in. The reason Konoha was so open was tied to its economy. Merchants from all over the ninja world could trade and buy goods from other countries here. Coupled with the Land of Fire's own fertile lands and abundant produce, it made the other countries green with envy. This was also why, in every great ninja war, the surrounding villages always ganged up on Konoha. If everyone was poor together, it would be one thing. But Konoha was filthy rich. It would be strange if they weren't jealous. At the inn, they could occasionally hear the hurried footsteps of ninja running and leaping across the rooftops. But the people here were used to it. Don't think for a second that Konoha's security was all that tight. If it were, the envoys from the Land of Lightning would never have been able to secretly abduct Hinata. And Hayate Gecko wouldn't have been killed in a fight with Baki on a rooftop, only to be discovered the next day. To put it bluntly, after so many years of peace, Konoha had long since let down its guard. The other ninja villages were much the same. Orochimaru easily infiltrated the Land of Lightning, disguised himself as a doctor, and released the 8 tails. It was only after Sasuke had fought Killer Bee that the Land of Lightning even realized their Jinchuriki was under attack. And finally, there was Kabuto, who went around digging up graves, desecrating the tombs of the Kage in every village without anyone noticing. Peace had lasted too long. It wasn't just Konoha, every hidden village was the same. That night, Uchiha Nagi frowned, contemplating whether he should infiltrate the Hokage's office to steal something. There was something there that held a great attraction for him, the Scroll of Seals, containing the ninjutsu left behind by generations of Hokage and Jonin. The jutsu contained in the Scroll of Seals was simply too tempting. And right now, Konoha's old guard was old, and the strong had left. There were no real powerhouses to hold down the fort. It was just a lineup of Jonin. If Guy dared to open the Gate of Death, or even the 7th gate, he might be able to suppress him. But would he? Uchiha Nagi knew the unique characteristics of the 8 gates very well. 10 minutes of open gates, and all he had to do was use the Flying Thunder God to escape. Once the time was up and Guy entered his weakened state, he could just come back and win without a fight. And if he dared to open the gates again in his weakened state, no problem. He'd just slip away again. The pride of a strong warrior didn't matter much. Winning was all that mattered. Ah, forget it. Next time. In a few years. There's no rush. Uchiha Nagi sighed. Kimimaro didn't know the flying thunder god. Teleporting away with someone was completely different from teleporting alone. And then there was Yukihime. He didn't particularly like or dislike this young lady, but he wouldn't let her just sit there and die for no reason. When Orochimaru attacked Konoha next time, it would be much easier to get his hands on the scroll of seals. Uchiha Nagi calculated the time. Naruto would graduate at 12, and a few months later, he would participate in the Chunin exams. The Uchiha clan massacre happened when Sasuke was around 6. That meant there were still 3 or 4 years. No rush. In these 3 or 4 years, he would consolidate his skills and improve his own strength and physical condition. He was learning more and more ninjutsu, but his physical strength hadn't improved at all. He couldn't even use sun breathing as his regular sword style. And as for his trump card in taijutsu, the monstrous strength fist, he could only use it a few times. It was like looking at a mountain of treasure but being unable to take any of it. It was maddening. 3 or 4 years is enough time for me to build up my physical strength. Master one trick, and you can conquer the world. Uchiha Nagi muttered to himself. Once he could use the monstrous strength fist as freely as Tsunade, he could defeat the vast majority of opponents. And then there was the strongest technique, sun breathing. He sighed. It wasn't good to learn too many techniques without being able to master them. Outside Konoha, at Training Ground 13, Anko and Kurenai were frowning over a large pile of documents. They had gotten the records from the ninja at the gate. Everyone who entered Konoha had to register, but Konoha was a city, not a village. So many people came and went every day that it was impossible to remember them all, and searching through the records wasn't easy. The guards were too lazy to go through it themselves, so they just handed the whole pile of registration forms to Anko. Anko, in turn, had no choice but to drag Kurenai to the training ground to help her search. First, Kurenai pulled out the records of all the girls who had entered Konoha in the past few days. Then Anko went through them one by one. The two of them sifted through the documents from day until night, tossing papers all over the ground. Maybe we should try again tomorrow. It's getting really late. Kurenai said. No way. I can't sleep until I find that girl. Hey, got it. I think this is her. Anko said joyfully, holding up a record with a photo of Yukihime attached. Beautiful girls were relatively rare, so they were easier to identify. Although Uchiha Nagi had applied makeup to Yukihime, she still looked quite youthful and pretty. You found her? That's great. Should we notify the military police? Kurenai asked. The Umbu handled matters outside the village, while the military police handled things inside. The military police used to be the Uchiha clan's responsibility, but after the massacre, that power was divided among the many smaller, older clans. Although the military police was still a job no one wanted, with many clans now sharing the duty, the hatred was also distributed, making things seem more harmonious. No. What if it's just my imagination? I'd be so embarrassed. Let's just the two of us follow her for a bit. Kurenai, you're not going to refuse to help me, are you? Anko was too proud to report it officially. Kurenai thought for a moment. They were inside their own village, and they were both jonin. If a fight broke out, the commotion would attract the attention of others in the village. There wasn't much danger, so she nodded in agreement. All right. Chapter 128, Kurenai Yui, showing off my genjutsu to a Sharingan user. Uchiha Nagi had no idea that because of their brief contact, a fragment of spatiotemporal memory had flooded into Naruto's mind. The matter of time travel was a difficult thing to explain, a classic chicken and egg problem. After resting for a night, Uchiha Nagi took Kimimaro to a barbecue restaurant. It was an Akimichi clan establishment, and their business was excellent because the food was not only delicious but also reasonably priced. The barbecue here is so much better than in the Land of Wind. It's tender, flavorful, and not nearly as greasy. Yukihime's little belly was round and full. She couldn't eat another bite and could only watch Kimimaro with envy. Uchiha Nagi, after a few plates himself, was also full. In the end, the two of them sat quietly, watching Kimimaro feast. Kimimaro felt a bit awkward being stared at and looked down shyly. Sir, another 10 plates of barbecue, please, Uchiha Nagi called out. Right away, customer. Coming right up. The person who answered was a large man, but not a member of Choji's family, he was clearly an employee. Not every member of a ninja clan has the potential to become a shinobi. So, just like the Uchiha clan, there were many ordinary people within the Akimichi clan as well. It was a pity that the third Hokage and Danzo were so ruthless, not even sparing the unarmed civilians. Uchiha Nagi sighed, a wave of nostalgia mixed with sorrow washing over him as he looked at the familiar sights of Konoha. Mama, I want meat. Just a minute, Kenta, the meat isn't cooked yet. A familiar voice drifted over. Uchiha Nagi looked up to see a woman, now a new mother, happily eating barbecue with her 2- or 3-year-old son. And this woman? Her name was Yuriko. Before he had defected, she was one of the girls who had actively pursued him. Now, she was a woman. But time, like a blade, cuts all things. Uchiha Nagi had no regrets. If he had accepted the pursuit of any of those girls back then, knowing Danzo's cruelty, the only outcome would have been one more corpse to accompany him to the grave. Sigh. Uchiha Nagi sighed again. Yukihime glanced from Nagi to the mother and son, her big eyes darting back and forth. Could there be a story there? Yukihime gently nudged Kimimaro with her foot. Kimimaro, a large piece of meat in his mouth, looked up in confusion. Yukihime jutted her chin in the direction of the mother and son, as if to say, I think your teacher has some history over there. Some inside scoop on sensei. Kimimaro looked over curiously. Seeing Yukihime's little mind already spinning up all sorts of inappropriate scenarios, Uchiha Nagi simply flicked a finger. Ow, that hurts. Yukihime whimpered, rubbing the red mark on her forehead, her eyes welling up with tears. Hee hee. Watching the scene, Kimimaro felt a warmth spread through his heart and let out a goofy laugh. Let's go once you're full. We should head to the Land of Iron soon and see if I can get the weapon I want forged there. The Land of Iron, a nation of samurai. They were a military class that had been phased out by the new era. But that wasn't to say the samurai were weak. The reason they were able to remain neutral through several great ninja wars wasn't because they were peace-loving, but because their military strength was off the charts. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that their entire population was a standing army. Before the profession of the ninja emerged, the world belonged to the samurai. In a world without chakra, they had physical energy, and most of them used swordsmanship. There were also a few, rare as pandas, who could use natural energy. But with the rise of the ninja, the samurai had no choice but to recede from the stage of history. Because samurai, with their high offense, low defense builds, could not block ninjutsu, no matter how powerful their swordsmanship was. Except for those at the absolute pinnacle of swordsmanship, the mid to low tier warriors couldn't slice through jutsu with their blades. But there were pros and cons to everything. In the Land of Iron, the entire populace trained their physical energy, so they were all samurai. Those who could use chakra integrated it into their swordsmanship. Coupled with the Land of Iron's geographical location and lack of fertile land, no one bothered them during the Great Ninja Wars. To put it bluntly, the Land of Iron was a tough nut to crack. There was little to gain from attacking them, and you were likely to lose a few teeth in the process. As a nation of samurai, they naturally forged many weapons. Some might say, what about the Land of Artisans? Judging by the name, shouldn't that be the go-to country for weapon forging? In reality, that wasn't the case. The Land of Artisans was more like a factory, mass-producing kunai and shuriken. In other words, they were all about wartime production volume. They specialized in supplying the major ninja villages with bulk orders of ninja tools. While the quality was decent, this kind of mass-produced ninja equipment couldn't compare to the craftsmanship of the Land of Iron. To forge a personalized, extremely high-quality weapon, one had to go to a country of artisans like the Land of Iron. After finishing the famous Akimichi barbecue, Uchiha Nagi had no more lingering attachments. He had no ties left in Konoha. He set off with Kimimaro and Yukihime. The three of them led their horses out of the gates of Konoha village. Before leaving, Uchiha Nagi glanced expressionlessly at the faces on the Hokage Rock. The explosive tag trap buried up there, the one capable of blowing Konoha to Kingdom Come, had probably been dismantled by now. Hey! Mr. Wait. Just as he stepped out of Konoha's gates, Uchiha Nagi stopped in confusion. A moment later, the little blonde kid came running up, panting heavily. Oh, so there you are. I've been looking for you for ages. Mister, this frog is for you. Thanks for treating me to ramen yesterday. Naruto shoved a frog-shaped coin purse into Uchiha Nagi's hand. Even though you look all cold and stuff, I know you're actually a good person. Is that all? Uchiha Nagi sensed 4 people secretly following the blonde kid. Huh? Why yeah, that's all. Oh. Thanks for the frog. Goodbye. Uchiha Nagi waved and walked away. Naruto scratched his head, then suddenly remembered something and shouted, Hey, mister, what's your name? Without turning back, Uchiha Nagi called out, if you called me handsome instead of mister, I might have told you. Called me handsome instead of mister. Naruto froze, standing stock still. Once again, strange images flooded his mind. The few Umbu nearby relaxed. Being assigned to Naruto was basically a retirement job. As long as he didn't leave the village, nothing ever happened. They just had to pay a bit more attention when he interacted with strangers. Swoosh. Ah. Did someone just pass by? Naruto was startled out of his daze. Two youthful and beautiful figures ran past him. They were heading in the exact same direction Uchiha Nagi had gone. The two were, of course, Anko and Kurenai. After getting the records from the Konoha guards and spending a long time confirming their target, they had been secretly tailing Uchiha Nagi's group. But Anko wasn't a root ninja. She wouldn't just arrest people without proof. To avoid making a mistake and embarrassing herself, she had asked Kurenai to follow them secretly with her. Their plan was to wait until they were outside of Konoha, then have Kurenai use her genjutsu to test the three of them. Like her, Kurenai was a jonin, but Kurenai specialized in genjutsu. If she were to hypnotize an enemy for interrogation, she could do it without anyone ever knowing. Granny Chio once said that against a genjutsu specialist, in a one-on-one fight, your only option is to run. There is no other way. If it's 2-on-1, you can attack from the front and back. 3-on-1 gives you an even greater advantage. But in the end, it all boiled down to one point: genjutsu specialists were better suited for small-scale battles. In large-scale warfare, genjutsu was pretty much useless. Summoning giant avatars was the true path to victory. Like with Madara and the first Hokage, they could just clap their hands, and a mountain-sized avatar could crush a whole army just by rolling on the ground. Anko and Kurenai were both jonin. Furthermore, Anko had been trained by Orochimaru, whose ninjutsu was quite comprehensive. So, with the two of them working together, they had no weaknesses and were more than capable of handling another jonin-level opponent. Are you sure? It's the girl in that group up ahead, the red-haired, red-eyed Kurenai asked Anko. Anko Mitarashi narrowed her eyes and took out a snake. I'm 90% sure. My snake can't sense that girl at all. She's really strange. It's like she's a rock or a tree. She's completely undetectable. It seems our collision the other day wasn't an accident after all. The other two, an adult and a child, also seem to have chakra. They're not ordinary people. But my little red pill tells me their strength doesn't seem to be very high. Kurenai nodded. Then let's find an opportunity to test them. If they're not enemy spies, we'll let them go. Uchiha Nagi walked ahead, frowning from time to time. Someone was following him. At first, he thought it was the Umbu who had seen him interacting with the blonde kid. But after walking for a while, he realized that wasn't the case. If they were Umbu, they could have just come forward and questioned him openly, or taken his group in for interrogation. This was Konoha's territory. My turf, my rules. They could have deliberately made things difficult for him, and he would have had to just suck it up. But these two people behind him just kept following, never approaching. What was their game? After a while, the two of them seemed to have made a decision. They circled around and got ahead of his group. It looked like they were setting a trap. Just as his group walked into range, two figures suddenly leaped out. Stop right there. Konoha Umbu. We need you to cooperate with an investigation. Anko Mitarashi jumped down and brazenly held up a hand to stop them. She wasn't even wearing a mask and dared to call herself Umbu. Talk about a half-baked disguise. Uchiha Nagi asked, we are just ordinary travelers. We have followed all of Konoha's rules and haven't gone anywhere we weren't supposed to. May I ask why you are suddenly stopping us? Apologies, but the one we wish to question is that girl, Kurenai said. Me. Yukihime pointed at herself, completely bewildered. Uchiha Nagi's mind raced, and in an instant, he understood. They must have discovered her unique nature, just like the fourth Kazekage had. Oh, well. A smile suddenly played on Uchiha Nagi's lips. He looked up at Kurenai Yui. Long time no see, Kurenai. Found a boyfriend yet? Anko and Kurenai were both jonin. To become a jonin, it wasn't enough to just meet the combat power standards, one also needed a comprehensive set of skills, one of which was battle experience. The two of them quickly drew their kunai, explosive tags at the ready. Kurenai looked confused. Who are you? Uchiha Nagi smiled. I haven't changed my voice. You can't even recognize my voice. In that case, you should be able to recognize this. He narrowed his eyes, and the next second, when he opened them again, they had transformed into a 3-tomo Sharingan. The Sharingan. Anko gasped. You're Uchiha Nagi. Kurenai said in disbelief. Kurenai remembered now. The survivor of the Uchiha clan, the men she had once had a fleeting crush on. But the first rule of a ninja is to be ruthless. Northwest matter how close you were to someone in the past, once they become a rogue ninja, you absolutely cannot show mercy. Otherwise, you'll be the one who ends up dead. Demonic illusion, tree-binding death. Without a shred of hesitation, Kurenai used her signature technique, Genjutsu. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, Little Anko, Kurenai is much more delectable than you. Demonic illusion, tree-binding death. A large tree grew rapidly from behind Uchiha Nagi, its vines extending to wrap around him. Then, from behind the tree, a figure emerged, Kurenai herself. Throughout this entire process, the tree's growth was completely silent. In the world of Genjutsu, there is no sound, allowing one to fall into the trap without a whisper of warning. Only after being caught does one realize they are already in an illusion. But inside the Genjutsu world, Uchiha Nagi suddenly turned his head, flashing a grin with 8 perfectly white teeth at the Kurenai on the tree. Kurenai, let me teach you a lesson. Remember this for the future, when you encounter a Sharingan, especially one with 3 tomo or more, never, ever show off your Genjutsu in front of it. What? Kurenai was utterly baffled. The world suddenly spun, and when she focused again, she found that she was the one who was bound. She had somehow switched places with Uchiha Nagi. And now, Uchiha Nagi was mockingly holding a kunai, tracing the lines of her beautiful face with its cold, sharp edge. The chilling steel stimulated her skin, making the fine hairs on her neck stand on end. In the real world, Anko Mitarashi had been momentarily shocked when Uchiha Nagi revealed his Sharingan, but she quickly snapped into a battle stance. Kurenai ne, we. Ha. Anko glanced over and saw that, at some point, Kurenai's hands had been twisted behind her back as if bound, and her legs were pressed tightly together without a single gap. Her body was struggling, her mouth looked as if it were gagged by something, and her eyes were desperately trying to send a signal to Anko. MMPH, MMPH. Anko, get out of here. Inside the Genjutsu, Kurenai struggled with all her might, trying to warn the real Anko to run. Genjutsu. Anko gasped and was about to move forward to break the illusion. Breaking a Genjutsu wasn't difficult, all it took was a teammate infusing some of their own chakra into the victim to disrupt it, and it would immediately be released. However, Uchiha Nagi wasn't about to stand there foolishly and let Anko do as she pleased. Swoosh. Several kunai shot swiftly toward Anko Mitarashi. Before she could even inject her chakra into Kurenai, she was forced to leap backward to dodge. Serpent, boar, ram, tiger. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Anko was a jonin, after all. Before her feet even hit the ground, she had already completed the hand seals and unleashed a fire-style ninjutsu. Fire was an excellent choice for blocking an enemy over a large area. It could also obscure the enemy's vision, giving her a chance to rescue Kurenai. But it was a well-known fact in the ninja world that fire-style jutsu rarely killed anyone. A tall wall of water rose to meet Anko's fire. As water and fire collided, steam instantly flooded the small grove. Kurenai. Anko rushed toward Kurenai's position, hoping to use this brief window to break her out of the genjutsu. However, the entire process took only a few seconds. As she leaped toward Kurenai, she was stunned to find that she had vanished. Kurenai ne. A calm voice sounded from behind Anko. Have you forgotten the rules of a ninja? The first rule is to be ruthless. In battle, you must never let a teammate's injury or sacrifice affect your judgment. Anko's heart leaped in shock. How did he get behind me? He had appeared without a sound, something even the body flicker technique couldn't achieve. And he had just been in front of her, casting a water-style jutsu. Striking shadow snakes, without a second thought, Anko unleashed her teacher's signature ninjutsu. But in the next instant, Uchiha Nagi cut through them like a hot knife through butter, decapitating all the snakes. A taijutsu master, skilled in swordsmanship. In a single exchange, Anko had analyzed a key piece of intelligence about her opponent. She immediately jumped back a good distance and then unleashed an even larger-scale ninjutsu into the thick mist. Multiple striking shadow snakes. Similar to the previous technique, but this one released a far greater number of snakes over a much wider area. However, the wide-range attack was like a stone sinking into the ocean, it made no splash at all. Just as Anko was concentrating, bracing for the enemy's next move, the surrounding mist, instead of dissipating, grew even thicker. Ninja art, hidden mist jutsu. Watching the ever-thickening mist, Anko Mitarashi cursed inwardly. This was the signature jutsu of Kirigakure. The mist was infused with chakra, even if dispersed by a wind-style jutsu, it would quickly reform. The only counters to this technique were sensory ninja or the Byakugan. Anko Mitarashi was frantic, primarily worried about Kurenai's safety. She had no idea what had happened to her. Just as she was hesitating, debating whether to abandon Kurenai and go for help, hundreds of kunai flew toward her. Shrouded in the dense fog, Anko couldn't see them. By the time the sound of hundreds of kunai reached her, it was too late. Her only option was to use one of Orochimaru's no-hand seal jutsu. Fierce Snake Rampage. The technique was meant to summon a giant snake to attack an enemy, but sometimes, a giant body could also be used as a shield. Anko ducked behind the massive snake's body as hundreds of kunai, like a hail of bullets, tore its flesh to ribbons. But there were simply too many. Several of them grazed Anko, and one even slashed across her cheek, leaving a thin line of blood. Without time to worry about whether she'd be scarred, Anko stood up as soon as the kunai Gatling gun rain ended, intending to get out of there fast. She couldn't understand how her opponent, without a Byakugan, could so accurately pinpoint her location, but staying put was undoubtedly a death sentence. When Kakashi fought Zabuza, even with his 3-tomo Sharingan, he could only remain on the defensive. It was clear that in the hidden mist, the Sharingan couldn't see through it to find the enemy like the Byakugan could. This was the source of Anko's confusion. In every great ninja war, the nemesis of the hidden mist jutsu had always been the Byakugan. The Sharingan was completely useless. Could it be that her opponent was also a sensory ninja? That's right, little Anko. Just as you thought, I am a sensory ninja, Uchiha Nagi's voice appeared behind her. Then, he mockingly stuck out his tongue and licked the blood from her cheek. Throughout this, Anko didn't move a muscle. It wasn't that she didn't want to counterattack, but that a bright samurai sword was resting against her neck, its bone-chillingly cold blade pressing against her skin and pores. You should lose some weight, little Anko. If you improve by next time, I'd be happy to fight you again. I'll be taking Kurenai with me. She's much more delectable than you are, Uchiha Nagi said with a grin. The moment he finished speaking. Smack. He gave Anko's rear a firm slap, sending her stumbling a few steps forward. By the time Anko came to her senses, Uchiha Nagi had vanished. Kimimaro, you take Yukihime and go on ahead to the Land of Iron. Wait for me there. If you run into an enemy you can't handle, just channel your chakra into this kunai, and I'll come and save you. On the road, Uchiha Nagi handed a seemingly ordinary kunai to Kimimaro. Kimimaro nodded and left with Yukihime. Yukihime's eyes darted back and forth, looking at Kurenai, wondering if he was planning to do something special. Why else would he have specifically captured a female ninja? Thwack. Uchiha Nagi gave her a firm flick on the forehead. Yukihime clutched her head and obediently went with Kimimaro. After they left, Uchiha Nagi leisurely mounted his horse, bringing Kurenai with him, and headed in another direction. Along the way, he didn't forget to drop a few strands of Kurenai's hair to make sure Konoha could follow. The formula on the kunai he had just given Kimimaro was his own custom design. It looked like a regular kunai, not one of Minato Namike's 3-pronged ones. Having played the role of the opportunist in games in his past life, he never quite understood why Minato was so flashy, using such distinctive kunai that enemies could spot a mile away. Uchiha Nagi's Flying Thunder God kunai were perfectly ordinary. After carving the formula, he coated them with a layer of black paint, making the formula completely invisible. This way, when mixed in with the shuriken volley, they were perfect for ambushing people. This was why Anko had been defeated so easily. She had insufficient intelligence and had no idea that Uchiha Nagi knew the Flying Thunder God technique. This thing is really useful. Uchiha Nagi mused. He barely had to use his breathing-style swordsmanship. With the Flying Thunder God, he could be behind an enemy and slitting their throat in seconds. If it weren't for his respect for Orochimaru, Anko would have lost her head in the second exchange. What do you want? What is your purpose in coming to Konoha? A pleasant voice came from below him. Kurenai had been sealed with a few injutsu and was now draped over the horse's back as they rode. By now, Kurenai had finally managed to break the genjutsu on her own, only to find that her chakra had been sealed and she was tied up on a horse. If you say things like that, you'll hurt my feelings. I remember you didn't have this attitude toward me before. A new love replaces the old, how heartbreaking, Uchiha Nagi said with a laugh. The reason he had made the sudden decision to capture Kurenai and not kill Anko, instead letting her go back for help, was, of course, to fish. And what was he fishing for? A big one. You are a rogue ninja of Konoha. We have nothing to talk about, Kurenai said coldly. Heh. If I hadn't become a rogue ninja, you wouldn't be seeing me at all. Didn't you see how the Uchiha clan, over 1,000 people, even the unarmed civilians, the old, the weak, women, and children, all ended up as corpses? Or do you really think I'm the one who murdered my own clan? Uchiha Nagi retorted. Kurenai fell silent. The rescue fireworks that had blossomed in the sky that night could not cover up the third Hokage's excuses. Besides, how could Uchiha Nagi and Uchiha Itachi, just 2 people, slaughter the entire Uchiha clan? Over 1,000 people, even if they were pigs, they would have been scared and run away. Why hadn't a single one of the 1,000 people escaped the Uchiha compound to seek help in the village? The Umbu and Root must have been involved. The third Hokage could never shake off that blame. Of course, what they didn't know was that, in reality, the third's Umbu and Root forces had not participated in the night of the massacre. It had been entirely Obito and Itachi. The other ordinary people had been dealt with by the White Zetsu army. Konoha's barrier didn't extend deep into the Earth's core. As long as the White Zetsu stayed deep enough, they could come and go freely in all the major villages. Seeing Kurenai's silence, Uchiha Nagi suddenly blurted out, "I heard you got a boyfriend." Chapter 130, The Pursuit of Asuma. To go out on a mission to investigate an enemy spy, only to accidentally let your own comrade fall into their hands, with their life now hanging in the balance. Anko Mitarashi stood in the Hokage's office, her face flush with shame as she reported the situation to the third Hokage. "You're saying he looks about 80% like Kakashi? And he has a Sharingan as well?" "Yes, Lord Hokage. He has long bangs, but the eye that was visible was clearly a Sharingan. That's why Kurenai's genjutsu was reflected back at her, leading to her capture." "All right, I understand. You're dismissed. I will organize a support team immediately." Who should I send?" The third Hokage thought with a headache. If it were Itachi, things might be a bit better. But he feared it was the other one. Itachi would be concerned about Sasuke still being in the village. But the other one had no ties, no attachments. He was capable of anything. This person had survived an assassination attempt by Danzo's Root Squadron and had even wiped out the entire team. His strength was undeniable, and he likely had no weaknesses. A ninja with no weaknesses was the most feared opponent. Even a well-coordinated team of specialists would have difficulty being effective against such an enemy. For example, if it had been Guy who was hunted by Toryun Abirame in the desert back then, Guy would have been doomed. Toryun had secretly poisoned the air, water, and food. Aside from his taijutsu, Guy had many weaknesses and would never have survived an assassination by a Root team. In the anime, you often saw foolish villains confronting their enemies head-on. In the real world of ninja, that would never happen. Assassination was the true essence of a shinobi. This was also why the samurai of the Land of Iron held the ninja profession in such contempt. Bang. The door to the Hokage's office was suddenly thrown open by a rugged-looking man. The Umbu guards hidden in the shadows remained silent, making no move to interfere. This man's identity was special. "Old man. I heard Kurenai was captured by the enemy. Tell me it's not true." Asuma Sarutobi slammed his hands on the desk, demanding an answer from Hiruzen. "Sit down. Why are you so agitated? As a ninja, you must handle all problems with a calm mind. Otherwise, how will you take over in the future? Cut the crap. Hurry up and send someone to rescue Kurenai. I'm going on ahead." Asuma paid no mind to his old man's words. If he had, he never would have run away from home to become one of the 12 guardian ninja in the first place. He was lucky he was the Hokage's son. Anyone else would have been branded a rogue ninja long ago. Did he think a hidden village was a place you could just come and go as you please? Asuma stormed out. Having confirmed that the woman he loved had been captured, he ran off without even gathering any intelligence on the enemy. The third Hokage was left with a dark expression. But for the safety of his foolish son, he still waved his hand. "Have Umbu squads 5 and 6 follow him." The Umbu answered directly to the Hokage, and one had to be at least Chunin level to join. After a moment's thought, he still felt it wasn't enough. He needed to add some special talents. "Get me Narashikaku. See if Choza and Inoichi are in the village. And get Kakashi and Guy as well." Unfortunately for him, both Danzo and Itachi had their own agendas. Neither of them had ever told the third Hokage that the person they were after might have already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. After leaving the Hokage's office, Asuma grabbed Anko, and together they left the village to search for Kurenai. To pass the comprehensive exams to become a Jonin, one needed a certain set of all-around skills, one of which was tracking. Anko, who had been frantic with worry, felt a sense of relief seeing Asuma. Since the third Hokage knew, he would definitely send people to protect his son. There was no need to worry. After leaving the village, the two of them first went to the site of the battle, carefully searching for any useful clues. Then they followed the direction Uchiha Nagi had taken. It looks like they split up here. One path goes toward the Land of Iron, the other in a different direction. And the one who took Kurenai isn't even trying to hide his tracks. Asuma knelt on the ground, examining the hoofprints left in the dirt. It was clear that on Uchiha Nagi's side, the horse was carrying 2 adults, as the prints were deeper. The complex physics and mathematics exams required for the Jonin rank now showed their worth. Asuma measured the size and depth of the hoofprints, and in his mind, he instantly pictured a horse carrying 2 people. The other tracks, which were lighter, likely belonged to a child or someone of lighter weight, 2 of them. "Asuma, I found this." Anko's small snake had found a strand of hair. The scent on it was Kurenai's. He took Kurenai this way. That bastard isn't even trying to cover his tracks. Is he provoking Konoha? Anko said, angrily clutching the strand of hair. The thought of how he had given her springy backside a firm smack made her flush with a mixture of shame and anger. In her entire life, no one had ever dared to treat her like that. Anko's fiery personality, her tendency to summon poisonous snakes, and her status as Orochimaru's student had made all the men around her keep their distance. No one had ever pursued her. And yet that man. Let's go. We'll catch up. Without another word, the two of them began to pursue Uchiha Nagi and Kurenai. Before long, Anko's snake found another strand of hair. It was Kurenai's. It was as if he was deliberately leaving a trail for them, afraid they wouldn't be able to find him. Wait, Asuma. It seems like he's deliberately luring us to rescue Kurenai. Maybe we should wait for the support team to arrive. Before Anko Mitarashi could finish, Asuma was already gone. If he were so easily calmed, he wouldn't have impulsively run off to become a daimyo's bodyguard. If it had been anyone else, Asuma wouldn't be so agitated. But it just had to be Kurenai. He had been pursuing her for a long time. Kurenai didn't actually like his rugged type, she preferred handsome men like Kakashi. Unfortunately, due to his psychological issues, Kakashi had no interest in women. And with Guy constantly by his side comforting him, he was on the verge of being bent. Plus, she wasn't getting any younger. In the ninja world, where you could get married at 13 or 14, Kurenai in her early 20s was already considered relatively old. So, she had recently started to accept Asuma's advances. Now that his future wife had been captured, Asuma was naturally frantic. Ninja were a group of people with psychological problems. Who knew what unspeakable things the enemy might do to Kurenai after capturing her. Asuma felt like a lush green pasture was about to sprout on his head. Uchiha Nagi was leisurely sitting by a campfire, roasting a rabbit. He had to admit, the land of fire was truly bountiful. The forests were teeming with animals and rich in resources. As long as you knew a little about wilderness survival, you'd never have to worry about starving. This rabbit had been unlucky enough to hop right in front of him. A single kunai had sent it on its way, and it had then become his lunch. A little more cumin, a sprinkle of pepper, and a dash of cooking wine, and it'll be perfect, Uchiha Nagi said as he turned the rabbit, occasionally basting it with seasonings. It had been a day since he'd captured Kurenai. Apart from a few words at the beginning, she had been silent ever since, lost in who knows what thoughts. Uchiha Nagi didn't mind. He was happy for the peace and quiet. However, at that moment, Kurenai suddenly began to squirm, looking very uncomfortable. Are you hungry? You want some? If you want some, you should say so. If you don't say anything, how will I know you're hungry? And if you don't say anything, how will you know I'm not willing to share my food with you? Uchiha Nagi glanced at her and said with a faint smile. Go on, do you want water or meat? If you want one of those candle-like soldier pills, I have some of those too. Shut up. Who wants that stuff? Kurenai snapped, blushing with shame and anger. Fine, don't have any. Uchiha Nagi shrugged. Ninja weren't like ordinary people, they could go 2 or 3 days without food or water and not die. He paid her no more mind. After a while, the rabbit was cooked, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Uchiha Nagi tore off a rabbit leg and took a big bite. The aroma was overwhelming, his mouth filling with juices. The meat was crisp and tender. Hey, you really don't want any? I'm not going to poison the meat, you know. Uchiha Nagi turned to ask Kurenai, only to see her face was as red as an apple. When she saw him looking, she turned her head away in shame and anger. What's going on? Does she need to use the bathroom? Can't hold it in. Uchiha Nagi glanced down at Kurenai's lower body and noticed a faint red stain on her pants. Realization dawned. Oh, her friend has come to visit. With a sigh, he got up, walked over to Kurenai, and untied her ropes. You. Kurenai looked at him, completely baffled. You fool. If something's wrong, you can just say so. I may be a rogue ninja, but I still consider myself a normal man who doesn't bully women, Uchiha Nagi said with a smile. After untying Kurenai, he took out a scroll and opened it. After a puff of smoke, some of his personal daily necessities were revealed: clothes, drinking water, bowls, basins, towels, and so on. I don't have any sanitary pads, but here's a clean and used towel. You can make do with it, Uchiha Nagi said, handing her a towel. Pa. Who would use your towel? Kurenai was both ashamed and annoyed. What girl these days used a towel to welcome her friend? Was he an idiot? Suit yourself. Why would a man like me carry that stuff around? Here, these are clean pants. You can change into them, Uchiha Nagi said, then turned his body away, his back to Kurenai. Although ninja on missions didn't usually fuss over such things, he still gave Kurenai her respect. At the very least, he couldn't be so crass as to stare at a woman while she was changing her pants. Now untied, Kurenai hesitated for a moment. Looking at Uchiha Nagi's turned back, she roughly understood his intentions, and a strange feeling welled up inside her. Though she was embarrassed, the sticky discomfort in her lower body was very unpleasant. In the end, she gave in. In a small, soft voice, she said, don't turn around." Uchiha Nagi rolled his eyes. Who's interested? With his looks, he could have beautiful women throwing themselves at him wherever he went. And after seeing all sorts of blockbusters in his past life, what hadn't he seen? Was he really supposed to be interested in some inexperienced young girl? Or a maiden, for that matter? Chapter 131, Asuma, Kurenai, is very delectable. A mission from Lord Hokage, huh? Kakashi tilted his head, looking at the mission scroll with his trademark dead fish eyes. Guy, who had just come over to challenge him to a duel, had also received the mission. His eyes were burning with a fire called fighting spirit. Yash. Kakashi. It's rare for us to go on a mission together. So, let's have a duel. Whoever rescues Kurenai first wins, how about it? Guy exclaimed excitedly. This mission isn't simple. A white-haired man in his early 20s with a Sharingan. And a half-face mask. Kakashi reflexively touched his own mask. Sounds a lot like me. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were talking about me. For some reason, he had a very bad feeling about this mission. In the forest, Uchiha Nagi ignored Kurenai and continued eating. Kurenai rustled as she changed her pants, then quickly used another towel and some drinking water to clean herself up. While changing, she hesitated, wondering if she should take the opportunity to escape or ambush Uchiha Nagi. In the end, she shook her head. Her chakra was sealed, and he was acting so unconcerned, he was probably prepared for a surprise attack anyway. On top of that, his current attitude was that of a perfect gentleman. Women have a weakness: when faced with a handsome man, their hostility automatically weakens. Of course, the same is true for men. When they encounter a beautiful enemy, they subconsciously lower their guard. Kurenai hesitated for a final moment, but ultimately chose to use the clean towel, wrapping it around her lower body before putting on the pair of men's pants. After she was done, her face was red all the way to her ears, truly living up to her name, Kurenai, Crimson. In a small, soft voice, she said, "I'm done." Without turning his head, Uchiha Nagi said, "If you're done, then come over. I'm not going to hurt you. Eat what you should eat, drink what you should drink." Although a ninja could go for days without food or water, the feeling of an empty stomach was never pleasant. Kurenai hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she accepted Uchiha Nagi's food. She picked up a bottle of water and began to drink. More than food, she needed water right now. After what had just happened, in Kurenai's mind, Uchiha Nagi had transformed from a rogue ninja who slaughtered his own clan into a pitiful, persecuted man. Sometimes, women are like that. They trust their intuition more. No, wait, she was still a girl. "Where have you been these past 2 years, since you disappeared?" Kurenai asked, then immediately caught herself. Was it appropriate for her to be speaking so casually with a rogue ninja like Uchiha Nagi? She could be arrested and interrogated for this. "I was rescued. I hid in a place where no one could find me, practicing my swordsmanship. Now that my skills have improved a bit, I came back to the ninja world to look around," Uchiha Nagi said with a smile. "Then, the Uchiha clan. Was it really not you and Itachi who killed them?" Kurenai asked curiously. "You can decide that for yourself, but keep it to yourself. If you know too much, you might get dragged away by Root for questioning and end up branded as a rogue ninja," Uchiha Nagi said with a grin. Kurenai froze. She understood. If Uchiha Nagi were to openly declare that the third Hokage had persecuted him and murdered the Uchiha clan, hearing those words would do her no good. Everyone needed their fig leaf of plausible deniability, you couldn't just go tearing it off. The thought that the kind-faced third Hokage, who was always talking about the will of fire, might be the true culprit behind the Uchiha clan's destruction left Kurenai with a strange, unsettling feeling. While the two of them sat in silence, Asuma and Anko, following the horse's tracks and the strands of hair Nagi had left behind, had already tracked them down. Uchiha Nagi suddenly raised his head and closed his eyes, sensing his surroundings. Seventh form, spatial perception. A faint smile touched his lips. He thought a whole team was coming, but it was just 2 people. And one of them was the little Anko he had slapped yesterday. That feeling, so springy. Swoosh. "You villain. Let Kurenai go." Asuma leaped down, intending to rescue the woman he loved, only to be met with a baffling scene. Kurenai wasn't tied up. She was sitting quietly next to Uchiha Nagi like a friend. The two of them were calmly eating roasted meat, while Kurenai sipped water from a bottle. What was even more damning wasn't that Kurenai was sitting with the enemy, but that she was wearing a pair of men's pants. Asuma glanced over and saw a pair of blood-stained pants lying on the ground nearby. They were women's pants. Next to them was a blood-stained towel. Seeing this, Asuma's eyes nearly burst from their sockets, his face a mask of grief and fury. Kurenai, you didn't. Anko Mitarashi was also stunned by the scene, her face contorting with rage as she glared at Uchiha Nagi. That damn pervert. He actually did that to Kurenai ne. Kurenai froze. She wasn't a sensory ninja, and with her chakra sealed, she hadn't noticed Asuma and Anko until they were right in front of her. Anko. Asuma. Then she saw the heartbroken expression on Asuma's face and followed his gaze. Her own face instantly turned beet red as she realized what they were thinking. She immediately tried to explain. Anko. Asuma. Don't misunderstand. That's no, it's not. Anyway, nothing happened between us. Kurenai's flustered explanation only served to deepen Asuma's misunderstanding. With a voice full of sorrow and deep affection, Asuma said to Kurenai, "It's all right, Kurenai. I know it's not your fault. You were forced by this man." He then turned to Uchiha Nagi, his eyes blazing with fury, his teeth clenched as if he wanted to tear him limb from limb. At first, Uchiha Nagi watched this soap opera-worthy scene with amusement. But then, seeing the green flames of jealousy raging in Asuma's eyes, a wicked idea sparked in his mind. He reached over, took Kurenai by the head, and pulled her against his shoulder. Then, with his other hand, he extended his index and middle fingers and activated the sealing jutsu on her body, causing her to go limp, unable to stand, forced to lean against him. That's right, Asuma. Just as you see. I came here specifically for Kurenai. Kurenai and I are in love. Last night, we just couldn't help ourselves. You're lying. Kurenai's small fists beat against him, but with her chakra sealed, her blows were soft and completely harmless. What Uchiha Nagi did next caught them all completely off guard. He grabbed Kurenai's head and pressed his lips to her brilliant red ones. MMPH. MMPH. Kurenai's eyes flew wide open in disbelief. She was utterly stunned. She wasn't the only one. Asuma and Anko were dumbfounded as well. Pulling away from Kurenai's lips, Uchiha Nagi looked at Asuma provocatively. He licked the corner of his mouth as if savoring the moment. Asuma. Kurenai is very delectable. Chapter 132, Map Wiping Jutsu, Exploding Water Colliding Wave. Asuma, Kurenai, she's very delectable. Uchiha Nagi didn't forget to wipe the corner of his mouth with his finger, the saliva was Kurenai's. The provocation sent Asuma into a blind rage, his lungs feeling like they were about to explode. His eyes turned bloodshot as he drew his chakra-infused trench knives and charged forward like a maddened tiger. Anko, seeing this from behind, immediately grew anxious. She knew Uchiha Nagi was a master of swordsmanship, a taijutsu expert. A ninja should always play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. She hastily shouted from behind. Asuma. He's a master swordsman. Don't engage in close combat. But it was too late. Asuma had already attacked with his trench knives. An inch longer is an inch stronger, an inch shorter is an inch more dangerous. So, was Asuma also a taijutsu specialist? Flash cross slash. Uchiha Nagi drew his Nichiren blade, using a water-breathing form to block Asuma's thrust. Then, a chakra blade suddenly extended from the hilt of Asuma's knife, nearly grazing his head. But Nagi was prepared. What looked like a close call was actually an effortless dodge, with only a few strands of his hair being cut. TSK. A weapon made entirely of chakra metal. What a rich boy, Uchiha Nagi remarked. Asuma was a tricky one. Relying on his status as the Hokage's son, he was wealthy enough to have trench knives made almost entirely of chakra metal. This meant his blades could be extended with his own chakra. Kisame would later fall for the same trick. If he hadn't reacted quickly, it wouldn't have just been a slash across his face, his entire head would have been lopped off. But how could Kisame, a master swordsman himself, not know about chakra metal? There was only one reason: an ordinary person's sword would only contain a small amount of chakra metal, unlike the extravagant Asuma. Because chakra metal was expensive. Exceptionally expensive. Moreover, making a weapon entirely out of chakra metal wasn't necessarily a good thing. The metal, much like gold, was an excellent conductor but was also relatively soft. For Asuma's weapons to be made of 80% chakra metal, they must have been forged by a master smith. Though Asuma appeared enraged, his combat instincts remained sharp. Without using his own trump cards, it wouldn't be so easy for Nagi to take down a jonin. Wolf chakra consecutive slashes. The blades on Asuma's knives suddenly elongated, and he launched a rapid, ferocious assault, forcing Uchiha Nagi to take a few steps back. Anko! Asuma suddenly shouted. Anko Mitarashi instantly understood. Asuma's seemingly irrational choice to engage in close combat, playing to his opponent's strength, was actually a ploy to create an opportunity. By forcing Nagi back, he was giving Anko a chance to rescue Kurenai. Got it. Anko quickly leaped to Kurenai's side, scooped up her limp body, and jumped away. Kurenai, are you alright? Anko asked with concern. I'm fine. He used a sealing jutsu to seal my chakra, so I can't muster any strength. Don't worry about me, go help Asuma. A blush still lingered on Kurenai's face. While it was true she was weak, part of it was due to the kiss from moments before. Okay, then be careful. Anko thought for a moment and created a shadow clone to guard Kurenai. She didn't know Fuinjutsu and couldn't break the seal. At this moment, trying to escape while carrying Kurenai would be extremely dangerous. If she left Asuma to fight alone and he died, they wouldn't be able to defeat the enemy when he inevitably caught up to them. The best course of action was to make it a 2-on-1 fight. Asuma. Multiple striking shadow snakes, Anko shouted as she leaped into the air, before she had even landed. The first part was to let Asuma know she was coming to help. The second was to tell him what jutsu she was using. Asuma understood instantly. After a few quick slashes, he dodged Anko's ninjutsu, and a dense swarm of snakes flew toward Uchiha Nagi. A perfect chance. Fire style, ash pile burning. A massive cloud of ash erupted from Asuma's mouth, half submerging the entire forest. It was clear Asuma was genuinely furious. He had poured the maximum amount of chakra into this technique, unleashing it at full power. With a sharp click of Asuma's teeth, the cloud of ash, which had been like a thick smog just a moment ago, ignited from a single spark, burning like a gas leak. This ninjutsu spewed ash, not flames. Similar to Gamabunta's toad oil, it could burn in the air for a period of time, making it one of the more useful fire-style techniques. Is he dead? Anko asked, landing beside Asuma. Probably not. Be careful, Asuma had just started to speak when he felt the ground tremble. A tidal wave of a jutsu came roaring toward them. A vast amount of water vapor condensed, and even before it took shape, they could feel it was a large-scale water-style ninjutsu. Water-style, exploding water colliding wave. This was Kisame's favorite jutsu, often jokingly called a map wiper. In reality, that's what it was. It could alter the terrain. An A-rank water-style ninjutsu, when used in a place with abundant moisture like the Land of Fire, was indescribably powerful. Asuma's fire jutsu was instantly extinguished by the flood, which transformed the area into a vast ocean. Anko's shadow clone held onto Kurenai, leaping rapidly through the trees. The floodwaters were ferocious, uprooting even century-old trees. Carrying a dense mixture of rocks, mud, and trees, it became a devastating tsunami. Asuma and Anko, being at the forefront, were the unluckiest. They were tossed about by the tsunami-like flood, completely disoriented. Fortunately, as ninja, they could walk on water. They finally found an opportunity to leap out of the water and land on a relatively tall tree. Uchiha Nagi stood on the surface of the water and mused, it's good to have a lot of mana. With a lot of mana, you can be willful. No wonder Kisame always started his fights by wiping the map. It was so different from Itachi, who always used shuriken or genjutsu. His strength was undeniable, but he lacked a certain flair. He chuckled as he looked at the few large trees that had survived the tsunami in the distance, now crowded with people. The two Umbu teams sent by the third Hokage had just been secretly planning their tactics, intending to use something like the shadow imitation technique or the mind transfer jutsu for a one-hit kill. They never expected their opponent to be so unsportsmanlike and just use an ultimate move right off the bat. A single map-wiping jutsu, and the entire forest was gone, replaced by a vast lake. Hidden in the trees, they were forced out into the open, right in front of Uchiha Nagi. A bunch of pebbles, Uchiha Nagi scoffed. When I get back and study that white setsu I caught, my chakra reserves will multiply several times over. Then I'll hit them with an ocean release. I won't even bother with water style anymore. It was just like when Madara made his entrance. A B-rank jutsu, backed by his massive chakra reserves, had the power of an S-rank fire-style jutsu. 100 water-style users had barely been able to block it. Reinforcements. Did the old men send you? Asuma was overjoyed. With so many ninja supporting them, he immediately felt much more secure. A ninja squad of nearly 20 people had come to the rescue. This should have been a huge advantage. Unfortunately, they didn't know that once an opponent crossed into the Kage level, numbers became meaningless. It was just like with Minato Namikaze, who could wipe out dozens of ninja on a battlefield with a single flying thunder god. A person wearing a cat mask, looking at the now calm floodwaters, leaped onto the surface of the water. We've been exposed. Everyone, prepare for a frontal assault. Sir. Plus. Sir. Plus. Uchiha Nagi looked at this group of the third Hokage's lapdogs and felt an overwhelming sense of disgust, an indescribable hatred welling up from the bottom of his heart. The Umbu were like an army, all that was required was to unconditionally obey the Hokage, just like Root. But the more it was like this, the more he loathed the third Hokage. A bunch of pebbles, and you want to dance. Uchiha Nagi let out a savage grin. He threw a few kunai, and then his hands began to fly through a series of seals. Multiple shuriken shadow clone jutsu. Watch out. The enemy is attacking. The Umbu squad leader hadn't even finished his sentence when he saw an unbelievable sight. A few kunai instantly multiplied into hundreds, then the hundreds into thousands, then tens of thousands. It instantly became a metal storm, hurtling toward them. This was the shuriken multiple shadow clone jutsu that Minato had used in the Lost Tower. It was hard to say whether he had surpassed his predecessors or if the third Hokage was just too weak. His shuriken clone jutsu was a Gatling gun-like tempest that could even shatter giant puppets. The third's version, on the other hand. Water style, water prison jutsu. Water style, water formation wall. Several Umbu ninja quickly cast defensive jutsu, trying to block the attack. However, it was useless. The dense metal storm quickly tore through their defenses. Against a storm of this magnitude, even the body flicker technique was useless for escape. Arg. A series of screams rang out, cut short as they were turned into minced meat. Arg. The Umbu squads, annihilated. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, The Great Battle Against the Eight Gates. The floodwaters caused by the exploding water colliding wave were slowly receding. The geography of the Land of Fire wasn't made up of uneven basins, so the water flowed away in all directions. Soon, the flood subsided, but the surrounding forest that had been washed away would not grow back. The scene had been transformed into a flat plain, with water still reaching past their knees. But the Umbu squads had been annihilated. A team of nearly 20 people had been all but wiped out in a single move. 2 or 3 of them, likely Jonin or just lucky, were still alive. Kurenai Yuhi and Anko Mitarashi were also alive. Uchiha Nagi, remembering the tenderness of that kiss, had shown them mercy. Asuma had not been so fortunate. With great difficulty, Asuma pushed aside a large rock and rose from the muddy water, his entire body covered in blood. The fact that he had survived 2 of Uchiha Nagi's map-wiping attacks wasn't due to Nagi holding back, but to his own incredible luck. Even so, he was severely injured. Satisfying, Uchiha Nagi sighed. He felt much better now, having collected a hefty sum of interest from the third Hokage. Much of the resentment from being hunted and oppressed in the past had been vented. Still not dead, Asuma. Don't worry, you can rest in peace. I'll take good care of Kurenai for you. Uchiha Nagi let out a savage grin and threw a kunai toward the heavily injured Asuma. Just as Anko cried out in alarm and Asuma was about to die with regret, 2 figures appeared. Swoosh. Ah, sorry we're late. Are you all right? Haha. Kakashi, I win this time. 2 figures stood before Uchiha Nagi, one in front of the other. Guy had knocked away Nagi's kunai, saving Asuma. The other, with white hair, a half-mask, a lazy disposition, and his trademark dead fish eyes, was of course Kakashi Hatake, the man who could fight anyone to a standstill, from a genin to a god. You are. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Kakashi, is he your brother? Guy looked from Uchiha Nagi to Kakashi. They looked identical, except one wasn't wearing a Konoha forehead protector. I don't have any brothers. Who are you? Kakashi first answered Guy, then turned to Uchiha Nagi and asked. Uchiha Nagi's eyes narrowed and a smile played on his lips. Anyone who knew him would know that he was up to no good. Ah, Kakashi. I am your half-brother, Hatake 50-50. Kakashi's dead fish eyes rolled so hard they nearly fell out of his head. But Guy actually believed him. So that's it. No wonder you felt so familiar. You're Kakashi's brother. Kurenai opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but then the conversation she'd had with Nagi flashed through her mind. The third Hokage was the one who destroyed the Uchiha clan, he was just a victim who was persecuted and forced to flee the village. Don't take him seriously. He has a Sharingan. Right now, there are only 3 people with the Sharingan. Kakashi was an intelligence expert. Before Kurenai could even decide whether to speak, he had already stated his analysis. It doesn't matter, Kakashi. After we take him down, we can just interrogate him. It doesn't matter if he's your brother or not, he's still going to lose to us. Guy said, flashing a confident grin with 8 perfectly white teeth. I'm afraid taking him down won't be so easy. Kakashi glanced at the bodies scattered around them. A dozen or so Umbu. While not all of them would have been Jonin, one had to be at least Chunin level to join. I'll take the lead, you provide support. I'm going in. Guy took out his nunchaku, and with an explosive burst of sound, he shot toward Uchiha Nagi. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, planning something. Guy, is it? Uchiha Nagi smiled. He hadn't expected his first real opponent here to be Guy. That's right. Before this, the Root Squad, Shikaku, Tsunade, Orochimaru, none of them had given him a truly satisfying fight. Ultimately, it was because none of them were pure taijutsu duels. Only Guy, who had chakra but was so heavily specialized that he couldn't use ninjutsu, could be considered a true warrior. When fighting Guy, you didn't have to worry that the ultimate move you unleashed would hit a shadow clone or an earth clone, because he couldn't use them. Guy charged forward, leading with a leaf whirlwind kick. Leaf whirlwind. Uchiha Nagi met him with his Nichiren blade. First form, water surface slice. Clang. The sound of metal on metal rang out. HM. His blade hadn't cut Guy's leg in two. Uchiha Nagi focused his gaze. The outer pants had been torn, and he could faintly see iron weights strapped underneath. No wonder. This guy was using weighted iron blocks, sealed with fuinjutsu. They probably weighed several hundred kilograms. Besides being used for training, these heavy weights could also serve as defense. But the force of Guy's kick was so great that Nagi couldn't control his own momentum and was sent flying backward. This guy's strength was immense. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. Your strength is still far less than the monstrous strength fist, but for someone without a Kekkeigenkai to reach this level through hard work is truly impressive. Uchiha Nagi laughed wildly, licking the blood from the web of his hand. He had just taken one of Guy's whip kicks, and the force had sent a jarring pain up his arm, nearly making him drop his sword. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger was bleeding. Against this savage blue beast of taijutsu, he absolutely could not take his attacks head-on. If he opened the seventh gate, he could probably even kill the fourth Raikage. You flatter me. I am Konoha's sublime green beast of prey, might Guy. Guy flashed his brilliantly white teeth, knowing that their first exchange had just been a test of each other's strength. The highest good is like water. Water is yielding, yet it can overcome the hard and strong. Without a second thought, the best course of action was to use the all-purpose water breathing. As for Kakashi on the sidelines, he seemed to have completely ignored him. Boom. Guy charged forward again. This time, Uchiha Nagi didn't hold back either. Water breathing first form, second form, third form. The two were locked in a fierce battle. Every one of Guy's strikes was deflected by Nagi's water breathing, which redirected the force and used it to counterattack. This frustrated Guy. He had never met anyone who could counter his taijutsu with swordsmanship. After the death of Konoha's White Fang, Kakashi's father, the only other person in the village who could be called a taijutsu master was Tsunade. But Tsunade's strength lay in the terrifying power of her monstrous strength fist. In terms of taijutsu technique, Guy was far superior. As Uchiha Nagi executed the 10th form of water breathing, Constant Flux, his 3-tomo Sharingan quickly glanced at Guy. At that moment, the 3 tomos silently merged, forming his Mangekyo. Perhaps it was unintentional, or perhaps it was deliberate, but Nagi intentionally left an opening, letting Guy meet his gaze for just a moment. Guy's body faltered, and his mind was pulled into the world of genjutsu. Uchiha Nagi showed no mercy just because he admired this supporting character in his past life. His blade slashed directly toward Guy's neck. Just as Guy was about to be decapitated, a white-haired man appeared between them, blocking the blade with a ninjutsu. ZZZZZZZZT. Uchiha Nagi's sword collided with a hand crackling with lightning. Guy. Wake up. Kakashi shouted, blocking Nagi's fatal blow with a chidori. With his other hand, he grabbed Guy, injecting his own chakra into him, and quickly pulled away from Nagi. His opponent's genjutsu was too powerful. Yo. Thanks, my eternal rival. I almost died there. His eyes are even stronger than your Sharingan. Don't look at them. Now fully awake, Guy broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't yet have the skills he would later use against Itachi. Though he had consciously tried to avoid looking at the Sharingan, he had accidentally glanced at it for just a moment, and it had nearly cost him his life. Guy, when you fight him, don't look at his eyes, Kakashi said, having already closed his own left eye and activated the 3-tomo Sharingan in his right. When fighting a master swordsman, even a single second of being caught in a genjutsu could be fatal. Don't worry, my eternal rival. As long as the chakra in my body is not stable, genjutsu has no effect on me. Leave it to me. Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up. At some point, he had already removed his leg weights. Are you going to? That's right. First gate, gate of opening, open. The veins on Guy's face bulged. Second gate, gate of healing, open. A violent surge of chakra began to increase unreasonably. Third gate, gate of life, open. Fourth gate, gate of pain, open. Fifth gate, gate of limit, open. After opening the fifth gate, the aura around Guy rose to an indescribable level. A ferocious torrent of chakra erupted from him, enough to rival several Kakashis. Uchiha Nagi watched with excitement, his Sharingan spinning wildly. He knew that even if he copied the 8 gates, he wouldn't be able to win by using it himself. But what he wanted to copy wasn't the 8 gates technique itself, but Guy's combat skills. Just like how Sasuke had copied Rock Lee's taijutsu to create his lion combo. Chapter 134, 7th Gate, Open. Where'd he go? The 8 gates. If 2 people both open 7 gates, who wins? First, one must understand the nature of this technique. It unlocks the body's self-imposed limitations, which act as locks to protect the body itself. Once these protective locks are removed, the body can sustain injuries without even realizing it. It's like the story of a grandmother who, seeing her grandchild trapped under a car, taps into her latent potential and lifts the vehicle to save the child. But shortly after, the grandmother dies. In the act of lifting the car, her muscles, blood vessels, nerves, and bones have all sustained severe, unbearable damage. The 8 gates technique is the same. The only way to mitigate this damage is to train one's body, from the inside out and the outside in. From the nerves and blood vessels to the bones and muscles, not a single part can be neglected. When Rock Lee opened the 4th gate, it was because he couldn't feel his body's injuries that bone fragments chipped off and fell into his nerves, nearly crippling him. Only by training one's physical strength to the absolute extreme, like Guy, can one ensure their body can withstand the strain after opening the gates. In truth, the person best suited to learn the 8 gates was undoubtedly Tsunade. With the powerful body of the Senju clan, the results of her opening the 8 gates would be terrifying. But as the princess of Konoha, how could she possibly learn such a self-destructive jutsu? Uchiha Nagi was also self-aware. Even if he trained his body to the point where he could open the 7th gate and fight Guy, his physical strength would still be far inferior. It would be a case of picking up the sesame seed and losing the watermelon. So, of course, the best path was to copy all ninjutsu and improve his overall comprehensive strength. Besides, when a person has learned many things, how do they integrate them into their own power? The answer, of course, is real combat. Using the most intense battles to forge all that one has learned, until it truly becomes a part of one's own strength. Destructive Death, Leg Style, Swarm of Flashing Lights. Facing Guy's Leaf Whirlwind after he had opened the gates, Uchiha Nagi unleashed a technique from another person, a man so obsessed with martial arts that he never forgot his true purpose, even after becoming a demon. He used Akaza's Destructive Death. Boom. The experienced Guy did not choose to meet the attack head-on, instead dodging it. Seeing the cracks that appeared in the earth, Guy also grew excited. He had always preferred taijutsu duels, he was not a fan of ninjutsu. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Destructive Death, Air Type. The two traded blows, one after another. When taijutsu reached a certain level, it was no less powerful than ninjutsu. The others around them had already reached a point where they could no longer intervene. Primary Lotus. In midair, Guy used his special bandages, intending to bind Uchiha Nagi and unleash a major technique. In your dreams. Destructive Death, Leg Style, Flying Planet Thousand Wheels. This was a special leg-based taijutsu from Akaza's martial arts. This move successfully interrupted Guy's primary lotus. However, after repelling Guy, as Uchiha Nagi landed, he was met with a sneaky move from the opportunist, Kakashi. Earth Style, Headhunter Jutsu. A pair of hands shot out from the soil, grabbing his legs. At the same time, the surrounding earth became infused with chakra, holding him firmly in place. But this was not enough to stop Uchiha Nagi. Destructive Death, Crush Type, 10,000 Leaves Flashing Willow. Kakashi, hidden underground, was struck directly by this move. But he didn't die. Instead, his body dispersed into a flash of blinding lightning. It was a lightning clone. Kakashi, you old sneak. Uchiha Nagi grit his teeth. The paralysis from the exploding lightning clone was the most dangerous part. For a moment, a part of his body was struck by lightning and went numb. And above him, Guy was already charging down. 6th Gate, Gate of View. Open. Faced with the menacing Guy, who was coming down with a powerful punch, Nagi, with half his body paralyzed by lightning, couldn't use his breathing style. His only option was to use his other exclusive defense, the Susanoo. Boom. Guy, veins bulging on his forehead and his face contorted in a ferocious expression, was surprised to find that his punch had been blocked by a thin chakra shield. He looked closer and saw it was a half-skeletal chakra construct. Boom, boom, boom. After a few more punches, the Susanoo groaned under the strain. Cracks appeared, but it still didn't shatter. Uchiha Nagi wasn't one to just stand there and take a beating without fighting back. The Susanoo's skeletal hand immediately shot a punch toward Guy. Guy did a backflip to dodge, only to be slapped hard by the other hand and sent flying. Guy, with the 8 gates open, not only had his chakra massively amplified, but his defense also seemed to have been greatly enhanced by the increased chakra. He wasn't sent flying with broken bones from that single slap. It seems I have no choice but to use that technique. Might Guy crouched, sinking low, then leaped high into the air, roaring. Morning Peacock. Inside the Susanoo, Uchiha Nagi, having had this brief rest, had already shaken off the discomfort from the lightning. At least the paralysis wasn't as strong as before. Faced with the impending ultimate move, Uchiha Nagi laughed maniacally. Guy. You have your morning peacock, and I have my destructive death. Today, we'll see who is superior. Destructive death, annihilation style, blue-silver chaotic afterglow. Countless fists from Might Guy's high-speed punches created friction with the oxygen in the air, igniting it and forming a barrage of flaming air cannons that shot toward Uchiha Nagi. Not to be outdone, Nagi unleashed his own attack. Destructive death, annihilation style, was the strongest technique in Akaza's martial arts, a form he achieved in a state of death, breaking through his limits after being decapitated. He might not be as powerful as Guy with the 8 gates open, but a technique realized in a state of death was in no way inferior to Morning Peacock in terms of sheer concept. One was a technique realized by pushing the body to its absolute limit. The other was a technique realized by a martial artist in a state of death. If you ignored the amount of chakra put into them and looked only at the level of mastery, it was obvious which was superior. Uchiha Nagi fired hundreds of projectiles in all directions in an instant, their speed and power immense. Guy's Morning Peacock collided head-on with the annihilation style, creating an unprecedentedly massive explosion. Kakashi, hiding in the shadows like the opportunist he was, had no choice but to quickly retreat with Anko and the others. At this level of combat, a Jonin couldn't even get close. And just now, Kakashi had poured a huge amount of chakra into his lightning clone in order to paralyze Uchiha Nagi. This is completely a Kage-level battle. Even if Lord Third were here, this would be about the extent of it. Kakashi muttered to himself. With only the chakra reserves of a Jonin, he had to be meticulous in his battles. There was no way he could get involved in the fight between these two monsters. His eternal rival, Might Guy, who was supposed to be at a similar power level, had opened a few more gates, and his chakra had soared to the Kage level. Boom. The ground had already been reshaped by Uchiha Nagi's exploding water-colliding wave. Now, it was being battered by the sublime green beast. The two of them, as if chakra was free, were firing hundreds of air cannons. The two techniques were essentially very similar, both using martial arts to strike the air and create high-pressure blasts to bombard the enemy. However, when their chakra levels were similar, the destructive death, annihilation style, being one step higher in terms of mastery, was clearly more powerful. After the dust settled, the sublime green beast, Might Guy, was panting heavily, but his face was filled with excitement. The result of this clash was a stalemate. Uchiha Nagi was also drenched in sweat. His chakra reserves were indeed large, but at best, they were on the same level as the third Hokage's. This Guy, after opening the gates, was even stronger than a Kage. From his two battles against Kisame, the men known as the tailed beast without a tail, one could conclude that Guy, after opening the 6th and 7th gates, had chakra levels approaching Kisame's. This meant that Guy, at this point, had chakra reserves on par with a tailed beast. Might Guy's battles with Kisame were always map wipers, changing the terrain. The scale of these battles was comparable to the destruction caused by a tailed beast. How many people could do that? This was no longer something that could be achieved with just high-level taijutsu. It also required a massive amount of chakra. And concluding from his final battle, where he opened the gate of death and nearly killed the Sage of Six Paths Madara, it could be inferred that once Guy opened the 6th gate or higher, his chakra was at a tailed beast level. Of course, Naruto was only 8 years old now. There were still several years until the grand finale where he would get married at 16. Guy had not yet reached his peak, but he was close. At the very least, opening the 7th gate and killing a tailed beast wouldn't be a problem. I remember now. You're Uchiha Nagi. You were in the class next to mine at the academy, right? A year younger than little Kakashi, Guy said, a look of sudden realization on his face. Hey, you're only just remembering now. Your face blindness is a bit severe, Uchiha Nagi said with a chuckle. After fighting for so long, you only just recognized me. You truly are the men who drove Kisame to despair. I never thought that after becoming a rogue ninja, you would become so strong. Opening the 6th gate is no longer enough to defeat you. Might Guy glanced at the dead Umbu squad members. If his opponent hadn't harmed Konoha's people, maybe he would have shown some mercy. But he had killed so many Umbu ninja. Now, he was an enemy. There was no need to hesitate. 7th gate, Gate of Wonder, open. After opening another gate, Might Guy's chakra, instead of decreasing, multiplied several times over. His aura and strength reached an unparalleled level. Uchiha Nagi smiled. After such a great battle, his own chakra was nearly depleted. To continue fighting Guy, he would have to activate the Ein seal on his forehead and tap into his stored energy. But pure, harmless energy like the Ryumayaku's wasn't easy to find. And there was another important point: Guy's physical toughness was many times greater than his own. He wasn't a taijutsu specialist. Although his physical condition had been rapidly enhanced by practicing breathing styles and transplanting white Setsu cells, it was still far from the toughness of Guy or Tsunade. He had just used destructive death, annihilation style once, and the muscles, bones, and blood vessels inside his body had already sustained serious damage. If he continued to fight Guy with taijutsu, would he end up like the next Rock Lee? Uchiha Nagi smiled mysteriously and formed a hand seal. Ninja art, hidden mist jutsu. A dense fog, containing a small amount of chakra, quickly appeared. Guy frowned. What's the point of this jutsu? He threw a few air cannon punches, and the mist immediately dispersed. The mist was scattered by Guy in less than 3 seconds. Before it could reform, Might Guy was dumbfounded. Huh. Where'd he go? Uchiha Nagi was gone. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, a head worth 20 million in interest. Huh. Where'd he go? Might Guy, with the 7th gate open, had his senses pushed to their absolute limit: his speed, strength, agility, durability, and hearing. The 8 gates was a ninjutsu that unlocked the body's self-imposed limitations. Releasing these locks didn't just increase one's chakra, it enhanced every aspect of the body, including sight, smell, and hearing. No body flicker technique could be faster than him. It was impossible for someone to escape from right under his nose. But now, where was he? Might Guy was completely baffled. He threw a few more punches at the spot where Uchiha Nagi had just been, plowing the earth into a flower-like pattern, but there was no sign of him. Then, like a bolt of lightning, he zipped around the surrounding area, but still saw nothing. Finally, he had no choice but to land helplessly beside Kakashi. Ah, Kakashi, did you see where he went? It seems like he escaped. Guy said, scratching his head in frustration. Ah, it's not seems like. He definitely escaped, Kakashi said, hopping over to where Uchiha Nagi had disappeared. He crouched down, frowning as he carefully examined the ground. As Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja who had mastered all 5 nature transformations and was said to have copied over 1,000 jutsu, he made a quick assessment after a thorough inspection. Guy, there's no residual chakra in the soil. He didn't escape using an earth-style jutsu. And I had my 3-tomo Sharingan active. No matter how fast his body flicker is, it's impossible for him to vanish without leaving even a single afterimage for my dynamic vision. So. Guy scratched his head, his time with the 8 gates limited. Just get to the point, Kakashi, he said impatiently. Kakashi sighed. Close the 8 gates. He's really gone. Might Guy trusted Kakashi completely. He immediately closed the 7th gate, and a wave of emptiness instantly washed over his body. Of course, the side effects would kick in a little later. But how? I didn't see anything. It doesn't make sense, I had the 7th gate open. Kakashi looked up grimly toward the Hokage rock. The massive mountain had the faces carved into it, and now that the battlefield had been leveled and the primeval trees were gone, they could faintly see the stone faces from here. If I'm not mistaken, he escaped using a space-time ninjutsu. Space-time ninjutsu? Isn't that the Flying Thunder God, a technique only the 2nd and 4th Hokage could use? Guy asked, confused. Yes. The Flying Thunder God technique requires immense talent. Besides my teacher, no one in Konoha's history has ever been able to learn it. Even my teacher's personal guard, 3 of them working together, could only learn a fraction of it, Kakashi said, looking helplessly at his teacher's face on the mountain. If he truly hates Konoha, then the village is in trouble. An image of the yellow flash at his most powerful flashed through Kakashi's mind. In that battle, dozens of enemy ninja, from Jonin to Genin, had their throats slit by his teacher in an instant. Faced with such a terrifying opponent, whose speed was so extreme he could appear and disappear without a trace, the ninja world later adopted a rule: if you encounter the yellow flash, you can flee immediately and abandon the mission without punishment. He had single-handedly held back the vanguard of the Land of Lightning's army, which had been eager to make a move at the time, facing a young 4th Raikage and the Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. The 2 top-tier, Kage-level combatants of the Land of Lightning were so stunned by Minato Namikaze's speed that they sullenly returned to report the situation. After much deliberation, the Land of Lightning abandoned their invasion. But unlike a village, Uchiha Nagi was a lone wolf. If a person with such a space-time ninjutsu were to go on a rampage, attacking Konoha every few days, it would be a true nightmare. Let's head back for now and report the situation to Lord Hokage, Kakashi said, turning to regroup with Anko and the others and return to Konoha. Kakashi. Huh. Kakashi turned to see his eternal rival, Might Guy, lying on the ground like a limp octopus, his eyes welling up with tears. Realizing the side effects of the 8 gates had kicked in, Kakashi sighed, went over, and hoisted Guy onto his back. He then leaped over to Asuma and Anko. Oh, easy, Kakashi. It hurts. Be gentle. Kakashi approached Asuma and Kurenai. Is everyone alright? Let's go back and report to Lord Third together. While they were still fighting, Anko Mitarashi had given Asuma some simple first aid. The surviving members of the Umbu squads, dead or disabled, were gathering the bodies of their own comrades. Asuma nodded. I'm fine. Just some superficial wounds. The group looked at the transformed landscape, ravaged by the map-wiping jutsu, then at the dead fish-like Might Guy limp on Kakashi's back. They were all completely shocked. This was the first time they, as former classmates, had truly seen the power of Guy, the dead last, from their school days. He was terrifyingly strong now. Even more terrifying was the Uchiha who had escaped after the massacre, Uchiha Nagi. He had also been their classmate, though not in the same class. The Ninja Academy in Konoha had elite classes and regular classes. The elite classes were filled with the children of the major ninja clans, as well as exceptionally talented kids like Kakashi and Guy. Don't be fooled by Guy's dead last reputation. His performance had been noticed by the higher-ups long ago, and he had been labeled as elite class material. It was just like how the third Hokage had taken the dead last Jiraiya as his student. The strong have a keen eye for talent. But when they were young, their lack of experience made them see their peers as if through a fog. Uchiha Nagi, with his adult mindset, had always maintained a lukewarm performance. Besides his looks, he had never really stood out at the academy. He was just one of the crowd, until the time of the massacre, when the Hokage announced the 2 rogue ninja, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Nagi. Only then did people remember him. I can't believe it. That quiet Uchiha Nagi from back then, after awakening his Sharingan, he became this strong, Asuma lamented. Well, it is the eye that, according to legend, only Uchiha Madara possessed, Kakashi said, touching his own 3-tomo Sharingan. The gap seemed a bit large. Kurenai was being supported by Anko. Her Fuinjutsu seal was still in place, and without the use of her chakra, she couldn't leap through the trees. When they were about halfway back, several kunai suddenly shot toward them. Kakashi, carrying Guy, reacted instantly and leaped away. Anko, carrying Kurenai, also dodged. Only the injured Asuma's reaction was a half-second too slow. Pfft. Asuma's eyes widened in disbelief. A blade had pierced through his chest from behind. An enemy had struck him from behind, the sword running him through the heart. Asuma. Plus. Asuma. Plus. Kakashi's face darkened. He immediately locked onto the few ordinary-looking kunai. It's the Flying Thunder God technique, he said grimly. Those kunai are marked with the formula. Everyone, be careful. Uchiha Nagi looked at the 4 of them. 2 were still combat-ready, but they were carrying 2 who weren't. If he wanted to, he could kill all 4 of them right now. However, Might Guy, enduring the intense pain, had already gotten off Kakashi's back. He was looking at him with a heavy expression, ready to open the gate of death and fight to the bitter end if things went south. I'm just here to collect a little interest. Asuma's head is mine. Tell Hiruzen Sarutobi that this bit of interest is nowhere near enough to compensate for the lives of the 1,000+ members of the Uchiha clan. 20 million ryo worth of interest. After speaking, Uchiha Nagi smiled and looked at Anko Mitarashi and Kurenai Yuhi. Anko Mitarashi was startled, and before she could react, she felt a massive force smack her on the rear. Her body couldn't withstand the force, and Anko was sent flying more than 10 meters. Kurenai, on the other hand, once again stared with wide, disbelieving eyes. MMPH, MMPH. After a brief 3 seconds, Uchiha Nagi released Kurenai. He flashed a row of perfectly white teeth and grinned. The first time I kissed you, it was sweet. The second time, it was salty. I hope you'll have a different flavor next time. Salty, of course, because Kurenai had bitten him, drawing blood. And there were also her tears. Swoosh. Uchiha Nagi vanished again. Along with him, Asuma's body was gone. Asuma, with a sword through his heart, was definitely dead. That bastard. He dared to hit my butt. Anko, furious, rushed over only to find her 3 companions looking on grimly. At the same time, she realized, Asuma was dead. Not only was he dead, but his body had been taken by the enemy. Damn that Flying Thunder God technique. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Kakashi, I've got a line of Hokage backing me up. Honored customer, please count your money. A middle-aged man with a fearful expression carefully handed 2 large chests of money to Uchiha Nagi. And for good reason. This person was clearly a madman, having killed the Hokage's son and then brought the body here to the black market to exchange for cash. Every country had bounties on the heads of high-ranking officials from other ninja villages, such as the Hokage himself. But no one ever actually acted on them, because doing so would mean being hunted by the entire land of fire. The Hokage's son was likely no different. To kill the son of a village's Kage, it would be strange if they didn't hate you to death. The entire village's ninja force was probably out searching for the killer right now. The black market had its own methods for verifying authenticity. After Uchiha Nagi handed over Asuma's body, they used a mysterious summoning scroll, took a bit of Asuma's blood, some hair, a fingernail, a small piece of skin and flesh, and even drew a tiny bit of bone marrow. Then, using a summoning jutsu, they sent it to an unknown location. After a while, it seemed the identity was confirmed, and 2 chests of money were sent back via another summoning jutsu. After collecting the money, Uchiha Nagi left the stinking place with great satisfaction. He didn't know why black markets always seemed to be set up next to latrines. To cover the smell of rotting corpses. It didn't make sense. You could just put them in a storage scroll, or use various sealing jutsu for preservation. There were plenty of ways to mask the smell. In the ninja world, scent was often a key factor in tracking and finding enemies. Countless enemies had developed countermeasures against the keen noses of the Inuzuka clan, various scent-masking drugs that could fool even a dog's nose, let alone a human's. But Uchiha Nagi didn't care. As long as he got the money, that was all that mattered. He left with a heart full of joy. As for what would happen without Asuma, how Kurenai's child would be born in the Boruto timeline. That had nothing to do with him. Perhaps without this ill-fated romance, Kurenai's future life would be happier. Worst-case scenario, he'd just have to work a little harder to fix the timeline and father the child in Asuma's place. It seemed his great battle had drawn the attention of all of Konoha's Umbu. Kimimaro had successfully reached the land of iron without sending any distress signals. Uchiha Nagi now planned to go and meet up with him. During his fight with Guy, he had suddenly remembered something called the 7 Heavens breathing method. It seemed to be comparable to the 8 gates. In the original story, its user had fought against Rock Lee, who had opened the 4th gate. Unfortunately, the user was seriously injured, so the true value of this breathing method was never demonstrated. But as a breathing technique for taijutsu, its value was likely very high. However, the 7 Heavens breathing method was in the land of wind. He would deal with that later. Biting off more than he could chew was a bad idea, and he had already learned too many things. I have plenty of taijutsu techniques, but my physical strength needs to be improved. Otherwise, I can't use destructive death or the 8 gates. No, wait, I can't open the 8 gates at all. Uchiha Nagi felt a wave of helplessness. The 8 gates was a very special technique, it wasn't something you could open just by being physically strong. Otherwise, Tsunade, with the powerful body of the Senju clan, her massive chakra reserves, and being a medical ninja, could have opened them with ease. But in reality, Tsunade, the medical ninja who understood the human body best, had never opened a single gate. Because to open the 8 gates at will, one had to train to the absolute limit in their daily life, pushing their body past every ounce of exhaustion, breaking through their physical locks. There was a scene where Guy was training with Rock Lee. They had both passed out, but their bodies were still moving forward subconsciously. Regardless of whether one's body was strong or weak, to open the gates at will, one had to undergo Guy's kind of masochistic training to succeed. Uchiha Nagi felt helpless against this extremely self-torturous technique. He knew too many things and was destined to not be able to focus solely on the 8 gates. He could only practice opening the first 3 or 4 gates, and that would be enough. Destructive death and the breathing styles were more suitable for him. As long as his physical strength reached Tsunade's level, he could use them. Uchiha Nagi looked in the direction of the land of lightning. Before returning to the Demon Slayer world, he might need a more efficient body strengthening technique. Asuma is dead. I see. You are all dismissed. Let me be alone for a moment. The 3rd Hokage waved his hand wearily. The thing he had feared had finally happened. His eldest son had died young, leaving behind a child. His younger son, Asuma, had always been willful. He had finally matured a bit after returning from his time with the daimyo, only to meet with a sudden, tragic end. After Kakashi and the others had left, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly burst into tears, slumping into his chair in despair. To lose a child in one's old age was not something anyone could easily accept, especially when it was his last son. Hiruzen, those 4 are definitely suspicious. Let me take them to Root for interrogation. Why else would that Uchiha Nagi kill no one but Asuma? And that Kurenai Yuhi is also suspicious. She was captured for a day and a night, and nothing happened to her. From a dark corner, the king of scapegoats, Danzo, slowly emerged. He had known as soon as the 2 Umbu squads were dispatched to follow Asuma after Kurenai was captured. He had many spies planted in the Umbu, and Root itself was already monitoring Konoha. On the surface, he was expressing outrage for his dear friend, but inwardly, Danzo was ecstatic. Let's see if you old bastard, will finally retire after taking such a big hit. He'd been clinging to the Hokage position for so many years, refusing to step down. Danzo had cursed the third Hokage countless times behind his back, wishing for his early demise. Regrettably, the third was incredibly resilient. Enough, Danzo. Kakashi and his team are not the problem. The fathers of both Kakashi and Guy died for Konoha. Their roots are clean. There's absolutely no problem with them. The third Hokage's meaning was clear. Their fathers died for the village. If you go after their sons, what will the rest of the village think? If you die for the village and can't even protect your own son, who will be willing to sacrifice their life for Konoha in the future? As for Anko, she was Orochimaru's student. Although Orochimaru had defected, he hadn't done anything outrageous to Konoha over the years. In fact, he had secretly cooperated with Danzo, so everyone turned a blind eye. Hiruzen Sarutobi just treated him like his other two students who had run away from home. So, naturally, he couldn't harm his grand student, Anko. Kakashi was also his grand student. Then, there shouldn't be a problem with Root taking that Kurenai Yuhi in for questioning, right? For her to be with a rogue ninja for a day and a night and come out unscathed is definitely suspicious. Uchiha Nagi might have even placed a suggestion on her with his Mangekyo Sharingan. We need to check her immediately, Danzo said. The third Hokage hesitated for a moment, not speaking. He silently took out his pipe, lit it, and began to smoke. Danzo smiled with satisfaction. He knew this meant agreement. After leaving the office, Danzo wore a look of pure delight. His decision to conceal the information that Uchiha Nagi possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan had finally paid off. He had managed to get one over on the third Hokage, costing him a son. It was worth it. Hypocritical old fox. Danzo walked away, muttering curses. He had a reason for calling the third Hokage a hypocrite. Hiruzen Sarutobi, at this moment, harbored an immense hatred for Kurenai Yuhi for causing his son's death, but he didn't dare say it out loud, instead using Danzo's hand to do his dirty work. But Danzo didn't care. He had taken the blame so many times over the years, one more or less didn't matter. Besides, Kurenai Yuhi was an orphan, not a member of any major or minor ninja clan. So what if she was wrongly arrested? Who would stand up for her? In Konoha's Sealing Core building, Kurenai Yuhi and Anko Mitarashi were both present. Kurenai was there to have the sealing jutsu on her body removed. Anko, on the other hand. Uchiha Nagi had placed a Flying Thunder God formula on her behind. It was the level 2 version, which was how he had been able to track them so stealthily and then teleport behind her at the last moment to give her that second slap. The level 2 Flying Thunder God formula couldn't be removed by half measures, much like the curse mark Orochimaru had left on Anko's neck. But this thing wasn't without its weaknesses. You just had to fight fire with fire. The Sealing Core placed another layer of sealing jutsu directly over the level 2 formula, locking it away. It was just like how Kakashi had sealed the curse mark on Sasuke's neck. This way, the next time Uchiha Nagi encountered Anko, he wouldn't be able to sense the formula and teleport behind her. Stop. Who are you? What do you think you're doing? Hearing a commotion outside, Anko quickly pulled up her pants and opened the door to see what was happening. She saw several people wearing masks, emanating a cold, sinister aura, about to take Kurenai away. By order of Lord Hokage, Kurenai Yuhi is suspected of colluding with the enemy. We are taking her in for questioning. If there are no problems, she will naturally be released. The few male ninja from the Sealing Core, upon hearing it was the Hokage's order, immediately fell silent. They no longer dared to try and win favor with Kurenai. Anko, however, pushed past them and stepped forward. If it's a routine interrogation, we will report to the Umbu ourselves. You don't need to come and arrest her. If it's an order from the Hokage, please show us the arrest warrant. That's right. Show us the arrest warrant. You can't take Kurenai without a document, one of the male ninja reacted, standing righteously in front of Kurenai. Yeah. Where's the written order? Show it to us. When the Umbu arrested one of their own ninja, to prevent spies from harming their own people, they needed an arrest warrant signed by the Hokage. Without the relevant document, one could refuse the order. Of course, in special circumstances, they could act without a document. This is a verbal order from Lord Hokage. Are you planning to defy it? The few root ninja were very aggressive, looking like they were ready to use force. The few male ninja who admired Kurenai hesitated again. Anko quietly pulled one of the men aside and whispered a few words to him. The men nodded, quietly stepped back, and left to get help. We wouldn't dare defy an order. But who knows if it's really from the Hokage? Maybe it's an order from Danzo, Anko said. Ordinary people wouldn't know, but Anko was well aware that Konoha had a hidden department, Root. Don't make things difficult for everyone. I'll go with you, Kurenai sighed and stepped forward. She didn't want to cause trouble for her friends. Humph, good that you know the consequences of defiance. Two of them walked up and placed a pair of chakra-sealing handcuffs on Kurenai. Just then, a lazy voice came from behind them. Which Umbu squad are you from? I was in the Umbu for so many years, how come I've never seen you before? Kakashi. Kakashi. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, The Attention of Nagato. Kakashi. Kakashi, leaning lazily against the wall, lifted his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan. Impersonating an Umbu without documents or a warrant is a serious crime, you know. Why don't we all go to the Hokage's office and verify this? At the same time, several more people emerged from behind Kakashi. They were all from the same class as Kurenai and Kakashi, High-8 Gecko, Ebisu, and others. The few Root ninja were instantly silenced. Their leader, however, still tried to use his authority to pressure them. Are you planning to defy a direct order? But this tactic had no effect on Kakashi. He was the student of the 4th Hokage, the grand student of the 3rd Hokage's student. His lineage was as pure as it got. In the same lazy tone, he replied, we wouldn't dare defy an order. However, to prevent a potential spy from escaping, I plan to personally escort Kurenai Yuhi to the Hokage's office. Is there a problem with that? Unless, you weren't planning on taking her to the Hokage's office or the Umbu headquarters. The group was, of course, left speechless. In the end, Kakashi and his classmates escorted Kurenai to the Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage looked at the Root ninja and confirmed that it had been his order. He then had the Root members remove the chakra-sealing handcuffs and let Kurenai go to the Umbu for a routine interrogation herself. This normal procedure, of course, wouldn't involve the methods used on spies, like Inoichi Yamanaka's technique of forcibly entering an enemy's mind to search for intelligence, as that would cause irreversible brain damage. At most, it would involve hypnosis or genjutsu-based interrogation. Konoha had its own set of procedures for investigating its own ninja that wouldn't harm them. But if it were an enemy, they would have no such scruples. They would dig the intelligence out of your brain even if it meant turning you into an idiot. Seeing Kurenai go to the Umbu for questioning, the 3rd Hokage sighed. No matter how much he resented this vixen for causing his son's death, he couldn't touch her for the time being. There are 3 great bonds in life. For Kunoichi, graduating with their classmates and going to war together often forges the strongest friendships. And Kurenai's peers, Kakashi, Ebisu, Might Guy, had already become the new pillars of Konoha. No matter how much he hated her, no matter how much he wanted to get rid of her, he had to consider the opinions of these ninja. After a long period of solitary reflection, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally hesitated, then made a decision. He pressed a button on his desk, and an Umbu squad leader appeared before him. Go to the black market. Bring back Asuma's body at all costs. At the same time, annihilate the place that dared to exchange Asuma for money. Bounties were usually issued by enemy nations, and these black markets were often just intermediaries who took a cut. But rats in the sewer were still just rats. Once a hidden village got angry, they could either run or be destroyed. Sir. Lord Hokage, should we send someone to hunt down Uchiha Nagi? Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Even with the burning desire for revenge for his son, he knew that right now, no one could deal with a person who had learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Find a way to get the information to Uchiha Itachi. See if he has a solution. At the same time, increase the bounty on Uchiha Nagi. Make it 100 million. Attacking the black market and then posting a bounty on that same market was a necessary evil. The black market was like the cockroaches and rats in the sewers, you could never completely get rid of them. He was the Hokage of Konoha, he couldn't bear to let the village's ninja die in vain. But the ninja world was full of desperate outlaws who valued money over their lives. Someone would always be willing to try. The ninja world had many unknown powerhouses hidden away, some in small countries, some in the underground black market. Take Kakuzu, for example. Before being invited to join the Akatsuki, he had always been the most active bounty hunter in the black market. A few days later, in the Land of Rain, Uchiha Itachi had also received the intelligence, secretly sent by the 3rd Hokage. As for the method, there were many, such as summoning jutsu. Or his crows. The summoning jutsu of the ninja world had always been a ridiculously overpowered tool, and it was tried and true for transmitting information. The Flying Thunder God technique, is it? Uchiha Itachi frowned, lost in thought. He knew a little about space-time ninjutsu. The technique wasn't without its weaknesses. As long as you knew the coordinates of the marked kunai, the jutsu wasn't unbeatable. But the difficulty wasn't in countering the Flying Thunder God, but in killing the user. If they couldn't win, they could just run. You never knew where they had hidden a Flying Thunder God kunai. In the tallest building in the Land of Rain, 2 people were discussing a problem. Nagato, this Uchiha Nagi is a survivor of the Uchiha clan, just like Itachi. He seems to have a grudge against Itachi. If we recruit him, I'm afraid he and Itachi will fight. The two cannot coexist. Conan was holding a piece of intelligence from the black market, discussing it with Nagato. Judging from the fact that Conan had prepared 600 billion explosive tags for the finale and knew the specifics of Obito's abilities, it was clear they were not without their own preparations against him. The Akatsuki was divided into two factions. One was Obito and White Zetsu. The other was Nagato and Conan. The two factions were more like collaborators than a hierarchy. Nagato wasn't confident he could take down Obito with his mysterious spacetime ninjutsu. But the adult Nagato, who had mastered the use of the Rinnegan, was someone Obito wasn't confident he could defeat either. It doesn't matter. It's fine to choose one of the two. The important thing is that this person knows spacetime ninjutsu. This will increase our strength and can be used to keep Madara in check, Nagato said, his face a mask of indifference. On the surface, Pain was the leader, but in reality, Obito was his equal. Itachi was recruited by him. Kisame was also brought in by him, defecting from Kirigakure. Even Black and White Zetsu were brought in by him when he joined the Akatsuki. You could say that half the members of the Akatsuki were recruited by Nagato and Conan, and the other half by Obito. The two sides were evenly matched. But Nagato was not afraid. His Rinnegan suppressed all who defied him. And were those S-rank rogue ninja really so obedient to Obito? No. Strength was king. In the Akatsuki, there was no loyalty, only power. Nagato used the power of his Rinnegan to command the loyalty of these S-rank rogue ninja. Conan had reminded Nagato many times to be wary of Obito. This person could not possibly be Madara, the ages didn't match up. Madara should have died of old age long ago. Although Nagato didn't seem to care, supremely confident in his Rinnegan, he wasn't completely without his guard up. This time, in order to avenge his son Asuma, the third Hokage had not only raised the bounty to 100 million ryo but had also leaked all of Uchiha Nagi's intelligence. As a result, everyone in the black market now knew that he could use the Flying Thunder God. This led to Nagato and Conan of the Akatsuki finding out as well. Conan didn't fully trust the White Zetsu that Obito had brought into the organization, so she also had her own intelligence network. Should I go? Conan asked. Kakuzu already found out about Uchiha Nagi's bounty and left a message saying he's already on his way, Nagato said with a hint of helplessness. That money-grubbing fool. Conan rolled her eyes. I'm afraid he's not going to recruit him, but to cash in his head for money. Hey, that's fine too. If he can't even beat Kakuzu, he's not worth shedding a tear over if he dies, Nagato said with a laugh. Uchiha Nagi had no idea that a man who valued money more than his own life was now heading for his head. Old sir, you can't forge a sword like this either. Honored customer, this old man is truly powerless. Please seek another craftsman. Old sir, I can add more money. In a blacksmith shop, a master smith in his 50s, with bulging muscles, was apologetically showing Uchiha Nagi the door. Customer, this isn't a matter of money. This meteorite, with its powerful energy, is no ordinary metal. It's incredibly difficult to melt with high temperatures. And even if you could, preserving the energy inside without damaging it while you shape the blade, that's much harder than forging with ordinary chakra metal. Hearing the old blacksmith's explanation, Uchiha Nagi understood the reason. This meteorite from Hoshigakure, having fallen from the atmosphere to the earth, was itself the core part left after being burned at high temperatures. But simply melting it down and forging it into a sword wasn't beyond the skill of the ninja world's blacksmiths. The difficult part was preserving the massive energy within while melting and shaping the meteorite into a sword. That was the key. This was the third famous master swordsmith he had sought out in the Land of Iron, and they had all said they were powerless to help. Many master swordsmiths in the Land of Iron could make a sword from the meteorite, but preventing the energy from dissipating was the most difficult part. I understand. Thank you, master. May I ask if there are any other masters in the Land of Iron who might be able to forge this meteorite into a weapon? Uchiha Nagi took out several stacks of cash power and placed them in the man's hand. The old man hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the money. It wasn't uncommon for people to bring meteorites to the Land of Iron to be forged into weapons. Many meteorites fell to the earth in the ninja world every year, but one with such powerful energy was truly rare. Actually, it wasn't impossible many years ago. There was once a very skilled master swordsmith who was invited to Kirigakure. There, he forged a pile of heavenly materials, treasures that seized the very essence of creation, into 7 swords. They are the famous 7 ninja swords of the mist. Unfortunately, after he succeeded, Kirigakure, not wanting any more strange and powerful swords to appear in the world, killed him, the old man sighed. The craftsmanship that master possessed was simply miraculous. He could even shape a living creature into a sword. The famous Same Hada was forged by him, without harming the material itself. With his death, his craft was lost forever. Uchiha Nagi. However, if the customer searches diligently, it might be possible to find a master swordsmith with such skills. After all, the ninja world is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The second Hokage's sword of the thunder god in Konoha, and the treasured tools of the Sage of Six Paths that were once lost in the land of lightning, were all forged by someone. So where can I find such a master swordsmith now? The old man thought seriously for a moment. Perhaps you could post a mission on the black market. If you offer enough money, someone will always be able to help you find a master who can forge your sword. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, Why is there no red cloud on your black robe? Uchiha Nagi had never thought that forging a single sword would be so troublesome. He had originally assumed he could just take the materials to the land of iron and find someone to forge it successfully. He hadn't expected that masters capable of forging heavenly materials into swords were now extinct here, or rather, that their craft had been lost. Was Kirigakure to blame? After creating the 7 ninja swords, they had silenced the craftsmen, all to prevent any better swords from ever appearing in the world. Honestly. Uchiha Nagi sighed in frustration. This was their second week in the land of iron. During this time, things had been quiet. Nagi had given himself another disguise, this time with yellow hair. Relying on a single portrait to find him in the vast sea of the black market was like looking for a needle in a haystack. While he wasn't afraid, he disliked trouble. "Sensei, where are we going next?" Kimimaro asked. "For now, we'll live in the land of iron. They're about to hold a swordsmanship tournament. You should sign up and hone your skills," Uchiha Nagi said to Kimimaro. "Yes, understood," Kimimaro nodded. During this time, Kimimaro's strength had improved considerably. Uchiha Nagi still primarily taught him his own breathing styles and ninjutsu, telling him to use his shikatsumiyaku as little as possible. As for Nagi himself, he glanced around the capital city of the land of iron. In this entire country, there was only one person Nagi could challenge to a sword fight, Mifune. Samurai were a single-minded bunch. In his youth, Mifune had crossed swords with Hanzo. Hanzo had not only bested him in swordsmanship but had also, without any martial honor, coated his weapon with poison. Afterward, whether out of shame or moved by Mifune's samurai spirit, Hanzo had left the antidote and spared his life. So many years had passed. Mifune's swordsmanship had likely progressed by leaps and bounds, reaching a pinnacle of mastery, no less than Kakashi's father had in his day. But what level he had actually reached was unknown. If Uchiha Nagi wanted to test his own swordsmanship, he just had to find him here in the land of iron. Beyond that, he needed a large amount of capital. Researching white zetsu cells and experimenting on his own body were both money-burning endeavors. He returned to the house he was renting. It was in the center of the land of iron's capital. Although the rent was a bit steep, it was safe. Moreover, the country's principle of neutrality meant that ninja were not welcome here. It would be impossible for Root or Umbu to send a few squads in, that would be tantamount to a declaration of war. Kimimaro, even in the land of iron, you must not let your guard down. Don't exhaust yourself completely during training, always reserve some strength for emergencies. Yes, sensei, Kimimaro nodded, then picked up his newly bought sword and began to train with Yukihime. During this time, whenever he had a spare moment, he had taught Yukihime wind breathing and found that her affinity for it was quite good. Although she had been pampered and had never fought or killed anyone, Yukihime's progress was not slow. Uchiha Nagi nodded at them, then went into the basement. He had many things to do. Descending into the basement, which was a dozen meters deep, Uchiha Nagi activated a barrier to prevent any accidents. Then, he released the wild white zetsu he had captured earlier. Released from the sealing scroll, the white zetsu remained dazed, its eyes wide. It was under Nagi's genjutsu, in a continuous state of unconsciousness. He had interrogated it for some information before. Unfortunately, this was just a clone, so it didn't have much valuable intelligence. He knew more about the land of rain than it did. Uchiha Nagi took out a test tube and inserted it into the white zetsu's spinal column, drawing out some of its bone marrow. Arg. The intense pain woke the white zetsu from its deep genjutsu-induced coma. It looked at Uchiha Nagi in terror. This man was a devil. The experiments he had performed on it these past few days were terrifying. Drawing blood and marrow without any anesthesia, he might as well just kill it. Go to sleep. It won't hurt when you're asleep, Uchiha Nagi glanced at it. The white zetsu's eyes glazed over, and it once again entered the world of genjutsu. After drawing the sample, Uchiha Nagi placed the tube of bone marrow into a green test tube containing a prepared solution. This wasn't just a nutrient solution, it contained other substances meant to neutralize the rejection between his Uchiha bloodline and the white zetsu cells. One of these was a peculiar substance he had extracted and cloned from Shinazugawa Genya's body. It was like with Shin in the Naruto story. Shin's genes were very special, he could accept any Kekkei Genkai transplant without rejection. So Orochimaru had used his cells as a harmonizer to create an arm for Danzo. That arm, a fusion of Hashirama's cells and Sharingan, maintained a miraculous balance between the two. This allowed Danzo to not only have Shirsui's Mangekyo in his eye socket but also a whole arm full of 3 Tomo Sharingan. If it had been Kakashi, he would have been drained into a husk long ago. Now, Uchiha Nagi, like Orochimaru, had found a treasure trove, the cells of Shinazugawa Genya. He could eat demons, digest their cells for his own use, and even unleash their blood demon arts. Uchiha Nagi used his cells as a harmonizing agent, and it was unexpectedly successful. As long as he added Genya's cells to modify the white Zetsu cells, he could inject them into his own body and absorb the digested cells. Note, digested. But the ratio had to be very precise. 1 milligram of Genya's demon-eating cells could digest and convert 0.8533 milligrams. Once Genya's cells had assimilated the white Zetsu cells, they were ready for consumption. However, after careful observation, Nagi found that consumption wasn't as effective as direct injection. So, he extracted the white Zetsu's bone marrow, neutralized it, and injected it into his veins, acquiring would-release cells without any side effects. The combination of the two can grant the power of all creation. Uchiha Nagi clenched his left fist, then quickly produced a branch, which then grew into a large tree. This was Yamato's would-release. He had been injecting white Zetsu's bone marrow for a few days and could already use it. But it was only good for ornamental purposes. In a fight, it was useless. Would-release was indeed useful for suppressing tailed beasts, but in other areas, it was unremarkable. Just look at Yamato. It was less that would-release was powerful and more that Hashirama Senju had so much chakra that the quantity produced a qualitative change, leading to some misunderstandings. That's why Orochimaru didn't continue down the dead end of fixating on Hashirama's cells in his later research. However, if Orochimaru had successfully taken over Sasuke's body, he probably would have transplanted some of Hashirama's cells into himself. After all, he had already successfully done it once for Danzo. After the transplant, Danzo not only recovered from his injuries, but his strength also didn't decline even after several decades. After lying quietly in the basement for an hour, feeling that the white Zetsu cells injected into his body had been more or less digested, Uchiha Nagi packed up his things and returned to the surface. The white Zetsu had to be sealed in a storage scroll and carried with him at all times. Other research equipment could be bought again if lost, but if he lost the white Zetsu, it was gone for good. And he didn't know how much longer this particular Zetsu would last. The various nutrient solutions needed for cloning cells all cost money. The bounty from Asuma hadn't even warmed his pocket before Uchiha Nagi had already spent half of it. Returning to the surface, Uchiha Nagi sensed the chakra within his body. A strange feeling he couldn't quite describe came over him. His chakra was transforming. Wood style, deep forest emergence. He clapped his hands together, and the small trees in the courtyard began to sway and grow. In a short while, the entire courtyard was covered in trees. Uchiha Nagi shook his head. Just greening the courtyard and growing a bunch of trees was useless. A single fire jutsu would burn it all away. It was only useful if he could create a primeval forest with trees dozens of meters high, a deep forest emergence that could attack people. Time to go make some money. And while I'm at it, I'll ask around for a master who can forge special swords. He only had that one small piece of meteorite, which definitely wasn't enough. And chakra metal was ridiculously expensive, a tiny piece cost hundreds of thousands. Fortunately, Nagi had looted Asuma's weapons from his corpse. He could melt them down and use them later. The ninja world as a whole was still an agricultural society. Farmers still tilled the fields with their hands and feet. Naruto's team had even taken on a mission to help with farming. In such an environment, buying research drugs and equipment was undoubtedly a money-burning affair. No wonder the proud Orochimaru had established the village hidden in the sound. Having the financial and material support of a small country was better than struggling to gather resources and make money all by himself. After giving Kimimaro some instructions, Uchiha Nagi left with his heavily chipped Nichiren blade. The Nichiren blades from the Demon Slayer world are indeed good, top quality even. But they're still not enough. He shook his head. He didn't know how much longer this sword would last. Making money was the priority. 3 days later. Please, spare me. Sorry, I need the money. Puffed. With a single, merciless slash, Uchiha Nagi finished him off. He wouldn't spare someone just because they begged for mercy. Ninja were people with blood on their hands, none of them were innocent. After killing him, he sealed the body in a storage scroll and headed to the next black market. Recently, the black markets in the Land of Fire had been ruthlessly purged by the grieving third Hokage. The black market merchants were terrified, and many could only flee to the smaller countries to take on missions and collect bounties. Just as he was about to enter a black market outpost to exchange his prize for cash, a man completely wrapped in a black robe brushed past him. He had emerald green eyes, a cold aura emanating from his body, and a terrifying amount of chakra that screamed, "Stay away from me, or die." Uchiha Nagi, who had been about to enter the outpost, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He seemed to have realized something. He immediately turned and tentatively called out, "Kakuzu." The man in the black robe also jolted, then turned around, a look of pleasant surprise on his face. "Uchiha Nagi. It really is you," they both said at the same time. Uchiha Nagi had recognized him, of course, because of his peculiar eyes. Someone with such a vast amount of chakra, with emerald green eyes, who liked to hang around black markets, the probability of it being Kakuzu was extremely high. Uchiha Nagi subconsciously asked a question he had always been curious about: why is there no red cloud on your black robe? Chapter 139, Kakuzu, no money, just my life. Why is there no red cloud on your black robe? At first, Uchiha Nagi hadn't connected the men to the Akatsuki's Kakuzu. It wasn't until he caught a glimpse of those emerald green eyes, felt the immense chakra roiling within him, and, most bizarrely, sensed 5 distinct chakra cores. The evidence was damning. It was Kakuzu. And while Kakuzu wasn't a sensory-type ninja, he was as cunning as they come. It was hardly surprising that a man who had lived for over a century, with more experience than almost anyone alive, could see through Nagi's disguise at a glance. Besides, Nagi was still carrying the same Nichiren blade. Kakuzu could also sense the power of the men before him. It was a sixth sense possessed by the strong. This youth with a sword who had just shown up at a black market was a genuine threat. Explosive news of his most recent kill, the son of the Hokage, Asuma, had already spread throughout the entire ninja world after the body was cashed in at a black market. The son of the Hokage. A crime that should have triggered a full-scale manhunt by the entire Land of Fire. However, subsequent intel revealed why no one was sent after him. Those strong enough to defeat him weren't fast enough to catch him, and those who could catch him weren't strong enough to win. The men used the Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time ninjutsu. But the bounty the third Hokage had offered was just too tempting. 100 million ryo. Even Kakuzu couldn't help but be moved. For all the years he had lived, his one and only love was money. And so, he had set out. With over a century of battle experience, Kakuzu had never witnessed the terror of the Flying Thunder God firsthand. His eyes had been blinded by the prize money, and he had eagerly run off to find his target. If Kakuzu had a weakness, it was money. Once he was captivated by the gleam of cash, he threw all caution to the wind, just as he had years ago when he'd attempted to assassinate Hashirama Senju. Kakuzu didn't answer Uchiha Nagi's question. Instead, he countered with one of his own. Heh. I've been looking all over for you. I never expected to run into you at a black market. What a surprise. You've saved me a lot of trouble. Are you going to turn yourself in, or do I have to kill you before I drag your body in? Uchiha Nagi rolled his eyes. He sounded so certain that the 100 million ryo bounty was already his. You want to trade me for a bounty? Uchiha Nagi's hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. What else do you think? Kakuzu unfastened his black robe and let it fall to the ground. Uchiha Nagi smirked. He was curious himself to see how much Kakuzu would fetch on the black market. Wait a minute. An idea suddenly struck Nagi. His eyes darted up and down, scrutinizing Kakuzu from head to toe as if he were looking at a mountain of gold. The way you're looking at me. I don't like it one bit. Kakuzu felt an inexplicable annoyance. It was a look he knew all too well. It was the same way he looked at others, a gaze that appraised a person's monetary value. Having shed his robe, Kakuzu lunged toward Uchiha Nagi with the speed of a thunderclap, his fist flying forward. Ngh. Uchiha Nagi blocked the iron fist with his left hand. The force was unexpectedly, absurdly powerful. Nagi was knocked back more than 10 meters. Nagi knew that without using his monstrous strength fist, he was no match for Kakuzu in a contest of pure power. His body had only recently recovered from his battle with Might Guy. While his muscles and bones were healed, his nerves and some of the finer blood vessels had not yet fully recovered. He didn't want to put his body under too much strain again. Suddenly, Kakuzu's arm shot toward him, extending like a projectile. It moved with the speed of a sniper's bullet. An ordinary person would have had no time to form the seals for a defensive jutsu and would be forced to block with their body, likely ending up severely wounded from the single punch. But in the face of the Sharingan, the extending punch moved as if in slow motion. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. With a graceful turn, Uchiha Nagi's body and sword became one, transforming into a wheel of water. He not only dodged Kakuzu's lightning-fast punch but also sliced clean through all the black threads extending from the arm. The severed limb fell to the ground, a mass of black tendrils writhing like living tendons. It was a disgusting sight. Boom. The ground exploded. Black threads that Kakuzu had secretly buried underground erupted in a dense wave, thrusting toward Uchiha Nagi. Secret technique, Earth Grudge Fear. This was Kakuzu's signature secret technique. He could release a dense swarm of black threads from his body, piercing an enemy's body like needles. Against the high attack, low defense build of most ninja, a single hit was fatal. Second form, modified, horizontal water wheel. No matter how fast the surprise attack was, it couldn't outpace the Sharingan. Uchiha Nagi didn't even need to activate his Mangekyo, the dynamic vision of his 3-tomo Sharingan was more than enough. Uchiha Nagi spun backward, becoming a high-speed horizontal water wheel that shredded all of Kakuzu's threads. Kakuzu didn't stop. As he charged forward, he sent out another tendril from his body, reattaching his severed arm and retracting it. In terms of taijutsu, Kakuzu's century of experience made him an incredibly formidable opponent. Coupled with his semi-immortal body, he was a nightmare to fight. As long as his 5 hearts weren't pierced, you could hack away at any other part of his body. He was practically without weakness. Kakuzu rapidly closed the distance to Uchiha Nagi. The dense threads around his body grew longer and longer, instantly wrapping around him. At the same time, another cluster of threads shot out from the ground, binding Nagi's feet to prevent him from escaping with the Flying Thunder God. Ha ha ha, your body is mine. Kakuzu laughed maniacally. He could store the hearts and trade the body for cash. The 100 million ryo seemed to be waving at him. Layer after layer of threads were cut down by Uchiha Nagi, but Kakuzu simply produced more to surround him. Is that so? Uchiha Nagi smiled. Getting close to him was a very dangerous thing to do. Because besides his swordsmanship, he had another trump card. Monstrous Strength Fist. Boom. A massive explosion, like a cannon blast, echoed through the forest. Kakuzu's body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, soaring over 100 meters and crashing through several ancient trees before finally coming to a stop. The threads on his body were shattered beyond counting. Uchiha Nagi dusted the broken threads off his clothes. The things were disgustingly creepy. A pity Kakuzu didn't have Wi-Fi to control them remotely. Once severed from his body, the threads were useless, unlike his hearts. Crack. Crack, crack. Shoving aside the large trees that had fallen on him, Kakuzu stood up. He then spat out a cracked mask, or rather, a heart, and tossed it to the ground. I can't believe you know Tsunade's monstrous strength fist. It reminds me of the first Hokage from so many years ago. Kakuzu acknowledged, spitting out 3 more hearts from his body. He used that fist. He was the strongest Konoha ninja I have ever faced. You are far from his level. Are you sure you didn't just throw a kunai at him from a few thousand meters away and run for your life? Uchiha Nagi shot him a contemptuous look. Don't you dare act like some venerable senior in front of me. I know all about your embarrassing past. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Uchiha Nagi threw several kunai, his hands forming a seal. The standard metal storm arrived once more. Kakuzu's pupils shrank. He immediately formed a hand seal, and an earth wall shot up, blocking the barrage of shuriken. He was playing to his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses. If his opponent possessed formidable swordsmanship and a terrifyingly powerful fist at close range, then he would settle this with ninjutsu. Composite ninjutsu, Searing Wind Wild Wave. 2 of Kakuzu's masks combined their efforts. One spewed fire, while the other unleashed wind, transforming the fire style into a devastatingly powerful composite ninjutsu. But how could such a technique ever hit him? Flying Thunder God technique. Puffed. Kakuzu stared in utter shock at his own chest. Another one of his hearts had been pierced straight through by a sword. Suddenly, he understood. It was the Flying Thunder God. Those seemingly ordinary kunai the men had thrown earlier were the technique's teleportation markers. And there was one right behind him. The 2 masks still floating in midair forced Uchiha Nagi to retreat. With a look of fury, Kakuzu spat out the second damaged heart mask. You bastard. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes, carefully scanning the surrounding area and memorizing the locations of all the kunai on the ground, ensuring he wouldn't be ambushed again. One of his masks spewed a gust of wind, while another released a thick cloud of smoke. Just as Uchiha Nagi thought Kakuzu was preparing another composite ninjutsu, Kakuzu ran. When the smoke cleared, Kakuzu's voice echoed from deep within the forest. I'll let you hold onto your head for now. You won't be so lucky next time. Uchiha Nagi. Deep in the forest, Kakuzu sprinted, his face a mask of frustration. He had let his greed get the better of him, foolishly thinking he could capture someone who used space-time ninjutsu. It was a harsh lesson, even if his opponent wasn't Minato Namikaze. The loss of 2 hearts was an agonizing blow. Collecting 5 hearts of different elemental affinities was no easy task. He knew Minato's Flying Thunder God used 3-pronged kunai, he never imagined someone would use ordinary kunai as markers. The older you get, the thicker your skin becomes. Kakuzu couldn't care less about face or the pride of the strong. Losing 2 hearts meant cutting his losses and running was the only logical choice. It was just like when he faced the first Hokage all those years ago, if you can't win, run. As long as he was alive to count his money every day, he was happy. To think he's not only a master swordsman but also has the monster strength fist as a trump card up close. Combined with the flying thunder god, he's not going to be easy to kill. You're right about that. What? A familiar voice sounded from right behind Kakuzu, scaring the soul out of him. Flying thunder god, second step. Seal. Uchiha Nagi appeared behind Kakuzu, his hand pressing against his back as a sealing jutsu was immediately applied. His other hand formed a seal, releasing the wood-style jutsu he had prepared long ago. Wood-style, deep forest emergence. His chakra sealed, Kakuzu struggled with all his might, only to be swiftly entangled by the erupting wood. The sealing formula's runes crawled across his entire body, while the wood-style added a second layer of binding on the outside. Finally, Kakuzu's strength gave out, his chakra completely sealed. It's over. Kakuzu closed his eyes in despair. He had seen wood-style before. Once it entangled you, if you didn't break free immediately, it would begin to drain your chakra and grow even stronger. A sealing jutsu plus wood-style. 2 layers. He couldn't break free. Uchiha Nagi cheerfully crouched down in front of him. Heh, finally got you. So, what will it be? Your money or your life? Without a second of hesitation, Kakuzu shot back, kill me if you want. I don't have any money. Uchiha Nagi. Chapter 140, Kakuzu, 100 million is too little, how about I lend you 500 million? Kill me if you want. I don't have any money. Are you sure? Uchiha Nagi raised his Nichiren blade and, without the slightest hesitation, plunged it down, destroying another of Kakuzu's hearts. Including the previous ones, that made a total of 3 hearts he had lost. Arg. Kakuzu cried out in pain, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Uchiha Nagi. To think that I, after living for so long, would fall at your hands. Back in the day, not even Hashirama Senju could kill me. I can't accept this. Uchiha Nagi rolled his eyes and pulled out his blade. Cut the crap. Didn't you just throw a shuriken at him from a few thousand meters away and then run for it? What do you mean, he couldn't kill you? Let's stop beating around the bush. Are you going to pay to save your own skin or not? Kakuzu didn't hesitate for a second. I have no money. If I did, I wouldn't be a bounty hunter. Like hell I believe you, you crafty old bastard. Uchiha Nagi decided to search him himself. He opened all of Kakuzu's storage scrolls, only to find a meager amount of cash, just a few tens of thousands of ryo, likely for lodging and food during his travels. Without a shred of politeness, Uchiha Nagi stuffed the small sum into his own pocket. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Kakuzu's eyes widen, a look of pure heartache on his face. Ahem, hey, brother Kakuzu. Uncle Kakuzu, do you know what the greatest tragedy in the world is? Kakuzu was completely uncooperative, refusing to play along. Nagi had no choice but to sigh and continue his monologue. The greatest tragedy in the world is when a man dies, but his money isn't spent. Just think about it. You've spent your whole life earning so much money, and now you're about to die without having spent it all. Isn't that sad? Nagi said. If I don't have money, I'd rather be dead, Kakuzu retorted, stubborn as a mule. In short, no money, just my life. What now? Uchiha Nagi scratched his head. He couldn't just stare at a mountain of treasure and walk away empty-handed. Kakuzu had lived for over a century and been a bounty hunter for just as long. The amount of money he possessed was likely just a string of numbers. With his personality, Nagi would sooner die than believe he would willingly give all his hard-earned cash to Konan. It was more likely the Akatsuki paid him a salary. Ahem, old brother Kakuzu, let me run some numbers for you. Let's say, just hypothetically, that you take on a few missions at the black market every year. You'd make over 10 million, right? In 10 years, that's over 100 million. In 100 years, that's over 1 billion. But if you die now, you'll have nothing. In other words, by dying now, you're losing out on over 1 billion ryo. And if you worked a bit harder, say, setting a small goal of earning 100 million a year, then in 100 years, that's 100 of those small goals. Don't you feel the pain of watching all that money slip through your fingers? Kakuzu was a mathematical expert. He was an amateur at counting other things, but when it came to counting money, he was an expert among experts. As Nagi spoke, an abacus started clicking away in his mind. He has a point. If I die now, it's a huge loss. All those billions, just vanishing before my eyes. After a moment of silence, Kakuzu finally spoke. How much will it take for you to let me go? 8 billion. Just kill me. Hey, don't be like that. Even buying things involves some haggling. How about 500 million? Just kill me. 200 million. Don't be unreasonable. I've already lowered the price so much. Just kill me. Faced with the impenetrable Kakuzu, Uchiha Nagi lost his temper. Then how much are you offering? 1 million, at most. Heh. Is your life only worth 1 million? Nagi sneered. Of course not. My bounty at the black market is only 100,000. Offering 1 million is already 10 times that. The two of them haggled for a long time. In the end, Kakuzu managed to slash the price from 1 billion all the way down to 20 million. Mentally exhausted, Uchiha Nagi agreed. He had no choice. The guy wasn't afraid to die and valued his money more than his life. You're not going to kill me after you get the money, are you? Kakuzu asked suspiciously. Do you kill the black market merchants after you get paid? Nagi retorted. I would. If the merchants kept the money on them, Kakuzu really would double-cross them. Unfortunately, they always verified the kill and then used a summoning jutsu to deliver the bounty, leaving no opportunity for foul play. What was the use in killing the merchant and stealing the corpse? You couldn't just take it to another black market for cash. After thinking for a long time, Kakuzu finally nodded in agreement. It was only 20 million, after all. A single S-rank ninja, like Chiriku or Asuma, would make that back. Uchiha Nagi released the seal. Kakuzu stood up, stretched his limbs, and, once he could use his chakra again, performed a summoning jutsu. A golden toad appeared and spat out 2 chests from its mouth. One chest is 10 million. You can count it. Uchiha Nagi's eyes lit up. Another Asuma's worth of cash. He opened the 2 chests, and a quick scan with his Sharingan was enough to confirm the amount was correct. Good, the amount is right. Our transaction is complete. So. Kakuzu probed cautiously, I can go. Uchiha Nagi nodded. Don't worry. My word is as good as yours. I won't go back on it. However. Kakuzu, who had just begun to relax, tensed up again. He sneered, however what? You want to ask for more? Uchiha Nagi smiled and shook his head. A misunderstanding. I was just wondering if you had any interest in lending. Lending me money, that is. What do you mean? A flicker of interest sparked in Kakuzu's eyes. Of course, it was just a flicker. I need a large amount of money for my technological research and to forge my own custom weapon. So, I'm asking if you're interested in lending me money. How about 5% annual interest? Uchiha Nagi asked. 5% interest. Kakuzu's brain started calculating at high speed again. The flicker of interest was now being infinitely magnified by the allure of money. That's right. A powerhouse of my caliber wouldn't deign to lie. If I borrow your money, I will definitely pay it back. Meanwhile, your money is just sitting there, constantly depreciating. Think about it. Compared to 10 years ago, haven't prices for everything gone up quite a bit? The more you earn, the more you lose to depreciation each year. But if you lend it out and collect some interest, you won't have to worry about that, will you? Hearing Nagi's words, Kakuzu thought it over. He wasn't a banker, but he understood inflation. The price of goods always seemed to creep up a little every year, even if it wasn't by much. Nagi's reminder made him realize that he had lost a lot of his hard-earned money to this invisible depreciation. No wonder something had felt off all these years. Seeing Kakuzu hesitate, Uchiha Nagi pressed his advantage. 6%. How about 6% a year? Without even thinking, Kakuzu subconsciously haggled back, 20%. Uchiha Nagi turned to leave. Goodbye. 20%. That's more predatory than the loan sharks from my past life. They only charged 18%. 6% is already generous. A house only appreciates by about 5% a year. Seeing his big client about to walk away, Kakuzu hurriedly called out, wait, let's discuss this. How much do you want to borrow? 100 million. If you think that's too much, 50 million is also fine. Wait, we can talk about this. Seeing this, Uchiha Nagi stopped and turned to see what Kakuzu had to say. What I mean is, isn't 100 million a bit too little? How about I lend you 500 million? 500 million. Kakuzu quickly explained, just as you said, 6% a year. How about it? If you think that's too much, then 5% is fine. Uchiha Nagi blinked. Did I reply too quickly just now? Maybe if I had asked for a larger amount, Kakuzu would have agreed to 3%. Deal. The two shared a knowing smile. Just moments ago, they were fighting to the death. Now, they were a client and a provider who had just completed a perfect transaction. Having made money, Kakuzu let all the previous unpleasantness fade away. He now understood that Uchiha Nagi had never intended to kill him from the start. His only goal was to borrow money. Since he had the money, and he was confident the other party wasn't the type to default or double-cross him. Kakuzu agreed. What business venture didn't come with a little risk? If he dares not to pay me back, I'll just ask Leader Pain to come collect the debt. We'll see how he dies then. Kakuzu once again summoned his money-storing golden toad. The toad spat out a pile of cash boxes. This time, Uchiha Nagi wasn't in a hurry. He counted the money with Kakuzu, wrote an IOU, and then stored the cash in his storage scrolls. Earning 500 million on a single trip out wasn't bad at all. As for paying it back, I borrowed this money with my own skill. Heh. Besides, Kakuzu would be dead at the hands of Prince Naruto in a few years. If the creditor is gone, does the debt still need to be paid? Both parties were extremely satisfied with the transaction. One wasn't worried about the other not paying, and the other wasn't worried about the creditor coming to collect. Uchiha Nagi suddenly asked, "Oh, right, there's one more thing I wanted to ask you. Why is there no red cloud on your black robe?" Kakuzu looked at Uchiha Nagi as if he were an idiot. "Do you never change or wash your clothes?" he retorted. Uchiha Nagi. He had jumped to conclusions. The red cloud cloak was the Akatsuki's uniform, but that didn't mean its members had to wear it 24/7. If Kakuzu's got dirty or damaged in a fight, it was perfectly normal for him to change. "Right, I almost forgot. I came to find you for a reason. I was wondering if you had any interest in joining our organization." "We're called the Akatsuki," Kakuzu said suddenly. Normally, Akatsuki members operated in pairs. Coincidentally, Kakuzu had just killed his partner for bounty money. Furthermore, as the Akatsuki's treasurer, Pain trusted him more than many of the other rogue ninja. From this, one could also infer that Kakuzu belonged to Konan's faction, not Obito's. Chapter 141, Orochimaru's immortal test subject. As for loyalty, Kakuzu didn't have much. He was loyal only to money. And what did he do with all the money he earned? He didn't actually spend much of it. He just loved money, especially the feeling of counting it and collecting it. Konan had used this very weakness to successfully recruit him. He managed the Akatsuki's finances, occasionally venturing out as a bounty hunter. However, it was absurd to think that he handed over all his earnings to the organization. Because Konan herself was incredibly wealthy. Her unique paper style allowed her to create explosive tags effortlessly. As long as she had enough materials, she could produce as many tags as her daily chakra reserves would allow. For others, the success rate of creating an explosive tag ranged from 30 to 80%. For Konan, it was 100%. This was how she was able to amass 600 billion explosive tags. At a price of 300 ryo per tag, even if Kakuzu worked for 1,000 years, he could never afford that many. So, the most likely scenario was that Konan used her paper style to purchase raw materials and create the tags herself. The price difference between raw materials and a finished explosive tag was, of course, enormous. The Akatsuki likely sold some for profit while stockpiling the rest as future war assets. Unfortunately, in the end, all 600 billion explosive tags were squandered by the wealthy Konan in a single, explosive display. "Are you interested in joining our Akatsuki?" Kakuzu's voice pulled Uchiha Nagi back from his thoughts. He smiled. "I don't have the time right now. I have a lot of my own business to attend to. Besides, you should know that I have a grudge against Itachi Uchiha, right? What is your leader, Pain, thinking, letting two people who hate each other join the same organization?" Kakuzu looked surprised. "You know our leader is Pain. Where did you get this information?" Uchiha Nagi's mind raced, and he decided to pin it on Orochimaru. "I've had dealings with Orochimaru. So that's how it is." Orochimaru had joined the Akatsuki for a time before trying to ambush his assigned partner, Itachi Uchiha. He was soundly defeated. Whether out of shame or some other reason, he defected. Pain had even sent Deidara and Sasori to hunt him down afterward. It wasn't strange, then, that Orochimaru would share intel with Uchiha Nagi, since they both had a common enemy in Itachi. Kakuzu, however, looked completely unconcerned, as if it were a trivial matter. "If you have a grudge, then just kill Itachi. Besides, you can trade his body for a bit of money at the black market." Uchiha Nagi. He had almost forgotten. Kakuzu's favorite thing was to have a partner with a high bounty. He could just kill them on a mission and cash them in. And within the Akatsuki, Pain never did more than offer a few words of reprimand, because the organization itself was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. "I will settle my score with Itachi sooner or later. But I have some other things to do first. Once I'm done, I'll consider your organization." Kakuzu nodded. "As you wish. But remember, when I come to collect my money, don't even think about defaulting. Our leader, Pain, is not someone to be trifled with." Orochimaru couldn't even withstand a single one of his techniques. Uchiha Nagi waved a hand. "Don't worry, I won't be a deadbeat. In fact, if I need more, I'll come to you for another loan. Humph. Kakuzu thought of the 3 hearts Nagi had destroyed and felt a wave of frustration. If you wanted to borrow money, you should have just said so from the start. Now he had to go out and collect more hearts. Speaking of which, the corpse Nagi had left on the ground earlier seemed to be a jonin. He glanced at Uchiha Nagi, who didn't seem to be paying much attention. Acting on the principle that even a mosquito was meat, Kakuzu cleared his throat. Ahem, well, I'll be on my way. If you need another loan, come find me in the land of rain. The moment you step foot in the country, I'll know you've arrived. Uchiha Nagi rolled his dead fish eyes. Pain's rain tiger at will technique. I already knew about that. All right. Let's part ways here. When the time comes to repay you, I'll find you in the land of rain. Kakuzu nodded and quickly ran toward the black market outpost. There was a fresh corpse there. He could see if its heart matched his elemental affinities. Uchiha Nagi shook his head. Kakuzu's earth grudge fear probably required fresh hearts. Otherwise, with his decades of bounty hunting, he could have easily stockpiled dozens of them. During his fight with Kakashi and Naruto, he could have just swapped out a broken heart for a new one, over and over, and worn Kakashi down to exhaustion. In the village hidden in the sound, Orochimaru had been holed up in his newly established village for many days. Since returning from the village hidden in the mist, he had done only 2 things. First, he took the children he had abducted, the future Soigetsu Hozuki, 2 members of the Kagaya clan, and another with a different Kekkei Genkai, and threw them to Kabuto for training. Then, he locked himself away in his laboratory, conducting experiment after experiment. Every day, apart from the materials and test subjects, captured bandits and robbers, that Kabuto sent in, he never emerged. Yet, painful screams could always be heard from outside the laboratory door, sending shivers down the spines of everyone nearby. They were terrified that if they got too close, they would become the next test subject. Finally, the door to Orochimaru's laboratory opened. Congratulations, Lord Orochimaru. It seems your experiment was a success, Kabuto said respectfully, adjusting his glasses. Orochimaru smiled. I wouldn't call it a complete success. At best, like the Edo Tensei, it is only half successful. Come, Kabuto. Let me show you the results of my work these past few days. Orochimaru's voice was still husky and mysterious, addictively so. The 2 walked out of the basement. When the surrounding children saw Orochimaru, some looked at him with fanatical adoration, while others cowered in fear. Among them all, only Kabuto remained perfectly composed. It was no wonder he would eventually become Orochimaru's successor. After opening the cave door, the long-absent sunlight fell upon Orochimaru's deathly pale skin. He narrowed his eyes, his modified pupils saved him from being blinded by the bright light. He led Kabuto out of the base's cave and into a forest. They came to a shady, lightless area, where Orochimaru brought his index and middle fingers together to form a seal. Hiss! A giant snake appeared, nodding at Orochimaru. It then spat out a fully bound person, or rather, a test subject, from its mouth. Orochimaru looked at his creation with satisfaction. Kabuto was puzzled, but Orochimaru simply offered a slow, mysterious smile. Kabuto, try to kill him using any means necessary. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto didn't ask why. He knew that if Orochimaru had said so, there was a reason. Orochimaru would explain after he had killed the man. Taking out a kunai, Kabuto plunged it into the man's heart without hesitation. Aya. The test subject on the ground sprayed Kabuto with blood but remained as lively as ever. Kabuto frowned, looking at Orochimaru in confusion. A hint of excitement finally appeared on Orochimaru's face. Don't stop, Kabuto. I said, use any means. Kabuto nodded. He took the kunai and stabbed the subject in the neck. Still alive. Frowning, Kabuto pulled the kunai out and saw that the wound on the man's neck was healing at a rapid pace. Puffed. Kabuto decisively stabbed the kunai through the man's eye and into his brain. That should do it, he thought. But to Kabuto's utter shock, the test subject was still wailing and struggling. Kabuto paused, then pulled the kunai out of the man's brain. He saw that this wound, like the one on his neck, was regenerating at an incredible speed. After a moment's thought, Kabuto took out a vial of poison and injected it into the test subject's body. The man's skin turned a dark purple, but then, as time passed, he slowly returned to normal. Kabuto considered his options again. He used the mystical palm technique, adjusted his glasses, and went to work, severing the blood vessels of the man's heart and all the major arteries inside his body. The result, once again, shattered his understanding of the world. The man was still alive. Though Orochimaru's experiments had driven him mad, he still screamed when he felt pain. Finally, Kabuto resorted to a method that wasn't really a solution at all: dismemberment. He separated the test subject's head from his body. Then, something that completely destroyed his worldview happened again. The dismembered head could still move. Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction. Heh. Kabuto, try putting his head back on his neck. Kabuto nodded and placed the head back. The man's neck sprouted countless flesh tendrils that instantly reconnected the severed head. A moment later, even the wound was gone. Incredible, Lord Orochimaru. The brain, the heart, poison, even decapitation, and he can still recover. Have you finally achieved the immortality you've been seeking? Kabuto asked with fervent passion. But Orochimaru shook his head, his fleeting excitement calming down. This can't be called immortality yet, Kabuto. As long as every last one of his cells is destroyed, he will die. Furthermore, if his body suffers a more devastating blow, if he's turned into meat paste, he won't be able to revive. Kabuto thought for a moment and roughly understood what Orochimaru meant. The man's regenerative abilities were astonishing, and he wouldn't die from fatal wounds to his brain or heart. But if a powerful ninjutsu were used to obliterate his entire body, he would still die. Then what about his lifespan, Lord Orochimaru? If he doesn't suffer a fatal injury, can he achieve eternal life? Before Kabuto could finish, Orochimaru grabbed the test subject and forcefully threw him out of the shade. Under the sunlight, the subject, whom Kabuto had been unable to kill, immediately began to struggle in agony, as if being burned by fire, and slowly turned to ash. This. Lord Orochimaru. Sunlight. That is his weakness. This is an incomplete test subject. Orochimaru shook his head. He had successfully extracted demon blood from the specimen Uchiha Nagi had given him. After several experiments, he had managed to infect a test subject and turn him into an undying demon. But he had quickly discovered the creation's fatal flaw, sunlight. Chapter 142, The Troubles of Uncle Snake. An ordinary demon cannot infect another person, only the Demon King can turn a human into a demon. For Orochimaru, however, this was not an issue. As a top-tier scientist, it only took him a short time to overcome this problem. Just as Tamayo had taken several hundred years to succeed with a single case, the ninja world's #1 genius scientist, Orochimaru, cracked the problem in just 2 months. The blood from the world of Demon Slayer was hardly a challenge for him. He directly extracted blood from the test subject Uchiha Nagi had provided, cloned it, and then ran continuous experiments on a few unfortunate captured bandits. Orochimaru's cloning technology was second to none in the ninja world. While others could clone humans and animals, he could not only clone people but could even clone the horn right off a tailed beast's head. It made one wonder if, given enough time, he could clone an entire tailed beast for you to see. But with this success came another problem. This perfect creation was not perfect at all. It could only appear at night. The moment it was exposed to sunlight, it would turn to ash, as if the sun were a potent poison. Orochimaru tried various methods, but nothing worked. The subject was afraid of any ultraviolet light similar to sunlight, but those rays only harmed it, they couldn't kill it. Sunlight, however, was the deadliest of poisons. Exposure was certain death. There was no solution. This realization completely chilled the part of Orochimaru that had been eager to take over its body. What was the use of a vessel that couldn't appear in the sunlight? Even if this vessel could grant him eternal life, the price was to forever hide in the dark sewers, never to see the light of day. This was undeniably imperfect. Orochimaru was a man who pursued perfection. The fact that after capturing Sasuke, he placed no restrictions on him, instead unreservedly developing his body and allowing him to grow, planning to take him over only when he was at his strongest, this showed just how much Orochimaru valued perfection. Otherwise, with Shin's cells and the first Hokage's cells in his possession, and likely a few pairs of Sharingan in storage, he could have easily modified his own body just as he had for Danzo. But this half-finished product that couldn't exist in the sun. Orochimaru would certainly never choose it as his own vessel. The test subject, tortured by Orochimaru into a mindless state, finally found release under the sunlight, turning into a puff of ash. Lord Orochimaru, this. It's no loss. A creature that cannot exist in the sunlight is ultimately just an incomplete product. Orochimaru watched with a hint of regret. Such a perfect specimen, with no physical weaknesses or vital points, yet it was inexplicably afraid of the sun. Orochimaru and Kabuto stood in the shade, quietly watching as the test subject was incinerated by the sunlight, its ashes slowly scattering in the wind. Kabuto, Orochimaru said suddenly, I have a mission for you. Infiltrate Konoha and prepare for the plan 4 years from now. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and nodded. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. I will prepare and head to Konoha at once. Are you planning to continue your search for a vessel? How to infiltrate Konoha? It was laughably simple. They had an inside man, Danzo. Danzo and Orochimaru had been colluding all along. Later on, Danzo would even send Sai to maintain contact with him. I need to find the person who gave me this test subject. Orochimaru licked his lips. The hope is slim, but he might have some clue as to how to solve this specimen's defect. After all, Sasuke is still too young. Kabuto asked, Uchiha Nagi. Orochimaru nodded. He was the one who gave me this material for eternal life. Uchiha Nagi. Kabuto adjusted his glasses again, committing the name to memory. While the material's weakness to daylight was a major flaw, at night, it was. Back in the land of iron, Uchiha Nagi went on a spending spree, lavishly buying all sorts of equipment and precision instruments he couldn't afford before. The technology tree of the ninja world was incredibly bizarre. There were trains, land of snow, personal flight devices, and a flying castle, Sky Ninja Arc, as well as chakra-powered robots. There was also cloning technology, movie theaters, televisions, and chakra-powered walkie-talkies. In the medical field, there were microscopes, blood transfusions, and various analyzers. In short, a whole lot of things that Kishimoto clearly never thought about how to explain. High-end equipment was, in a word, a money sink. The ninja world was not yet an industrialized society. No machines were mass-produced, and the price of high-end, custom-made machinery was, as one could imagine, astronomical. His 500 million ryo seemed like a lot, but in reality, it wasn't even enough to buy half the equipment in a single Konoha hospital. Scientific research really burns through money. No wonder Orochimaru set up the Sound Village and colluded with Danzo. He was probably getting funds from Danzo all the time, maybe even selling him his research. Otherwise, the entire Sound Village wouldn't have been enough to cover his expenses. Uchiha Nagi also remembered that Orochimaru loved setting up spare bases everywhere. Spare bases. The entire ninja world was covered by the eyes and ears of the king of paparazzi, White Zetsu. To escape its surveillance, there were only a few places. Uchiha Nagi thought carefully. The moon. That was a good place, but which lake was the entrance? He had no idea where the spacetime gate to the moon was hidden. Plus, the giant Tensigan up there was a nuclear weapon, he wasn't confident he could win against it. A second base was the flying castle. During the Great Ninja War, there was a Sky Ninja village that had a hidden base capable of flying. He didn't know if the Sky Ninja had finished repairing it yet. Besides, the energy required to lift a flying aircraft carrier into the sky would be massive. The Sky Ninja village had apparently created an artificial tailed beast, the Zero Tails. That thing could be used as a power source for the flying fortress. Besides those, there were two other locations. One was overseas. White Zetsu's surveillance of the various overseas islands was at its lowest. The other was the land of Lightning's Turtle Island, a mobile base that floated on the ocean. It's decided. I'll just steal the Sky Ninja's flying fortress. At the same time, there was another place that had a beast capable of powering it. Naruto encountered it when he went to Turtle Island to train. It was an unnamed island rich in natural energy, which had given birth to many natural summoning animals. After the Land of Lightning discovered the island, they set up a laboratory there, hoping to create the ultimate summoning beast through breeding and modification. The experiment went out of control. Everyone on the island was wiped out, leaving only Uzumaki Anoka, who sealed the ultimate summoning beast with her own life. Uchiha Nagi wouldn't seal such a creature inside himself as a battery, but throwing it into the Sky Ninja's fortress as a power source was an excellent idea. Plus, the island had many other powerful summoning animals. Uzumaki Anoka. In the Land of Grass, there was also Uzumaki Karen. It seemed she was taken by Orochimaru after participating in the Chunin exams. When he had time, he would go look for her as well. Uzumaki Anoka was a genius of sealing jutsu. At a young age, she was able to seal an ultimate summoning beast as powerful as a tailed beast. It would be a waste not to recruit her as a subordinate. This is getting complicated. There are too many things to do, and I can't be everywhere at once. And Kimimaro is still too young. Uchiha Nagi sighed. He would have to take it one step at a time. He had to conduct research, train, and find a lair for his base. His offer to join the Akatsuki was just him being polite to Kakuzu. He'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of an ox. He'd have to be an idiot to go work as Pain's subordinate. However, he could probably move his research to the world of Demon Slayer. The Ubuyashiki family there could provide him with a large amount of funding and raw materials. Besides, much of the technology there was already comparable to that of World War I, he could use it as a substitute. Sensei, you're back. In the courtyard, Kimimaro, who had been practicing with his Shikatsumiyaku, saw Uchiha Nagi and ran over happily. He also looked a bit sheepish, because he had been secretly developing his Shikatsumiyaku behind his teacher's back, even though Nagi had repeatedly told him to use it less. Kimimaro, it's not that I don't want you to use your Shikatsumiyaku. It's that your body may carry a hidden Kekkei Genkai illness. This kind of disease is genetic and has no cure. So, before you reach adulthood, you must control yourself and use its power as little as possible, Uchiha Nagi explained. I understand, sensei. I will work hard on my water breathing. I will use the power of the Shikatsumiyaku as little as possible, Kimimaro nodded. Sigh. Uchiha Nagi sighed internally. Kimimaro was a good student, obedient and respectful, but he was desperate to be helpful. That's why he trained so hard. However, the normal pace of training in ninjutsu and breathing styles was too slow for him, so he secretly practiced with his Shikatsumiyaku. Oh well. As long as I keep him out of high-intensity battles, living to 16 shouldn't be a problem. In a few years, when Orochimaru attacks Konoha, I'll go steal a pair of Byakugan for him. Alright. You and Yukihime continue your training. I have something to do tonight, so I'll be going out. Sensei, are you going out to earn money again? Uchiha Nagi shook his head and smiled. I already have the money. It's enough to last for a while. Tonight, I'm going to challenge Mifune and integrate my swordsmanship. It's something I can't do fighting anyone else. Because everyone else mostly combined taijutsu and ninjutsu. Guy used taijutsu, not swordsmanship. Only by fighting a fellow swordsman like Mifune could he truly improve his own skills. Uchiha Nagi looked up at the moon. Mifune. A challenge letter. In the capital of the Land of Iron, besides the daimyo, lived the country's most powerful swordsman, Mifune. His status in the Land of Iron was comparable to that of a kage in a hidden village. He was worshipped and respected by all the samurai in the country. However, it was rare for anyone to issue him a challenge. Few samurai could defeat Mifune, and ninja didn't compete with him in swordsmanship. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, The Sword Saint of the Land of Iron, Mifune. A challenge letter. A duel of swordsmanship. Seeing the letter, Mifune's interest was instantly piqued. In his decades as a samurai, the only true life-or-death battle he'd fought with all his strength was against Hanzo. Unfortunately, while Hanzo's swordsmanship was excellent, he was more ninja than samurai, and had coated his weapon with poison. So, in that battle, Mifune had been defeated by Hanzo's sword, but also by his poison. In the many years since, his skills had improved dramatically, and the Land of Iron revered him as a sword saint. Yet, he was never able to challenge Hanzo to another duel to prove the true measure of his swordsmanship, a fact he considered a great regret. The next morning. The sky had just begun to lighten, before the first rays of sun touched his courtyard, when Mifune arose. He bathed, lit incense, and ate breakfast an hour ahead of schedule, eating only until he was 60% full to avoid any discomfort during the battle. Kneeling in his courtyard, he quietly wiped his katana with water and a soft cloth, but he couldn't contain the excitement bubbling in his heart. Someone who would send a formal, open challenge was certainly no ninja. The visitor was surely coming to test their sword skills. Mifune cherished the few samurai who remained, a group now as rare as pandas. When samurai came to him for guidance, he never held back, teaching what he could. Unfortunately, with ninja running rampant, most talented individuals chose that path. Those who made a name for themselves in the ninja world with a sword were more often ninja than samurai. People like the White Fang of Konoha, Hanzo, and later, Killer Bee, who nearly cut Sasuke in two. Breathing in the fresh morning air, feeling the gentle breeze, Mifune adjusted his condition to its absolute peak, awaiting the arrival of his guest. Soon, the sun had fully risen, and the common folk were beginning their day. A young figure with black hair, black eyes, and a Nichiren blade in hand slowly walked into Mifune's residence. Mifune had left his main gate open long ago to welcome his challenger. He sat quietly in the courtyard, waiting. "You've finally arrived. It's quite a surprise. I never expected you to be so powerful, and so young. May I ask your name?" Mifune was taken aback when he saw Uchiha Nagi. A master this young was a rare sight, especially among samurai. "You flatter me, Master Mifune. My name is Uchiha Nagi, a survivor of Konoha's massacred Uchiha clan. I'm also the man with a 100 million ryo bounty on his head at the black market," Uchiha Nagi said with a smile. He saw no reason to hide who he was. The confidence granted by the Flying Thunder God was just that great. Besides, there were probably very few people who could actually claim his head for that bounty. Heh. You needn't worry in the Land of Iron, Your Excellency. There are only samurai here, no ninja. And the Land of Iron will forever remain neutral. No nation would dare send a large force of ninja to invade this place. Uchiha Nagi smiled and nodded. Then, Master Mifune, shall we begin? Since I first learned the sword, I have never had the guidance of a true master. You are revered as the Sword Saint. I am certain I will benefit greatly from this match. Mifune laughed heartily. The benefits are mutual. When helping a fellow swordsman improve, one also improves oneself. With that, Mifune slowly stood up. He wasn't a particularly tall man, appearing like an ordinary man in his 50s. As he walked to the center of the courtyard, he exuded no discernible aura, seeming no different from a common old man. Uchiha Nagi took a deep breath, gripping his Nichiren blade. Mifyune's sword was not yet drawn, but Nagi could already feel the sharp edge of its intent pressing down on him. Clang! With the sound of a blade being drawn, their swords met. The clash of metal rang out, sending sparks flying. Mifyune turned, and in a reverse motion, his sword moved as if returning to its sheath, thrusting unstoppably toward Uchiha Nagi. Tsubame Geishi. Startled, Uchiha Nagi quickly used his water breathing, creating a twisting whirlpool to redirect and evade Mifyune's strike. Puffed. Mifyune's sword pierced clean through a large tree in the courtyard, yet the surrounding area was undamaged. His control over his blade was so masterful that, apart from the point of impact, he caused no harm to the rest of the tree. Seventh form, drop ripple thrust. Uchiha Nagi countered, his sword striking swiftly toward Mifyune. Mifyune used an unorthodox technique, bringing his sword up from below in a C-shaped curve. Uchiha Nagi was forced to alter his own form. Seventh form, drop ripple thrust, curve. Both were the seventh form, but the latter was adapted to handle sudden changes and counter any unexpected attack. Seeing this, Mifyune's eyes lit up in admiration. Excellent. Excellent swordsmanship. In all my years of traveling the ninja world, I have never seen such a technique. You're too kind, Master Mifyune. Let us continue. Gladly. Ninth form, splashing water flow. Splashing water flow, turbulent. 10th form, constant flux. Even the strongest form of water breathing was parried by Mifyune. In terms of raw power, Mifyune was not a top-tier Kage-level fighter. He probably couldn't defeat Might Guy with 7 gates open, let alone the 4th Raikage. But in terms of pure swordsmanship, he was, without a doubt, the number one in the ninja world. At least for now. Kakashi's father, after all, was a ninja, not a samurai. Though his swordsmanship was strong, he fought by combining it with ninjutsu. Seeing his water breathing being blocked, and realizing that Mifyune seemed to be analyzing and beginning to deconstruct it, Uchiha Nagi switched to other sword styles. The speed of wind breathing. The explosive power of thunder breathing. The overwhelming force of flame breathing. Finally, Uchiha Nagi switched to the most powerful style, sun breathing. His body had mostly recovered from the battle with Guy. As long as he used sun breathing for a short time, the strain wasn't too great. The multiple injections of White Zetsu's bone marrow were making his body stronger by the day, even without training. Sun breathing, first form, waltz. For the first time, Mifyune was a half-step too slow. A cut appeared on his clothes. Magnificent swordsmanship. This is the strongest style I have ever seen. Young friend, please, unleash the subsequent forms. Don't worry if you accidentally injure me, or even kill me. Mifyune was starved for knowledge of the following forms. He spoke as if his own death was of no consequence, a profound desire to understand this new path filling him. It felt as if he could learn this truth in the morning, he could die content that evening. Very well. Be careful, Master Mifyune. Sun breathing, second form, blue heaven. Sun breathing, third form, raging sun. Sun breathing, fourth form, parhelion rainbow. 12th form, flame dance. Clang. Finally, as the 12th form of sun breathing was unleashed, the unexpected happened. Amidst a shower of sparks, Uchiha Nagi's Nichiren blade snapped in two. Mifyune's sword, however, was completely unscathed, a true masterpiece of a blade. Ha! I lose, Uchiha Nagi said, sighing as he looked at his broken sword. It had finally reached the end of its life, though it had been a fine blade. Mifyune also sheathed his sword. His body was covered in bloody cuts. Their duel had been a contest of pure swordsmanship. Though Mifyune had been wounded multiple times by Nagi's sun breathing, the injuries were not serious, all flesh wounds that hadn't struck any vital points. In this match, it is actually I who have lost. Mifyune was cheerful, not angry in the slightest. Let us speak as equals. As I am older, I will call you my young brother. If you don't mind, you can just call me your old brother. Of course I don't mind, Brother Mifyune. Ha 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 ha, Brother Nagi. Come, please, inside. Let's talk over tea. A servant soon brought tea. She wanted to bandage Mifyune's wounds, but he waved her away. After taking a sip of the fragrant tea, Mifyune set down his cup with a satisfied expression. Brother Nagi, the sun breathing you just used. I feel like it's missing something. Mifyune frowned in thought. Unlike the other sword styles you used, this sun breathing seems to have a final form. This form should serve as the synthesis for the entire style. Once unleashed, its power should be equivalent to the previous 12 forms combined, perhaps 100 times stronger. Uchiha Nagi was filled with admiration. As expected of a samurai who dedicated his life to the sword. He had been right to seek him out for a spar. While Mifune couldn't win against the famous Kuga-level fighters in terms of raw power, when it came to the analysis and instruction of swordsmanship, he was currently the strongest in the ninja world. Uchiha Nagi put down his tea. You are correct, brother Mifune. Sun breathing has a 13th form. This 13th sword requires the continuous execution of the 1st through 12th forms in a single, unbroken cycle that repeats itself. That is the 13th form. But that was just a theory. In reality, only the creator of sun breathing, Yoriichi Tsujikuni, could do it. The idea of continuous use was a bit of a joke. Only by achieving a speed great enough to execute all 12 forms in the time it takes to perform a single strike could it be called the ultimate form. However, how could one unleash the variations of 13 different sword forms in a single strike? It wasn't as simple as just swinging the sword fast enough for 13 moves to come out. In short, the 13th form could only be understood, not described. Tanjiro himself didn't know it, so Uchiha Nagi had nowhere to copy or reference it from. Is that so? What a pity. Brother Nagi, if you have no urgent matters, you are welcome to stay here for a while. Perhaps we can develop this 13th form together. Anyone else might have thought Mifune was coveting his sword style, but Uchiha Nagi didn't mind. It was just the forms. Without the corresponding breathing method, even if one learned sun breathing, they couldn't unleash much of its power. All right. I was thinking the same thing. I'll impose on your hospitality for a few days then, brother Mifune. Mifune laughed heartily. No imposition at all. I have also refined my own swordsmanship thanks to you. By the way, your sword is broken. Yes. It's been with me through many battles. It was a good sword, but it can no longer keep up with my strength. I've been looking for a swordsmith who can forge me a new blade. Uchiha Nagi then took out his meteorite and showed it to him, explaining his difficulty in finding a suitable smith. Mifune frowned, and after a moment, he said, perhaps I can help you find a swordsmith. But I can't be sure if he'll be up to the task. Chapter 144, Using a Tailed Beast as the Forge Fire. The Land of Iron had a long and storied history, naturally attracting many skilled individuals. Due to the unique samurai culture of the country, every warrior aspired to forge their own personal sword. Over time, the Land of Iron became the most renowned center for smithing in the entire ninja world. Every day, people from all over flocked to the Land of Iron in search of a master smith. But heavenly materials were not so easily obtained. Besides, most visitors were ninja, and why would a ninja need such a fine blade? A standard high-quality sword infused with chakra-conductive metal was usually sufficient. This was because most precious materials, especially meteorites suitable for forging ninja tools, were typically collected by the great ninja villages and stored in their national treasuries. It was very difficult for an ordinary person to acquire them. Take Kakashi's father, for example. He used a short tanto that, when infused with chakra, could transform into a razor-sharp chakra blade, capable of cutting through anything. If you had tons of chakra, you could theoretically turn it into a 30-meter-long blade. Of course, that was for ordinary people. Those who possessed true heavenly materials couldn't be so casual. Tobirama Senju, for instance, used the precious materials he acquired to forge the sword of the Thunder God. In a later movie battle, Naruto broke it with a raise-non. TSK, what a spendthrift. The most famous examples, of course, were the 7 ninja swords of the mist. Unfortunately, to create treasures like the 7 swords, you needed the materials. This meteorite certainly contains a powerful energy. If it could be forged into a sword, it would surely be no less than one of the 7 swords, or the second Hokage's sword of the Thunder God. An old man was caressing the meteorite Uchiha Nagi had presented, his expression one of utter fascination. They were in Mifune's reception room. The old man's name was Watanabe Juro. He was a swordsmith Mifune had invited. According to Mifune, while Juro had never forged a treasure on the level of the 7 swords or the sword of the Thunder God, it was only because no one had ever brought him such precious materials. His ancestors had passed down similar techniques, and Mifune's own treasured blade was his creation. Uchiha Nagi had searched for a master capable of forging a transcendent blade for ages without success, yet Mifune had found one instantly. The importance of connections was on full display. Old master, just tell me if you can forge it or not. Money is not an issue, Uchiha Nagi said. He had recently come into a large sum of money, so he was more than prepared. Old man Watanabe shook his head. It is not a matter of payment. I have been forging swords my entire life and have yet to create a truly famous blade. If I could forge one before I die, I would do it for free, willingly. The main problem is that the texts passed down by my ancestors are largely incomplete. Young man, I know you are very strong, but forging a sword is not something that can be done with strength alone. The more precious the material, the higher the cost and the greater the sacrifice required to turn it into a treasured sword. Do you know how the 7 ninja swords were successfully forged? Uchiha Nagi nodded. I've heard a little. It seems they invited a famous sword master from the land of iron to the village hidden in the mist to forge them. Afterward, to prevent any similar blades from ever being created, the mist village silenced him by killing him. Old man Watanabe shook his head. Mifune asked curiously, could there be other secrets besides the assassination? Ha 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 ha. Old man Watanabe laughed heartily. Of course. The most important factor in the successful forging of the 7 ninja swords was a tailed beast. A tailed beast. Uchiha Nagi was perplexed. That's right, a tailed beast. Old man Watanabe stroked the goatee on his chin. To forge treasures from heavenly materials like those used for the 7 swords, you can't just melt them down with high heat. You need to build a furnace inscribed with all sorts of sealing formulas, and then have someone with an indescribable amount of chakra supply the fire for the forge. The village hidden in the mist used the chakra of a tailed beast to supply their furnace. It took a full 6 months to forge them all. Each time, they would drain the Jinchuriki, wait for the tailed beast to recover its chakra, and then begin forging the next sword, repeating the cycle. An ordinary person simply doesn't have that much chakra to supply the furnace. Only a tailed beast does. The more powerful the sword, the longer the forging process. You must use chakra as the energy source to provide the fire to smelt them, then continuously shape them. Therefore, the first and most difficult step in forging a transcendent sword is precisely the source of the chakra supply. At this, Old man Watanabe scratched his head, trying to recall. However, the second Hokage's sword of the Thunder God seems to have been forged by himself. It said that because his sister-in-law was from the Uzumaki clan and he himself had mastered over 1,000 forbidden jutsu, he just made it himself. I just don't know if he also used the 9 tails to supply the chakra. Uchiha Nagi. It was probably Hashirama who supplied it. That guy had chakra by the ton, more than the 9 tails itself. Half of the 9 tails plus Naruto's sage body chakra still didn't add up to his reserves. Madara was probably just worn down by his sheer volume of chakra. Alas, so it's not that I don't want to forge this sword for you, but that we are stumped at the very first step. Old man Watanabe silently caressed the meteorite. And the energy in this meteorite is truly rare. A meteorite this powerful absolutely cannot be forged without tailed beast level chakra. Uchiha Nagi nodded. Old master, you don't need to worry about that. If a tailed beast is what's required, I will find a way. Oh, right, I have some other materials. See if you can add them in or make use of them. Uchiha Nagi took out the executioner's blade, his own broken Nichiren blade, and the scarlet crimson iron ore from the world of Demon Slayer. Old man Watanabe carefully picked up the Nichiren blade and then the ore. This stone is nothing special. Like this sword, it's a metal ore with a sun-like affinity. Adding it in might improve the quality of the sword. But this. Old man Watanabe glanced at Uchiha Nagi, having already recognized the executioner's blade. This is one of the 7 swords. To melt down an already formed blade and forge it into another weapon, the success rate is very low. It's possible that the new sword won't have the executioner's blade's regenerative ability. Even if it is successfully incorporated, the new sword will inherit less than 30% of its original regenerative power at best. Uchiha Nagi smiled. I don't care how much of the regenerative ability is preserved. I just want to know if melting it down and adding it as a material will affect the success rate of the forging. Watanabe shook his head. You can rest assured on that point. If it doesn't work, it won't affect the quality of the sword itself. The executioner's blade was forged from extremely precious materials. Even if its ability can't be transferred, the material itself will enhance the sword's quality. There is one remaining problem. Watanabe coughed. Ahem, although the texts have been passed down in my family, no one has ever come to me with such precious materials to forge a weapon. So, I have never learned sealing jutsu. But don't you worry, young man. As long as you can solve the first problem, I will go through those texts. Learning the sealing jutsu won't be an issue. Learning on the fly. Uchiha Nagi looked at the old man speechlessly. Is this really okay? Is he not just a half-baked amateur? Old master, just bring the texts to me when the time comes. I know some sealing jutsu myself. I believe creating a furnace with sealing formulas won't be a problem. Oh, is that so? You should have said so earlier. Then there's no problem. I'll stay here at Mifune's residence for the time being and await your good news. Old man Watanabe didn't ask how Uchiha Nagi planned to solve the first problem. Tailed beasts weren't easy to catch, they were all in the hands of the great ninja villages. Uchiha Nagi nodded to Mifune and temporarily left his home. Old man Watanabe didn't know that the men before him had just recently released the one-tails. Uchiha Nagi returned home, feeling a bit annoyed. He shouldn't have let Gaara go. These days, there weren't many easy targets. Tsunagakure was suffering from a plague and was in no position to reclaim Shikaku. Why had he been so foolish as to let Shikaku go? Although the Ryumayaka power stored in his Ine seal could serve as a backup, it wasn't easy to recharge. He had drained over a decade's worth of accumulated power in one go. Who knew how long it would take to build up that much again? Therefore, the chakra he had stored in his Ine seal was for saving his own life, not for forging a sword. The only way is to go out and bully a soft target. Steal a tailed beast to use as firewood. Uchiha Nagi stroked his chin, pondering. Who should I target? The easy ones were Sunagakure in the Land of Wind, and Takigakure. The tailed beasts of these two villages were relatively easy to steal, much easier than Konoha's. Although Konoha was currently a soft target, they had a massive number of ninja, even if they lacked Kage. As the largest ninja nation, they could mobilize tens of thousands of ninja. An army of ants could kill an elephant. Unless you were a transcendent Kage-level fighter like Nagato, you'd have to be careful. I'll take it one step at a time. There's still plenty of time. For now, I'll train with Mifune to hone my swordsmanship. Uchiha Nagi shook his head, clearing his mind of distracting thoughts. Stealing a tailed beast wouldn't be hard. The seven tails was particularly easy to get. Takigakure didn't even have a single Kage, they were pathetically weak. That evening, after training, Yukihime, her face covered in soot, brought out the blackened dinner she had made herself. Well. Is it good? Yukihime asked expectantly. It's all right. Just don't use so much salt next time. And the meat needs to be cooked a little longer. It's only medium rare. Not believing him, Yukihime took a bite herself. Her face contorted from the awful taste. Ah, it's that bad. Maybe you guys shouldn't eat it. It's fine. It's much better than a soldier pill. Uchiha Nagi was telling the truth. Although her cooking wasn't great, compared to a soldier pill, it was a delicacy. Kimimaro, on the other hand, ate whatever was put in front of him. As long as it was food, and there was meat, he didn't care about the taste and ate with great relish. Hiss. A small snake suddenly appeared in the room, its forked tongue flickering. Uchiha Nagi frowned. He closed his eyes and sensed that a guest had arrived. The snake was quite polite, at least, knowing not to interrupt them during dinner. You guys eat first. I'm going out to see a friend. Chapter 145, The Konoha Crush Plan, 4 years from now. The sun had long since set, and the moon had taken its place as the lantern of the night. The Land of Iron was not as economically developed as the Land of Fire. Naturally, not every household had a television to watch in the evening. Most people, like farmers, rested after sunset. On a rooftop, Orochimaru, dressed in his unchanging, century-old kimono, stood with his back to Nagi, casually admiring the moon. It has been a while, Nagi-kun. Orochimaru's voice was as husky, mysterious, and full of charm as ever. It had to be said, in terms of personal charisma alone, Orochimaru was truly irresistible. It was no wonder so many subordinates were willing to die for him. But Uchiha Nagi knew that this man, who seemed so full of leaderly charm, was nothing but a venomous snake. He had no concept of promises or trust. As long as it served his purpose, he could form an alliance with Sunagakure one moment and assassinate the fourth Kazekage the next. If he truly trusted this snake, or thought they could be friends, then he wouldn't be far from death's door. It has been a while, Lord Orochimaru. You look well. Uchiha Nagi smiled. He had a good idea of why Orochimaru had come to find him. Heh. Thanks to you, I spent more than 2 months in my basement without seeing the light of day, studying the material you gave me. I do feel quite well. Uchiha Nagi. You are a smart man, Nagi-kun. You should know why I've come looking for you, shouldn't you? Orochimaru chuckled. Let me guess, Lord Orochimaru. Is it about that test subject? Uchiha Nagi smiled back. Indeed. That test subject, in theory, can achieve longevity as long as it doesn't suffer a completely fatal injury. However, it has a deadly weakness, it cannot be exposed to sunlight, or it will turn to ash. I was wondering, Nagi-kun, if you might have a way to solve this problem. After speaking, Orochimaru stared intently at Uchiha Nagi, his gaze so fiery it was as if he wanted to eat him alive. Faced with Orochimaru's judgmental stare, Uchiha Nagi was not afraid. He smiled calmly. Orochimaru, do you think that if I could solve the problem of fearing sunlight, I would so easily give something as precious as immortality to you? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, a murderous aura slowly seeping from his body, as if he believed Uchiha Nagi was lying. Nagi remained fearless. With the Flying Thunder God technique and his sealing jutsu, he feared no one. If Orochimaru dared to summon a few reanimated Hokage, he dared to seal each and every one of them. I believe you, Nagi-kun. Suddenly, the suffocating killing intent vanished as if it had never been there. Orochimaru was once again the smiling, charming, and mysterious man. Uchiha Nagi smiled as well, as if the tense moment had just been a misunderstanding. He switched his form of address from Orochimaru back to Lord Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, I was wondering if you came to find me tonight for any other reason besides this. Orochimaru chuckled. I want to invite you to participate in a plan of mine. It will be set in motion 4 years from now. I believe you will be very interested. Uchiha Nagi's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained impassive. Oh. And what kind of plan would that be? The Konoha Crush plan. Crack. A sudden clap of thunder split the clear summer night sky, right after Orochimaru spoke those words. It's going to rain, Uchiha Nagi said, not answering directly, instead looking up at the night sky. Heaven itself weeps for Konoha. Orochimaru smiled. Nagi's response was as good as an agreement. He had sought him out for an alliance because the men already hated Konoha and had killed Asuma. He had made the right choice. But Orochimaru had misjudged his men. Uchiha Nagi was not a native of the ninja world. He believed in holding the guilty parties responsible. He only wanted revenge on Hiruzen Sarutobi. He had no intention of harming the ordinary people of Konoha. Otherwise, what would be the difference between him and Hiruzen? Then, we shall meet again in 4 years. I will notify you in advance. With that, Orochimaru vanished in a flicker. Uchiha Nagi silently leaped down from the roof, preparing to head home. 4 years from now. He had only one goal, to make the third Hokage experience a fraction of what his clan had felt. While he wasn't a die-hard loyalist of the Uchiha clan, the ordinary people, the street vendors, the shopkeepers, they weren't ninja. Did they deserve to be killed just because their surname was Uchiha? You could grow attached to a blade of grass or a tree after years together, let alone neighbors and fellow clansmen. There was a kind old woman Uchiha Nagi always remembered. She used to tell him he was too withdrawn and should learn from that Obito boy, who knew how to flirt and find a girlfriend at such a young age. When Nagi grew up, she would often take his hand and ask with a warm smile if he had a girl he liked, offering to introduce him to one. Crack! A flash of lightning illuminated Uchiha Nagi's face. It had started to rain. So that's it. No wonder. No wonder I have such an inexplicable hatred for Obito Uchiha. As the raindrops fell on his face, he finally remembered why. The old Uchiha woman had trouble walking but was incredibly kind. As a child, Obito had often helped her cross the street or assisted with her shopping and chores. And then, after turning to darkness, Obito had killed her with his own hands on the night of the massacre. The old woman he had always affectionately called Granny. That was why, deep in his heart, he felt such a profound disgust for Obito. Because he had also known that old woman. In the years that followed, she had often chattered away at him, wanting to act as his matchmaker. Her warmth had been like that of a family elder from his past life, thawing his frozen heart. Obito, you want to be redeemed. I will not give you the chance. Uchiha Nagi smiled in the rain. To kill so many people, and then be instantly redeemed by one of Prince Naruto's talk no jutsu speeches. In your dreams. Obito Uchiha's head is mine to take. It's raining. Why is your teacher just standing out there getting soaked? Yukihime asked Kimimaro, puzzled. I don't know. Sensei must have his reasons. I'll go get an umbrella, Kimimaro said. He would only ever silently follow his teacher's path, never questioning it. By the time Kimimaro brought out an umbrella, Uchiha Nagi was already sitting on the steps of the courtyard, half his body in the rain, playing a tune on an instrument. Kimimaro hurried over and held the umbrella over his teacher. A beautiful and sorrowful melody drifted through the rain, as if telling the story of that night's slaughter. When the performance was over, Yukihime handed him a towel. Brother Nagi, she asked curiously, what is the name of that song? It sounds so sad, but it's very beautiful. Uchiha Nagi looked out at the misty rain. The moonlight struggled to pierce the clouds, illuminating a few crows perched on a utility pole. Senya. The song is called Thousand Nights. The next morning, Uchiha Nagi was back to his usual self. After waking up, he went to Mifune's residence to spar and practice his swordsmanship. As they sparred, they both continuously improved their skills. After witnessing the breathing styles of another world, Mifune didn't ask Nagi about the specific methods. Instead, through their constant duels, he began to try and develop a breathing style of his own. And Uchiha Nagi, in his matches with Mifune, continuously elevated his own swordsmanship, integrating it with the breathing styles, attempting to develop the final form of sun breathing. In short, the two benefited mutually. After a few days, they had developed a friendship that transcended their age difference. At the same time, old man Watanabe brought the texts passed down from his ancestors to Mifune's residence. Uchiha Nagi took a look. The texts were mostly about how to build a furnace inscribed with sealing jutsu. Because a tailed beast's chakra was so immense, using it as the forge fire required more than just an ordinary furnace. Only a furnace covered in sealing formula runes could ensure that it wouldn't explode from the tailed beast's massive chakra during the forging process. But creating such a furnace was no easy task. Uchiha Nagi blinked. He wondered if Shikaku's sealing pyramid could be of use. The materials for the furnace weren't particularly hard to find, high-temperature resistant fire bricks and some chakra-conductive metals. The key was inscribing the furnace with various sealing jutsu to prevent it from exploding, and figuring out how to use the chakra-conductive metals inside to shape the blade. Old Man Watanabe asked Uchiha Nagi to first create a model and decide on a design for the sword. Nagi wasn't picky. He just wanted it to have the same appearance as a Nichiren blade. A plain, unremarkable appearance was the best way to achieve victory through surprise. Uchiha Nagi disliked the strange shapes of the 7 ninja swords. He much preferred the simple and practical appearance of a Kusanagi sword or a Nichiren blade. Since there were no special design requirements, Watanabe only took half a day to create the mold for Nagi's new sword. It was really just a clay mold. When the time came, the molten meteorite would be poured into the mold, where it would be refined and hammered. Uchiha Nagi asked if it needed to be quenched. Old Man Watanabe said no, for these heavenly materials, simply being able to withstand the tailed beast's chakra in the furnace without turning to ash was a form of quenching in itself. Chakra-conductive metal was priceless on the open market in both the Land of Iron and the rest of the ninja world, but Mifune said he could help, and at a friendship price that was much lower than market value. Uchiha Nagi ended up giving all the money he had just borrowed from Kakuzu to Mifune. It pained him greatly, but that was the high cost of creating a transcendent sword. He wasn't a hidden village, after all. Then I'll leave everything to you too. I will find a way to solve the chakra supply issue during this time. Don't worry. Although chakra metal is priceless, I still have some influence. The daimyo of the Land of Iron and I are on good terms. Gathering enough shouldn't be a problem, Mifune said with a smile. You go on ahead, young brother. I will definitely have learned the sealing jutsu by the time you return. Uchiha Nagi. Chapter 146, Mei Terumi's job offer. Spare me, I beg you. I'll give you all my money to save my life, as long as you're willing to spare me. Corpses were strewn across the ground. Only the team's leader remained, groveling for his life. Fine, Uchiha Nagi said calmly. I keep my word. As long as the money you give is sufficient, I will let you go. This was the third bounty hunting squad that had tried to ambush him. Although Uchiha Nagi was in disguise, the black market network wasn't useless. Through various pieces of intelligence, they had deduced that he was in the Land of Iron. So, there were always people coming to the Land of Iron to try their luck. And since Uchiha Nagi himself had been quite active in the black market lately, it was only natural that he'd run into them. This particular squad didn't know for sure if he was the wanted Uchiha Nagi, but they figured he had to be a high-value rogue ninja. And so, they courted death. Yes, it's here. The leader frantically took out a scroll. Fearing Nagi would suspect a trap, he opened it himself, revealing 7 or 8 chests filled with cash. You can go. I keep my word, Uchiha Nagi said flatly. Thank you, my lord. The bounty squad leader kowtowed several times and then ran, glancing back repeatedly as if worried Nagi would go back on his word. Not long after he fled, an explosion ripped through the area. Boom. A series of small mushroom clouds rose from where Uchiha Nagi had been standing. The bounty hunter, who had just been scrambling for his life, returned to the scene, laughing maniacally. Ha 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 ha, you utter fool. I hit a massive number of explosive tags in the money. That's what you get for being greedy. At that moment, a figure with black hair and black eyes appeared silently behind him. Puffed. Simple and direct. A single stab through the heart. The bounty hunter fell, a look of disbelief on his face, as if his dying thought was, why weren't you blown to bits? You've got guts, I'll give you that. If I didn't have space-time ninjutsu, you might have actually succeeded. Uchiha Nagi sighed in admiration. This bounty hunter was really something else. He had just blown up tens of millions of ryo without a second thought. Truly ruthless. Nagi had genuinely intended to spare him. He never would have thought that a huge pile of money would be hiding explosive tags. He only noticed them the instant they were about to detonate. But no matter how fast an explosion was, it couldn't be faster than the flying thunder god. He had dodged it easily with a single space-time jump. Although the money is burned, your heads should be worth a little something. After cleaning up, he packed the bodies of the ninja, who knew what their bounties were, into a storage scroll and headed toward the black market. Customer, be careful on your way out. A lot of unknown individuals have shown up at the Land of Iron's black market lately. They often wait outside the trading posts. All right, I understand. Uchiha Nagi nodded and counted his money. TSK, not even 1,000,000. These ninja weren't worth much. The black market only protected customers who were inside making trades. It wasn't responsible for what happened to them after they left. So, it wasn't strange that people liked to wait outside. But the recent influx was mainly because word had gotten out that Uchiha Nagi, with his 200 million Ryo bounty, had appeared in the Land of Iron. Damn that third Hokage. He had raised the bounty again. Using Konoha's money to publicly avenge his son, didn't that count as misappropriation of public funds? Still, skill begets boldness. If anyone dared to ambush him outside, he didn't mind cleaning up their corpses and making another trip back into the black market. There are actually some who aren't afraid to die. Just as he stepped out of the black market, Uchiha Nagi's brow furrowed. Someone was spying on him from the shadows. Since awakening his Mangekyo, his spiritual energy had become incredibly powerful. He could feel it whenever someone was watching him. He quietly used his seventh form spatial awareness to check. 2 chakra signatures were watching him from the shadows. To Nagi's surprise, the 2 of them didn't seem to be planning an ambush or a trap. Instead, they were running straight toward him. As they got closer, Uchiha Nagi realized they were familiar faces. It's you. What do you want with me? One had emerald green eyes and long, crossed, brown curly hair that covered her right eye. The other had activated an eye that looked like a white cataract, with veins bulging around it. It was none other than Mei Terumi and Ao from the village hidden in the mist. Their purpose for this trip, it seemed, was to find him. Mr. Nagi, we do indeed have business with you. How about we find another place to talk? Ao glanced at Uchiha Nagi a few times and then nodded at Mei, seemingly confirming his identity, before deactivating his Byakugan. Uchiha Nagi thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He followed them to an empty clearing. Ao took out a storage scroll and opened it, revealing several kunai inscribed with jutsu formulas. Apologies. This matter is of great importance, so we must set up a barrier before we can speak. If you are uneasy, you can inspect it first. This barrier is only for soundproofing and defense. It is absolutely not a trap. Ao openly handed the kunai and scroll for the barrier to Uchiha Nagi for inspection, but Nagi shook his head. That's unnecessary. You must have gotten my intel from the black market. With the Flying Thunder God technique, no barrier can hold me. A simple barrier like this certainly couldn't trap a space-time ninjutsu. Unless it was one of the Sage of Six Paths ninja tools, like the one that killed Tobirama, which could likely seal space itself. Or a self-destructing technique, like the 4-symbol seal that Danzo used. Ao nodded in admiration. He planted the 4 kunai, activated his Byakugan to scan the surroundings, and then placed his hand on the scroll. As he channeled his chakra, a purple barrier, just like the one the Sound 4 used, spread out around them. Ao finally let out a sigh of relief. My apologies for speaking with you in this manner. To be honest, we came for a specific reason. I heard you've been working as a bounty hunter in the black market recently. Uchiha Nagi smiled. You can just say what's on your mind. Mei, standing to the side, couldn't hold back any longer. Just like her abilities, she was fiery and impatient. We want to hire you for a job. The price is negotiable. Ao was a little speechless. My lady, you have to ease into it. That's not how you do business. Ahem. The thing is, we happened to hear that you were short on cash recently, Mr. Nagi, and were taking jobs at the black market. And we just so happen to have a matter that requires the help of a powerful individual. We remembered our previous encounter with you, so we wanted to see if you were available. Uchiha Nagi's interest was piqued. Oh. Of course, I'm available. I wonder what kind of mission would require a great ninja village like the village hidden in the mist to hire outside help. In truth, Uchiha Nagi already had a good idea, but he would wait for Ao to say it himself. Mei blurted out impatiently, assassinate the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. I wonder if you dare to take on such a mission. Ao stopped her from saying more. Mei. Don't speak. Let me talk to Mr. Nagi. Last time, the intelligence you gave us, Mr. Nagi, we have confirmed it. The 4th Mizukage is indeed being controlled by an enemy's genjutsu. But whether it was his intention or not, the fact is that he has been harming the village for years. The people of the mist have reached their breaking point. Therefore, it's not enough for him to simply step down. He must pay the price, to comfort the spirits of our fallen comrades. Uchiha Nagi's lips curved into a smile. I'm afraid there's another reason. Yagura Karatachi is too powerful. He is a perfect Jinchuriki. If he holds a grudge and seeks revenge on you in the future, I doubt anyone would be able to sleep peacefully. So, besides stepping down, he must also die. Only a dead man can put your minds at ease, am I right? Ao decided to be frank. That's correct. Yagura is a Jinchuriki. No one can feel safe leaving a tailed beast in the hands of a deposed Mizukage. No one can guarantee that after he's freed from the genjutsu, he won't harbor resentment over being forced from his position. So, he must die. Only when he is dead can everyone be at peace. The reason Ao dared to be so open about such a momentous matter, the assassination of their own Mizukage, with an outsider, was that the information about Yagura being controlled by genjutsu had come from Uchiha Nagi himself. Therefore, hiring any other ninja ran the risk of an information leak. But hiring Uchiha Nagi to help assassinate the fourth Mizukage was the safest option, because he was the source of the intelligence. Plus, his reputation had skyrocketed recently. He had wreaked havoc in the Land of Fire, killed the Hokage's son, and mastered the Flying Thunder God Spacetime Ninjutsu. Having a Mangekyo user who could use Spacetime Ninjutsu on their side would greatly increase their chances of killing the fourth Mizukage. When the roof is leaking, someone delivers an umbrella. Uchiha Nagi had just been agonizing over whether to go back to the Land of Wind to capture Shikaku or to go to Takigakure to capture the Seven Tails. Which soft target should he choose? And now someone was delivering a tailed beast right to his doorstep. Why am I even considering it? The fourth Mizukage it is. He could accept their commission, earn a huge sum of money, and borrow a tailed beast to forge his sword. Still, he couldn't agree too readily. I'll take this mission. I wonder how much you're planning to pay. Uchiha Nagi said with a serious expression. Really? That's great. We are willing to offer 300 million, Mei said happily. The price was actually quite fair. The Hokage's son, Asuma, was worth 30 million. A Mizukage was worth 10 times that. 300 million was a very reasonable price. But Uchiha Nagi narrowed his eyes, revealing a wide, toothy grin. Not enough. You have to add more. Ao. Mei continued, how much more? 500 million. Ao reached out a hand to stop Mei. This young lady, who had grown up in a major clan, had no concept of the cost of living. She didn't run the household, so she didn't know the value of money. But to his surprise, Mei stopped him first. Uncle Ao, say no more. Compared to money, it is more important for the Mist Village to end its current tragic state. As long as we can resolve the Yagura situation quickly, restore peace to the village, and stop the bloodshed of our comrades, what's a little more money? She turned to Uchiha Nagi. We agree. 500 million. Chapter 147, not enough, you have to add more. We agree. 500 million. 500 million. One explosive tag cost 300 Ryo. How many explosive tags was 500 million worth? Enough to fund a small-scale war. Ao opened his mouth, but in the end, he just sighed. Mei was right. The Mist Village had already shed enough blood. An extra 200 million wasn't really that much. If they gritted their teeth and squeezed, they could still come up with it. Besides, Mei's clan was a prominent one. Uchiha Nagi suddenly spoke up again. I have one more condition. This time, Mei was not pleased. She glared at him. Still more money. We can't afford that much. It's not that. Uchiha Nagi shook his head. Since we plan to kill the fourth Mizukage, it shouldn't be a problem for me to borrow the Three Tails for a bit after he's dead, right? Ao was shocked. The Three Tails. What do you want a tailed beast for? The tailed beast is the Mist Village's deterrent against the surrounding ninja villages. It cannot be loaned out. Cannot be loaned out? Hey, are you kidding me? As far as I know, the Three Tails died once before your fourth Mizukage even took power. That time, you sealed it inside a little girl from Konoha, hoping she would carry it back to her village and destroy it, didn't you? Uchiha Nagi laughed mockingly. I really don't know what your third Mizukage was thinking back then. How could he do something so absurd? Throwing his own village's most powerful weapon at the enemy, under the guise of letting it destroy Konoha. Heh. We can agree to that. Mei stopped Ao before he could speak, displaying the decisiveness and style of the future fifth Mizukage. However, Yagura Karatachi must be killed. We cannot allow him to live. It was common knowledge that if a Jinchuriki was killed, the tailed beast would die with them. Although the beast would eventually revive, it would take at least a few years, and there was no fixed timeline. Uchiha Nagi nodded. Fine, I agree. Once the Three Tails is extracted, Yagura will die whether I kill him or not. But to put your minds at ease, I will take his head. Oh, right. You're not planning on having me do this alone, are you? Yagura has so many umbu around him. Even if he's unpopular, he's still the Mizukage. Without any help, I'd be taking on the entire Mist Village by myself. Uchiha Nagi smiled. And that will cost extra. More money, always more money. Mei stared at Uchiha Nagi, furious. Does he not see a beautiful woman standing in front of him? Is money all that's in his eyes? Don't worry. We will make arrangements. We have insiders. And we will be fighting alongside you against Yugura. The three of them discussed many things within the sealed barrier, finally reaching an agreement. However, far off in the forest, a white head slowly emerged from the soil, took a look, and then submerged back into the earth. It was White Zetsu. As the #1 gossip hound of the ninja world, how could White Zetsu be absent? But after one of them had been captured before, the others had become much more cautious, generally not getting within several thousand meters. And there were certainly no White Zetsu in the middle of the ocean. Although Obito had surely placed some in the Mist Village for surveillance, it would take a considerable amount of time for a Zetsu to transmit information across the sea to the distant land of rain. This was why Mei and Ao had only traveled to the mainland after being sure they were free from Zetsu surveillance. And not long after arriving, they received a visit from White Zetsu. However, a matter as secret as assassinating the Mizukage was something they discussed in a barrier even within their own clan. They did the same on the mainland. Coupled with the fact that White Zetsu didn't dare get too close, it had no idea what they were discussing. You two can head back first. This kunai is inscribed with the Flying Thunder God formula. 2 days before you're ready to act, channel chakra into it, and I will teleport over to meet you. Oh, and I'll need half the payment up front. There are no refunds, regardless of success or failure. Fine. Mei ground out through her teeth. We'll have the money ready. Just make sure you show up. Uchiha Nagi nodded and then vanished from within the barrier using the Flying Thunder God technique. A barrier of this level did not have the ability to lock down space. He really can use the Flying Thunder God technique. This operation is a sure thing. Watching Uchiha Nagi suddenly disappear from the barrier, Ao was shocked, but he didn't forget the mission at hand. Yes, let's go back and report to the elders, Mei nodded. But the thought of that man, who could only talk about adding more money while looking at a great beauty like herself, made her burn with irritation. Right, back we go. The thought of having to talk to the elders about the money gave Ao a headache. Borrowing the 3 taels was one thing, it wasn't like they hadn't lost it before. But 500 million. It was true that their clans were prominent in the Mist Village, but the village's finances were still the largest source of funds. How could a single clan compare to an entire nation? How did the Akatsuki get so rich? Perhaps Obito embezzled money from the Mist Village and used it to subsidize the organization. After all, he even controlled their Mizukage. As one of the 5 great shinobi countries, the Mist Village's finances were certainly stronger than the Land of Rains. It would be strange if Obito had been honest with that much money at his fingertips. Uchiha Nagi returned to the Land of Iron and then went to some blacksmiths to custom order a large batch of high-quality kunai, which he planned to inscribe with Flying Thunder God formulas. He used his mind teleportation as a trump card and wouldn't reveal it to anyone easily. Besides, mind teleportation consumed far more energy than the Flying Thunder God, at least the latter only consumed chakra, not dojutsu power. The distance from the Land of Iron to the village hidden in the mist, with an entire ocean in between, was too far for him to teleport directly unless he had chakra by the ton. So, he planned to create more Flying Thunder God markers to use along the way. After Mei and Ao departed, Uchiha Nagi would follow behind them, leaving markers on the mainland and on the islands in the sea. That way, returning to the Land of Iron wouldn't be such a troublesome journey. At the same time, he had another plan, to make a trip to the Land of Lightning to find Turtle Island and the Waterfall of Truth, which could cleanse one's soul. But without coordinates, finding Turtle Island would be a headache. And then there was that Uzumaki girl. Her sealing jutsu was even stronger than Keirin's, comparable to Kushina's. She was able to seal a summoning beast as powerful as a tailed beast. The key was that she was still young when she died. To be able to seal such a powerful creature at that age, if she were allowed to grow up, who knew how powerful her sealing jutsu would become? Crucially, that base had been abandoned by the Land of Lightning. Recruiting her as a subordinate probably wouldn't be too difficult. As for Karen, she was discovered and taken by Orochimaru after the Chunin exams. There was no rush. Returning to the capital of the Land of Iron, Nagi gave instructions to Kimimaro and Yukihime and then prepared to set out. The capital city was like Konoha, its security was quite reliable. For safety, Uchiha Nagi had moved houses and was now living near Mifune. After spending these past few days together, Nagi and Mifune had become friends despite their age gap. Mifune was grateful for the insights he had gained from Nagi's breathing styles. The man known as the Sword Saint was already developing his own breathing style, and it was beginning to take shape. Nagi believed that by the time he returned from the Mist Village, Mifune would have perfected it. So, entrusting Kimimaro and Yukihime to Mifune's care was a safe bet. Even if he was specialized, Mifune was still a Kage-level powerhouse. Time to go. Splash, splash. Swish. Waves crashed against the reefs. There were many fishing boats by the shore. For those who lived by the sea, fishing was their livelihood. Arriving at the coast again, Nagi didn't need to repeat his previous methods. He simply found a fisherman, bought a small speedboat, and set sail. He dove into the sea, let out a bit of blood, and lured a few large sharks. The poor sharks, caught in a genjutsu, were tied with ropes by Uchiha Nagi and turned into seahorses, pulling the light speedboat toward the land of water at high speed. Because the boat was small, the sharks pulled it along swiftly. Along the way, whenever they passed a small island, Uchiha Nagi would disembark and place a flying thunder god kunai. These islands were too small to be developed for farming and were mostly used as resting spots for passing ships to replenish their fresh water. The village hidden in the mist. It was the same familiar meeting room. The attendees were all high-ranking members of Mei's clan. In addition, there were a few others present as shadow clones, disguised with transformation jutsu. This way, if they were exposed, they could simply dispel the clones, and Yagura would have no proof that they had colluded with Mei's clan. Today's meeting was not ordinary. They were discussing not only how to force Yagura to step down, but also how to kill him. Everyone, we have hired a powerful external ally. This increases our plan's chances of success by at least 30%. Mei stood in the center of the room. The clan intended for her to lead this meeting. They planned to use this operation to solidify her position as the 5th Mizukage. This was why their clan was willing to spend so much to hire Uchiha Nagi. Of course, there was another reason. Nagi's initial intelligence had mentioned that a person skilled in space-time ninjutsu was controlling the 4th Mizukage. With that information, if they were determined to stake him out, they were bound to find some clues eventually. And finally, on one occasion, Ao's Byakugan had spotted Obito from a distance. Our clan is willing to dispatch 20 people to assist. On behalf of my clan head, we will also dispatch 20 people. The Hozuki clan will dispatch 10 people. Mei's temper flared. She slammed her hand on the table. 10 people. What good is that? Are you still trying to preserve your strength at a time like this? Have you thought about the consequences if this operation fails? For years, he has used various excuses to eliminate the bloodline clans in our village, one by one. Don't you understand the principle that if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold? We only have one chance. If we fail, all of our clans will be annihilated. You cannot stay out of this. Chapter 148, The Mist Village's Chunin Exams. Every clan must commit all of its strength. Mei Terumi's aura of authority was palpable as she slammed her hand down on the table. Ahem. At that moment, an elder sitting behind her cleared his throat and said confidently, Mei, demonstrate your ninjutsu. Let our guests see for themselves. Their hesitation stems from not knowing your current strength. Mei nodded. She formed a single hand seal and began to control her chakra output, careful not to destroy the barrier as she revealed her ninjutsu. Lava release. Boil release. With the two releases, the table in the conference room met its doom, turning instantly to ash. A Kekkei Genkai, and 2 of them. To awaken 2 Kekkei Genkai at the same time. How is that possible? It was widely known that Inoki had fused 3 nature transformations to create a Kekkei Tota, dust release. Afterward, he dominated the ninja world. To this day, no one dared to face a single one of his dust release attacks head-on. The ability to disintegrate matter into atoms was simply too powerful. At least, no one currently could confidently take such a blow, not even the 3rd or 4th Raikage in their lightning release chakra modes. And now, Mei Terumi had awakened 2 Kekkei Genkai. Fusing them represented a qualitative leap in power, a fact that could not be doubted. And in truth, while its power might have been a bit less than dust release, an Uchiha Susanoo stood no chance against Mei's fuse techniques. Later, Sasuke's Susanoo would be instantly melted by one of Mei's techniques. If he hadn't escaped quickly, then when challenging Inoki's dust release, he was nearly turned into atoms himself, saved only by Obito's timely space-time ninjutsu. Since Mei has awakened 2 bloodlines, our clan will fully support this plan. I will inform our clan head when I return. The same goes for us. We will offer our full support. All of our clan's best will participate in this operation. The representative from the Hozuki clan also declared, our Hozuki clan as well. It's a shame Mangetsu died so young, otherwise. The representative glanced at Mei. Barring any accidents, after the 4th Mizukage stepped down, she would be the next in line. It was a pity about Hozuki Mangetsu. He had been the Hozuki clan's most powerful genius. If he hadn't died, with his mastery of the 7 ninja swords, his bid for the Mizukage position would have been unquestionable. What angered them even more was that Hozuki Suigetsu, whose talent was second only to his brothers, had been abducted by a mysterious person during the Kagaya clan's demise. His fate was still unknown. As a result, they could now only watch as others vied for the Mizukage seat. The elder in the back nodded with satisfaction. As expected, after Mei displayed her dual bloodlines, the attitudes of these people changed immediately. Even if Mei's current strength was not yet equal to Yagura's, her potential was no less. The reputation of a Kekii Tota was just that formidable. Most importantly, this was the land of water. Mei was a water-style user, and her skills were among the best. Who knew if she might fuse a third nature transformation in a few years? Seeing that everyone was in agreement, they began to discuss the next steps. The first and most important point was to kill Yagura before he was completely freed from the genjutsu. While under its influence, no matter how powerful he was, his reactions would not be as sharp as when he was clear-headed. All right. Everyone, you may return for now. The time is set for 3 days from now. 3 days later was the Mist Village's Chunin exam, the same kind of exam where Zabuza slaughtered all of his classmates. Of course, the Zabuza who had failed his assassination attempt was long gone, having become a rogue ninja. His ability to escape with his life was also thanks to the arrangements of the various great clans. After discussing with the elder, Mei took out the kunai Uchiha Nagi had given her and channeled a thread of chakra into it. A moment later, a figure suddenly appeared in the meeting room. Black hair, black eyes, a temporarily purchased katana hanging at his waist, and bangs covering the Ein seal on his forehead. The young man was Uchiha Nagi, though this was just a shadow clone. One could never be too careful. He wasn't going to let his guard down just because Mei was beautiful. After several days of travel by shark-powered boat, Uchiha Nagi had successfully reached the land of water and settled on a small island not far from the Mist Village. The seawater would ensure he was isolated from White Zetsu's prying eyes. When Mei summoned him, he sent a shadow clone to collect the money. Is the money ready? Uchiha Nagi asked. Money, money, money. Is money the only damn thing in your eyes? Mei angrily threw a chest at him. Here. There are 200 million inside. Take it for now. Not 250 million. That's not what we agreed on. He looked at Mei questioningly. Mei snapped back, we could only gather this much cash for now. We've been buying a large amount of combat supplies recently. We'll give you the rest after the battle is over. You don't have to worry about us defaulting. If we don't pay, you can just keep the 3 tails. Uchiha Nagi nodded. That made sense. The 3 tails was worth far more. Mei was right, if they didn't pay, he would just hold onto the beast. Fine. This is for you. Uchiha Nagi took out a scroll and tossed it to Mei. Mei was puzzled. What's this? Uchiha Nagi smiled. It's a kunai with a Flying Thunder God formula. You should all know that Minato Namike's Flying Thunder God requires a marker, right? When the battle starts, you use this kunai. I will move in the shadows and look for an opportunity. Mei's mouth fell open, unsure of what to say. Their original plan, of course, was to have Uchiha Nagi charge in at the front while they provided cover. An Uchiha with a Susanoo was the perfect vanguard. But from the looks of it, he had no intention of being on the front lines. Instead, his attitude was, you guys go ahead, I'll cover you. Don't you push it. You took so much money, you're getting the 3 tails, and now you want us to be the vanguard. Mei glared at Uchiha Nagi, her eyes practically shooting fire. Uchiha Nagi spread his hands. A trump card is most effective when it's a fatal blow. It's no fun if it appears too early. You. That's enough, Mei. The elder behind her stopped her. Let's proceed as Mr. Nagi wishes. The village's Chunin exams are in 3 days. As Mizukage, Yagura will definitely be present. We will make the first move to assassinate him then. You can move in the shadows and wait for an opportunity. Uchiha Nagi smiled and nodded. That's how it should be. Shun. With a flicker of the Flying Thunder God, he vanished from the meeting room. Bam. Damn it. That good-for-nothing who takes money and does nothing. Mei slammed her fist into the wall, her eyes erupting with fury. In this operation, her own villagers would be on the front lines. Who knew how many would die? The Mist Village, already severely weakened, was about to suffer another major loss of personnel. Mei, your eyes. Mei, your body. Mei looked down and saw that her 2 Kekii seemed to have been released simultaneously, something that had never happened before. In the past, she could only use one at a time, at best switching between them quickly in battle. Every time she tried to fuse the 2 to release a ninjutsu, something always felt missing, and she could never succeed. She never expected that after just 2 encounters with Uchiha Nagi, she would be angered into achieving it. Could it be anger? Mei looked at the flame in her hand, a fusion of her 2 Kekii, and fell into thought. She was exceptionally talented, otherwise, she wouldn't have become the 5th Mizukage in her 20s. Now, she seemed to understand. The catalyst for fusing her 2 bloodlines, or rather, the opportunity, was rage. By channeling her emotions, by forgetting everything else, she could guide them to merge. The elder said excitedly, excellent, Mei. As long as you can master your abilities, the position of 5th Mizukage will definitely belong to our clan. Mei, however, had calmed down. It's too early to say that. Let's talk again after we survive the operation in 3 days. White Zetsu was not unaware of the undercurrents surging through the mist village. It had been the same before Zabuza's assassination attempt on the 4th Mizukage. Without the secret planning and support of the great clans, Zabuza, a mere elite jonin, thought he could assassinate the Mizukage. In his dreams. Never mind the 4th Mizukage's own strength, the Umbu protecting him were not just for show. And escaping unscathed after a failed assassination. It could only be said that everything Zabuza did was orchestrated by a faction of the great clans. It was even possible that some of the Umbu by the Mizukage's side were their chess pieces. Finally, the day arrived. It was the Mist Village's Chunin exams, a continuation of the Bloody Mist policy. While it made the Mist Ninja incredibly bloodthirsty and fierce, it also made them extremely disunited, as if everyone was an enemy. To graduate from the academy, you killed a classmate. For the Chunin exams, it was still a battle to the death. As a result, while the ninja the Mist produced each year were elites, their numbers were pitifully small. In the spectator stands were the common folk of the Mist Village. For them, watching the gruesome deaths of the high and mighty ninja-sama was one of their few forms of entertainment. The surrounding seats were already filled with Mist Ninja, many of whom were members of the great clans in disguise. Yagura Karatachi, standing less than 1.5 meters tall, wearing the white Mizukage robe and hat, walked onto the high platform and shouted, "The Chunin exams, begin." The referee in the center of the arena nodded, blew his whistle, and shouted, "First match, Keinichi vs Yamamoto Juro." 2 young boys walked into the arena and immediately began a spectacular fight, filled with kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, and finally, various water-style ninjutsu. The magnificent life-or-death struggle made the crowd in the stands roar with excitement. The cruelty and bloodlust hidden in the bones of humanity had never disappeared. Watching their own people fight like beasts in an arena, the spectators felt the bloodthirsty genes in their bodies surging wildly. Only Ao frowned. Because his Byakugan saw that Yagura's eyes were not vacant. There was no Genjutsu chakra in his brain. Chapter 149, the tailed beast bomb that would destroy the mist. What is going on? Ao frowned. He caught the eye of a person to his side, lowered his hand, and made a coded gesture. Something's wrong. The 4th Mizukage seems off. Beside him, Mei covertly gestured back. What's wrong? There's no sign of Genjutsu control in his brain. QAQ. Not only was he not under control, but everything else seemed normal. The 3 tails chakra was present in his body. It was as if he were the completely normal 4th Mizukage. But the arrow was already on the bowstring, it had to be fired. There was no turning back now. Mei shook her head. As the future 5th Mizukage, she was certainly decisive. If she backed down now, never mind the enormous cost in money and resources they had already spent, more importantly, the clans who were wavering on the fence would likely never again have the courage to stand up to Yagura Karatachi. The Mist Village would be forever lost to his darkness, with no hope of recovery. So, even though they had discovered a problem, they could not call off the operation. It's a good thing we have another trump card, Mei murmured to herself, her gaze falling on the plain, unremarkable kunai in her hand. The scroll Uchiha Nagi had given her was filled with kunai. Upon careful inspection, they had noticed that the kunai were indeed inscribed with jutsu formulas. But that scoundrel Nagi, after inscribing them, had lightly coated them with a layer of wax and then dyed them black, making a flying thunder god kunai indistinguishable from an ordinary one. It was truly insidious. The first battle ended quickly, with 1 dead and 1 severely injured. Then it was the second match, featuring 2 more young boys. This time, the fight was even more spectacular. The 2 Chunin rank contestants fought at a Jonin level. The crowd cheered wildly. The seed of humanity's love for watching its own kind kill each other was, as ever, carved into their very genes. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. A young contestant in the arena released the jutsu, and a thick fog instantly enveloped the entire field. At that moment, from within the thick fog, a kunai suddenly flew out, heading straight for the 4th Mizukage on the high platform. Just as it was about to reach him, it multiplied into several hundred kunai. It was the Shadow Clone and Multi-Shuriken Jutsu. Assassins. The Umbu captain by Yagura's side reacted quickly. Protect Lord Mizukage. The Umbu around the 4th Mizukage were swift. In an instant, 2 of them released a water-style, water formation wall, a barrier of water that blocked the kunai. Lord 4th, are you all right? An Umbu asked, running to Yagura's side with concern. I'm fine. Before he could finish his words, the Umbu ninja suddenly lunged and grabbed Yagura. The Umbu captain saw this and immediately understood that this man was also an assassin. Oh no, you. Boom. A massive explosion. The huge number of explosive tags hidden on the Umbu's body all detonated, creating a small mushroom cloud on the high platform. This man was a death squad member, a suicide bomber planted by Yagura's side by the great clans. He had used his own life to assassinate Yagura. The multi-shuriken jutsu had just been a distraction. This suicide bomber was the real killing move of the Mist Ninja clans. Lord Mizukage, the Umbu squad leader, cried out in sorrow. Who didn't have a few die-hard fans? Yagura was still the Mizukage. By recruiting grassroots ninja with no clan background as his bodyguards, he could easily win their loyalty. This was why, during the years Yagura was controlled by Obito, he still had loyal ninja despite his persecution of the village. Obito had only targeted the ninja clans, not the commoner-born ninja. So, in the eyes of the commoner ninja, the Mizukage was simply suppressing the powerful clans of the village. They didn't feel the same sense of shared danger. After the dust settled, a figure appeared within. It was Yagura Karatachi, unscathed, cloaked in the chakra of the tailed beast. Hiding in the crowd, Mei angrily slammed her fist on her chair. Damn it, he wasn't hurt. Let's go. But Ao, at her side, held her back. Mei, you are the future Mizukage. Now is not your time to act. Don't worry, there are others. Mei's potential was immense. No one wanted to see her fall here prematurely. At that moment, the personnel arranged by the other ninja clans began to move. Countless disguised ninja in the audience stands, along with those from the village below, all quickly formed hand seals. A massive barrage of ninjutsu was unleashed indiscriminately at Yagura on the high platform. Water style. Fire style. Lightning style. Explosive tags, shuriken, kunai, senbon, all were hurled toward Yagura as if they were free. You dare to rebel. Arg. The Umbu ninja around Yagura began to scream. Some didn't even have time to scream before they were swallowed by the dazzling array of ninjutsu. The Umbu squad leader could no longer carry out his duty to protect the Mizukage. He could only scramble to dodge the numerous attacks and escape the blast radius. By the time he emerged from the storm of ninjutsu and projectiles, he was already severely injured. His eyes burned with fury as he looked at the people who dared to assassinate his Mizukage. How dare you? He looked, and was instantly stunned. A dense crowd of ninja, on the stage, below the stage, on the rooftops, it seemed as if the entire Mist Village was participating in this assassination attempt. What is happening? Is Lord Mizukage truly so unpopular? The Umbu squad leader was frozen in shock. Is he dead? No, he's not dead. Yagura has the tailed beast chakra cloak. Our attacks weren't enough to kill him. Everyone, be careful. Just as the ninja finished speaking, a beast-like figure burst out from the fiery ruins. It was Yagura. Die. Since you dare to rebel, I will kill you all. Under the tailed beast cloak, the fourth Mizukage was a bastion of absolute defense. No injury could harm him. Yagura charged into the crowd like a tiger among sheep. A single, casual swing of his arm sent limbs flying. This is bad. We can't wait any longer. They'll just run in fear when they see the fourth Mizukage. If this continues, morale will collapse. Ignoring Ao's attempts to stop her, Mei leaped out and charged toward the fourth Mizukage. It was like humans facing a tiger. If they worked together, defeating it wouldn't be difficult. But if morale broke and everyone ran in fear, it would be impossible. They needed someone to lead the charge and block the tiger's first attack. Once the initial onslaught was stopped, the others would naturally find their courage. Boil release, skilled miss technique. Mei unleashed her ninjutsu, spitting it directly at the fourth Mizukage. Yagura, assuming it was just another ninjutsu like the ones before, didn't dodge and continued his assault on the fleeing ninja. Arg. A pained scream. Struck by Mei's attack, the fourth Mizukage cried out as his tailed beast cloak was shattered. He had miscalculated. The fusion of Mei's two Kekkei Genkai, while weaker than Inoki's triple fusion, was still a form of Kekkei Toda. It could melt even a Susanoo, a mere tailed beast cloak was no match for it. Yagura writhed on the ground in agony. After a moment, he finally freed himself from the molten substance, his eyes blood-red as he glared at Mei. It was you. You're courting death. Yagura roared like a wounded beast. And in truth, he was. Half of his arm had been melted away. He now cared for nothing but dragging Mei down with him. Watch out. A young boy wearing glasses, one of the contestants from the exams, wielding the twin swords Hiramakerii, transformed them into two giant hammers and blocked the fourth Mizukage's attack. The severely wounded fourth Mizukage was actually stopped by this boy. Although the boy, Chojuro, had decent taijutsu and sword skills, blocking a Jinchuriki was a bit too absurd. Something's wrong. There's a problem with Yagura. Mei finally realized it. This Yagura was indeed off. His strength was too low. Apart from the tailed beast cloak, he seemed to have almost no taijutsu skills. And she hadn't seen him use any ninjutsu. His combat techniques were like that of a novice, seemingly structured, but actually full of holes. Chojuro. Lava release, melting apparition technique. The young Chojuro understood instantly. The twin swords Hiramakari immediately transformed into two giant chakra ropes, binding the fourth Mizukage for a short time. Mei's lava release struck the fourth Mizukage directly. A final, agonizing scream, and Yagura Karatachi died peacefully. What happened? Where is the fourth Mizukage? The ninja who had been fleeing in terror a moment ago had now returned. The body of the fourth Mizukage they saw had vanished, replaced by a strange, white corpse. A large part of it had already been melted by Mei's lava release. That is definitely not the fourth Mizukage. Where is the real Yagura? But his tailed beast chakra cloak before couldn't have been faked. If he's not the fourth Mizukage, then who is he? Ao and Mei were now gathered around the corpse. Before the eyes of the entire village, their deceased fourth Mizukage had transformed into someone else. Ao immediately shouted, "Everyone, you see. Our fourth Mizukage was an imposter sent by the enemy long ago. Everything we have done these past few years was wrong, all part of the enemy's plot to destroy our village by impersonating the fourth Mizukage." The people who had been worried a moment ago now changed their tune. That's right. Yagura died long ago. We were eliminating a spy who was impersonating him. That's right. Long live the Mist Village. Damn that enemy. To kill the fourth Mizukage and then impersonate him to persecute our village. Wait. At that moment, Ao's face suddenly filled with terror. His Byakugan had spotted someone who shouldn't be there. Behind you. The enemy is on the Mizukage building. The people of the Mist Village followed Ao's pointing finger and saw a mysterious masked man. Beside him stood a vacant-eyed Yagura Karatachi. And Yagura had already transformed into his tailed beast state. He was opening his massive mouth, gathering a colossal amount of yin and yang chakra into a small sphere, preparing to fire it at them. The ninja of the Mist Village looked on in despair. Mei screamed in terror. Run! It's a tailed beast bomb. Chapter 150, Obito. Run! It's a tailed beast bomb. Despair washed over Mei Terumi's face. The greatest danger posed by the tailed beasts, the nuclear weapons of this world, was not the massive amount of chakra stored in their bodies, but their innate ability to mix yin and yang chakra to create a powerful nuclear blast, the tailed beast bomb. The power of a tailed beast bomb was no less than that of an atomic or neutron bomb from the modern world. Its power could be scaled depending on the energy input from the tailed beast. For example, the tailed beast bomb fired by Naruto in his three-tailed form could be blocked by Orochimaru's triple Rashomon gate. But the one fired by the complete nine tails under Madara's control required the first Hokage's quintuple Rashomon gate to block. The more yin and yang chakra was poured into it, the more powerful the tailed beast bomb became. But even if Yagura didn't release his full tailed beast form, the bomb he could fire while just wearing the chakra cloak was not to be underestimated. It could easily wipe out half the village. Mei muttered in despair, "It's over." The Mist Village was incredibly weak at this moment. Like Konoha, they didn't have a single Kage-level powerhouse who could confidently block a tailed beast bomb. It was a similar situation to Sunagakure after the fourth Kazekage's death. Unable to find a suitable successor, they had no choice but to make Gaara the Kazekage. There were simply too few strong individuals. Just as Yagura's tailed beast bomb grew larger and larger, fully formed and ready to fire, just as everyone thought it was the end, a three-pronged kunai flew out from the shadows, silently toward Obito's back. Uchiha Nagi had deliberately made the kunai he threw at Obito a three-pronged one. The masked man was, of course, Obito. His Mangekyo Sharingan's perception was powerful, and he naturally sensed the projectile approaching from behind. He turned and reached out a hand to strike the kunai. The instant he made contact with the kunai, a young man with a deadpan expression suddenly appeared where the kunai had been, a sword stabbing toward his heart. Swoosh. It passed right through. How is that possible? Uchiha Nagi watched in surprise as his sword sank inch by inch into Obito's body, his entire person passing through him. Obito had turned intangible. But I waited for the exact moment he touched the kunai to attack. How could he make one hand solid while the rest of his body is intangible? Heh. Uchiha Nagi. What a surprise. I was wondering who they hired. So, it was you. Obito was apparently used to being reckless. He remained unruffled even after being phased through, even managing a chuckle. However, Uchiha Nagi saw it clearly. The moment his sword stabbed toward Obito's heart, Obito had let go of the black receiver rod he was holding. That was why the attack had missed. But even if he hadn't tricked Obito, he could still accomplish something else. Bam. The fourth Mizukage, still in his tailed beast cloak, was sent flying into the sky by one of Uchiha Nagi's monstrous strength fist uppercuts. The tailed beast bomb he had just been about to fire lost its aim and shot into the sky, exploding into a massive firework. Boom. A dazzling, small sun appeared in the sky, radiating intense heat and light. Some people nearby were temporarily blinded by the flash, but a wave of relief washed over them. The tailed beast bomb hadn't hit the village. They had all survived. It's been a while. Your combat experience has grown quite a bit, Uchiha Nagi said with a smile. He hadn't rushed to help Mei fight the fourth Mizukage precisely because he wasn't sure if Obito would show up. And as expected, that scoundrel Obito had made his appearance. What surprised Nagi was that Obito seemed completely unconcerned that his control over the fourth Mizukage had been discovered. He had even been about to use the Mizukage to destroy the entire Mist Village with a tailed beast bomb. Getting paid to solve a problem. Uchiha Nagi had acted at the last moment. It was a pity he hadn't been able to kill Obito, he seemed more alert this time. At least he had successfully interrupted the tailed beast bomb, preventing the Mist Village from being turned into a ruin. As for the fourth Mizukage, who was now falling from a great height, if the fall could knock him out of the genjutsu, then they wouldn't have to fight him. If it left him half-crippled, that was even better. So, Uchiha Nagi focused all his attention on Obito. Heh. You dare to appear before me, Madara Uchiha, again. You truly don't know your place. Obito was still putting on his usual arrogant act. But Uchiha Nagi's faint, mocking smile infuriated him. The last time they met, this person had been a mere ant. Now, he was looking at him with such a superior expression. It was. Don't tell me you think you can defeat me just because you learned the Flying Thunder God technique. How will we know if we don't try? Uchiha Nagi smiled. When it came to intelligence on Obito, he was one of the most knowledgeable people alive. Obito himself was a novice. Even after awakening his Mangekyo, he was still a novice. He had so many good ninjutsu at his disposal, yet he insisted on competing with Minato Namikaze in taijutsu. And he was reckless, not treating his intangibility as a trump card, but revealing it to his opponent in the first round. What was he if not a novice? Nagi's own mind teleportation, an instant movement technique that required no markers, was still unknown to anyone. A trump card should be saved for a critical moment to deliver a fatal blow. Who would be as reckless as Obito, showing it off all the time? Swoosh, swoosh. Two Flying Thunder God kunai shot toward Obito. Obito squinted his single exposed eye and smiled. This situation felt a bit familiar. The first time he'd fallen for it was against his own teacher. The second time was against the person right in front of him. Shun. Uchiha Nagi's sword followed the kunai. The first kunai passed through Obito's body, he had indeed turned intangible. The second one also passed through. Just as Uchiha Nagi's sword, along with his entire body, was about to pass through Obito, Obito turned. From behind Nagi, he suddenly grabbed his leg. He activated Kamui, intending to suck Nagi into his dimension. Once inside his domain, he would be in control. Could the Flying Thunder God be used to escape the Kamui dimension? Not even Minato Namikaze had dared to try. The longer the distance of the teleportation, the more chakra it consumed. And the Kamui dimension was a different world from the ninja world. How much chakra it would take to escape was unknown. Are you hiding explosive tags in your body this time? Obito smiled confidently. He was certain that this was Nagi's real body, not a shadow clone. Hiding explosive tags on your real body. Are you trying to kill yourself? Or take me down with you? He was so certain because Uchiha Nagi had used two specific jutsu, a Flying Thunder God sneak attack, and a monstrous strength fist to punch the fourth Mizukage into the sky. A shadow clone could not use Tsunade's monstrous strength fist. The clone would dissipate into a puff of smoke from the recoil before the punch even landed on the enemy. The laws of physics are absolute. A shadow clone, no matter how miraculous, could not withstand the massive recoil of the monstrous strength fist. Even a fraction of that force would be enormous for a clone. Why are you so confident? Ha, why don't you take a look at where you are? Uchiha Nagi laughed wildly. What? Obito suddenly realized that he was no longer on the ground. He and Uchiha Nagi were now in midair. No matter how fast your space-time ninjutsu is, it still takes time to activate. The Flying Thunder God's teleportation time is almost zero. The moment you grabbed my leg, I activated it. Now we're both in midair. I'd like to see how you escape this, Uchiha Nagi said with a ferocious grin. After the two kunai had passed through Obito's body, one had collided with the other, sending it flying into the sky. And so, they had both teleported up there. So what? I can still catch you in the air, Obito said grimly, continuing to activate the powerful suction of his Kamui. When Obito was pulling someone into his Kamui dimension, was he intangible? The answer was yes. Obito had dared to grab Konan by the neck during her frontal assault and pull her into the dimension precisely because he was confident the suction force would prevent her from breaking free. When the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was caught, he also couldn't break free with physical strength. Fortunately, he used the Flying Thunder God to escape just before being fully pulled in. His body couldn't break free, but the Flying Thunder God could. But while Obito was pulling someone into his dimension, if his opponent used explosive tags to attempt a mutual self-destruction, like Konan did, Obito's body, which was intangible on the outside, would appear in the Kamui dimension. And the explosive tags that had been partially sucked into the dimension with Konan's body would then injure Obito's body inside Kamui. In other words, as long as an enemy could do what Konan did, attack Obito on both fronts simultaneously with explosive tags while being sucked in, preventing him from managing both inside and outside, they could harm him. Therefore, Uchiha Nagi narrowed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were a plum blossom pattern, his Mangekyo. Amaterasu. Black flames engulfed his entire body. Uchiha Nagi had cast Amaterasu on himself. Obito, who was halfway through pulling him in, was now covered in the black flames. This method was the same as Konan's attempt at mutual destruction with explosive tags when she was being absorbed by Obito. The only difference was that one used explosive tags, and the other used Amaterasu. But the power of Amaterasu was far greater, far stronger than Konan's explosive tags. What? Aya. The part of Obito's body that was inside the Kamui dimension began to scream in agony as it touched the black flames. Obito was forced to stop the absorption and throw Uchiha Nagi away. But the parts of his body inside the Kamui dimension that had been touched by Amaterasu were now beyond saving. Uchiha Nagi, thrown out in midair, used the Flying Thunder God to teleport back to the ground and then retracted his black flames. I wonder if you'll survive this. Uchiha Nagi narrowed his eyes, looking at the spot where Obito had disappeared. Obito's mask only revealed one eye. Who knew if he had transplanted a 3-tomo Sharingan into his other eye socket, preparing an Izanagi? But the power of Amaterasu was absolute. Once touched, even the Raikage had to cut off his own arm. Obito was as good as dead. Humph, serves you right for being so reckless. You're dead now. Uchiha Nagi glanced at the other person, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. It was his turn. Chapter 151, Battle with the Three Tails. Arg. Inside the Kamui dimension, Obito struggled in agony. Once the black flames touched him, they began to spread rapidly across his entire body. The terrifying power of Amaterasu lay in the fact that the size of the enemy's body was irrelevant. Even a tailed beast as large as the 8 tails would be quickly consumed if even a single speck of black flame landed on it. Soon, Obito was burned to ash by the black flames. Back in the real world, Uchiha Nagi had already turned his attention to the fourth Mizukage. In truth, Nagi wanted to enter the Kamui dimension to confirm Obito's death, but he frustratingly found that even after his Sharingan had analyzed Obito's Kamui, he still couldn't enter it. It seemed that Kamui wasn't so much a world created by Obito's eyes, but rather that his eyes were merely the key to entering it. Sigh. Uchiha Nagi sighed. His copy wheel Mangekyo wasn't omnipotent after all. Or perhaps Obito's eye ability was just that special, so special that even after Nagi analyzed and copied it, he still couldn't use it. I wonder if Shirsue's Koto Amatsukami is also this unique. Uchiha Nagi shook his head, pushing the distracting thoughts aside. Or could there be another possibility? Did his own heart also yearn for revenge, which was why he was able to copy and use Amaterasu? He would have to wait until he encountered Shirsue's eyes or other Mangekyo abilities in the future to know for sure. But for now, he had to deal with the fourth Mizukage. While Nagi and Obito were fighting, the fourth Mizukage fell from the sky. The massive impact, combined with the lack of Obito's specific control, had already greatly weakened the genjutsu holding him. Seeing this, Meitorumi and all the ninja from the rebelling clans launched their attacks in unison. Their goal was singular: silence him. If Yagura Karatachi didn't die, they would never sleep soundly again. Instantly, ninjutsu, shuriken, and explosive tags of all kinds were hurled at him. Under the powerful barrage, Yagura was severely injured. Fortunately, his instincts still allowed him to move. He subconsciously dodged most of the attacks, and the powerful life force of a Jinchuriki, coupled with the Three Tails chakra, allowed him to barely survive. Stop. All of you, stop. I am the fourth Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. The intense pain of his injuries had completely jolted Yagura back to his senses. You're the one we're here to kill, Yagura. Die. Seeing him wounded, the Mist Ninja became even more excited. Kage slaying. Whoever accomplished this feat could brag about it for a lifetime. Yagura had no choice but to transform. The tailed beast chakra cloak appeared once again, and the dense storm of ninjutsu and shuriken became insignificant before its absolute defense. Many of the ninja, faced with the tailed beast form of the fourth Mizukage, once again showed fear. Even Mei's expression was grim. The pressure the fourth Mizukage exerted on them was immense. A single tailed beast bomb had nearly destroyed their village. Listen to me. I was being controlled by an enemy Sharingan Genjutsu. I'm free from the control now. I won't do anything to harm the Mist Village again. Don't believe him. Attack together. If he doesn't die, he'll definitely settle scores later, and then we'll be the ones to die. That's right. Everyone, attack. He was just trying to destroy the village with a tailed beast bomb. Have you all forgotten? Kill this tyrant. Yes, let's kill him. He almost destroyed the Mist Village. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Incited by the agents of the great clans, the surrounding ninja began to forget the fourth Mizukage's strength, their gazes turning to hatred. Ninja were human, too, they had emotions. Everyone had just seen the tailed beast bomb that Yagura was about to use to destroy their village explode brilliantly into a small sun in the sky. In that moment, Yagura Karatachi had fallen from his divine pedestal as the fourth Mizukage in their hearts, becoming a demon-like existence. He had been controlled, but who cared about that? They had only seen the fact that a tailed beast bomb had come from Yagura's mouth. Yagura staggered back a step. What he saw was the entire village looking at him with unparalleled hatred. How did it come to this? I am the fourth Mizukage. Yagura, run. The people of the village only feel hatred for you now. If you don't run, you will die. The three tails within Yagura began to speak. Once its Jinchuriki had broken free from Obito's control, it too had escaped the Genjutsu. From within Yagura's body, it could see everything outside. But I'm innocent. I never wanted to harm my own village. But while we were under the Genjutsu, we did do many things that harmed the village. That is a fact. Wake up, Yagura. Look at their eyes again. There is nothing left for you but hatred. Yagura stared blankly at the surrounding ninja. For years, he had persecuted the village's bloodline clans. Those people had friends and family in the village. On top of that, he had just tried to use a tailed beast bomb on his own home. Now, everyone looked at him with either fear or hatred. You're right. Let's go, Three Tails. Looking at the ninja, bristling with murderous intent that filled the entire village, Yagura said painfully, I'm sorry, everyone. Nothing I did before was of my own will. I will leave the village for a time. He's trying to escape. Everyone, kill him. Quick, kill him before he gets away. Several figures in the crowd revealed looks of terror. They were from the great clans. If Yagura escaped, their future nights would be spent in fear. Yagura Karatachi had to die. Shun. A figure appeared swiftly at Yagura's side. It was Uchiha Nagi. During the fight with the false Mizukage, he had left a Flying Thunder God, second step formula on its body. He hadn't forgotten that his treasured new sword still needed a tailed beast for coal. Swoosh. The two vanished on the spot. Uchiha Nagi grabbed the fourth Mizukage's shoulder and activated the Flying Thunder God, leaving the Mist Village behind. He still wasn't sure if Obito was dead, so he couldn't possibly extract the tailed beast here. Swoosh. Uchiha Nagi appeared with the fourth Mizukage on a small island not far from the coast of the Land of Water. The island was pitifully small, less than 1,000 meters in diameter. That was right. He planned to extract the tailed beast and kill Yagura here. Who are you? You're from the Uchiha clan. Seeing the Sharingan, Yagura's killing intent flared. It was a man with a Sharingan who had brought him so much misery. Heh. If it weren't for me, you would have already destroyed your own village, Uchiha Nagi chuckled. So you're not with that mysterious man. Then why did you bring me here? The fourth Mizukage asked warily. Nothing much. I just want to borrow something from you. I'll leave once I have it. What is it? The three tails inside you. Yagura's pupils shrank. An enemy, indeed. If the three tails was extracted from a Jinchuriki's body, the Jinchuriki would die. There was nothing more to say. It was time to fight. Yagura was still in his tailed beast chakra cloak state. He immediately opened his mouth and fired a tailed beast bomb at Uchiha Nagi. That's right, his tailed beast bomb could be fired instantly. Unlike other tailed beasts, as long as the energy input wasn't too large, his tailed beast bomb could be fired with pinpoint accuracy and instantaneous speed. In his previous battle with Juzo Biwa and Itachi Uchiha, he had used a tailed beast bomb with no charge time to attack them, firing 2 shots. The first was so fast that Juzo didn't even have time to use a body flicker, and could only try to block with the executioner's blade. The result was his death. The second time, he increased the energy input, but during the charge-up, he was hit by Itachi's Amaterasu, and from then on lived a life of sweet nothings with Obito, until he finally died peacefully at the hands of Mei Terumi. But now, the timeline had changed. The one taking action was Uchiha Nagi. The fourth Mizuki's instant-tailed beast bomb wasn't very powerful, about the same as a few explosive tags, but its strength was its speed. Uchiha Nagi's pupils contracted. No matter how fast it was, his Mangekyo's dynamic vision could still track it. Shun. He dodged with a flying thunder god jump. Although he was confident in his abilities, there was no need to tank a tailed beast bomb. Only an idiot would be as reckless as Obito. TSK. The tailed beast bomb missed Uchiha Nagi. He teleported in front of Yagura, his left hand already prepared with a monstrous strength fist. This time, he slammed it viciously into Yagura's stomach. Even the fourth Raikage, renowned for his physical durability, wouldn't dare to take a direct hit from the monstrous strength fist, let alone anyone else. This punch, even with Yagura's tailed beast chakra cloak, was useless. The raw physical force of the monstrous strength fist passed through the cloak and struck his body hard. Yagura, already injured, collapsed in pain. Release your full form. Let me take control. Quickly, or it will be too late. We'll both die. The Three Tails spoke anxiously inside Yagura. The Jinchuriki was injured and couldn't move, but it was still fine. The only way to save them both now was to fully transform into the tailed beast. All right. I'm counting on you, Three Tails. Yagura nodded in his spiritual world. He didn't want to go back to the days of being controlled. He agreed. Just as the Eight Tails had asked Killer Bee to hand over control of his body to fully transform, tailed beasts couldn't release their full forms on their own due to the seal, not without the Jinchuriki's consent. The last time, against Itachi, it had happened too fast. Yagura had lost consciousness too quickly, preventing him from letting the Three Tails out to help. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so easily controlled by Obito. Whoa. A massive cloud of chakra smoke appeared. With the roar of a demon turtle, a giant figure emerged from the smoke. It was the Three Tails. Yagura had released it. This is a pain. I just wanted to knock him out, and now I have to go through all this trouble again. Uchiha Nagi had a headache. His original intention was just to knock out the fourth Mizukage, because killing him would also kill the Three Tails. But the guy didn't play by the rules and released his full form. And right next to the sea, no less. Chapter 152, Long Live the Fifth Mizukage. Whoa. The roar of the demon turtle. The complete form of the Three Tails had emerged. On one hand, it had been controlled for too long and wanted to come out for a breath of fresh air. On the other, its hatred for the Sharingan was absolute. The tailed beasts had their own mental space where they could gather from time to time. So, long ago, they had all learned one thing: the Sharingan's control over them was terrifyingly effective. Vile Uchiha clan, die. The Three Tails roared and looked down at the tiny ant on the ground, Uchiha Nagi. It brought its foot down with immense force, intending to crush him into a pulp. In the next second, however, Uchiha Nagi teleported to its chin, where the Flying Thunder God, second step formula still remained, and stabbed it with his sword. Crack! The high-quality blade he had casually bought in the land of iron shattered instantly. What a hard turtle shell. I didn't expect its skin to be so tough, too. Uchiha Nagi had a headache. How can I capture it without killing it? A tailed beast wasn't a kitten. One wrong move, and he could be the one to die. With a few Flying Thunder God jumps, he teleported to the top of the Three Tails' head. Monstrous strength fist. He punched the Three Tails on the head. The beast let out a pained cry, shook its head, and threw Uchiha Nagi off. As expected. While the Three Tails wasn't the strongest of the 9-tailed beasts, its defense was second to none. Nagi's punch hadn't even hit its shell, but its head, and yet it was still fine. Its skin was as tough as the bark of a 1,000-year-old tree. Looking at the Three Tails' head, there was only a small bump, as if it had been bitten by a mosquito. The Three Tails slapped at itself furiously. Uchiha Nagi flew away, and its own palm struck its head hard. The Three Tails was enraged. Roar. Vile Uchiha, die. The Three Tails roared and used its innate ability, water manipulation. Just as the One Tails had a natural advantage in the desert, the Three Tails' control over water was amplified by the sea. A monstrous wave rose from the ocean, instantly submerging the small island and washing away the flea that had been jumping all over its body. That's better. Damn insect. Just as the Three Tails was gloating, thinking it had killed its opponent with a single move, a giant arm shot out from under the sea. A powerful uppercut struck the Three Tails on the head. Boom. The Three Tails was stunned, and it flipped over, crashing heavily onto the sea's surface, creating another tsunami. They're at the coast. The Three Tails is at the coast. There were sensory-type ninja in the Mist Village as well. The village wasn't located deep inland. For the convenience of trade and economy, it had been built near the port. So, when Uchiha Nagi took the Three Tails to the coast and a battle broke out, they knew. Then, a tsunami surged toward the port and rushed into the mist village. Fortunately, the village had a sea wall to block it. Ayo, handle everything in the village. Calm the villagers. I'm going to the coast to see what's happening. Wait, Mei. But Ayo couldn't stop the fiery-tempered Mei. With a few body flickers, she vanished. Her only concern now was the battle at the sea. The leaders of several other great clans also nodded, leading their own teams toward the coast. They couldn't rest easy until Yagura Karatachi was dead. Kage slaying. In all the ninja villages, it had only happened once before, with the Gold and Silver brothers. They had been dissatisfied with their Raikage's perceived weakness and launched a coup. But the Gold and Silver brothers had the skill and power to kill the second Raikage. To survive inside a tailed beast for so many days and escape alive was a feat few could claim. The Mist Village was different. It was suffering from a severe lack of talent. If Yagura escaped alive, and with the Three Tails, who knew what kind of revenge he would seek? What if he stayed far away and occasionally fired a tailed beast bomb at the village? Who could withstand that? So, if Yagura doesn't die, we will be the ones to die in the future. Charge together. The ninja from the several clans nodded in silent agreement and rushed toward the coast. Regardless of the casualties, they had to kill Yagura to eliminate the future threat. As they arrived at the port, they saw a skeletal arm emerge from the sea and uppercut the Three Tails, flipping it over. Then, a giant skeletal figure rose from the sea. Chakra quickly filled its entire body, forming flesh and clothing. A moment later, a complete Stage 2 Susanoo giant appeared. The Stage 3 Susanoo, the complete body with armor and weapons, consumed too much chakra and dojutsu power, so Uchiha Nagi only planned to use Stage 2 to deal with the Three Tails. Besides, tailed beasts were quite clumsy. The Susanoo possessed human-like agility, which the tailed beasts lacked. But Uchiha Nagi had forgotten that a tailed beast with a perfect Jinchuriki was different from Shikaku. It's a Susanoo. Three Tails, be careful. I'll fight alongside you. In the Three Tails spiritual space, the fourth Mizukage immediately recognized it. A Susanoo. The Mist Village had records of it. Lure him into the deep sea. That's our home turf. Got it, the Three Tails nodded. In the real world, the Three Tails roared, its tail lashing out heavily at Uchiha Nagi. Nagi controlled the Susanoo to dodge, jumping up, flipping over, and landing heavily on the Three Tails shell. The sword of Tatsuka stabbed down with force. Crack! The corner of Uchiha Nagi's mouth twitched. As expected of a turtle-like creature, its defense was incredible. Fortunately, the sword of Tatsuka was also a divine weapon and didn't break. But the ensuing battle gave Uchiha Nagi a headache. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't break through the Three Tails shell. And the beast kept harassing him with its tail. He tried to cut off its tail, but found that it was slippery and rubbery. After flipping Nagi over one last time, the Three Tails swung its tail and charged toward the deep sea. If the Three Tails managed to get into the deep sea, Uchiha Nagi would be in big trouble. He wasn't confident he could withstand the pressure of several thousand meters of water. The pressure in the deep sea was terrifying, it could probably crush and implode even a Susanoo. No wonder this turtle's shell is so hard. It must have been training in the deep sea for years. After thinking for a moment, Uchiha Nagi decided he couldn't use conventional methods to deal with this giant turtle. He needed to use a killing move. The sword techniques of the breathing styles were exquisitely effective against human opponents, but they were useless against a tailed beast with maxed out defense like the Three Tails. Tailed Beast Bomb. Although he had seen it a few times, he had not yet mastered Yin-Yang release. His control over Yin and Yang chakra still needed to be strengthened. Once his control improved, he could create a tailed beast bomb himself. Then I'll use something else for now. Wind style, Rasen Shuriken. A giant shuriken of wind began to rotate with a whirring sound. When the Three Tails saw it, it started to flee even faster. But no matter how fast it was useless. Uchiha Nagi had placed a Flying Thunder God, second step marker on it. He instantly teleported behind it and slammed the giant wind shuriken down. Oh whoa. It still didn't break the shell, but it left a deep gash. The Rasen Shuriken's microscopic wind blades penetrated every cell of the Three Tails' body. It didn't kill it, but it caused it more pain than death itself. Boom. The Three Tails lost its mind. It whipped up a colossal tsunami. The seawater below began to churn like Shikaku's sand, trying to drag Uchiha Nagi into the deep sea to kill him. And the tsunami above rose high into the air, crashing down heavily on the Susanoo. But it was the people of the Mist Village at the port who suffered. Seeing the massive tsunami, everyone's face changed. If this tsunami hit, the ninja might survive, but all the ordinary people of the Mist Village would surely die. And if the entire village was washed away, it would be no different from being destroyed. They were truly innocent bystanders caught in the crossfire. Everyone, use water style. Protect the village. Mei Terumi shouted urgently. At this moment, the Mist Village ninja, who were usually suspicious of each other and prone to infighting, put aside their guards and worked together for survival. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Water style, great waterfall technique. Earth style. Hundreds of ninjas stood on the shore of the port, unleashing their ninjutsu with all their might, hoping to stop the Three Tails sea-style attack. Amaterasu. Uchiha Nagi finally chose the most devastatingly powerful physical attack, Amaterasu. He struck the Three Tails with it again. At the same time, his head spun. It was his second time using Amaterasu today, and the dojutsu consumption was a bit much. And while using Amaterasu twice, he had also used his Mangekyo to copy Obito's Kemui. Add the Susanoo to that, and this wave of exertion had nearly depleted his chakra. Oh whoa. The Three Tails wailed in pain, desperately trying to dive into the water. It only wanted to extinguish the flames on its body, which were excruciatingly painful. But when it plunged into the sea, it found that even the water couldn't put out the black fire on its body. No matter how strong its shell's defense was, its tail, head, and forelimbs were not protected by it. The flames burned these parts relentlessly. The most terrifying aspect of Amaterasu wasn't its super intense burning power, but the fact that it clung to its target like a parasite, never extinguishing until the enemy was dead. The Three Tails thrashed and struggled in the deep sea, until finally, it stopped moving. Success. Uchiha Nagi swam into the sea. Seeing the Three Tails motionless, he knew it had been defeated. To avoid burning it to death, he quickly retracted the Amaterasu flames. The Three Tails slowly receded back into Yugura Karatachi's body. Uchiha Nagi swam forward, his hand extending from the Susanoo and pressing down on Yugura's stomach. Seal, release. He opened Yugura's tailed beast seal and then began to use the sword of Tatsuka to extract the Three Tails from his body, sealing it into his gourd. After doing all this, Uchiha Nagi dispelled the Susanoo, took Yugura, and used the Flying Thunder God to return to the surface. Ha! Mei Terumi, I did it. Here, this is Yugura Karatachi. Uchiha Nagi threw Yugura onto the ground. Having had the tailed beast extracted, he was on the verge of death. Coupled with his previous severe injuries, his life was fading fast. Thank you. The Mist Village ninja gathered on the shore looked a little worse for wear, all of them soaked to the bone. But they had blocked the tsunami and saved their village from destruction. Mei Terumi's beautiful eyes turned to the fourth Mizukage, killing intent welling up. No matter what, for whatever reason, Yugura Karatachi had to die today. She casually snatched a sword from a nearby ninja. The surrounding people held their breath, not daring to even breathe. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Mei ruthlessly plunged the sword into Yugura Karatachi's heart. It was over. Clap. Someone started clapping. Then, more ninja followed suit. Finally, someone started a chant. Fifth Mizukage, a second person chimed in. Fifth Mizukage. Plus 100. More and more people joined in. Finally, countless Mist Village ninja began to cheer. Long live the fifth Mizukage. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Mei Terumi, you're not getting any younger. Long live the fifth Mizukage. This scene had taken place 3 days ago. In the battle 3 days prior, Mei Terumi, through her actions, her strength, and the backing of her clan, had successfully ascended to the position of Mizukage. No one disputed it. She was the one who had personally killed the fourth Mizukage. In the initial clash, her Kekiai Tota, a fusion of 2 nature transformations, had easily shattered the tailed beast cloak of the false Mizukage. Even if it wasn't Yugura himself, the tailed beast cloak was no fake. The other ninja of the Mist Village had been helpless against it, yet Mei had broken it with a single technique and killed the white Zetsu imposter with a second. Later, when the tsunami threatened the village, Mei had used her power to unleash a massive water-style jutsu, blocking the Three Tails sea-style attack and, with the combined efforts of the other ninja, saving the village. Third, she had personally killed Yugura Karatachi. Before the eyes of many, she had ended the life of the previous Mizukage. Her ascension was thus by popular demand and met the hopes of the people. Under Obito's control, Yugura had decimated the village's bloodline clans, leaving the Mist Village weaker than any other. The legendary 7 ninja swords of the mist, after being decimated by Might Dway, had been scattered to the winds due to the village's bloody mist policy. Now, only one of the 7 blades remained, the one in Chojuro's hands. Without reanimating Hozuki Mangetsu, no one could summon all 7 swords, because only he held the summoning contract for them. The dark days of the Mist Village had gone on for too long. So, after a joint discussion, the great ninja clans decided not to wait for the daimyo's appointment. Just 3 days later, they had Mei directly assume the office. The daimyo? They had just taken down their own Mizukage. If the daimyo dared to say no, they would send him to hell to keep Yugura company. The Bloody Mist policy had been established since the time of the first Mizukage. Perhaps the original intention was to strengthen their ninja through real combat, following an elite path because the Land of Water's arable land couldn't support too many people. The elite route was a choice born of necessity. At that time, although ninja occasionally died in exams, the numbers weren't as high as they were now. But things changed starting with the second Mizukage, and the policy intensified. It wasn't until the fourth Mizukage was controlled by Obito that he began to actively destroy the bloodline clans of his own village. As for the third Mizukage, whether he was controlled by Madara and committed the foolish act of sealing their own nuclear weapon, the Three Tails, into Rin's body is hard to explain. At that time, Madara was already hooked up to tubes, and would die the moment they were unplugged. How could he have flown across the sea to the Mist Village to control the third Mizukage? Now, it's all over. I will end the Bloody Mist policy in this village. Today, Mei had clearly taken great care with her appearance. She still had her emerald green eyes and long, crossed, brown curly hair, but this time her right eye was not covered by her bangs. Instead, her hair was neatly combed, revealing both of her beautiful eyes. Wearing the fifth Mizukage's robe, which had been made overnight, she walked onto the high platform. Then, under the watchful eyes of the many elders of the bloodline clans, she put on the Kage hat and raised her hand high. Upon taking office, Mei announced her first order. I declare that from this day forward, the Mist Village's Bloody Mist policy is abolished. In all future graduation and Chunin exams, not a single person will die again. From now on, everyone in the Mist Village will be partners who can depend on each other and fight back to back. The crowd below was silent for a moment, and then erupted into a deafening roar. Long live the Mist Village. Long live. Long live Lord Fifth. Lady Mei Terumi, long live. The female ninja, in particular, looked at Mei with stars of adoration in their eyes. Not only was she the first female Mizukage of the Mist, but she was also the first female Kage of the 5 great shinobi countries. Although there was no official distinction between genders in the ninja world, male ninja were generally stronger in combat than female ninja. It was an ironclad rule, a result of natural evolution. Now, the appearance of the first female Mizukage represented a huge step forward for female ninja. The villagers even began to set off fireworks. Bang. 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 Dazzling, multicolored fireworks bloomed in the sky above the Mist Village, symbolizing that their tomorrow would be just as beautiful. After so many years of darkness, no matter what the future held, a female Mizukage felt much more reassuring than a male one. As she walked back to the Mizukage's building, her newly appointed assistant and former bodyguard, A.O., quickly walked up and whispered to her that a guest was still waiting for her in the conference room. I know. I'm on my way. In the conference room of the Mizukage's building, a young man with shaggy, shoulder-length black hair and black eyes stood by the window, watching the celebrating villagers and ninja outside. It had been many years since he had seen a scene so festive, like a New Year's celebration. How about joining the Mist Village? The village is now in a state of reconstruction and is in great need of strong individuals like you. Mei suddenly spoke, causing Uchiha Nagi to startle for a moment. The addition of a powerful bloodline user would undoubtedly be a great boon to the Mist Village, whose bloodline clans had been nearly wiped out. Especially since Uchiha Nagi was a Kage-level powerhouse. During this period before Mei had fully matured into her role, the presence of a Kage-level expert would undoubtedly be a guarantee for the village's security. This was the result of a joint discussion over the past few days between the elders of Mei's clan and the heads of the other clans. Thinking back to yesterday's clan meeting, Mei couldn't help but blush. During the meeting, the great elder of her clan had given her a meaningful look and hinted that since she now had 2 Keki-Igenkai, if she could unite with another powerful bloodline user from the ninja world, their offspring might have a chance of being born with 3 Keki-Igenkai. The meaning was obvious. Uchiha Nagi was not as deranged as Konoha's propaganda made him out to be, and he kept his word. After some contact, they felt that having such a powerhouse join the Mist Village would undoubtedly have a stabilizing effect, like a pillar in the sea. Besides, Mei Terumi wasn't getting any younger. She was already in her early 20s. Naruto got married at 16. The ninja world was similar to ancient times, most people could get married at 15 or 16. No, thank you. I don't like being tied down. A single refusal pulled Mei back to reality. Uchiha Nagi had refused without even thinking about it. Joining the Mist Village was a good option, Konoha wouldn't dare to come looking for trouble. But to retire in the Land of Water, isolated overseas. He might as well have stayed in the world of Demon Slayer. The Mist Village won't place too many restrictions on you. If you join, your position will be the same as a consultant elder. Besides the Mizukage, no one can give you orders. And I won't randomly assign you missions. If you encounter a mission you don't like, you can refuse, Mei explained. I think our current working relationship is quite good. Next time you have a mission, just continue to hire me. I'll even give you a 10% discount, Uchiha Nagi said with a smile. Oh, right, the rest of the money. Money, money, money. Is money the only thing in this man's eyes? He's not even a little bit moved with a great beauty like me standing in front of him. May couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. This anger wasn't because she particularly liked the men before her, but because he showed absolutely no interest in her. Was her charm really that lacking? It wasn't as if there weren't young men in the Mist Village who had secret crushes on her. But unfortunately, they felt their strength was insufficient, and she was from a noble clan. Those who dared to pursue her lacked the strength, and those who had the strength were all old men from the previous generation. There was no helping it, no one in the younger generation could match her strength. All right, I know. I've already instructed AO to take stock of the village's finances. Giving you the rest of the money at once shouldn't be a problem. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Uchiha Nagi was a bit baffled by Mei's sudden change in attitude, but the customer is always right. He nodded and smiled. Fine. We'll work together again when we have the chance. I'll go get the money now. With that, Uchiha Nagi walked out to find AO and get his payment. Bastard. That guy. He never has anything in his mouth but money. Enraged, Mei slammed her fist on the table. A small flame, a fusion of her two Kekkei Genkai, erupted and burned the entire table to nothing. It was the second time she had fused them out of anger. Please count it. This is the final payment. In the finance office of the Mizukage building, Uchiha Nagi took the 3 large chests AO gave him, nodded, opened them for a quick look, and then stored them in his storage scroll. That's right, the amount is about right. Oh, and please prepare a speedboat for me. I'm getting ready to head back. And some fresh water and food as well. Yes, no problem. By the way. AO hesitated for a moment before asking, when do you plan to return the 3 tails? The village elders are a bit worried without a 3 tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Nagi smiled. Don't worry. I'm a rogue ninja from Konoha. I have no use for the 3 tails. And I have no intention of becoming a Jinchuriki myself. I'll return it as soon as my sword is forged. Not just anyone could become a Jinchuriki. It required some matching and selection. Of course, members of bloodline clans were more suitable, especially those from the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Then I'm relieved. The elders asked me to tell you that the Mist Village is now your ally. Whenever you grow tired of wandering, you are welcome to join us. We will always welcome you. And if there is a need for cooperation, we will hire you again. Uchiha Nagi smiled and nodded. Welcome me to join. More like they're lusting after my little tadpoles. If I join, they'll just use me as a breeding stud. In a dozen years, the Uchiha clan, which was wiped out in Konoha, will be reborn in the Mist Village. A day later, Uchiha Nagi set off on the speedboat AO had arranged for him, along with a nautical chart he had requested from them. The Land of Water, like the Land of Lightning, was a maritime nation. Although they both bordered the vast ocean, the two countries had never fought a war. The reason was simple, it wasn't worth it. Across the boundless sea, unless you could annihilate the other side in one go, you would just get bogged down in a quagmire. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, A Theory on Limbo, Border Jail. In the ninja world, the Land of Water was an overseas archipelago, a nation formed from numerous, disconnected islands of various sizes. Conquering it island by island would be an exhausting endeavor. The Land of Lightning, on the other hand, was a high-altitude region, similar to the Tibetan plateau of Uchiha Nagi's previous life. This was why the fourth Reikage and his people had darker skin. It wasn't because they were black, but because the intense ultraviolet radiation at such high altitudes naturally darkened the skin. The Land of Water had never considered attacking the Land of Lightning, for the same reason the Land of Lightning didn't attack them. The high mountains and harsh environment made it an unprofitable venture. Compared to attacking the difficult-to-conquer Land of Lightning, it was far better to attack the fertile and beautiful land of. The other great nations felt the same. And so, the unfortunate Land of Fire was repeatedly targeted in the Great Wars, as everyone wanted to carve up a piece of the most fertile land on the continent. Uchiha Nagi resorted to his old trick, using the unfortunate fish of the sea to pull his boat. He was using a light speedboat, which moved very quickly. Every time he passed an island, he would circle it on his map and then continue his search for the next one. Occasionally, he would fly into the sky to check for any missed spots. As for how he flew, it was, of course, with magnet release. Using magnet release for combat was one thing, but flying over the vast, open sea for dozens of days. Who had that kind of chakra tonnage? His research into magnet release was still getting nowhere. Electromagnetism, as one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, was not so easily developed. Otherwise, Nagato wouldn't have only developed 2 techniques related to gravity. The third Kazakage's magnet release was actually more like ninjutsu. He hadn't even crossed the threshold of true magnet release. You could tell because he still needed to carry iron sand with him into every battle. Electromagnetism was for more than just attracting iron. If the third Kazekage had mastered electromagnetism, even just a little, he wouldn't have needed to carry iron sand. He could have fought empty-handed, just like Nagato. Electromagnetism, also known as the electromagnetic force, is the general term for the force experienced by electric charges and currents in an electromagnetic field. Some refer to the force on a current-carrying conductor in a magnetic field as the electromagnetic force, and the force on a stationary charge in an electrostatic field as the electrostatic force. It is the force that arises between charged particles. It is the second strongest of the four fundamental forces. If a person could control electromagnetism, it would be terrifying. Could they easily summon the lightning from a thunderstorm? The human body's magnetic field, trees, rocks, water molecules, every substance has electrons and a magnetic field in its molecular structure. At its peak, one could even control the magnetic field of the Earth, of the entire planet. What was the human body's magnetic field in comparison? With a casual wave of his hand, the third Kazekage could disrupt a person's magnetic field, and it wouldn't matter if tens of thousands of people came at him, they would all be cannon fodder. Of course, the same applied to Nagato. Gravity is also one of the four fundamental forces. Unfortunately, the Rinnegan had too many mysteries, and Nagato couldn't focus on just one. He developed so many abilities at once that he ended up a jack of all trades, master of none. Every time he used Shinra Tensei, he needed to wait 5 seconds before using it again. What was that if not a lack of mastery? Perhaps Madara's limbo, border jail is an advanced version of gravity control, Uchiha Nagi mused. He had a pair of iron sand wings on his back. He flew up, took a look around, and then landed back on the boat, changing direction. In his past life, on the forums, after learning about the Rinnegan's major abilities, many people thought the Deva Path's Shinra Tensei was undoubtedly the strongest because it controlled gravity. But what happens when Shinra Tensei is developed to its extreme? Madara had incapacitated all 9-tailed beasts with a single blow. Uchiha Nagi couldn't think of any other explanation. There was only one possibility. After awakening the Rinnegan and familiarizing himself with its abilities, Madara chose to focus on developing the gravity control of the Deva Path, one of the four fundamental forces. Therefore, the 9-tailed beasts, which seemed as heavy as mountains, became as light as feathers under the control of the fundamental force of gravity, easily sent flying. Madara might not have known what the four fundamental forces were, but relying on his instincts and years of combat experience, he sensed that the Deva Path's ability was the strongest of the 6 paths, and so he focused on developing its control over gravity. It was settled. There was a high probability that Madara's limbo, border jail was an advanced version of Shinra Tensei, a mastery of the fundamental force of gravity. The end of all magic is science. Uchiha Nagi narrowed his eyes. What's the use of a Susanoo, a wood golem, a summoning animal, or a tailed beast? In the face of the four fundamental forces, all these behemoths are nothing but mere specks of dust. But for now, since I can't master electromagnetism, I can consider developing a powerful technique first. Like a railgun. Uchiha Nagi placed a kunai in his hand and tried to use magnet release to accelerate it, just like Misaka Makoto from the anime. If he could succeed with this technique, it would be no less powerful than Nagato's Shinra Tensei. Swoosh. The kunai flew out at a speed that broke the sound barrier, but Uchiha Nagi shook his head. It was a failure. A railgun wasn't this slow. If he had succeeded, the instantaneous acceleration and various pressures would have pulverized the kunai. Oh well. There's still plenty of time. I'll research it slowly. Nagi didn't expect to succeed in a few days with a technique that took Madara half a lifetime to develop. He would take his time. He had the advantage of an entire world's worth of physics knowledge over Madara. The island of the nature energy-filled summoning beasts would certainly not be recorded on any nautical chart. Although the land of water and the land of lightning had trade relations, that island would never be revealed to the world. All Uchiha Nagi could do was divide the map into sections, and every time he reached a new area, he would fly up to check for any missed islands before continuing his search. Obito, you look terrible. In a cave somewhere, a battered Obito emerged from the Kamui dimension. He had returned to the mainland, to the land of rain. He had gone to the land of water after receiving a message from White Zetsu that the Mist Village was planning a collective rebellion. The fourth Mizukage was usually an impostor played by a White Zetsu, who would absorb some of the Mizukage's and the tailed beast's chakra to issue orders. Obito only went over periodically to reinforce the Mangekyo's genjutsu. He had originally thought it would be a situation like the Kagaya clan's demise, but he hadn't expected a full-scale rebellion. Fine, he had thought. I'll just control the 3 tails and wipe out the entire Mist Village in one go. However, Obito had grown complacent. He never anticipated that Mei Terumi and her faction had hired outside help, an ally who knew his abilities inside and out. And he had arrogantly tried to suck Uchiha Nagi into his Kamui dimension. His Kamui was more like a key that opened a door to another dimension. The powerful suction that followed could trap even Kage-level powerhouses, because the suction came from the Kamui dimension itself. That was why he had tried to suck in Minato Namikaze, and why he had tried to suck in Konan. In the end, Uchiha Nagi, who knew Obito's abilities, had used Konan's trick to defeat him. Unfortunately for Nagi, Obito had a spare 3-tomo Sharingan transplanted under his mask. He had activated his Izanagi in time. My, how did Obito lose an eye? Did you use his Izanagi? What does death feel like? Is it better or worse than the feeling of taking a dump? A white figure emerged from the ground. This was Tobi, one of the white Zetsu who was always curious about what it felt like to defecate. He was the most unique of all the white Zetsu, aside from the original. He could attach himself to a host, becoming a biological suit of armor that enhanced their combat power. This time was an accident. I never expected him to know my secrets. This is the second time, Obito frowned. Besides black and white Zetsu, no one knew about his Kamui ability. How on earth did Uchiha Nagi know? To say that Nagi didn't know his secrets, Obito wouldn't believe it if you killed him. The first time, Nagi had cut off his arm. The second time, he had burned him to death. Thinking of this, Obito looked suspiciously at black and white Zetsu. Could they have leaked his abilities to Uchiha Nagi? Obito. You don't suspect me, do you? But I'm completely devoted to you. Wah. Tobi immediately started to cry. Black Zetsu spoke slowly in his raspy voice. Obito, no one would have leaked your information. And on the night of the massacre, Uchiha Nagi's strength was negligible. He had no value. Obito relaxed slightly. I'm not suspecting you. I just can't figure out how he could know my abilities without ever having met me before. Each time, he's been able to target my weaknesses. If he hadn't had a spare 3-tomo Sharingan this time, he would have died. After reviving with his Izanagi in the Kamui dimension, Obito had left. Since his opponent knew his secrets, it was pointless to stay and fight. He had more important things to do. Just like when he had faced Minato Namikaze, he had chickened out. Obito touched his stomach. The seal his teacher had left on him had been with him his entire life. Fortunately, while the Flying Thunder God, second step couldn't be removed, it could be sealed. The cure-all of sealing jutsu solved everything. I will find a way to kill him. If he is not eliminated, he will always be a hidden danger. I cannot allow any accidents to jeopardize the infinite Tsukumi plan, Obito said with a dark expression. But, Obito, it seems Nagato is interested in recruiting him into the Akatsuki. Besides sending Kakuzu to find him, he also asked me to report any news about him at any time, Tobi said, scratching his head. Although Konan had her own intelligence network, she sometimes used the white Zetsu to gather information. After all, the white Zetsu paparazzi group was incredibly efficient. And on the surface, Nagato was still the leader of the Akatsuki. Interesting. Give Itachi a copy of his file. I'm looking forward to this, Obito murmured to himself. Whether in the real world or the world of the infinite Tsukumi, Obito's fear of Itachi surpassed even his fear of Nagato. It was probably the innate sense of inferiority a slacker feels before a genius. Chapter 155, Uzumaki Onoka. On the open sea, the weather was clear and bright. The sun shone down on the water, where several seagulls would occasionally dive into the sea, emerging with a small fish to enjoy a hearty meal. Seeing the seagulls, Uchiha Nagi knew that there had to be an island or a landmass nearby. Uchiha Nagi brought his index and middle fingers together. Release. The sharks, which had been forced into service as beasts of burden for several days, were finally freed from the genjutsu. The fearsome ocean predators immediately fled from the speedboat in a panic. They swore that for the rest of their lives, they would stay as far away from human wooden boats as possible and never get close again. After releasing the pitiful great white sharks, Uchiha Nagi deployed his iron sand. It had to be said, the third Kazekage's magnet release had at least solved one problem for him, his inability to fly. Throughout the entire ninja world, not counting summoning animals, the number of people who could fly using their own abilities could be counted on one hand. Inoki was one. Besides him, Nagato's Deva Path could use the fundamental force of gravity to fly, and Madara likely could as well, since they essentially used the same pair of Rinnegan. As for the others who could fly, they all relied on external forces, such as Deidara's clay bird, Gaara's sand, and the third Kazekage's magnet release. Magnet release controlled metal, using it to carry oneself into the sky, rather than flying on one's own. It was the same as Gaara's method, but its flight speed wasn't as fast as Deidara's or Inoki's. But if Uchiha Nagi could get a basic grasp of electromagnetism, flying freely like Inoki and the Deva Path shouldn't be a problem. After all, electromagnetism controlled magnetic fields, and the most famous example of someone controlling their own biomagnetic field was Superman. Uchiha Nagi flew into the air and scanned the area carefully. Finally, with the help of his Mangekyo and a telescope, he spotted an island in the distance. It wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. It had been half a month, and Uchiha Nagi still hadn't found the island he was looking for. He used water style when he was thirsty and caught fish when he was hungry, cooking them with fire style. He had no worries about food or drink, the only problem was his dwindling supply of grain. And he had a big appetite. If he couldn't find it in another half a month, he would have to turn back once his grain ran out. After all, humans were omnivores and couldn't survive on meat alone. The reason he was so determined to find it was, first, that this island, like the three great sage regions, was filled with a large amount of natural energy. The animals on the island grew to be incredibly large and powerful. This phenomenon was only seen in the three great sage regions, where the abundant natural energy enriched the water and plants, causing the native animals to become unusually large and strong. Uchiha Nagi was a picky person. Since he was going to forge a sword, he wanted to choose the best possible place. The island's water, rich with natural energy, would undoubtedly benefit the swordsmith. He could also capture a few of the animals for Kimimaro and Yukihime to use as summoning beasts. And, like with summoning animals, consuming food grown from land and water rich in natural energy would certainly be very beneficial to the body. But the open sea was vast, it wasn't so easy to find. Uchiha Nagi had avoided the shipping lanes between the land of water and the land of lightning, searching elsewhere, because if the summoning beast island was on a major route, it would have surely been discovered long ago. As he approached the island he had just spotted, Nagi's light boat struck a reef. With a loud crash, it began to take on water. Damn it, what bad luck. There are reefs here. He dragged the boat onto the beach, left it there, and then flew into the sky with magnet release to get a better look. Scree. Just then, a giant eagle dove down from the sky at high speed. It seemed to have decided that Uchiha Nagi looked quite tasty and wanted to catch him for dinner. Smack. Flying in midair, Uchiha Nagi casually punched it with one of his Susanu's giant hands, leaving the eagle's head spinning. After being injured, the eagle's eyes actually showed a human-like expression of fear. It then turned and flew away. Could this be the place? Uchiha Nagi immediately activated his magnet release wings and followed the eagle. Along the way, he saw that the island was home to massive spiders, lizards, and snakes, all of them enormous. I've come to the right place. Barring any surprises, this should be it, Uchiha Nagi said with delight. Nagi was also incredibly curious about the artificially synthesized ultimate summoning beast on the island. It could acquire the abilities of any summoning beast it ate. If given time to grow, it could indeed become an existence that surpassed all the tailed beasts. He just didn't know if it was mindless and driven only by slaughter, as in the original story. If so, the beast would be of little value. At that moment, on the island, a red-haired girl with a haggard face was maintaining a seal on a square, high platform. Because sealed upon it was an artificially created demon. From the moment this demon was born, she knew it must never be allowed to escape, or it would destroy the world. What exhausted her even more was that it had been years, and no one had come to the island. The original researchers and guardian ninja had all been sacrificed in an experimental riot. She had only escaped by chance. But with her strength alone, she probably couldn't maintain the seal for much longer. Her name was Uzumaki Anoka. Born in an era of war, her father had died early, and her childhood memories were hazy. She only remembered constantly wandering with her mother. Then one day, someone found her mother. She didn't know what was said, but they came to this island. Here, Uzumaki Anoka had a relatively happy childhood, because there was no war, no death, no famine, and no cold. There were also some researchers and a few ninja. Her and her mother's task was to use sealing jutsu to guard the experiments here, some modified summoning beasts. The Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu was famous throughout the ninja world. From a young age, she had diligently learned the sealing jutsu her mother taught her. For her, it wasn't just a job, it was the means by which she survived. When they were fleeing as refugees on the mainland, so many other refugees and bandits had tried to harm them, but her mother had always fought them off with sealing jutsu. This island was unusually rich in natural energy, making it a very suitable place for raising summoning beasts. The faction that brought her here, it seemed, was not content with just raising them, but wanted to create an ultimate summoning beast, one that could fuse all abilities and become infinitely stronger. In the end, they succeeded, and they failed. Because after their success, the team couldn't control the ultimate summoning beast at all. When it got out, it ate all the researchers. Finally, her mother sacrificed herself, exhausting her own life force to seal the out-of-control, still infant ultimate summoning beast. After that, she lived alone on the island. However, the seal was not stable. The beast inside would periodically attack it. And it seemed to be constantly evolving, even after being locked up for years without food or drink, it was still not dead. But she was alone, and her strength was limited. Under the constant assault of the ultimate summoning beast, she couldn't hold out much longer. If this continued, she would probably have to follow her mother's example, sacrificing her own life to reinforce the seal. But even that would only last for a few years. Anoka, this experiment was a mistake. You must never let this summoning beast out, or the ninja world will be finished. Uzumaki Anoka looked at the seal, recalling her mother's dying words. She said with determination. I will never let it escape, mother. Wait. Someone's here. Just then, Uzumaki Anoka suddenly sensed something. She looked up in surprise toward a certain direction. She had sensed that someone had arrived on the island, and their chakra was immense. She had never encountered such a massive amount of chakra before. Kagura Mind's Eye. This was a gifted ability that only a very few talented women of the Uzumaki clan could possess. It was one of the strongest sensory ninjutsu in the ninja world. And as it happened, Uzumaki Anoka possessed it. A lonely girl, having been on this island for so many years with no one to talk to, had long grown used to it. But the appearance of another person still filled her with ecstatic joy. Could it be that the employer who had funded the research had finally sent someone? Uzumaki Anoka didn't even have time to consider if it was an enemy. She immediately rushed out of the base, opened the cave, and ran outside. Boom. This was the third giant beast Uchiha Nagi had knocked out. The animals here were truly enormous, spiders and lizards the size of trucks, and massive snakes. It seemed they all had their own hunting grounds. When Nagi intruded, they had treated this tiny human as an after-dinner snack. But every beast that had tried to take a bite had broken its teeth. They just charged without even being able to tell if they can win against an enemy. Making a contract with this kind of summoning beast would be useless. Uchiha Nagi shook his head. Just then, he suddenly heard a woman scream from the forest. Ah. Someone's here. Uchiha Nagi combined a body flicker with his breathing style and rushed over. A massive spider had wrapped Uzumaki Anoka in a web and was dangling her in the air. Normally, she would never have been caught, but as luck would have it, she had spent the last few days and nights reinforcing the seal, completely depleting her chakra. Without her chakra, and not being a taijutsu expert, she didn't even know any ninjutsu, and with her mind focused on meeting the person who had come to the island, she had carelessly fallen into the spider's trap. If her chakra hadn't been exhausted, she could have easily broken free. But now. You stay away. Uzumaki Anoka's face was pale as she looked at the terrifying spider with its 2 rows of compound eyes and mouth full of fangs. The foul stench from its open mouth was nauseating. The giant spider opened its maw and lunged toward her head, apparently planning to start its meal with her brain. Ah. Uzumaki Anoka closed her eyes and screamed in terror. Boom. Destructive death, air type. At the critical moment, Uchiha Nagi arrived. He cut down the spider with a single blow and caught the girl as she fell from midair. Uzumaki Anoka only felt a gust of wind the moment the spider's mouth was about to bite down on her. Then, she found herself falling into a young man's arms. A handsome face, a sharp and chiseled profile, a pair of red eyes, and a masculine scent. Anoka was stunned. It was the first time in her life she had been this close to a member of the opposite sex her own age. She couldn't help but blush, her heart beginning to pound. Chapter 156, The Ultimate Summoning Beast. So this is the research base for the summoning beasts on the island? Uchiha Nagi asked, standing before a large mountain. The cliff face appeared unremarkable, but it was a clever disguise, reinforced by a sealing jutsu to repel any potential attackers. Yes. One moment, I'll open the door. Uzumaki Anoka stepped forward and deactivated the seal. A gate slid open, revealing a base with a surprisingly sci-fi aesthetic. Perhaps because she had grown up on the island with no contact with the outside world, or perhaps because he had just saved her life, Uzumaki Anoka answered whatever Uchiha Nagi asked without a hint of caution. I'm Uchiha Nagi, he said. You can call me Nagi, or Nagi and I, if you like. Oh, okay. Nagi and I. Uzumaki Anoka nodded, the blush still warm on her cheeks. The masculine scent from when he'd held her seemed to linger in the air. By the way, do you have any idea which nation's ninja built this place? Nagi asked, his curiosity piqued. Establishing a research base this far out at sea was no small feat, it was beyond the capabilities of any minor power. I don't know. They never wore forehead protectors. After they invited my mother here when I was little, we just stayed. She never told me which village hired us before she passed away. Then, a few years ago, there was an accident. The ultimate summoning beast broke out of the lab. Everyone was killed, the guardian, too. In the end, my mother sacrificed herself to seal it. As she spoke, her expression darkened. For a girl with no father, losing the only family she had ever known was a crushing blow. I'm sorry, Nagi said gently. I didn't mean to make you recall such painful memories. It's all right, Nagi and I. It's been several years, Anoka said, shaking her head. Anyway, since you weren't sent by them, you should probably find a time to leave. I don't know how much longer I can maintain the seal on my own. Her voice grew grim. If it breaks the seal, it will be a disaster for the entire ninja world. My mother's dying wish was that I must never let it escape. If I leave, Nagi asked, what will you do? Anoka lowered her head, leading him deeper into the base. Though large, the facility was spotless, a testament to the girl's diligent upkeep. I'll find a way to seal it for a few more years, she said. Maybe then it will be weak enough to be killed. If I can just push it into the island's volcano, into the lava, it should die. As she explained, Nagi quickly pieced it together. The ultimate summoning beast wasn't a tailed beast. The tailed beasts were unique, born from the Ten Tails chakra and the Sage of Six Paths Yin-Yang release. They could be sealed for centuries without food or water and not die because they were, in essence, part of the God Tree, which could absorb natural energy from the world and convert it into chakra. But the ultimate summoning beast was a man-made creature, a biological entity like Gamabunta. It had not yet evolved to the point where it could survive by absorbing natural energy, it lacked the God Tree's ability. Therefore, it had to eat. Having been sealed by Anoka's mother for several years, it was already severely weakened. Another decade or two of being sealed, and it might just starve to death. That was why it was desperately battering against the seal, it was a biological imperative to survive, to break free before it died. And Anoka could only helplessly reinforce the seal day after day. Like Nagato, she was constantly overdrawing her life force to produce the chakra needed to keep the beast contained. She had been doing this for years. Nagi looked at Anoka's pale, bloodless face and the dark circles under her eyes. It was obvious she hadn't had a proper rest in years, all for the sake of maintaining the seal. And she had been constantly depleting her chakra during her formative years. At 17 or 18, she was as thin and frail as a girl of 14. You're constantly overdrawing your chakra, Nagi observed. If you keep this up, you won't live much longer. It's fine. This is the mission my mother entrusted to me. Nagi and if you have nothing else to do, please rest here for the day and leave the island tomorrow. This place isn't safe. If I lose control and it escapes. Don't worry, Nagi said with a faint smile. I'm here now. I'll help you deal with it. But I know sealing jutsu, too. Really? Anoka's eyes lit up with surprise and hope. Of course. And my chakra reserves are much larger. Nagi released his chakra in full. The atmospheric pressure skyrocketed, soon reaching the level of a tailed beast. It couldn't compare to the 9 tails, but it was certainly a bit more than the 1 tail. Anoka's jaw dropped in astonishment. As they walked through the base, Anoka unreservedly showed Nagi everything. There were many documents she couldn't understand, she wasn't a researcher or an expert like Orochimaru. She and her mother had simply been there to use their sealing jutsu to guard against summoning beast riots. Many of the records had been lost in the accident, but Nagi was still able to find some remaining data. He was confident it would be useful. It seemed this trip hadn't been a waste. This island, isolated in the middle of the ocean, could also evade the detection of white Zetsu. It was the perfect location for a base. Nagi made a decision. His first major stronghold in the ninja world would be right here. He could conduct his research and training, and later, he could head to the Land of Sky to seize their sky fortress. Nagi walked onto the sealing platform. Anoka, he said, open the seal. Let me see what this ultimate summoning beast can do. A worried look crossed Anoka's face. But, what if we can't stop it? Nagi just smiled faintly. His red Mangekyo flared to life, and the spectral form of a half-body Susanoo materialized in the base. Staring up at the giant constructed from pure chakra, Anoka finally believed him. She nodded and moved to open the seal. Relax. If it cannot be tamed as a summoning beast, I will destroy it myself. As Anoka cautiously released the seal, a beast brimming with all kinds of negative energy began to smash its way out of the sealing platform. Crack! Crack! With a final, shattering sound, the ultimate summoning beast broke completely free. Reawar. It let out a furious roar. It was so hungry. Nagi's first impression upon seeing it was, what the hell is that thing? It's fucking hideous. How could they have created such a grotesque summoning beast? A monstrous, insect-like creature stood before him. It had a gaping maw on its abdomen, reminiscent of no face, and its head was a mess of tentacles and fangs. The limbs of several different animals protruded from its body. It looked like a giant, standing cockroach. Hungry, so hungry. The enormous ultimate summoning beast, no, it was more like a giant, standing cockroach, met his gaze. From its compound eyes, Nagi could read a single, overwhelming message, it was starving, hollow. Mangekyo Sharingan. Nagi activated his dojutsu, attempting to control it. Rawr. The giant cockroach struggled for a moment before spitting a spiderweb at him. It failed. The Mangekyo's Genjutsu, an ocular power that could even subdue the tailed beasts, had failed on this summoning beast. It gave Nagi a very strange feeling. It was as if a random assortment of parts had been crudely smashed together. In its mind, there was no soul. Roar. The giant cockroach roared at Nagi, unleashing a powerful wave of Genjutsu-like psychic energy, which Nagi's Mangekyo instantly repelled. This thing can use Genjutsu, Nagi said, incredulous. Look out. Anoka's voice cried from the side. Nagi glanced over and saw the giant cockroach gathering an immense amount of lightning from its head, aiming it directly at them. Ninjutsu. This thing knows lightning style. Nagi's jaw nearly hit the floor. He instantly leaped away, grabbing Anoka and pulling her into his arms as he jumped clear. It can absorb the abilities of any creature it eats. Be careful. That lightning style belonged to a gardening it devoured. Anoka explained urgently. Wood style, deep forest emergence. Nagi called out, using the ninjutsu best suited for subduing tailed beasts. Swoosh. The wood that had just bound the giant cockroach instantly crumbled into a pile of ash on the ground. Watch out. It evolves to counter a ninja's attacks. Anoka cried out. How unexpected, Nagi mused. Wood style, which can absorb the chakra of the tailed beasts and suppress them, is actually having its own chakra absorbed and being countered by a summoning beast. Nagi was amazed. The nearly infallible wood style was useless against this ultimate summoning beast. Of course, it was possible his own level was too low and he had only created a small grove. If it had been the first Hokage's sea of trees, with its vastly superior quality and power, subduing it wouldn't have been a problem. If that's the case, then I'll use Susanoo. Nagi's Mangekyo Sharingan spun, and a colossal Susanoo rose to its full height. The seemingly massive ultimate summoning beast, still in its infancy, only reached its knee. Sensing the danger, the so-called ultimate summoning beast immediately turned to flee. As it ran, it began to evolve, two large bulges sprouting from its back. Squelch. A pair of wet, dripping wings tore through its flesh. Don't let it get away. It's trying to go outside to feed. Anoka shouted. Relax. It's not going anywhere. Destructive death, air type. Nagi commanded his Susanoo, closing the distance in just a few strides. Raising the sword of Tatsuka, he lopped off the beast's wings, causing it to let out a pained shriek. But that wasn't enough to kill it. Nagi frowned and sliced it in two. He hadn't expected it to be like a cockroach in both appearance and vitality. Even after he'd sliced it in two, both halves were still writhing with life. What shocked Nagi even more was that it seemed to have absorbed a portion of the chakra he'd channeled into the sword of Tatsuka. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, You wouldn't want anything to happen to your eggs, would you? As expected of the ultimate summoning beast. It's constantly absorbing any energy it can use to evolve. After a moment's thought, Nagi understood. The researchers on this island had designed the ultimate summoning beast with ninja warfare in mind. This meant that every time it encountered an attack from a ninja, it would adapt and evolve a countermeasure. Given enough time, it could truly become the ultimate summoning beast, an existence comparable to the Ten Tails. It was like Doomsday from the comics. But what a shame, Nagi thought with a shake of his head. Such a powerful summoning beast, yet it has no intelligence and can't be controlled. Its consciousness was a complete mess, a chaotic jumble. Even with the Mangekyo, trying to control it with Genjutsu felt like trying to grab smoke. A summoning beast with no self, no intelligence, capable only of destruction and evolution, was useless. 5-element seal. Nagi's hands flew through a seal, and the ultimate summoning beast was sealed once more. This time, he used the seal Shikaku had developed specifically to counter the Nine Tails. Its effect was excellent. The struggling creature was instantly sealed into two small, pyramid-shaped constructs. Problem solved. Anoka ran over from a distance. It's not dead. And now there are two of them. Nagi nodded. I cut it in two. This way, it will have even less strength to break the seal. And my seal is very strong, it won't be getting out. Its life force is incredible, though. It couldn't even be killed by being sliced in half. I don't think pushing it into lava, like you said before, would have killed it. But you don't have to worry anymore, he added. Trapped in there, it'll probably starve to death in a few years. Hearing this, Anoka first froze, then stared blankly for a moment. Then, tears of joy streaming down her face, she rushed forward and threw her arms around Nagi. Thank you, it's finally over, sob. A young girl, alone and helpless on this island for years. The loneliness and solitude, coupled with the constant fear of death, would have driven most people mad long ago. She had held on for so long that she was mentally and physically exhausted. The moment the words were out, she slumped forward and fell into a deep sleep in Nagi's arms. Nagi. Is her mind this simple because she's been so far removed from the mainland? He wondered. Is it really okay to just fall asleep in the arms of a stranger? If I were the big bad wolf, this little lamb would have already been skinned and eaten. Shaking his head, Nagi gently scooped up the red-haired girl. He found her bedroom, carefully placed her on the bed, took off her shoes, and tucked her in. After smoothing her red bangs, he returned to the main base. He began to examine the data left behind by the researchers. Based on his deductions, this base was most likely established by a smaller, hidden village. The Land of Lightning would never have waited this long to check on their research results. And considering the Land of Water's role in the destruction of the Uzumaki clan, it was impossible that Anoka's mother would have accepted employment from one of their organizations. That left the smaller nations, outside of the Land of Lightning's influence. Plagued by war and lacking strength, they must have discovered this island and conceived the idea of creating an ultimate summoning beast to turn the tide, only for their own village to be destroyed before their research could be completed. This was why the isolated island had seen no visitors for so many years, and why the researchers and Anoka's mother had guarded it until their deaths without ever seeing their employers again. The guards were likely not that strong, Jonin at best. When the ultimate summoning beast finally emerged, it was a major threat, but clearly not at a Kage's level. The original team probably fought it and ended up pushing it into the lava, where it burned to death. Nagi spent a long time looking through the data and then took a tour of the base. It was an excellent facility, complete with laboratories, cultivation rooms, lounges, training grounds, and even a plantation. It made sense, the researchers couldn't have survived on dry rations alone. They would have needed to grow their own food. He had made up his mind. This would be his first major base of operations. The island even had a small volcano, which could provide a certain amount of energy, and thanks to it, a natural hot spring. As long as he set up a Flying Thunder God marker here, he could return to the base with just a few teleports. White Zetsu would never be able to monitor him again. Putting his plan into action, Nagi began reinforcing the various seals in the cave and setting up some of his own research equipment. Without a permanent base, carrying around a bunch of storage scrolls all the time was inconvenient. Now, he could leave all his research equipment here, along with a portion of the White Zetsu cells. Nagi was incredibly busy. It had been a long time since he'd been able to stop and focus on improving himself. He needed to develop his control over electromagnetism and master the sun-breathing style, all while researching the fusion of White Zetsu and Uchiha cells. Even with 48 hours in a day, he felt it wasn't enough. He hadn't forgotten that the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan was the Rinnegan. And technology could change everything. Since he had no family to obtain an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan from, he would use science to solve the problem, and that included the Rinnegan. After all, anything was possible with atavism. The genes hidden deep within the body never truly disappeared. He wanted to see if he could induce a qualitative change by using White Zetsu cells to complete the Uchiha clan's genetic makeup. Once the quantity reached a certain threshold, perhaps an external stimulus would be enough to awaken the eternal Mangekyo. As for Obito, after his complete fall to darkness, he had no attachments left, no love. It was impossible for him to be stimulated to awaken an eternal Mangekyo like Indra, even if half his body was made of White Zetsu cells. Or is it because White Zetsu cells are a weakened derivative? Nagi mused, stroking his chin. Looks like I'll have to find a chance to trade with Orochimaru again, to get the purest Hashirama Senju cells. White Zetsu cells were cloned by Madara from the Geto statue. They were second-generation Hashirama cells, much weaker, but also gentler. The cells from Hashirama Senju's original body would surely be far more potent and volatile. Right, and the Uzumaki clan. Nagi suddenly remembered that the Uzumaki were another branch descended from the Sage of Six Paths. Their cells were also worth studying. Now he had all the pieces. Nagi glanced towards the bedroom where the red-haired girl slept. He had Uchiha, White Zetsu, and Uzumaki cells. All that was missing were the original Hashirama cells. He would have to pay a visit to Orochimaru in the Land of Sound. But before that, he needed to get himself a summoning beast. Nagi had his sights set on that eagle. While the eagle wasn't as massive as Gamabunta, for a flying summon, its size was more than sufficient. Its eggs were 2 meters high, the eagle itself was probably half of Gamabunta's height. But factoring in the combat skills of an avian predator, it wouldn't necessarily lose in a fight. The speed and force of an eagle's dive were terrifying, its talons could tear through steel plates. A giant eagle challenging a toad twice its size was not out of the question. Nagi left the base and took flight with his iron sand wings. He wasn't faster than the giant eagle in the air, so he had to find its nest and wait for it there. The eagle was enormous. It was lucky it lived by the sea, with an endless supply of fish to satisfy its appetite. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine how it would ever eat its fill. Soon, Nagi located a cliff. Perched on the sheer rock face was an enormous nest made of withered trees and vines, bigger than a human house. You'd have to be dead to miss it. He landed in the nest and found several giant eggs, not yet hatched. Considering the baby eagle had just hatched when Guy came here in the future, does it take these eggs several years to incubate? He shook his head. He just needed the giant eagle, he didn't have time to wait for these chicks. They could be left for Kimimaro in the future. A flying summon would be an excellent support. Scree. A loud cry echoed through the air. The giant eagle was returning from its hunt. Nagi quietly hid among the dry branches and leaves of the nest. The eagle had taken a punch from Nagi's Susanoo that morning, but it now looked full of vigor, as if nothing had happened. Its defense was nothing to scoff at. Waddling like a fat chicken, the giant eagle moved a few steps, then contentedly settled down on its eggs to incubate them. Suddenly, the eagle seemed to notice something. It sniffed the air. A strange scent. Seeing that his cover was blown, Nagi stood up. Two giant hands of the Susanoo instantly formed and grabbed the eagle's wings. The eagle shrieked in alarm, pecking frantically at the Susanoo with its sharp beak. Clang. Clang. Without the momentum of a dive, its pecks lacked the force to break through the Susanoo's defense. Mangekyo Sharingan. Nagi activated his Sharingan, controlling the eagle and trying to force it to sign a contract. But the immobilized eagle just glared at Nagi, its face a mask of defiance, a picture of eternal submission. Nagi chuckled. From the look of you, you should be able to understand my words. I'll give you two choices. 1. You willingly sign a contract and become my summoning beast. 2. I help you sign it. You choose. As he spoke, Nagi placed his blade against one of the 2-meter-high eggs and drew it across the surface, leaving a scratch. The eagle nearly died of fright. And, Nagi added softly, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your children, would you? Instantly, the eagle, which had been glaring angrily just a moment ago, hesitated. Seeing its hesitation, Nagi said, don't worry. I'll only call on you when I need help traveling. I won't summon you for fights, because I'm stronger than you and don't need your help. More importantly, I won't interfere with your incubation time. Hearing this, and glancing at the blade resting on its egg, the eagle hesitated for another moment before blinking and nodding its head in agreement. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, The Land of Lightning's Island Turtle. In the end, Uchiha Nagi released the giant eagle. He set down the summoning contract scroll, and after both sides had signed it, the eagle became his exclusive summoning beast. A ninja could have multiple summoning contracts. Sasuke, for example, had a contract with an eagle and another with the snakes of the Ryuchi cave. As long as you had enough chakra, you could summon as many as you wanted. All done, Nagi said with satisfaction. I'll let you know when I need a ride. And I promise not to work you more than 8 hours a day. It won't interfere with you raising your kids. He considered himself a good boss. Where else could you find a deal like that, with a work limit of 8 hours? Besides, it wasn't like he needed the eagle's help for travel every day, and he certainly didn't need its help in a fight. Bidding farewell to the reluctant, humiliated eagle, Nagi flew back to the base. He decided he wouldn't use a boat to return to the mainland this time, he would just summon the eagle. A legendary rock was said to soar for thousands of kilometers in a single day. This eagle couldn't match that myth, but its incredible speed still made it a priceless, fuel-free airplane. He opened the door to the base. Anoka was still fast asleep. Nagi glanced outside, it was already getting dark. He decided to make some dinner and went out to catch a giant spider. He lit a bonfire, set a pot over it, and started a meat broth. The bristles on the spider legs were removed, the meat was non-toxic and tasted similar to crab. He roasted them over the fire, taking out some cumin and salt from a storage scroll. In a hazy dream, Anoka found herself back in the old days, fleeing from famine. Her mother had found a few crabs by the sea and was roasting them over a fire for her. The rich, savory scent of crab meat filled the air. But no matter how much she ate, she was never full. Ah! Is this real? Anoka's eyes snapped open. Her stomach was growling fiercely. After days and nights of continuously refining chakra to reinforce the seal, she hadn't had a single day of proper food or sleep. The aroma of roasting meat had woken her up. She looked down at herself. Her clothes were all intact, though her shoes and socks had been taken off and placed neatly on the floor. Anoka swung her slender, jade-like feet out from under the covers, carefully put on her shoes, and walked out of the bedroom. In the main area of the base, she saw Nagi having an open-air barbecue. A pot of steaming hot soup simmered over the fire, filled with some green vegetables, carrots, and bones. 8 giant spider legs were roasting over the flames. Gulp. The girl couldn't help but swallow, her face flushing with embarrassment. Here, Nagi said, have a bowl of soup first to warm you up. Thank you. Anoka took the bowl with a blush, too shy to meet his eyes. She drank it all down in a few quick gulps. After she finished, he handed her a roasted spider leg. She broke open the outer shell and began to eat. The meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, savory without being greasy. It was delicious. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Nagi asked, "I'll be heading to the land of iron tomorrow. Do you want to come with me?" Anoka froze. She had been on the island for so many years that she had no idea what she would do after leaving. His words left her at a loss for how to answer. It was like asking someone who had been cut off from the world if they wanted to leave, they would naturally be hesitant. "Leave, here." Anoka's voice was filled with uncertainty. "Don't worry," Nagi said with a smile. "I'm just taking you out for a change of scenery. I'll place flying thunder god markers on the islands along the way, so you can come back whenever you want. Besides, I plan to turn this place into my research base. You can help me look after it as my assistant in the future." "The flying thunder god technique?" Nagi nodded. "It's a space-time ninjutsu. Like this." He took Anoka's hand. Swoosh. The two of them vanished from the base. In the next second, they appeared on a beach far out at sea, next to the speedboat he had left there after it struck the reef. A flying thunder god kunai rested on its seat. This is the beach." Anoka's beautiful eyes were wide with disbelief. One moment they were inside the base, and the next they were on the seashore. "It's space-time ninjutsu," Nagi explained with a smile. "The chakra consumption depends on the distance and the mass of what's being transported. If it's just teleporting with one person, it's not a problem. I can teach you if you'd like, but the aptitude requirements for space-time ninjutsu are very high. Very few people can learn it." But Anoka was already bouncing happily towards the water's edge, bending down to touch the sand and the seawater. She hadn't played by the sea in so long. Since her mother's death, she had been all alone on the island, never once able to relax. Now, she felt incredibly light. She no longer had to guard the ultimate summoning beast, she could do whatever she wanted. "Nagi and I've decided. I'll go with you," Anoka said after playing for a while, a hint of shyness in her voice. "I hope you won't mind if I'm clumsy, as long as I can be of help to you. I'd be honored to have you join my team." Nagi smiled and extended his hand. Anoka looked at the handsome, sharp-featured young man before her, and her heart began to beat uncontrollably once more. Blushing, she placed her small hand in his. It had to be said, good looks were a boon everywhere. It was just like how Sasuke had the entire class of girls chasing after him before he even graduated. Shoo. With another teleport, Nagi brought her back to the base, where the roasted spider legs still lay before the fire. The night passed without another word. The next morning, as the sun broke through the thick fog and bathed the island in light, the massive summoning beasts had already begun their morning hunt. Nagi's expectations for the summoning beasts here had been a bit too high. In the end, this place was too small to nurture intelligent, Gamabunta-sized summons like the ones in the three great sage regions. The only one, the giant eagle, had grown so large only because of its ability to fly. However, Nagi planned to see if he could find a large-scale sealing jutsu later to lock in the island's natural energy and prevent it from leaking out. That way, the summoning beasts might be able to evolve even further. In 1,000 years, it might even become a place like the three great sage regions. "Are you ready? We're leaving on the eagle's back this time. I'll come back later to forge my sword and modify this place into a proper base." After speaking, Nagi stood in an open area and summoned the eagle. When it landed, it wore a look of reluctance. It still had to raise its kids. "Yes. I'll go wherever you go, Nagi and Anoka nodded. Nagi and the red-haired girl climbed onto the eagle's back. With a loud cry, it soared into the sky. Choosing it was definitely the right decision. "This is so much faster than sitting on a boat or flying myself," Nagi remarked. "Nagi and everything on the ground looks so small," Anoka said, looking down with curiosity. It seemed she was a little scared of flying so high for the first time. Her small hand unconsciously gripped the man beside her tightly. Some eagles in the natural world could reach speeds of over 200 kilometers per hour. This giant eagle's speed had already surpassed the speed of sound. And since it had chakra, it would subconsciously use wind-style chakra to reduce wind resistance while flying, making it even faster. Whether its combat power could compare to Gamabunta was another matter, but its travel ability alone outclassed every other summoning beast in the ninja world. Weren't there only a few tailed beasts that could fly? And they had already been turned into Jinchuriki batteries. Along the way, whenever Nagi spotted an island, he would pat the eagle, telling it to land southwest. He could place a flying thunder god marker, much to the eagle's displeasure. "I'll treat you to a big meal when we get back to the mainland to make it up to you," Nagi said, patting the eagle. The eagle gave him a "you better keep your promise" look. With its enormous body, its appetite was immense. After placing the markers, the eagle carried them back into the sky. Hey, Nagi and I, look at that island. It looks like a turtle. Anoka suddenly said, pointing to a small island on the ground. Nagi followed her finger. It really did look like one. An oval-shaped island with 4 small black dots that looked like limbs, a round head in the front, and a short little tail in the back. Wait a minute. Eagle, lower your altitude a bit so I can get a better look, Nagi said, patting the eagle. Hiss, it really is a turtle, Nagi drew in a sharp breath. He knew what this floating island was now. It was a real turtle, a giant turtle no smaller than the 10 tails. Who knew how long it had lived? Its back was covered in vegetation. It was confirmed. This was the Land of Lightning's turtle, the very one Nagi had been searching for. On its back was the Waterfall of Truth, a place where the powerful could train and advance their spirits. In Taoist and Buddhist terms, it was a place to battle one's inner demons and negative emotions, to achieve a complete sublimation of one's spiritual power. To wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance when you least expect it. Nagi muttered to himself. He then patted the eagle, signaling it to land on the island. The ocean was truly the most mysterious place. Since the advent of chakra, it had not only given birth to strange creatures like Samehada, but also to beings as massive as an island. Nagi had never seen the 10 tails, but he was certain this turtle was not much smaller. Of course, its combat power was probably pathetic. And who knew how many other strange creatures like this giant turtle lurked in the deep sea? He wondered when the Land of Lightning had discovered this giant turtle. They probably wanted to turn it into a summoning beast at first, but then discovered its combat power was abysmal. And since it had the Waterfall of Truth on its back, they simply found a way to take control of it. Nagi was just curious, could this giant turtle really get enough to eat from the small fish in the shallow sea without going into the deep? Chapter 159, Severing Inner Demons, the Waterfall of Truth. The island was isolated far out at sea, and the Land of Lightning had used some sort of device to keep it shrouded in a perpetual fog. If a passing merchant ship were to stumble upon it, they would never suspect it wasn't a small island, but a turtle. Only by flying high above, as Uchiha Nagi had, could one see its full form and recognize it for what it was, a giant sea turtle. Any lost ships that did find their way here were likely silenced by the Land of Lightning's ninja guards. The combat power of a civilian merchant ship was no match for shinobi from the hidden cloud. Moreover, the turtle was constantly on the move. Even if a passing ship recorded its coordinates on a nautical chart, the island would be gone by the time they returned. What Nagi didn't understand was how they controlled such a massive creature. Given its appetite, it would have to feed on giant squid and whales to sustain its enormous body. Nagi and I, why are we going down there? Anoka asked curiously. There's a waterfall of truth here, Nagi explained, not bothering to hide anything. It can be used to temper and cleanse a person's spiritual energy. For the Uchiha clan, it's an exceptionally good place, because our Sharingan is a manifestation of spiritual power. For someone as pure-hearted as Anoka, being direct was the best way to earn her trust. These weren't exactly state secrets, anyway. You can go in and train later, too, Nagi added. I'll stand guard for you outside. Oh, the red-haired girl nodded, looking around with a mix of curiosity and shyness. It had been many years since she'd left the Summoning Beast Island. You can go back for now. I'll summon you when I need you, Nagi said, turning to the giant eagle. The eagle nodded, and Nagi released the summoning jutsu, sending it back to its island. Just then, the people on the island became aware of their intrusion. After all, the giant eagle's wingspan was no smaller than Gamabunta's. Anyone who wasn't blind would have seen it. The handful of Land of Lightning ninja guarding the island sent out an alert signal and rushed towards their location, intending to eliminate the intruders. Take this kunai. If there's danger later, I can protect you, Nagi said, handing her a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God formula. Anoka nodded and took it. At that moment, several dark figures landed swiftly before them. Intruders. This is not a place you should be, a ninja with a hidden cloud forehead protector said, his expression grim as he looked at the men and woman. Arriving on the island turtle by riding a giant eagle from the sky, these were clearly no ordinary visitors. If they were just lost merchants, he would have killed them without a second thought or a single word. But this unnervingly calm young man gave him a chilling feeling, as if the moment he made a move, he would be the one to die. Some ninja who survived the Great Wars had an exceptionally strong sixth sense. It was like when Kakashi faced Orochimaru. Before he was injured, Orochimaru had been all smiles. But after, a single glare was enough to freeze Kakashi in place, his sixth sense screaming that if he moved, he would surely die. I'm taking this island turtle, Nagi stated flatly, his 3-tomo Sharingan flaring to life, making his identity clear. On account of the Land of Lightning, I won't kill you. Leave on your own. Don't force my hand. I'm taking your island turtle. What are you going to do about it? The Sharingan. An Uchiha. Are you Uchiha Nagi or Uchiha Itachi? The dark-skinned squad leader demanded, his voice low as he tried to use the Land of Lightning's name to intimidate him. Do you have any idea what the consequences are for offending us? Because either Uchiha was a ruthless monster. One had massacred his own clan, the other had killed the Hokage's son. Both were bona fide S-rank rogue ninja. He was just a jonin, he knew without even thinking that he couldn't win. Uchiha Nagi. The one who killed Asuma. Well. Want to try me? Nagi said calmly. Hiss. Uchiha Nagi. The one with the Flying Thunder God technique. The Uchiha with the 100 million Ryo bounty who killed Asuma. The Kumo squad leader's headache intensified. How could he possibly fight someone who used space-time ninjutsu? But if he fled without even trying, the fourth Raikage would never forgive him. He was dead if he fought, and dead if he didn't. What was he supposed to do? All of you, go back, the leader sighed, ordering his subordinates. Report everything to the Raikage-sama. I'll stay behind. Captain. Captain. Enough, the squad leader shouted at his men. You're no match for him. Go now, before he changes his mind. They had been guarding the island turtle for years. Because of its isolation and mobility, it was considered safe, and the guard detail was weak, just him, a jonin, and a few chunin. Shoo. The leader threw several kunai at Nagi, while his men, gritting their teeth, obeyed his order and fled. Facing the incoming kunai, Nagi calmly threw a few of his own. Showing off your shuriken jutsu in front of me. You're not qualified. Under the Sharingan's predictive calculations, the kunai collided in a shower of sparks. Several were deflected, changing course and flying back towards the squad leader. Clang. The sound of metal on metal rang out. The squad leader had just knocked away the kunai when a bone-chilling sensation washed over him. A blade was already at his neck. So fast. Is this the Flying Thunder God technique? In less than 1/100th of a second, his opponent had appeared behind him. But there hadn't been any of the three-pronged kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God formula. The leader glanced at the kunai that had fallen to the ground and understood. It was common knowledge in the Great War that Minato Namike's Flying Thunder God used his signature three-pronged kunai, but that didn't mean he couldn't use a regular kunai as a marker. I was too careless. Do it, he said, resigned. But death didn't come. Instead, a pair of red eyes appeared before him, and he was plunged into a genjutsu, losing consciousness. Just then, one of the Kumo ninja who had fled returned, bursting from the ground to attack Anoka, clearly intending to take her hostage. But he had miscalculated. He didn't know that Anoka was an Uzumaki. Now that she no longer had to guard the ultimate summoning beast, her chakra had recovered. And even if she lacked a ninja's combat experience, anyone who could survive alone on the summoning beast island for years was far from weak. A dozen chakra chains erupted from Anoka's body, the adamantine sealing chains, an exclusive technique of the Uzumaki clan used to restrain enemies. The ambushing Kumo ninja was instantly bound tight, his chakra sealed by Anoka. Well done, Anoka. You did great. Nagi gave the red-haired girl a thumbs up. He had been about to use the Flying Thunder God to rescue her, but she had handled it herself. Anoka smiled, a little embarrassed. Dealing with the giant beasts on the summoning island was its own form of training. While animals weren't as cunning as humans, a certain level of strength was necessary to survive there. Are you going to kill them? Anoka asked. Not for now. I still have some questions for them. Nagi's three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, and the two Kumo ninja were simultaneously trapped in a genjutsu. Nagi began to interrogate them, asking for information on how to control and locate the island turtle. To his surprise, the squad leader said they didn't have a summoning contract with the turtle. One reason was that the turtle was simply too massive, no one had enough chakra to summon it. Another was that it was too slow, on land, it would be a sitting duck. So even the Raikage, who had the necessary chakra, wasn't willing to have such a creature as his summon. Instead, because a waterfall of truth had naturally formed on its back over the centuries, the Land of Lightning had decided to keep it as a place for generations of their ninja to cleanse their hearts and strengthen their spiritual power. In Taoist and Buddhist terms, it was a place where one could sever their inner demons. That was why the Hidden Cloud had produced almost no powerful rogue ninja over the years, they were all remarkably united. I see. They have a natural therapist, so the Hidden Cloud ninja don't have any psychological problems. Naturally, there are no rogue ninja. Nagi concluded, speechless. The waterfall of truth, besides severing inner demons and enhancing spiritual power, also inadvertently served as a form of psychological counseling. Look at the other four great ninja villages. Without therapists, the consequences were severe. With rogue ninja, many of them Kaga level, popping up one after another. After some thought, Nagi decided to show some goodwill. He had already taken the fourth Raikage Island turtle, he could spare these two insignificant pawns. And from them, he had learned everything the hidden cloud had done to the turtle's back. With a few modifications, the island would be his. He casually summoned the giant eagle and ordered it to carry the two ninja back to their comrades, who were probably still nervously sailing away, not having gotten far. Nagi had no intention of silencing them. The fourth Raikage had a vengeful personality, it was best not to provoke him if he could help it. He wasn't afraid, but it was better to have fewer enemies. He wouldn't be reckless. Of course, if the Raikage didn't appreciate the gesture, then he shouldn't be blamed for digging up his ancestors' graves. Come on, let's go to the waterfall of truth. A trace of excitement in his voice, Nagi took Anoka's hand and led her away, paying no mind to the propriety of it. The waterfall of truth, the place where Naruto had been able to sever his negative emotions, to defeat his inner demon. Nagi narrowed his eyes. For someone who had grown up in the village, enduring the scorn and bullying of the villagers, it was a wonder he had succeeded at all. Naruto's success was inseparable from Ajura's chakra. Without it, the dark Naruto born from a Naruto who was already close to a sage's body, who knew how powerful he would have been. And as for me. Chapter 160, A Fateful Mockery. The more powerful a ninja, the greater the negative emotions they might accumulate within them. If they failed to overcome their darker half, it was even possible for their main personality to be completely replaced. This was especially true for Jinchuriki. Bolstered by the tailed beast's chakra, which was itself a manifestation of negative emotions, their dark side had an even greater advantage. So what about him? Uchiha Nagi was looking forward to finding out. But before that, it was better to help his companions first. He would let his teammate enter the waterfall of truth. Eighth form, spatial perception, Nagi murmured, scanning the area. He confirmed that all the ninja had left the island, leaving only the summoning beasts behind. Anoka opened her eyes and nodded. Her Kagura mind's eye couldn't sense any remaining ninja on the island either. They arrived at a waterfall, and Anoka immediately felt that something was different here. The place gave her a very strange feeling. It seems this is the place. The waterfall of truth. Nagi looked on with excitement. It was as beautiful as the Milky Way falling from the heavens. A river flowed down from a high cliff, cascading into a small valley below, where it dispersed into a fine mist. The sunlight refracting through the water molecules created a beautiful seven-colored rainbow. Stealing this island turtle was definitely worth it. You go first. I'll stand guard, Nagi said, turning to Anoka. Anoka nodded, and with a nervous heart, she walked towards the waterfall of truth. In front of it was a flat, smooth stone, likely worn down from the many people who had sat on it over the years. It was completely free of moss. She glanced back at Nagi, gave him another nod, and sat down on the stone. From Nagi's perspective, the red-haired girl had simply walked to the waterfall and sat down. But the moment she did, she entered the waterfall's spiritual world. A short while later, another red-haired girl, identical to her in every way, walked out from behind the waterfall. Nagi fell into thought. While the most valuable thing on the island turtle was the waterfall of truth, the land of lightning had also built a sealing chamber behind it. That chamber was used to control the tailed beasts. After a perfect Jinchuriki from the hidden cloud defeated their dark side at the waterfall, they would enter the secret room for a tug-of-war with their tailed beast. If the beast didn't consent, they would use force to seize its chakra, ultimately becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. Later, Naruto would also come here to train and become the Nine-Tails' perfect Jinchuriki. At that time, the Nine-Tails had no intention of acknowledging him. Naruto had to forcibly take its chakra. The purpose of this secret room was to seal the tailed beast if the Jinchuriki failed the tug-of-war, and then await the next host. But now, it all belonged to Nagi. He had originally planned to spend a fortune on a furnace to forge his sword, but it seemed he could save a lot of money now. After all, if this room could seal a tailed beast, modifying it to forge a sword would be no problem at all. The giant turtle floated lazily on the sea. Contrary to what Nagi had thought, it spent most of its time asleep, drifting with the currents, only waking at fixed intervals to feed. But then again, turtles were known for their longevity. And whenever it ate, it chose small fish and shrimp, much like a whale. It couldn't catch faster prey anyway. All the Land of Lightning's ninja did was anchor it while it slept to keep it from drifting aimlessly, and occasionally turn it around to prevent it from wandering into the Land of Water's territory and getting intercepted by the hidden mist. But now, it was his. Nagi's thoughts turned to bringing Kimimaro here, and then finding other children with talent and potential. Yugo was probably already in Orochimaru's hands. Orochimaru had placed a curse mark on Anko's neck before leaving the village, and the curse mark seemed to be based on Yugo's abilities. He shook his head. That only left Karen. At this time, Karen should be about the same age as Sasuke. What a headache. Maybe he should just do what Orochimaru did and start taking in orphans to train from a young age. He was bound to find a few good prospects that way. Island Turtle. The surprise had come so suddenly. In an instant, Nagi had two bases, a mobile one, the island turtle, and a stationary one, the summoning beast island. Neither was particularly large, but they were sufficient as bases. However, if he wanted to establish a hidden village like Orochimaru's Otogekyure, the foundation was insufficient. Orochimaru had a small country backing him. Without it, the source of ninja, food, funds, and various other supplies would all be a problem. He could never support a whole village just by doing missions himself. An hour later, Anoka walked out from under the waterfall of truth. Although she looked the same on the outside, Nagi could sense that her spiritual energy had grown significantly. It seemed that every time she grew stronger, a trip to the waterfall of truth to sever her dark side would grant her a boost in spiritual power. Nagi and I'm done. It doesn't seem as hard as you said. Nagi smiled. That's probably because you have very few negative emotions accumulated in your heart, so the dark version of you that was born wasn't very strong. It might not be the same for me. Although Anoka had experienced famine and seen the darker side of life as a child, she had grown up in isolation, far from the conflicts of the world, and had always had her mother's company. Naturally, her dark side was weak. After a moment's hesitation, Nagi said to Anoka, "If I don't come out within a day, pull me out of the waterfall." Anoka nodded. Okay. Nagi took a deep breath and walked towards the waterfall. He was also very curious, what was his dark side like? As per Nagi's instructions, the giant eagle set off to return the two ninja to their comrades. A few of their fleeing companions were using wind style to power their boat, speeding across the sea towards the land of lightning, hoping the village would send someone to reclaim the island turtle in time. The perfect Jinchuriki of the land of lightning were all dependent on the training on the island turtle. If it was gone, then the next generation of perfect Jinchuriki. By Rusu, look. In the sky. It's that guy's eagle. Several ninja looked up in terror as a giant eagle dove towards them. He's changed his mind. He's going to silence us. Attack, the panicked leader shouted. He was so terrified that he assumed the eagle was sent by Nagi to kill them, completely failing to notice the two people clutched in its talons. Of course, the eagle was half the size of Gamabunta. Without the Byakugan, they couldn't possibly see the two humans wrapped in its giant claws, so. Fire style, fire dragon jutsu. Water style. Lightning style. The eagle wasn't just a beast, the reason Nagi had chosen it as his summon was because it possessed a certain level of intelligence. Before it had even fully descended, it was met with a barrage of ninjutsu. It hastily dodged some of them, but a few of its feathers were singed. Scree. Soaring back into the sky, the eagle forgot all about Nagi's instructions. It had a temper, too. You attacked first, so don't blame me. It flapped its wings, whipping up a furious gale that capsized the boat. Seeing the ninja all fall into the water, their fates unknown, it nodded in satisfaction. It circled in the sky for a while before finally leaving. On the way back, it looked down at the two ninja in its claws. It tossed them into the air and opened its massive beak. Chomp. Gulp. Then, it flew back to its nest with a sense of satisfaction to continue raising its kids. A long time later, 2 or 3 surviving ninja floated to the surface, gasping for air. They were lucky. Humans needed to breathe. If that eagle hadn't left, they wouldn't have been able to hold their breath in the water for much longer. We were lucky to survive. Come on, let's go back and report to the Raikage-sama. That damn Uchiha Nagi, the vice captain spat, gritting his teeth. One of the other Kyumo ninja opened his mouth, but in the end, chose not to say anything. As he was falling into the water, he had seen the 2 people in the eagle's claws. It meant that their opponent hadn't intended to kill them. But they had angered the eagle, and now a grudge had been formed. Sigh. The Kyumo ninja sighed to himself. Well, it doesn't matter. Even if Nagi didn't kill them, by taking the island turtle, he had already made an enemy of them. A little more or a little less made no difference now. The island turtle's importance to the land of lightning was no less than that of a tailed beast. Who are you? I'm you. Who else could I be? Nagi had already walked under the waterfall and was sitting in meditation, having entered his spiritual world. In this world, he saw another version of himself. What shocked him was that this version of him wasn't wearing traditional clothes or ninja attire, but a modern tracksuit and a pair of sneakers that probably cost a few hundred yuan. For a moment, it was as if he had returned to his life before he had crossed over. Hey, bro, thanks a lot. If you hadn't come to this waterfall of truth, I might not have been born. Whoa, don't draw your sword. We can talk this out. Nagi's dark side hastily held out a hand to stop his original self from drawing his blade. The original Nagi thought for a moment and sheathed his sword. He wanted to know what negative emotions his dark side was composed of. That's more like it. A gentleman uses his words, not his fists. Besides, even Naruto couldn't beat his dark side, let alone you. You're Kage level now. Don't be surprised, you and I share memories. We're the same person. Nagi sneered. Just tell me what you want. I am the dominant personality. Even if I leave the waterfall of truth, you can't get out. The dark personality smiled. You're also curious about what dark emotions I'm made of, aren't you? Let me tell you. Back when you were watching Naruto before you crossed over, what were you planning to do? Didn't you fantasize about getting with Hinata? And Kurenai? And Tsunade? And Kagaya? Suppressing the old sage of 6 paths. Kicking Madara's ass. And then when you actually came to this world, you've been living so uncomfortably, haven't you? So, unless you can truly get with all the women in Naruto, become the strongest, and achieve a state of perfect clarity, you'll never be able to completely eliminate me. Otherwise, I will always exist. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, The Fourth Raikage, A's Fury. Inside the spiritual world. Uchiha Nagi was panting, sweat dripping down his face. He had already killed his dark half for the second time, yet the version of himself in a tracksuit just wouldn't die. I told you, you can deceive others, but you can't deceive yourself. Our memories are shared. The most important part of severing your inner demon is to achieve a state of perfect clarity. No matter how many times you kill me, your thoughts will remain conflicted. How can you possibly succeed? Their strength was evenly matched, but with his slightly more refined swordsmanship, Nagi had managed to gain the upper hand. The dark Nagi reappeared, relaxed and smiling. To be honest, I quite liked that scene where you kissed Kurenai. It's a pity you've got the desire but not the guts. You had her for a whole night and did nothing. If it were me, I'd guarantee she'd be a mother by next year. Oh, right, Shinobu Kocho is pretty cute, too. When you go back over there, remember to make her yours. Otherwise, I'll definitely come out and cause trouble for you. And Yukihime and Uzumaki Anoka, besides Sakura, I don't really like her, but you should get with all the rest. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. By the way, I have a suggestion. Want to hear it? Nagi stared coldly at his dark half. What are you trying to say? The dark personality laughed. Don't be so guarded. I can't possess you. Don't forget, we are essentially the same person, possession is impossible. I was just wondering if you'd be interested in trying to develop a skill like the ones in Bleach. A combat state where the positive and negative personalities coexist. The hollowification of the Soul Reapers. The dark personality's voice was tempting. You're curious, aren't you? Spiritual power, a battle between the positive and negative selves. Stab. Nagi once again pierced the dark personality's heart and then cut off his head before withdrawing from the spiritual world. You can't kill me. The stronger a person is, the harder it is to eliminate their inner demon. Ha 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 ha. TCH, Nagi spat and stood up. He'd have to be an idiot to let his dark half out to fight alongside him. That would just be giving it a chance to control his body. Besides, the world of Naruto wasn't Bleach. Hollowification. What kind of crazy idea was that? Outside the waterfall of truth, Anoka had been waiting for nearly 10 hours. Just as she was hesitating, wondering if she should pull him out, a figure slowly emerged from beneath the waterfall. Nagi and I. Are you okay? Did you succeed? Nagi's face was grim as he shook his head. No. My dark side is trickier than I imagined. It'll probably take more than a few tries to sever him. He's much harder to deal with than I thought. Then what should we do? Nagi shook his head. Let's not worry about it for now. Come on, let's go check out the secret room inside. They went around to the secret chamber behind the waterfall, the place the Land of Lightning used for its Jinchuriki to train. After entering the cave, they found it was filled with headless stone statues. The ground was a mess of rubble and tangled vines. It was clear the Kumo ninja guarding this place were lazy. But then again, with a Jinchuriki only coming here once every decade or so, and no one else using it, why would they bother cleaning? Reaching the end of the cave, Nagi performed the hand seals he had learned from his interrogation and opened the door to the secret chamber. Wow, it's so beautiful in here. So colorful. Anoka exclaimed in surprise. There were no lights in the room, yet it wasn't dark at all. The chamber was filled with a rainbow of colors, the stones themselves emitting a faint glow. Formulas were carved around the stones, seals the Land of Lightning used to contain a rampaging tailed beast. In the future, Naruto would come here to train, opening the seal within his body to forcibly engage the Nine Tails in a tug-of-war for its chakra. If he had failed, the Nine Tails would have broken free, leading to a situation similar to the Nine Tails' attack on Konoha. This secret chamber was designed to seal the out-of-control tailed beast, something Killer Bee himself had confirmed. Good, this is the place. Everything is ready, all I need now is the east wind. My sword will be forged here. Nagi ran his hand over the walls of the secret chamber, satisfied. In the Land of Iron, at Mifune's residence. Nearly a month had passed since Nagi had accepted his commission from Mei Terumi. During this month, Mifune had slowly begun to codify the swordsmanship he had learned from his spars with Nagi. He had created his own breathing style. Nagi hadn't taught him a single form, it was all based on Mifune's own years of experience as a sword saint. He had keenly sensed that even if Nagi were willing to teach him, it might not be suitable. So, during their many spars, he had begun to create his own style. Nagi had noticed, but he wasn't petty enough to hide his techniques. He generously allowed Mifune to observe freely, because Mifune had also helped him a great deal. Finally, it's a success. Mifune exhaled, then his eyes narrowed. He vanished with a body flicker. When his sword was sheathed once more, the training post in front of him had been reduced to splinters. And this time, he hadn't used any ninjutsu, only his sword. One slash, and a training post was obliterated. While it might not seem like a big deal, it had been done purely with swordsmanship, without any ninjutsu. Mifune was thrilled. Once he spread this breathing style, which was perfectly suited for samurai, throughout the Land of Iron, their combat power would surely rise to a new level. Although they still wouldn't be a match for ninja, the stronger the Land of Iron samurai were, the safer this Land of Peace would be. They had managed to remain neutral through several great ninja wars because the samurai had united to fight off foreign ninja. But in a real fight, the cunning and unscrupulous ninja had a much greater advantage over the samurai. They could use surprise attacks, poison, and all sorts of venomous insects and snakes to make the samurai's lives a living hell. Is this the place? Yes. Please don't be rash, Reikage-sama. The Reikage. Boom. Before Mifune could even react, the main gate of his residence was smashed to pieces. A burly, dark-skinned man, nearly 220 centimeters tall, walked in shirtless, his face a mask of fury. You're Mifune, the giant man demanded, glaring. I am Mifune. And you are? Mifune frowned. The pressure this man exuded was immense. Could he really be the Reikage? I am the fourth Reikage of the Land of Lightning. A's eyes blazed with a fury that could have burned Mifune alive. A squad of guards followed behind him. The fourth Reikage. What brings you to the Land of Iron? The Land of Iron is a neutral country and does not participate in the affairs of the ninja world, Mifune said, perplexed. As long as you know not to get involved, that's fine. Hand over Uchiha Nagi. He stole a treasure from the hidden cloud, and I'm going to kill him. If you hide him, then I'll kill you along with him. Uchiha Nagi. Mifune's face instantly darkened. While it wasn't unheard of for rogue ninja to flee to other countries, it was unprecedented for a village kage to come demanding them in person. The unwritten rule of the ninja world was that once a rogue ninja escaped their home country, their village would generally leave them be, at most increasing their bounty and letting bounty hunters chase them down. Besides, Uchiha Nagi had done him a great service. It was thanks to him that he had been able to create a breathing style for the samurai. He couldn't possibly hand him over, for both personal and professional reasons. What would become of his reputation as the sword saint of the Land of Iron? I'm sorry, Mifune said, his voice low. Uchiha Nagi is not a ninja of the Land of Iron. According to the rules of the ninja world, as long as he does not commit any crimes in the Land of Iron, we are not obligated to involve ourselves. I don't know where he is now. Please leave the Land of Iron immediately. You are not welcome here. You can't fool me. My Ambu have already investigated. The two of you are close, often sparring and practicing your breathing. If you don't hand him over, I'll kill you first, then send an army to crush the Land of Iron. The fourth Reikage had a fiery temper and always meant what he said. The Kage guards beside him paled. Attacking the Land of Iron would mean war. A single misstep could lead to another great ninja war. Reikage-sama, please be careful with your words. Reikage-sama. Mifune's expression grew even darker. The Reikage was treating the Land of Iron as if it were a soft persimmon, easy to crush. One of the Kage guards, seeing the situation escalating, quickly stepped between them. Mifune-dano, that rogue ninja Uchiha Nagi did indeed steal a treasure from our village. We must get it back. If you know his whereabouts, please tell us, to avoid any misunderstandings that could lead to war between our two countries. That would not be good for anyone. Well now, one plays the bad cop, the other plays the good cop. I'm sorry, I do not know his whereabouts. The Land of Iron will always be a neutral country. If the Land of Lightning wants to start a war, we will not shy away from it. The samurai have never been a people who fear death. The white-haired Kage guard with the storm release Keki Igenkai, the future Darui, stepped forward and said in a low voice, Mifune-dano, according to our information, he has two companions in the capital city of the Land of Iron, correct? Since we can't find him, we'll just have to take his two companions. There shouldn't be a problem with that, right? Evidently, the Kumo Umbu had also tracked down Kimimaro and Yukihime. Their goal was to capture them to lure out Nagi. The Kumo ninja who had luckily survived on the island turtle had reported everything to the fourth Raikage, A. Was furious. He stole my precious island turtle and killed my men. This is intolerable. He immediately ordered his forces to gather intelligence on Nagi at top speed. After learning that he and his two companions had appeared in the Land of Iron, he had rushed over in a rage. Now, knowing that Nagi had not yet returned, and with no way to find him in the vast ocean without the ability to fly, they had decided after some discussion to come and pressure Mifune into handing him over. Of course, while A had an explosive temper, he was not a simple-minded brute. On the contrary, he was very intelligent. He had even managed to restrain himself from taking revenge when his father was ganged up on and killed by the Land of Earth. So, what had just happened was just a good cop bad cop routine he and his guard were playing, all to avoid souring relations with a neutral country. But what no one expected was that Mifune would refuse. Mifune pondered for a moment, then raised his head, his gaze firm, and said slowly, "I'm sorry. I cannot hand them over to you."